Chapter 5. But Zbyszko, riding behind him, could not stand it very long, and said to himself, I would rather have him burst forth in anger, than become embittered. He therefore rode up to him and jogging his stirrup against his, he commenced to speak. Listen how it happened. You know what Danusia did for me in Kraków, but you do not know that they proposed to me Jagienka of Bogdaniec, the daughter of Zeke of Zgorzelec. My uncle, Maćko, was in favor of it, also her parents and Zeke. A relative, an abbot, a wealthy man as well. What is the use of many words, an honest girl and a beautiful woman and the dowry respectable also? But it could not be. I felt sorry for Jagienka, but still more so for Danusia, and I set out to her to Mazos, because, I tell you frankly, I could not live any longer without her. Recollect the time when you yourself loved, recollect it. And it will not seem strange to you. Here Zbyszko broke off, waiting for a word from Jurand, but as the latter remained silent, he continued. God gave me an opportunity at the forest court to save the princess and Danusia from a wild bull while hunting. And the princess immediately said, Now Jurand will not object any more, because how could he refuse to reward such a deed? But I did not wish to take her even then without your parental consent. Yet I was weak, because the terrible animal injured me so much, that it almost killed me. But then, as you know, those people came for Danusia, in order to take her, as it seemed, to Zbyszko, and I was still unable to leave my bed. I thought I should never see her again. I thought that you would take her to Zbyszko and give her to someone else. You objected to me at Kraków, and I already thought that I should die. Ah! Great God, what a night I passed! Nothing but worry. Nothing but grief. I thought that if she also left me, the sun would rise no more. Consider human love and human grief. And, for a moment, tears almost choked Zbyszko's voice, but, having a courageous heart, he controlled himself and said. The people arrived for her in the evening and wanted to take her immediately. But the princess ordered them to wait until morning. Just then Jesus inspired me with the idea of presenting the princess with my compliments and asking her for Danusia. I thought that if I died I should have that consolation at least. Remember that the girl had to leave, while I remained ill and nearly dying. There was also no time to ask for your permission. The prince was no longer in the forest court, the princess therefore weighed both sides because she had nobody to take counsel with. But they, together with Father Wozoniak at last took pity upon me, and Father Wozoniak performed the ceremony. God's power, God's right. But Jurand interrupted, gloomily, and God's punishment. Why should there be punishment? Inquired Zbyszko. Consider only, they had sent for her before the ceremony, and whether it had been performed or not, they would have carried her off nevertheless. But Jurand again replied nothing, and rode on alone, gloomy, and with such a stony face, that though Zbyszko at first felt the relief that confession of a long-concealed thing always produces, at length he was seized with fear and said to himself, with constantly increasing fear, that the old knight was bitterly angered, and that thenceforth they would be strangers and foes to each other. And there came upon him a moment of great depression. He had never felt so badly since his departure from Bogdaniec. It seemed to him now that there was no hope of reconciliation with Jurand, nor, what was far worse, of saving Danusia, that all was of no avail, and that in the future still greater misfortunes and miseries would befall him. But this depression of spirits lasted a short while only, and, in accordance with his nature, it soon changed into anger, and a desire for quarreling and fight. He does not want peace, he said to himself, thinking of Jurand, then let there be discord, let come what will. And he was ready to fly at Jurand's face. He also longed for a fight with anybody for anything, merely to do something, merely to give vent to his grief, bitterness and anger, and so find some relief. Meanwhile they arrived at an inn at a ford called Swiatlik, where Jurand, on his return from the prince's court, usually allowed his people and horses to rest. He did so now also involuntarily. After a while he and Zbyszko found themselves alone in a separate chamber. Suddenly Durand stopped before the young knight and, fixing his eyes upon him, inquired. "Did you wander about for her sake?" The other almost harshly retorted. "Do you suppose that I shall deny it?" And he looked straight into Durand's eyes, ready to meet anger with anger. But there was no indignation in the old warrior's face, there was only almost boundless grief. "And you saved my child?" he inquired, after a moment, "and dug me out?" But Zbyszko looked at him in astonishment and fear that his mind was wandering, because Durand repeated exactly the same questions that he had already asked. "Be seated," he said, "because it seems to me that you are still weak." But Durand raised his hands, placed them on Zbyszko's shoulders, and so drew him suddenly with all his strength to his breast. The other, recovering from a momentary amazement, clasped him round the waist and they embraced each other for a long time, because mutual anxiety and mutual woe united them. After relaxing their hold, Zbyszko again embraced the older knight's knees, and began to kiss his hands with tears in his eyes. "Will you not object to me?" he asked. To that Durand replied, "I did oppose you, because in my soul I consecrated her to God. You devoted her to God, and God to me." "His will. His will," repeated Durand. "But now we need mercy also. Whom will God help, if not a father who seeks his daughter, if not a husband who seeks his wife? He will certainly not assist robbers." "But they captured her nevertheless," answered Durand. "Then you will return von Bergau to them." "I shall return all they wish." But at the thought of the Teutons, the old passion soon awoke in him and enfolded him like a flame, because he added after a moment through his clenched teeth, "I shall also add to it what they do not want." "I also swore their ruin," replied Zbyszko, "but now we must make haste to Spychow." And he commenced to hasten the saddling of the horses. Accordingly, after they had eaten their oats, and the men had warmed themselves in the rooms, they started out, although it was growing dark outside. As the way was long, and a severe frost had set in for the night, Durand and Zbyszko, who had not yet regained their strength, traveled in sledges. Zbyszko told about Uncle Mako, for whom his heart yearned, and regretted that he was not present, because his courage as well as craft might be of use, the latter qualification being more necessary against such foes than courage. At last he turned to Durand and inquired, "And are you cunning?" "Because I am not." "Neither am I," retorted Durand. "I did not fight them with craft, but with this hand and that which remained in me." "I understand that," said the young knight. "I understand it because I loved Danusia and because they carried her off. If, God forbid." And he did not finish, because the mere thought made him feel not a human but a wolf's heart in his breast. For some time they rode silently over a white, moonlight-flooded road, then Durand commenced to speak as if to himself. "If they only had any reason to take revenge on me, I would not say. But gracious God! They had none. I waged war with them in the field, when sent on an embassy by our prince to Witold, but here I was like a neighbor to neighbors. Bartosz Natex captured, chained and imprisoned underground in Kosman 40 knights who attacked him. The Teutons were compelled to pay half a wagonful of money for them. While I, when a German guest happened to come on his way to the Teutons, received and rewarded him like one knight another. Frequently also, the Teutons came against me across the swamps. I was not hard on them then, and they did to me what I would not do even today to my greatest foe." And terrible recollections began to tear him with increasing force, his voice died away for an instant in his breast, then he said, half groaning, "I had only one, like a ewe lamb, like the heart in my breast. And they captured her like a dog on a rope, and she died there. Now again, the child. Jesus, Jesus." And again there was silence. Zbyszko raised his youthful, perplexed face toward the moon, then again looked at Durand and inquired, "Father, it would be far better for them to earn men's esteem than their vengeance. Why do they commit so much wrong on all nations and all people?" But Durand spread his hands apart as if in despair, and replied with a choked voice, "I do not know." Zbyszko meditated for a time over his own question, Presently however his thoughts turned to Durand. "People say that you wreaked a worthy vengeance," he said. Durand meanwhile controlled his anguish, bethought himself and said, "But I swore their ruin, and I also swore to God that if he would permit me to glut my vengeance I would surrender to him the child that was left to me. This is the reason why I objected to you. But now I do not know, was it his will, or did you awaken his anger by your action?" "No," said Zbyszko. "I told you once before that even if the ceremony had not been performed, yet the scoundrels would have carried her off. God accepted your vow, and presented me with Danusia, because without his will we could accomplish nothing. Every sin is against God's will. A sin is, but not the sacrament. Because the sacrament is God's matter. Therefore there is no help. And God be blessed there is not. Therefore do not complain, because nobody would help you against the robbers so well as I will. You will see. In any case I shall pay them for Danusia, but even if one of those who captured your deceased be still alive, leave him to me and you shall see." But Durand shook his head. "No," he answered, gloomily, "none of those will be alive." For a time only the snorting of horses and the smothered echo of the hoof striking against the beaten road was audible. "Once at night," continued Durand, "I heard a voice, as if coming from a wall, saying to me, 'Enough vengeance.' But I did not obey, because it was not the voice of the deceased." "And whose voice could that be?" inquired Zbyszko, anxiously. "I do not know. In Spichau frequently something talks in the walls, and sometimes moans, because many have died there in chains underground." "And what does the priest tell you?" "The priest sanctified the castle and also ordered me to relinquish vengeance, but that could not be. I became too hard on them, and then they themselves sought revenge. They lay in ambush and challenged me in the field. And so it was this time. Manager and von Bergau were the first to challenge me." "Did you ever accept ransom?" "Never. Of those I have captured, von Bergau will be the first to come out alive." The conversation ceased, because they now turned from the broad highway into a narrower road, on which they traveled for a long time in silence on account of its tortuous course. And because in some places the snow formed drifts difficult to traverse. In the spring or summer, on rainy days, this road must have been almost impassable. "Are we approaching Spichau already?" asked Zbyszko. "Yes," answered Durand. "There is a good deal of forest yet, and then begin the morasses, in the center of which is the castle. Beyond the morasses are the marshes and dry fields, while the castle can be approached only by the dike. The Germans wished to capture me repeatedly, but they could not, and their bones rot among the forest weeds." "And it is hard to find," said Zbyszko. "If the Teutons send messengers with letters, how will they find us?" "They have sent out several times already, and they have people who know the way." "If we could only meet them at Spichau," said Zbyszko. This wish was realized sooner than the young knight thought, for issuing from the forest into the open country, where lay Spichau among the swamps, they perceived before them 2 riders and a low sledge, in which were sitting 3 dark figures. The night was very bright, therefore the whole group was perfectly visible against the white background of snow. Durand's and Zbyszko's heart began to beat faster at this sight, because who else would be riding to Spichau in the middle of the night, but the messengers from the Teutons? Zbyszko ordered the driver to go faster, and so they soon came so near each other, that they could be heard, and 2 riders, who apparently watched over the safety of the sledge, turned to them, and, unslinging their crossbows, cried, "Who is there?" "Germans," whispered Durand to Zbyszko. Then he raised his voice and said, "It is my right to ask, and yours to reply. Who are you?" "Travelers." "What sort of travelers?" "Pilgrims." "Where from?" "From Szczytno." "It is they," again whispered Durand. Meanwhile the sledges had come together, and at the same time 6 horsemen appeared before them. This was the guard of Spichau, which watched the dike leading to the castle day and night. With the horses were very large and savage dogs, exactly resembling wolves. The guardsmen, having recognized Durand, began to utter cries of welcome mingled with astonishment that the master had returned so soon and unexpectedly. But he was entirely engaged with the messengers, and therefore turned to them again. "Where are you traveling to?" he asked. "To Spychow." "What do you want there?" "We can tell that only to the Lord himself." Durand was about to say, "I am the Lord of Spychow," but he restrained himself, feeling that conversation could not be carried on in the presence of others. He asked them instead, whether they had any letters, and, when they replied that they were ordered to communicate verbally, he gave orders to drive as fast as the horses could go. Zbyszko was equally anxious to hear news of Danusia, and could not turn his attention to anything else. He became impatient when the guards on the dike stopped them twice. And when the bridge was lowered over the moat, behind which rose on the mound a gigantic palisade, and although he had previously often desired to see that castle of ominous fame, at the mention of which the Germans made the sign of a cross, now he saw nothing but the Teuton messengers, from whom he might hear where Danusia was and when she would be set at liberty. He did not foresee though, that a great disappointment was awaiting him. Besides the horsemen, who were given for defense, and the driver, the embassy from Szczytno was composed of 2 persons. One of these was the same woman who had once brought the healing balsam to the forest court, the other was a young Pontnik. 108 Zbyszko did not recognize the woman, because he had not seen her at the forest court. The Pontnik at once seemed to him to be a disguised warrior. Durand soon led both into the neighboring room, and halted before them, huge, and almost terrible in the glow of the fire, which fell upon him from the logs burning in the chimney. "Where is the child?" he asked. But they were frightened, standing face to face with a menacing man. Although the Pontnik had an insolent face, he simply trembled like a leaf, and the woman's legs trembled also. She glanced from Durand to Zbyszko, and then at the shining bald head of the priest Caleb, and then again at Durand, as if inquiring what the other 2 were doing there. "Sir," she said, finally, "we do not know what you are asking, but we were sent to you on important matters. Yet, the one who sent us ordered us explicitly, that the conversation should be held without witnesses." "I have no secrets from these," said Durand. "But we have, noble lord," replied the woman, "and if you order them to remain, then we shall ask for nothing but that you allow us to leave tomorrow." Anger appeared in Durand's face as he was not used to opposition. For a moment his tawny mustache worked ominously, but he reflected, for Danusia's sake, and restrained himself. Moreover, Zbyszko, who wanted above all things that the conversation might be concluded as soon as possible, and felt sure that Durand would repeat it to him, said, "If it must be so, then remain alone." And he left, together with the priest Caleb. But he scarcely found himself in the main hall, in which were hanging targets and weapons, captured by Durand, when Gloax approached him. "Sir," he said, "that is the same woman." "What woman?" "From the Teutons, who brought the balsam. I recognized her at once, and so did Sandras. She came, as it seems, to spy, and she certainly knows now where the lady is." "And we shall know," said Zbyszko. "Do you also know that Pontnik?" "No," replied Sandras. "But do not buy, sir, any remissions from him, because he is a false Pontnik. If you put him to the torture, you might obtain a lot of information." "Wait," said Zbyszko. Meanwhile, in the next room hardly had the doors closed behind Zbyszko and the priest Caleb, when the sister of the order quickly approached Durand and whispered, "Robbers captured your daughter." "With crosses on their robes?" "No. But God blessed the pious brethren, so that they recovered her, and now she is with them." "Where is she, I ask?" "Under the care of the religious brother Schomberg," she answered, crossing her hands on her breast and bowing humbly. But Durand, hearing the dreadful name of the hangman of Withold's children, turned as pale as linen. After a moment he sat on a bench, shut his eyes, and began to wipe away the cold perspiration, which collected in beads on his forehead. Seeing this, the Pontnik, although he had not hitherto been able to restrain his fear, now put his hands on his hips, lounged on the bench, stretched out his legs and looked at Durand, with eyes full of pride and scorn. A long silence followed. Brother Marquard also assists Brother Schomburg in guarding her, again said the woman, it is a vigilant watch and no harm will happen to the lady. What am I to do in order to get her back? Inquired Durand. To humble yourself before the order, proudly said the Pontnik. At this Durand arose, went up to him, and bending down over him, said in concentrated, terrible tones. Be silent. And the Pontnik was again terror-stricken. He knew, that he could threaten and say what would tame and overwhelm Durand, but he was terrified lest, before saying a word, something dreadful would happen to him. He therefore remained silent, with dilated eyes, as if petrified with fear, fixed on the threatening face of the Lord of Spychow, and sat motionless, only his beard began to quiver with agitation. Durand again turned to the sister of the order. Have you a letter? No, sir. We have no letter. What we have to say, we were ordered to say verbally. Then speak. And she repeated again, as if wishing that Durand should impress it well in his memory. Brother Schomburg and Brother Marquard watch over the lady, therefore, you sir, restrain your anger. But no evil will happen to her, because although you have gravely injured the order for many years, nevertheless the brethren wish to repay you good for evil if you comply with their just demands. What do they wish? They wish you to release Herr von Bergau. Durand breathed heavily. I will return von Bergau to them, he said. And the other prisoners that you have in Spychow. There are 2 retainers of Manager and von Bergau, besides their boys. You must release them, sir, and make amends for the imprisonment. God forbid that I should bargain for my child. The religious friars expected that from you, said the woman, but this is not all that I was ordered to say. Your daughter, sir, was captured by some men, undoubtedly robbers, and certainly for the purpose of demanding a rich ransom. God permitted the brethren to recapture her, and now they demand nothing but the return of their brother and associate. But the brethren know, and you, too, sir, what hatred there is in this country against them, and how unfairly even their most righteous actions are judged. For this reason the brethren are sure that, if the people here found out that your daughter was with them, they would at once begin to suspect that they had captured her, and would consequently utter only slander and complaints. Oh yes, evil and malicious people here have frequently repaid them so, and the reputation of the Holy Order has suffered greatly by it, and the brethren are greatly concerned about it. And therefore they add this sole condition that you alone assure the prince of this country and all the mighty knights that it is true, that not the Teutonic Knights, but robbers carried off your daughter. And that you had to ransom her from robbers. It is true, said Durand, that bandits have captured my child, and that I have to buy her back from bandits. You shall tell nobody otherwise, because if only one person should find out that you come to terms with the brethren, if only one living soul or only one complaint were sent to the master, or the assembly, great complications would ensue. Durand's face exhibited great alarm. At the first moment it seemed to him quite natural that the knights required secrecy, fearing responsibility and disgrace, but now a suspicion arose in his mind that there might be another reason, but, not being able to account for it, he was seized with such terror as sometimes happens to the most courageous when danger does not threaten them alone, but also their relatives and loved ones. He determined however to find out more from the order's servant. The knights wish secrecy, he said, but how can it be kept, when I release von Bergau and the others in return for my child? You will say that you accepted ransom for von Bergau in order to be able to pay the robbers. People will not believe it, because I never accepted ransom, gloomily replied Durand. But your child was never in question, hissed the messenger in reply. And again silence followed, after which the Pontnik, who, in the meanwhile had gained courage, and judged that Durand must now restrain himself more, said. Such is the will of the brethren Schomburg and Marquard. The messenger continued. You will say, that this Pontnik who came with me, brought you the ransom, we also will leave here with the noble von Bergau and the prisoners. How so? Said Durand, frowning, do you think that I will give up the prisoners before you return my child? You can act, sir, still differently. You can call personally for your daughter at Szczytno, whither the brethren will bring her to you. At Szczytno? Because, should the bandits capture her again on the way, your and your people's suspicion would again fall upon the pious knights, and therefore they prefer to give her into your own hands. And who will pledge himself for my return, if I walk alone into a wolf's throat? The virtue of the brethren, their justice and godliness. Durand began to walk up and down the room. He began to suspect treason and feared it, but he felt at the same time that the Teutons could impose any conditions they pleased upon him, and that he was powerless before them. However, an idea struck him, and suddenly halting before the Pontnik, he gazed at him with a piercing look, and then turned to the messenger and said, "Well, I will go to Szczytno. You and this man, who is wearing Pontnik garb, will remain here until my return, after which you will leave with von Bergau and the prisoners." "Do you refuse, sir, to believe friars?" said the Pontnik. "How then can they trust you to liberate us and von Bergau on your return?" Durand's face turned pale with fury, and a critical moment followed, in which it almost seemed that he would catch the Pontnik by the throat and dash him to the floor. But he suppressed his anger, drew a deep breath and commenced to speak slowly but emphatically. "Whoever you are, do not strain my patience to the breaking point." But the Pontnik turned to the sister. "Speak. What you were ordered." "Lord," she said, "we would not dare distrust your oath upon your sword and knightly honor, but it is not proper for you to swear before people of low rank. And we were not sent for your oath." "What were you sent for?" "The brethren told us that, without saying anything to anybody, you must appear at Szczytno with von Bergau and the prisoners." At that, Durand's shoulders began to draw together, and his fingers to extend like the claws of a bird of prey. At last, stopping before the woman, he bent down, as if to speak into her ear, and said, "Did they not tell you that I should order you and von Bergau to be broken on the wheel in Spychow? Your daughter is in the power of the brethren, and under the care of Schomberg and Marquard," replied the sister, meaningly. "Robbers, poisoners, hangmen," burst forth Durand. "Who are able to avenge us and who said at our departure, should he not comply with all our orders, it would be far better that the girl should die, as Witold's children died. Choose. And understand that you are in the power of the knights," remarked the Pontnik. "They do not wish to do you any harm, and the Starosta of Szczytno sends you his word by us that you shall go free from his castle. But they want you, for the wrong done to them, to present your respects to the Teuton, and beg for the victor's mercy. They want to forgive you, but they first wish to bend your stubborn neck. You denounced them as traitors and perjurers. Therefore they want you to acknowledge their good faith. They will restore you and your daughter to liberty, but you must beg for it. You trampled upon them, now you must swear that your hand will never be raised against the white robe. The knights wish it so," added the woman, "and Marquard and Schomberg with them." A moment of death-like silence followed. It seemed only that somewhere among the beams of the ceiling some smothered echo repeated as if in terror, "Marquard. Schomberg." Outside the windows could be heard the voices of Durand's archers keeping watch on the mounds near the palisade of the castle. The Pontnik and the servant of the order looked for a long time at each other and Durand, who sat leaning against the wall, motionless, and with a face deeply shadowed by furs suspended by the window. His brain contained only one thought, that, if he did not do what the Teutons demanded, they would destroy his child. Again, if he should do it, he might perhaps even then not save Danusia nor himself. And he saw no help, no way of escape. He felt a pitiless superior force over him which was crushing him. He saw in his soul already the iron hands of a Teuton on Danusia's throat. Knowing them thoroughly, he did not doubt for a moment that they would kill her, bury her in the castle yard, and then deny it, and who would then be able to prove that they had captured her? It was true that Durand had the messengers in his power. He could bring them to the prince and get a confession by means of torture, but the Teutons had Danusia, and they might not care about their agent's torture. And for a moment he seemed to see his child stretching out her hands from afar, asking for assistance. If he at least knew that she was really at Szczytno, then he could go that very night to the border, attack the unsuspecting Germans, capture the castle, destroy the garrison and liberate the child, but she might not be and positively was not in Szczytno. It flashed like lightning through his head, that if he were to seize the woman and the Pontnik, and take them directly to the Grand Master, then perhaps the master could draw confessions from them and might order the return of his daughter. But that gleam was extinguished almost as quickly as it took fire. These people could tell the master that they came to ransom von Bergau and that they knew nothing about a girl. No. That way led to nothing, but what did? He thought, that should he go to Szczytno they would chain him and cast him underground, while Danusia would not be released, lest it should transpire that they had captured her, if for no other reason. And meanwhile death hung over his only child, death over the last dear head. And finally his thoughts grew confused, and the pain became so great, that it overpowered itself and became numbness. He sat motionless, for his body became as dead as if cut out of stone. If he wanted to rise now, he would not be able to do so. Meanwhile the others grew tired of the long waiting, therefore the servant of the order arose and said, "It will be soon daylight, therefore permit us, sir, to retire, because we need a rest." "And refreshment after the long journey," added the Pontnik. Then they both bowed to Durand and went out. But he continued to sit motionless, as if seized by sleep or death. Presently, however, the door opened and Zbyszko appeared, followed by the priest Caleb. "Who are the messengers? What do they want?" inquired the young knight, approaching Durand. Durand quivered, but at first answered nothing. He only began to blink like a man awakened from a sound sleep. "Sir, are you not ill?" said the priest Caleb, who, knowing Durand better, noticed that something curious was taking place within him. "No," replied Durand. "And Danusia?" Further inquired Zbyszko, "Where is she and what did they say to you? What did they bring?" "The ransom," slowly replied Durand. "The ransom for von Bergau?" "For von Bergau." "How so, for von Bergau? What is the matter with you?" "Nothing." But in his voice there was something so strange and listless that a sudden fear seized those two, especially because Durand spoke of the ransom and not the exchange of von Bergau for Danusia. "Gracious God!" exclaimed Zbyszko, "where is Danusia?" "She is not with the Teutons, no," replied Durand, in a sleepy tone, and suddenly he fell from the bench upon the floor as if dead. Chapter 6. The following day at noon the messengers saw Durand, and soon afterward they rode away taking with them von Bergau, 2 esquires and a number of other prisoners. Durand then summoned Father Caleb and dictated a letter to the prince, stating that Danusia had not been carried off by the knights of the order, but that he had succeeded in discovering her refuge, and hoped to recover her in a few days. He repeated the same to Zbyszko, who had been wild with astonishment, dread and perplexity since the night before. The old knight refused to answer any of his questions, telling him instead to wait patiently and not to undertake anything for the liberation of Danusia, because it was unnecessary. Toward evening he shut himself in again with Father Caleb, whom he had ordered to write down his last will. Then he confessed himself, and after receiving the sacrament, he summoned Zbyszko, and the old taciturn Tolima, who used to accompany him in all his expeditions and fights, and in times of peace administered the affairs of Spychow. "Here," he said, turning to the old warrior and raising his voice, as if he was speaking to a man who could not hear well, "is the husband of my daughter whom he married at the prince's court, for which he had my entire consent. Therefore, after my death, he will be the master and owner of the castle, the soil, forests, waters, people and all the craft in Spychow." Hearing this, Tolima was greatly surprised and began to turn his square head to Durand and to Zbyszko alternately. He said nothing, however, because he scarcely ever did say anything, he only bowed to Zbyszko and lightly embraced his knees. And Durand continued. "This is my will, written by Father Caleb, and below is my seal in wax. You must testify that you have heard this from me, and that I ordered that the young knight should be obeyed here even as I am. Furthermore, what is in the treasury in booty and money, you will show him, and you will serve him faithfully in peace as well as in war till death. Did you hear? Tolima raised his hands to his ears and nodded his head, then, at a sign from Durand, he bowed and went out. The knight again turned to Zbyszko and said impressively, "There is enough in the treasury to satisfy the greatest greed and to ransom not 1 but 100 captives. Remember." But Zbyszko inquired, "And why are you giving me spychow already?" "I give you more than spychow, in the child." "And we know not the hour of death," said Father Caleb. "Yes, unknown," repeated Durand, sadly, "a short time ago, the snow covered me up, and, although God saved me, I have no more my old strength." "Gracious God," exclaimed Zbyszko, "something has changed within you since yesterday, and you prefer to speak of death than of Danusia." "Gracious God. Danusia will return," "She will," replied Durand, "she is under God's protection. But if she returns, listen, take her to Bogdaniec and leave spychow with Tolima. He is a faithful man, and this is a wild neighborhood. There they cannot capture her with a rope, there she is safer." "Hedge!" cried Zbyszko, "and you talk already as if from the other world." "What is that?" "Because I went halfway to the other world, and now I seem to be ill. And I also care for my child, because I have only her. And, you too, although I know that you love her." Here he interrupted, and drawing a short weapon from its sheath, called the Misericordia, he held the handle towards Zbyszko. "Swear to me now upon this little cross that you will never harm her and that you will love her constantly." And tears suddenly started in Zbyszko's eyes. In a moment he fell upon his knees and, putting a finger on the hilt, exclaimed, "Upon the Holy Passion, I will never harm, and will love her constantly." "Amen," said Father Caleb. Durand again put the dagger of mercy back into the sheath and extended his arms. "Then you are my child too." They separated then, because it was late, and they had had no good rest for several days. However, Zbyszko got up the following morning at daybreak, because the previous day he had been frightened, lest Durand were really falling ill, and he wished to learn how the older knight had spent the night. Before the door to Durand's room he met Tolima, who had just left it. "How is the Lord?" "Well," he inquired. The other again bowed, and then, putting his hand to his ear, said, "What orders, your grace?" "I am asking how the Lord is." Repeated Zbyszko, louder. "The Lord has departed." "Where to?" "I do not know." "In arms." Chapter 7. The dawn was just beginning to whiten the trees, bushes and boulders scattered in the fields, when the hired guide, walking beside Durand's horse, stopped and said, "Permit me to rest, knight, for I am out of breath. It is thawing and foggy, but it is not far now." "You will conduct me to the road, and then return," replied Durand. "The road will be to the right behind the forest, and you will soon see the castle from the hill." Then the peasant commenced to strike his hands against his armpits, because he was chilled with the morning dampness. He then sat on a stone, because this exercise made him still more breathless. "Do you know whether the count is in the castle?" inquired Durand. "Where else could he be, since he is ill?" "What ails him?" "People say that the Polish knights gave him a beating," replied the old peasant. And there was a feeling of satisfaction in his voice. He was a Teuton subject, but his Mazovian heart rejoiced over the superiority of the Polish knights. He presently added, "Hedge. Our lords are strong, but they have a hard task with them." But immediately after saying this, he looked sharply at the knight, as if to convince himself that nothing bad would happen to him for the words which he had heedlessly let slip, and said, "You, Lord, speak our language, you are no German." "No," replied Durand, "but lead on." The peasant arose, and again began to walk beside the horse. On the way, he now and then put his hand into a leathern pouch, pulled out a handful of unground corn, and put it into his mouth, and when he had thus satisfied his first hunger, he began to explain why he ate raw grains. Although Durand was too much occupied with his own misfortune and his own thoughts, to heed him. God be blessed for that, he said. A hard life under our German lords. They lay such taxes upon grist, that a poor man must eat the grain with the chaff, like an ox. And when they find a hand mill in a cottage, they execute the peasant, take whatever he has, bah! They do not pardon even women and children. They fear neither God nor the priests. They even put the priest in chains for blaming them for it. Oh, it is hard under the Germans. If a man does grind some grains between two stones, then he keeps that handful of flour for the Holy Sunday, and must eat like birds on Friday. But God be blessed for even that, because 2 or 3 months before the harvest there will not be even that much. It is not permitted to catch fish, nor kill animals. It is not as it is in Mazos. The Teutonic peasant complained, speaking partly to himself and partly to Durand, and meanwhile they passed through a waste country, covered with limestone boulders, heaped with snow, and entered a forest, which looked grey in the morning light, and from which came a sharp, damp coolness. It became broad daylight, otherwise it would have been difficult for Durand to travel along the forest road, which ran somewhat uphill, and was so narrow that his gigantic battle horse could, in some places, hardly pass between the trunks. But the forest soon ended, and in a few paters, they reached the summit of a white hill, across the middle of which ran a beaten road. "This is the road, Lord," said the peasant, "you will find the way alone, now." "I shall," replied Durand. "Return home, man." And putting his hand into a leather bag, fastened in front of the saddle, he took from it a silver coin and handed it to the guide. The peasant, accustomed more to blows than to gifts from the local Teutonic Knights, could scarcely believe his eyes, and catching the money, dropped his head to Durand's stirrup and embraced it. "O Jesus, Mary!" he exclaimed, "God reward your honor. God be with you. God's grace be with you. Szczytno is before you." Then he once more bent down to the stirrup and disappeared. Durand remained on the hill alone and looked in the direction indicated by the peasant, at a grey, moist veil of fog, which concealed the world before him. Behind this fog was hidden that ominous castle, to which he was driven by superior force and misery. It is already near, then, and what must happen, must happen. As that thought came into Durand's heart, in addition to his fear and anxiety about Danusia, and his readiness to redeem her from a foe's hands even with his own blood, he experienced a new, exceedingly bitter, and hitherto unknown feeling of humiliation. And now Durand, at the mere mention of whose name the neighboring counts trembled, was riding to their command with a bowed head. He who had defeated and trampled under foot so many of them, now felt himself defeated and trampled upon. It is true, they had not overcome him in the field with courage and knightly strength, nevertheless he felt himself subdued. And it was to him something so unusual, that it seemed as if the entire order of the world were subverted. He was going to submit himself to the Teutons, he, who would rather meet single-handed the entire Teuton force, if it were not for Danusia's sake. Had it not happened already, that a single knight, having to choose between disgrace and death had attacked whole armies? But he felt that he might meet disgrace, and, at that thought, his heart groaned with agony as a wolf howls when it feels the dart within it. But he was a man with not only a body, but also a soul, of iron. He knew how to subdue others, he knew also how to subdue himself. "I will not move," he said to himself, "until I have overcome this anger with which I should rather lose than deliver my child." And he wrestled with his hard heart, his inveterate hatred and his desire to fight. Whoever had seen him on that hill, in armor, on a gigantic horse, would have said that he was some giant, wrought out of iron, and would not have recognized that that motionless knight at that moment was waging the hottest of all the battles of his life. But he fought with himself until he had entirely overcome and felt that his will would not fail him. Meanwhile the mist thinned, although it did not disappear entirely, but finally something darker loomed through it. Durand guessed that these were the walls of the castle of Szczytno. At the sight of it he still did not move from the place, but began to pray so fervidly and ardently as a man prays, when nothing is left for him in the world but God's mercy. And when his horse did finally move, he felt that some sort of confidence was beginning to enter his heart. He was now prepared to suffer everything that could befall him. There came back to his memory St. George, a descendant of the greatest race in Cappadocia, who suffered various shameful tortures, and nevertheless not only did not lose any honor, but is placed on the right hand of God and appointed patron of all knighthood. Durand had sometimes heard tales of his exploits from the abbots, who came from distant countries, and now he strengthened his heart with these recollections. Slowly even, hope began to awaken in him. The Teutons were indeed famous for their desire of revenge, therefore he did not doubt that they would take vengeance on him for all the defeats which he had inflicted upon them, for the disgrace which had fallen upon them after each encounter, and for the dread in which they had lived for so many years. But that very consideration increased his courage. He thought that they had captured Danusia only in order to get him, therefore of what use would she be to them, after they had gotten him? Yes. They would undoubtedly seize him, and, not daring to keep him near Mazos, they would send him to some distant castle, where perhaps he would have to groan until his life's end underground, but they would liberate Danusia. Even if it should prove that they had got him insidiously and by oppression, neither the Grand Master or the Assembly would blame them very much for that, because Durand was actually very hard on the Teutons, and shed more of their blood than did any other knight in the world. But that same Grand Master would perhaps punish them for the imprisonment of the innocent girl, who was moreover a foster daughter of the prince, whose favor he was seeking on account of the threatening war with the Polish king. And his hope constantly increased. At times it seemed to him almost certain that Danusia would return to Spichau, under Zbyszko's powerful protection. He is a strong man, he thought, he will not permit anybody to injure her. And he began to recall with affection all he knew of Zbyszko. He defeated the Germans at Wilno, fought single-handed against the Frisians whom he challenged with his uncle and quartered, he also beat Liechtenstein. Saved the child from the wild bull, and he challenged those four, whom he will surely not pardon. Here Durand raised his eyes toward heaven and said, I gave her to you, O Lord, and you to Zbyszko. And he gained still more confidence, judging that if God had given her to the youth, then he would certainly not allow the Germans to mock him but snatch her out of their hands, even if the entire Teuton power should oppose it. But then he commenced to think again about Zbyszko. Bah! He is not only a mighty man but also as true as gold. He will guard her, love her, and Jesus. Be good to her. But it seems to me, that, by his side she will neither miss the princely court nor paternal love. At that thought his eyelids became suddenly moist, and a great yearning filled his heart. He would like to see his child once more at least in his life, and at some future time die in Spichau near those two, and not in the dark Teuton cells. But God's will be done. Szczytno was already visible. The walls became more distinct in the mist, the hour of sacrifice was approaching, he therefore began to comfort himself, and said to himself, surely, it is God's will. But the end of life is near. A few years more or less, the result will be the same. Hedge. I would like to see both children yet, but, justly speaking, I have lived long enough. Whatever I had to experience, I did, whomever to revenge, I revenged. And what now? Rather to God, than to the world, and since it is necessary to suffer, then it is necessary. Danusia with Zbyszko, even when most prosperous, will not forget. Surely, they will sometimes recollect and ask, where is he? Is he alive yet, or already in God's court of justice? They will inquire and perhaps find out. The Teutons are very revengeful, but also very greedy for ransom. Zbyszko would not grudge ransoming the bones at least. And they will surely order more than one mass. The hearts of both are honest and loving, for which may God and the Most Holy Mother bless them. The road became not only broader but also more frequented. Wagons laden with lumber and straw were on the way to the town. Herders were driving cattle. Frozen fish were carried on sledges from the lakes. In one place 4 archers led a peasant on a chain to court for some offense, for he had his hands tied behind him, and on his feet were fetters which, dragging in the snow, hardly enabled him to move. From his panting nostrils and mouth escaped breath in the shape of wreaths of vapor, while they sang as they urged him on. Or seeing Durand, they began to look at him inquisitively, apparently marveling at the huge proportions of the rider and horse, but, at the sight of the golden spurs and knightly belt, they lowered then crossbows as a sign of welcome and respect. The town was still more populous and noisy, but everybody hastily got out of the armed man's way, while he, traversing the main street, turned toward the castle which, wrapped in clouds, seemed to sleep yet. Not everything around slept, at least not the crows and ravens, whole flights of which were stirring on the elevation, which constituted the entrance to the castle, flapping their wings and crowing. On coming nearer, Durand understood the cause of their gathering. Beside the road leading to the gate of the castle, stood wide gallows, on which were hanging the bodies of 4 Mazovian peasants. There was not the least breath of wind, therefore the corpses, which seemed to be looking at their own feet, did not sway at all, except when the black buds perched upon their shoulders and heads, jostling one another, striking the ropes and pecking the bowed heads. Some of the hanged men must have been there for a long time, because their skulls were entirely naked, and their legs very much lengthened. At Durand's approach, the flock arose with a great noise, but they soon turned in the air and began to settle on the crossbeam of the gallows. Durand passed them, crossing himself, approached the moat, and, stopping at the place where the drawbridge was raised before the gate, sounded the horn. He sounded it a second and a third time and waited. There was no living soul upon the walls, nor could a voice be heard within the gates. After a while though, a heavy flap, visible behind a grate built in stone near the castle gate, was raised with a crash, and in the opening appeared the bearded head of a German servant. "Wrde?" inquired a harsh voice. "Durand of Spychow," replied the knight. Immediately the flap was closed again and deep silence followed. Time passed. No movement was heard behind the gate, only the cawing of birds reached his ear from the direction of the gallows. Durand stood yet a long time before he raised the horn and sounded it again. But silence again was the sole response. Now he understood that he was kept before the gate by Teuton pride, which knew no bounds before the defeated, in order to humiliate him like a beggar. He also guessed that he would have to wait thus until evening, or even longer. Consequently his blood began to boil in the first moments. He was suddenly seized with the desire to dismount, pick up one of the rocks which lay near the moat, and cast it at the grate. He and every other Mazovian or Polish knight would have done so, under other circumstances, and let them come then from behind the gate and fight him. But recollecting for what purpose he had come, he bethought himself and desisted. "Have I not sacrificed myself for my child?" he said in his soul. And he waited. Meanwhile something black appeared in the loopholes of the wall. There appeared heads covered with fur, dark hoods and even iron bars, from behind which curious eyes gazed at the knight. More came every moment, because the terrible Durand, waiting solitarily before the Teuton gate, was an unusual sight for the garrison. Whoever had seen him hitherto, had seen death, but now he could be looked at in safety. The heads constantly multiplied till at last all the loopholes near the gate were occupied by servants. Durand thought that also the superiors must be looking at him through the grates of the windows in the adjacent tower, and he turned his eyes in that direction, but there the windows were cut in deep walls, and it was impossible to see through them. But in the apertures, the group of people who at first looked at him silently, began to talk. One after another repeated his name, here and there laughter was heard, gruff voices shouted as if at a wolf, louder and more insolently, and when, apparently, nobody among them interfered, they finally began to throw snow at the standing knight. He moved his horse as if involuntarily, and then for a moment the throwing of snow ceased, voices quieted down, and even some heads disappeared behind the walls. Surely, Durand's name must have been very menacing. Soon, however, even the most cowardly bethought themselves that a moat and a wall separated them from that terrible Mazovian, therefore the rough soldiery again commenced to throw not only small lumps of snow, but also ice. And even shards and stones, which rebounded with a clang from the armor which covered the horse. "I have sacrificed myself for the child," repeated Durand to himself. And he waited. Noontime arrived, the walls were deserted, because the retainers were called to dinner. A few, those that had to be on guard, ate their meal on the wall, and, after having eaten, entertained themselves with throwing the picked bones at the hungry knight. They also began to tease and question each other who would dare to descend and strike him with the fist in the neck, or with the handle of the lance. Others, returning from their meal, called to him that if he disliked waiting he could hang himself, because there was a vacant hook on the gallows with a ready rope. And amidst such mockery, cries, bursts of laughter and cursing, the afternoon hours passed. The short wintry day gradually drew toward evening, and the drawbridge was still up and the gate remained closed. But toward evening a wind arose, dispersed the mist, cleared the sky and revealed the sunset glow. The snow became dark blue, and then violet. There was no frost, but the night promised to be fair. The walls were again deserted by all but the guard, the rooks and crows departed from the gallows to the forests. Finally the sky darkened and complete silence followed. They will not open the gate before nightfall, thought Durand. And for a moment he thought to return to the city, but he soon gave up that idea. They want me to stand here, he said to himself. If I return, they will certainly not let me go home, but surround and capture me, and then they will say that they owe me nothing, because they took me by force, and if I should ride over them, even then I must return. The great endurance of the Polish knights for cold, hunger and hardships, so admired by foreign chroniclers, frequently enabled them to perform deeds which the less hardy people from the West could not undertake. Durand possessed that endurance to a still greater degree than others. Therefore, although hunger had long since began to gripe him, and the evening frost penetrated his fur, which was covered with iron plates, he determined to wait, even if he had to die before this gate. But suddenly, before it became entirely dark, he heard behind him the sound of footsteps in the snow. He looked back. There were coming toward him, from the direction of the city, 6 men, armed with lances and halberds. In their midst walked a 7th man supporting himself on a weapon. They will perhaps open the gate for them and then I shall ride in with them, thought Durand. They will not try to take me by force, nor kill me, because there are too few. Should they attack me, however, it will prove that they do not mean to keep their promise, and then, woe to them. Thus thinking, he raised the steel axe hanging at his saddle, so heavy, that its weight was too great for the 2 hands of an ordinary man, and moved toward them. But they did not think of attacking him. On the contrary, the servants planted their lances and halberds in the snow, and as the night was not entirely dark yet, Durand saw that the handles somewhat trembled in their hands. The 7th, who appeared to be the superior, put out his left arm quickly, and turning his hand upward, said, "Are you the knight Durand of Spichau?" "Yes." "Do you wish to hear my message?" "I listen." "The powerful and religious Count von Danvald ordered me to tell you, Lord, that until you dismount, the gate will not be opened for you." Durand remained motionless for a while, then he dismounted, the horse being instantly taken away by one of the archers. "The arms must be surrendered to us," again said the man with the weapon. The Lord of Spichau hesitated. Perhaps they would attack him unarmed, and kill him like a beast, or capture and cast him underground. But after a moment he thought that if it were to be so, they would have sent more men. But should they throw themselves on him, they would not destroy his armor at once, and then he could wrench a weapon from the nearest and kill them all before assistance could arrive. They knew him well. "And even if they should wish to shed my blood," he said to himself, "I came for no other purpose than that." Thus thinking, he threw down first the axe, then the sword, and finally the misericordia, and waited. They took everything, and then the man who had addressed him previously, withdrawing several steps, stopped and began to speak in an insolent, loud voice. "For all the wrongs you have done to the order, you must, by the Count's orders, put on this sackcloth which I leave here, tie around your neck the scabbard of your sword with a rope, and wait humbly at the gate until the Count's grace orders it to be opened for you." And the next moment Durand remained alone in the darkness and silence. In the snow before him the penitential robe and rope showed black while he stood long, feeling something in his soul dissolving, breaking, agonizing, dying, and that shortly he would be a knight no more, Durand of Spychow no more, but a beggar. A slave without a name, without fame, without respect. Therefore, a long time passed before he approached the penitential robe, and said, "How can I do otherwise? Christ, thou knowest they will kill the innocent child, if I do not do all they order. And thou also knowest that I would not do that for the sake of my own life. Disgrace is a distasteful thing. Distasteful, but thou also wast disgraced of old. Well then, in the name of the Father and of the Son." He then bent down, put on the robe in which were cut the openings for the head and hands, then he tied around his neck the scabbard of his sword, and dragged himself to the gate. He did not find it open. But now it was immaterial to him whether they opened it sooner or later. The castle sank into nocturnal silence, only the guards called now and then to each other on the bastions. In the tower near the gate there was light in one window high up. The others were dark. The night hours flew one after another, on the sky appeared the crescent moon and threw light upon the gloomy walls of the castle. It became so quiet that Durand was able to hear his own heartbeats. But he stiffened and became entirely petrified, as if his soul were taken from him, and took no account of anything. One thought remained with him, that he had ceased to be a knight, Durand of Spychow, but what he was he did not know. Sometimes it also seemed to him that in the middle of the night death was coming to him across the snow from those hanged men that he had seen in the morning. Suddenly he quivered and awoke entirely. "O gracious Christ! What is that?" From the high window in the adjacent tower, the sounds of a lute, hardly heard at first, reached his ear. Durand, while on the way to Szczytno, was sure that Danusia was not in the castle, and yet this sound of the lute at night aroused his heart in an instant. It seemed to him that he knew those sounds, and that nobody else was playing but she, his child. His darling. He therefore fell upon his knees, clasped his hands to pray, and listened shivering, as in a fever. Just then a half-childish and as if ardently longing voice began to sing. "Had I the dear little wings of a gosling, I would fly to Jaziek at Slonsk." Durand wished to reply, to utter the dear name, but his words were imprisoned in his throat, as if an iron band squeezed them. A sudden wave of pain, tears, longing, suffering, collected in his breast. He therefore cast himself down with his face in the snow and began in ecstasy to call upon heaven in his soul, as if in thankful prayer. "O Jesus! I hear my child once again. O Jesus!" And weeping began to tear his gigantic body. Above, the longing voice continued to sing amid the undisturbed silence of the night. "Would that I might sit in the little Slonsk garden, to gaze upon little Jaziek, the poor orphan." In the morning a stout, bearded German retainer began to prod the ribs of the knight lying at the gate. "Upon your feet, dog! The gate is open, and the count orders you to appear before him." Durand awoke, as if from sleep. He did not catch the man by the throat, he did not crush him in his iron hands, he had a quiet and almost humble face. He arose, and, without saying a word, followed the soldier through the gate. He had hardly crossed, when a clang of chains was heard, and the bridge began to be drawn up again, while in the gateway itself fell a heavy iron grating. End of Part 4th. Part 5th. Chapter 1. Durand, finding himself in the castle yard, did not know at first where to go, because the servant, who had led him through the gate, had left him and gone toward the stables. It is true, the soldiers stood near the palisades, either singly or in groups, but their faces were so insolent, and their looks so derisive, that the knight could easily guess that they would not show him the way. And even if they were to make a reply to his question, it would be a brutal or an indignant one. Some laughed, pointing at him with their fingers, others commenced to throw snow at him, like yesterday. But he, noticing a door larger than the others, over which was cut out in stone Christ on a cross, turned to it, thinking that if the count and the elders were in another part of the castle or in other rooms, somebody must set him right. And so it happened. The instant Durand approached that particular door, both halves of it opened suddenly, and there stood before it a youth with a head shaven like the clericals, but dressed in a worldly dress, who inquired. "Are you Sir Durand of Spichau?" "I am. The pious count ordered me to guide you. Follow me." And he commenced to lead him through a great vaulted vestibule toward a staircase. At the stairs though he halted, and casting a glance at Durand, again inquired. "But have you no weapon with you? I was ordered to search you." Durand threw up his arms, so that his guide might be able to view his whole figure, and replied. "Yesterday I gave up everything." Then the guide lowered his voice and said almost in a whisper. "Be careful then not to break out into anger, because you are under might and superior force." "But also under God's will," returned Durand. Then he looked more carefully at his guide, and observing in his face something in the nature of mercy and sympathy, said. "Honesty looks through your eyes, young man. Will you answer sincerely to what I question?" "Make haste, sir," said the guide. "Will they return the child to me?" And the youth raised his brows wonderingly. "Is your child here?" "My daughter." "That lady in the tower near the gate?" "Yes. They promised to send her away if I surrendered to them." The guide waved his hand to signify that he knew nothing, but his face expressed trouble and doubt. Then Durand further asked. "Is it true, that Schomberg and Marquard are watching her?" "Those brethren are not in the castle." "Take her away though, sir, ere the nobleman Danvald regains his health." Hearing that, Durand shivered, but there was no time to ask any more questions, because they had arrived at the hall on the upper floor in which Durand was to face the chief Szkasienski. The youth, after having opened the door, retreated toward the stairs. The Knight of Spichau entered and found himself in a roomy apartment, very dark, because the lead-framed, oval-shaped panes transmitted very little light. Furthermore the day was wintry and cloudy. There was, it is true, a fire burning in a large chimney at the other end of the apartment, but the green logs produced little flame. Only after a time, when Durand's eyes became used to the darkness, he distinguished a table behind which were knights sitting, and behind them a whole group of armed warriors and servants also armed. Among whom the castle fool held a tame bear by a chain. Durand had frequently met Danvald some time before, and afterward had seen him twice at the court of the Prince of Mazos, as delegate, but several years had passed since that time. Yet, notwithstanding the darkness, he recognized him instantly, because of his obesity, his face, and finally because he sat in the center behind the table in an armchair. His hand being circled by wooden splints and resting upon the arm of the chair. To his right sat the old Siegfried von Love of Innsbruck, an inexorable foe of the Polish race in general, and particularly of Durand of Spichau. To his left were the younger brethren, Godfried and Rotgier. Danvald had invited them purposely, to witness his triumph over a threatening foe, and at the same time to enjoy the fruits of the treason which they had plotted together, and in the accomplishment of which they had assisted. They sat now comfortably dressed in soft dark cloth, with light swords at their sides. They were joyous and self-confident, and looking upon Durand with that pride and extreme contempt which they always bore in their hearts toward the weaker and vanquished. The silence lasted a long while, because they wished to satiate themselves with the sight of the man whom they had previously dreaded, and who stood before them now with his head bowed upon his breast, and dressed like a penitent in sackcloth. And with a rope around his neck, upon which was suspended the scabbard of his sword. They also apparently wanted as great a number of people as possible to witness his humiliation, for through a side door, leading into other rooms, whoever pleased entered, and the hall was nearly half filled with armed men. They all looked with extreme eagerness at Durand, conversing loudly and making remarks about him. But he gained confidence, at the sight of them, because he thought to himself. If Danvald did not wish to keep his promise, he would not have ordered so many witnesses. Meanwhile Danvald raised his hand, and stopped the conversation. He then made a sign to one of the warriors, who approached Durand, and catching the rope which encircled his neck, dragged him a few steps nearer the table. And Danvald looked triumphantly at those present and said, "Look, how the power of religion defeats anger and pride." "May God always grant it so," answered those present. Then again followed a moment of silence, after which Danvald turned to the prisoner. "You were biting the faith like a mad dog, therefore God has caused you to stand before us, with a rope around your neck, looking for charity in mercy." "Do not compare me with a dog, Count," replied Durand, "because you thus lower the honor of those who met me and fell under my hand." At these words the armed Germans commenced to murmur. It was not known whether the daring answer aroused their anger or whether they were struck by its justice. But the Count, dissatisfied at such a turn of the conversation, said, "Look, even now he spits into our eyes with arrogance and pride." Durand then raised his hands, like a man who calls heaven to witness, and shaking his head, answered, "God sees that my arrogance remained outside your gate. God sees and will judge, whether in dishonoring my knighthood, you did not dishonor yourself. There is the honor of a nobleman, which every one who has a belt around him, should respect." Danvald wrinkled his brows, but at that moment the castle fool started to rattle the chain to which he had fastened the bear, and called out, "Sermon! Sermon! The preacher from Mazos has arrived. Listen to the sermon." Then turning to Danvald, he said, "Sir." Duke Rosenheim ordered his sexton to eat the bell rope from knot to knot whenever the latter awakened him too early for the sermon. "This preacher has also a rope around his neck, make him also eat it up before he finishes his sermon." And, having said this, he gazed at the Count in some alarm, being uncertain whether the Count would laugh or whether his inappropriate remark would result in an order for a flogging for him. But the religious brethren, gentle, well-behaved, and even humble, whenever they felt they were not in power, did not know any limits before the defeated. Therefore, Danvald not only nodded his head at the bear leader as a sign that he permitted the mockery, but he himself burst out with such unheard-of roughness that the faces of the younger warriors expressed astonishment. "Don't complain that you were put to shame," he said, "because even if I had made you a dog-catcher, a religious dog-catcher is better than you, knight." And the encouraged fool commenced to shout, "Bring the currycomb, comb the bear, and he in turn will comb your shags with his paws." At that, laughter was heard here and there, and a voice exclaimed from behind the religious brethren, "You will cut reeds on the lake in the summer. And catch crabs with your carcass," exclaimed another. A third added, "And now begin to drive away the crows from the hanging thief. There will always be plenty of work for you." Thus they made fun of the once terrible Durand. The assembly gradually became joyous. Some, leaving the table, began to approach the prisoner and look at him closely, saying, "This is the wild boar of Spychow, whose tusks our Count has knocked out, his snout is surely foaming, he would gladly tear somebody, but he cannot." Danvald and others of the religious brethren, who at first had wished to give the hearing the solemn appearance of a court, seeing that the affair had turned out differently, also arose from their benches and mingled with those who approached Durand. The old Siegfried of Innsbruck was dissatisfied at that, but the Count himself said, "Be cheerful, there will be a greater joy yet." And they also commenced to look at Durand, for this was a rare opportunity, because when any of the knights or servants had seen him before from so near, they had usually closed their eyes forever. Some of them also remarked, "He is broad-shouldered, although he has a fur beneath his sack, he could be wrapped up with pea straw, and exhibited in country fairs." Others again commenced to ask for beer in order to make the day a still pleasanter one. And so in a few moments flowing pitchers began to clink and the dark hall became covered with the foam escaping from under the covers. The good-humored Count said, "That is just right, let him not think that his disgrace is of great importance." So they again approached him, and touching his chin with their pewters, said, "You would like to drink, Mazovian snout." And others, pouring the beer into their palms, cast it into his eyes, while he stood among them stunned and abused, until at last he moved toward the old Siegfried, and apparently feeling that he could not stand it any longer, he began to cry so loudly as to deafen the noise in the hall. By the torture of the Saviour and the salvation of the soul, restore to me my child, as you promised. And he attempted to seize the right hand of the old count, who quickly withdrew and said, Avaunt, prisoner. What dost thou want? I released Burgau from prison, and came myself, because in return you promised to restore my child who is here. Who promised you that? Inquired Danvald. By the soul and faith, you, Count. You will not find any witnesses, but they amount to nothing, if honor and word are in question. Upon your honor, upon that of the order, exclaimed Durand. Then your daughter will be returned to you, replied Danvald, and, turning to the others, remarked, all that has happened to him here is an innocent trifle in comparison with his violence and crimes. But since we promised to return his daughter if he should appear and submit himself to us, then know, that the word of a Knight of the Cross is, like God's word, irreproachable, and that that girl, whom we saved from the hands of robbers, shall now be given her liberty, and after an exemplary penance for his sins against the order, he also shall be allowed to go back to his home. Such a speech astounded some, because, knowing Danvald and his old hatred for Durand, they did not expect such honesty from him. Therefore old Siegfried, together with Rotgeir and brother Godfried, looked at him, raising and wrinkling their brows with astonishment, but he pretended not to observe their inquiring looks and said, I'll send your daughter back under guard. But you must remain here until our guard returns safely and until you have paid your ransom. Durand himself was somewhat astonished, because he had ceased to hope that his sacrifice would be of any use to Danusia. He therefore looked at Danvald, almost with thankfulness, and replied, May God reward you, Count. Recognize the Knights of the Cross, said Danvald. All mercy from him, replied Durand, but, since it is long since I saw my child, permit me to see and bless my girl. Bah, and not otherwise than before all of us, so that there may be witnesses of our good faith and mercy. Then he ordered the warriors standing near to bring Danusia, while he himself approached von Love, Rotgeir and Godfried, who surrounded him and commenced a quick and animated conversation. I do not oppose you, although this was not your object, said old Siegfried. And the hot Rotgeir, famous for his courage and cruelties, said, How is this? Not only the girl but also that devilish dog is going to be liberated, that he may bite again. He will bite not that way only, exclaimed Godfried. Bah! He will pay ransom, lazily replied Danvald. Even if he should return everything, in a year he will have robbed twice as much. I shall not object as to the girl, repeated Siegfried, but this wolf will yet make the sheep of the order weep more than once. And our word? Queried Danvald, laughingly. You spoke differently. Danvald shrugged his shoulders. Did you not have enough pleasure? He inquired. Do you wish more? Others surrounded Durand again and commenced to brag before him, praising the upright conduct of Danvald, and the impression it made upon the members of the order. And what bone breaker, said the captain of the castle archers. Your heathen brethren would not have treated our Christian knights so. You drank our blood. And we give you bread for stones. But Durand paid no attention either to the pride or to the contempt which their words contained. His heart swelled and his eyelashes were moist. He thought that he would see Danusia in a moment, and that he would see her actually by their favor. He therefore gazed at the speakers almost with humility, and finally said, True. True. I used to be hard on you but, not treacherous. That instant a voice at the other end of the hall suddenly cried, They are bringing the girl. And immediately silence reigned throughout the hall. The soldiers scattered to both sides, because none of them had ever seen Durand's daughter, and the majority of them did not even know of her presence in the castle on account of the secrecy with which Danvald surrounded his actions. But those who knew, whispered to one another about her admirable grace. All eyes turned with extreme curiosity toward the door through which she was to appear. Meanwhile a warrior appeared in front followed by the well-known servant of the order, the same woman that rode to the court in the forest. After her entered a girl dressed in white, with loose hair tied with a ribbon on the forehead. And suddenly one great outburst of laughter, like the roaring of thunder, rang through the entire hall. Durand, who at the first moment had sprung toward his daughter, suddenly recoiled and stood as pale as linen, looking with surprise at the ill-shaped head, the bluish lips, and the expressionless eyes of the wench who was restored to him as Danusia. "This is not my daughter," he said, in a terrifying voice. "Not your daughter," exclaimed Danvald. "By the holy Liborius of Paderborn. Then either we did not rescue your daughter from the murderers or some wizard has changed her, because there is no other in Szczytno." Old Siegfried, Rotgeir and Godfried exchanged quick glances with each other, full of admiration at the shrewdness of Danvald, but none of them had time enough to speak, because Durand began to shout with a terrible voice. She is in Szczytno. I heard her sing, I heard the voice of dear Danusia." Upon that Danvald turned to those assembled and said quietly but pointedly, "I take you all present as witnesses, and especially you, Siegfried of Innsbruck, and you pious brothers, Rotgeir and Godfried, that, according to my word and given promise, I restore that girl, who was said by the robbers whom we defeated, to be the daughter of Durand of Spychow. If she is not, it is not our fault, but rather the will of our Lord, who in that manner wished to deliver Durand into our hands." Siegfried and the two younger brethren bowed to signify that they heard and would testify in case of necessity. Then again they glanced quickly at each other, because it was more than they ever could have expected to capture Durand, not to restore his daughter, and still ostensibly to keep a promise. Who else could do that? But Durand threw himself upon his knees and commenced to conjure Danvald by all the relics in Malborg, then by the ashes and heads of his parents, to restore to him his true child and not proceed like a swindler and traitor, breaking oaths and promises. His voice contained so much despair and truth, that some began to suspect treason, others again thought that some wizard had actually changed the appearance of the girl. "God looks upon your treason," exclaimed Durand. "By the Saviour's wounds, by the hour of your death, return my child." And arising, he went bent double toward Danvald, as if he wished to embrace his knees. And his eyes glittered with madness, and his voice broke alternately with pain, fear, and dread. Danvald, hearing the accusations of treason and deceit in presence of all, commenced to snort, and at length his features worked with rage. So that like a flame in his desire utterly to crush the unfortunate, he advanced and bending down to his ear, whispered through his set teeth, "If I ever give her up, it will be with my bastard." But at that very moment Durand roared like a bull, and with both hands he caught Danvald and raised him high in the air. The hall still resounded with the terrible cry, "Save me!" When the body of the count struck the stone floor with such terrible force that the brains from the shattered skull bespattered Siegfried and Rotgeir who stood by. Durand sprang to the wall, near which stood the arms, and snatching a large two-handed weapon, ran like a storm at the Germans, who were petrified with terror. The people were used to battles, butchery and blood, and yet their hearts sank to such an extent that even after the panic had passed, they commenced to retreat and escape like a flock of sheep before a wolf who kills with one stroke of his claws. The hall resounded with the cry of terror, with the sound of human footsteps, the clang of the overturned vessels, the howling of the servants, the growling of the bear, who, tearing himself out of the hands of the trainer, started to climb on a high window, and a terror-stricken cry for arms and targets, weapons and crossbows. Finally weapons gleamed, and a number of sharp points were directed toward Durand, but he, not caring for anything, half-crazed, sprang toward them, and there commenced an unheard-of wild fight, resembling a butchery more than a contest of arms. The young and fiery brother Godfried was the first to intercept Durand's way, but he severed his head, hand and shoulder blade with a lightning swing of his weapon. After him fell by Durand's hand the captain of the archers, and the castle administrator, von Bracht and the Englishman Hughes, who, although he did not very well understand the cause, pitied Durand and his sufferings, and only drew his weapon when Danvald was killed. Others, seeing the terrible force and the fury of the man, gathered closely together, so as to offer combined resistance, but this plan brought about a still greater defeat, because he, with his hair standing upright on his head, with maddened eyes, covered all over with blood, panting, raging and furious, broke, tore and cut with terrible strokes of his sword that battered group, casting men to the floor, splashed all over with clotted blood, as a storm overturns bushes and trees. Then followed a moment of terrific fright, in which it seemed that this terrible Mazovian, all by himself, would hew and slay all these people. Like a pack of barking hounds that cannot overpower a fierce boar without the assistance of the hunters, so were those armed Germans. They could not match his might and fierceness in that fight which resulted only in their death and discomfiture. Scatter! Surround him! Strike from behind, shrieked old Siegfried von Love. They consequently dispersed through the hall like a flock of starlings in the field upon which a hawk with crooked beak swoops from a height, but they could not surround him, because, in the heat of the fight, instead of looking for a place of defense, he commenced to chase them around the walls, and whoever was overtaken died as if thunderstruck. Humiliation, despair, disappointed hope, changed into one thirst for blood, seemed to multiply tenfold his terrific natural strength. A weapon, for which the most powerful of the Knights of the Cross needed both hands, he managed to wield with one as if it were a feather. He did not care for his life, nor look for escape, he did not even crave for victory. He sought revenge, and like a fire, or like a river, which breaking a dam, blindly destroys everything obstructing its flow, so he, a terrible, blindfolded destroyer, tore, broke, trampled, killed and extinguished human beings. They could not hurt him in his back, because, in the beginning they were unable to overtake him, moreover the common soldiers feared to come near him even from behind, they knew that if he happened to turn no human power could save them from death. Others were simply terror-stricken at the thought, that an ordinary man could cause so much havoc, and that they were dealing with a man who was aided by some superhuman power. But old Siegfried, and with him brother Rotgeir, rushed to the gallery which extended above the large windows of the hall, and commenced to call others to take shelter after them. These did so in haste, so that, on the narrow stairs, they pushed each other in their desire to get up as quickly as possible and thence to strike the strong knight, with whom any hand-to-hand struggle appeared to them impossible. Finally, the last one banged the door leading to the gallery, and Durand remained alone below. From the gallery the sounds of joy and triumph reached him, and soon heavy oak benches and iron collars of torches began to fall upon the nobleman. One of the missiles struck him on the forehead and bathed his face with blood. At the same time the large entrance door opened, and through the upper windows the summoned servants rushed into the hall in a body, armed with pikes, halberds, axes, crossbows, palisades, poles, ropes and all varieties of weapons, which they could hurriedly get hold of. And with his left hand the mad Durand wiped the blood from his face, so as not to obstruct his sight, gathered himself together, and threw himself at the entire throng. In the hall again resounded groans, the clash of iron, the gnashing of teeth and the piercing voices of the slain men. In the same hall, behind the table that evening, sat old Siegfried von Love, who, after the bailiff Danvald, temporarily took command of Sksitno, and near him were brother Rotgeir, and the knight von Bergau, a former prisoner of Durand's, and two noble youths, novices, who were soon to put on white mantles. The wintry storm was howling outside the windows, shaking the leaden window frames, the torchlights, which were burning in iron frames, wavered, and now and then the wind drove clouds of smoke from the chimney into the hall. Silence reigned among the brethren, although they were assembled for a consultation, because they were waiting for the word from Siegfried, who, again resting his elbows on the table and running his hands over his grey and bowed head, sat gloomy with his face in the shadow and with sullen thoughts in his soul. "About what are we to deliberate?" finally asked brother Rotgeir. Siegfried raised his head, looked at the speaker, and, awakening from thought, said, "About the defeat, about what the master and the assembly will say, and about this, that our actions may not cause any loss to the order." He was silent again, but after a while he looked around and moved his nostrils. "There is still a smell of blood here." "No, Count," replied Rotgeir, "I ordered the floor to be scrubbed and the place to be fumigated with sulfur. It is the odor of sulfur." And Siegfried looked at those present with a strange glance, and said, "God have mercy upon the soul of our brothers Danvald and Godfried." They again understood that he implored God's mercy upon their souls, because, at the mention of sulfur, he thought of hell, therefore a chill ran through their bones and all at once replied, Amen. 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 After a moment the howling of the wind and the rattling of the window frames were heard again. Where are the bodies of the Count and Brother Godfried? Inquired the old man. In the chapel, the priests are chanting the litany over them. Are they already in coffins? In coffins, only the Count's head is covered, because his skull and face are crushed. Where are the other corpses, and where are the wounded? The corpses are in the snow so as to stiffen whilst the coffins are being made, and the wounded are being attended to in the hospital. Siegfried again ran his hands over his head. And one man did that. God, have the order under thy care, when it comes to a great war with this wolfish race. Upon that Rotgeir turned up his eyes, as if recollecting something, and said, I heard in Wilno, how the bailiff of Sambas spoke to his brother the master, if you do not make a great war and get rid of them, so that even their names shall not remain, then woe to us and our nation. May God give such a war and a meeting with them, said one of the noble novices. Siegfried looked at him for some time, as if he wanted to say, you could have met one of them today, but seeing the small and youthful figure of the novice, and perhaps remembering that he himself, although famous for his courage, did not care to expose himself to a sure destruction, refrained and inquired. Who saw Durand? I, replied von Bergau. Is he alive? Yes, he lies in the same net in which we entrapped him. When he awoke the servants wanted to kill him, but the chaplain would not allow it. He cannot be executed. He is too great a man among his people, and there would be a terrible clamor, replied Siegfried. It will be also impossible to hide what has happened, because there were too many witnesses. What then are we to say and do? Inquired Rotgeir. Siegfried meditated, and finally said. You, noble Count von Bergau, go to Malborg to the master. You were groaning in Durand slavery, and are now a guest of the order. Therefore as such, and because you need not necessarily speak in favor of the monks, they will rather believe you. Tell, then, what you saw, that Danvald, having recovered from a band of rogues a certain girl and thinking her to be Durand's daughter, informed the latter, who also came to Sksitno, and what happened further you know yourself. Pardon me, pious Count, said von Bergau. I suffered great hardships as a slave in Spychow, and as your guest, I would gladly testify for you. But tell me, for the sake of quieting my soul, whether there was not a real daughter of Durand's in Sksitno, and whether it was not Danvald's treason that drove her father to madness. Siegfried von Love hesitated for a moment with his answer. In his nature lay deep hatred toward the Polish nation, and barbarity in which he exceeded even Danvald, and rapacity, and, when the order was in question, pride and avarice, but there was no falsehood. It was the greatest bitterness and grief of his life, that lately, through insubordination and riot, the affairs of the order had turned in such a manner that falsehood had become one of the most general and unavoidable factors of the life of the order. Therefore von Bergau's inquiry touched the most painful string of his soul, and, after a long silence, he said. Danvald stands before God, and God will judge him, while you, Duke, should they ask you for conjectures, answer what you please. Should they again ask you about what you saw, then say that before we coiled a wild man in a net you saw 9 corpses, besides the wounded, on this floor, and among them the bodies of Danvald, brother Godfried, von Bracht and Hughes. And 2 noble youths. God, give them eternal peace. Amen. Amen. Amen, again repeated the novices. And say also, added Siegfried, that although Danvald wished to subdue the foe of the order, yet nobody here raised the first weapon against Durand. I shall say only what my eyes saw, replied von Bergau. Be in the chapel before midnight, we shall also go there to pray for the souls of the dead, answered Siegfried. He then extended his hand to him as a sign of gratitude and farewell. He wished to remain for a further consultation alone with brother Rotgeir, whom he loved and had great confidence in. After the withdrawal of von Bergau, he also dismissed the 2 novices, under the pretense that they might watch the work of the coffins for the common servants killed by Durand. And after the doors had closed behind them he turned with animation to Rotgeir, and said, "Listen to what I am going to say. There is only one remedy, that no living soul should ever find out that the real daughter of Durand was with us." "It will not be difficult," replied Rotgeir, "because nobody knew that she was here except Danvald, Godfried, we 2, and those servants of the order who watched her. Danvald ordered the people who brought her here to be made intoxicated and hanged. There were some among the garrison who suspected something, but that affair confused them, and they do not know now themselves whether an error happened on our part, or whether some wizard really exchanged Durand's daughter." "This is good," said Siegfried. "I have been thinking again, noble Count, whether, since Danvald lives no longer, we should not cast all the guilt upon him. And so admit before the whole world that we, in a time of peace and concord with the Prince of Mazos, ravished from his court the pupil of the princess and her beloved court lady? No, for God's sake. This cannot be. We were seen at the court together with Danvald, and the Grand Master, his relative, knows that we always undertook everything together. If we accuse Danvald, he may desire to avenge his memory. Let us consult on that," said Rotgeir. "Let us consult and find good advice, because otherwise woe to us. If we return Durand's daughter, then she will say herself that we did not capture her from robbers, but that the people who caught her carried her directly to Szczytno. That is so. And God is witness that I do not care for the responsibility alone. The prince will complain to the Polish king, and their delegates will not fail to clamor at all courts against our outrages, our treason, and our crime. God alone knows how much loss the order may suffer from it. The master himself, if he knew the truth, ought to order that girl to be hidden. And even if so, when that girl is lost, will they not accuse us?" inquired Rotgeir. "No. Brother Danvald was a shrewd man. Do you remember, that he imposed the condition on Durand, that he should not only appear in Szczytno personally, but also previously proclaim and write to the prince, that he is going to ransom his daughter from the robbers. And that he knows that she is not with us." "True. But in that case how shall we justify what happened in Szczytno? We shall say that knowing that Durand was looking for his child, and having captured some girl from the robbers and not being able to tell who she was, we informed Durand, thinking that this might possibly be his daughter. On his arrival he fell into a fit at the sight of her, and, being possessed with the devil, shed so much innocent blood that more than one battle does not cost so much." "That is true," replied Rotgeir, "wisdom and the experience of age speak through you. The bad deeds of Danvald, even if we should throw the guilt on him, would always go to the account of the order, therefore, to the account of all of us, the assembly and the master himself. So again our innocence will become apparent, and all will fall upon Durand, the iniquity of the Poles and their connection with infernal powers. And then whoever wishes may judge us, the Pope, or the Roman Emperor." "Yes." Then followed a moment of silence, after which Brother Rotgeir questioned. "What shall we do then with Durand's daughter? Let us consult. Give her to me." And Siegfried looked at him and replied, "No, I listen, young brother. When the order is in question, do not trust a man, woman nor even your own self. Danvald was reached by God's hand, because he not only wished to revenge the wrongs of the order, but also to satisfy his own desires." "You misjudge me," said Rotgeir. "Do not trust yourself," interrupted Siegfried, "because your body and soul will become effeminate, and the knee of that hard race will some day bear heavily upon your breast, so that you will not be able to arise any more." And he the third time rested his gloomy head on his hand, but he apparently conversed with his own conscience only, and thought of himself only, because he said after a while, "Much human blood, much pain. Many tears weigh heavily on me also, moreover I did not hesitate to seek other means, when the order was in question, and when I saw I should not succeed by mere force. But when I stand before the Almighty, I shall tell him, I did that for the order, and for myself, what I chose." And having said this, he put his hands to his breast and opened a dark cloth garment, beneath which appealed a sackcloth. He then pressed his temples with his hands, raised his head and eyes, and exclaimed, "Give up pleasures and profligacy, harden your bodies and hearts. Because even now I see the whiteness of the eagle's feathers in the air and its claws reddened with Teutonic blood." Further speech was interrupted by such a terrible knock of the gate that one window above the gallery opened with a crash, and the entire hall was filled with a howling and whistling of the storm and with snowflakes. "In the name of God, his Son and the Holy Ghost. This is a bad night," remarked the old Teuton. "A night of unclean powers," answered Rotgeir. "Are there priests with Danvald's body?" "Yes. He departed without absolution. God have mercy upon him." And both ceased speaking. Rotgeir presently called some boys, and ordered them to shut the window and light the torches, and after they had gone away, he again inquired, "What will you do with Durin's daughter? Will you take her away from here to Innsbruck?" "I shall take her to Innsbruck and do with her what the good of the order demands." "What am I to do then? Have you courage in your heart? What have I done to make you doubt it?" "I doubt not because I know you and love you as my own son for your courage." "Go then to the court of the Prince of Mazos and narrate everything that has happened here, according to our arrangement." "Can I expose myself to certain destruction?" "You ought, if your destruction will bring glory to the cross and order." "But no. Destruction does not await you. They do no harm to a guest, unless somebody should challenge you, as that young knight did who challenged us all, he, or somebody else, but that is not terrible. May God grant it. They can seize me though and cast me underground. They will not do that. Remember that there is Durin's letter to the prince, and besides that you will go to accuse Durin. Narrate faithfully what he did in Szczytno, and they must believe you. We were even the first to inform him that there was a certain girl, we were the first to invite him to come to see her, and he came, went mad, killed the count and slew our people. Thus you will speak, and what can they say to you? Danvald's death will certainly resound throughout the whole Mazos. On that account they will fail to bring charges. They will actually look for Durin's daughter, but, since Durin himself wrote that she is not here, no suspicion will fall upon us. It is necessary to face them boldly and close their mouths, because they will also think that if we were guilty, none of us would dare to go there. True. I will set out on the journey immediately after Danvald's funeral. May God bless you, my dear son. If you do all properly, they not only will not detain you, but they will have to disavow Durin, so that we may not be able to say, look how they treat us. And so we must sue at all courts. The Grand Master will attend to that for the benefit of the order, besides being Danvald's relative. But if that devil of Spychow should survive and regain his liberty. A dark look came into Siegfried's eyes and he replied slowly and emphatically. Even if he should regain his liberty, he will never utter a word of accusation against the order. He then commenced again to instruct Rotgeir, what to say and demand at the court in Mazos. Chapter 2. The rumor of the occurrence in Szczytno arrived in Warsaw however before Brother Rotgeir, and there excited amazement and concern. Neither the king himself, nor anybody else at the court, could understand what had happened. Shortly before, just when Mikolai of Dlugolas was starting for Malbork with the prince's letter, in which he bitterly complained of the capture of Danusia by turbulent border counts and almost threateningly demanded her instant restoration. A letter had arrived from the owner of Spychow stating that his daughter was not captured by the Teutons, but by ordinary border bandits, and that she would be soon released for a ransom. On that account the messenger did not leave. Nobody ever dreamed of the Teutons extorting such a letter from Durin by the threat of his daughter's death. It was difficult to understand what had happened, because the border chiefs, who were subjects of the prince as well as of the order, attacked one another in the summer, but not in the winter when the snows betrayed their trail. They also usually attacked merchants, or perpetrated robberies in the villages, capturing people and seizing their herds, but to dare to attack the prince himself and to capture his protégé, who was at the same time the daughter of a powerful and universally feared knight, this seemed entirely to exceed human belief. This, as well as other doubts, was answered by Durand's letter under his own seal, brought this time by a man who was known to come from Spychow. Under such circumstances all suspicions became impossible. The prince only became more enraged than he had ever been seen before, and he ordered a pursuit of the ravishers throughout the border of his principality. At the same time ordering the Prince of Plock to do the same and not fail to punish the insolent fellows. Just then arrived the news of what had happened at Szczytno. And as it passed from mouth to mouth, it was multiplied tenfold. It was said that Durand, having arrived all alone in the castle, ran in through the open gate and there committed such slaughter that the garrison was so terrified that it had to send for help to the neighboring castles. To summon the superior knighthood and armed foot soldiers, who only after a 2 days' siege succeeded in re-entering the castle and there slaying Durand as well as his associates. It was also said that those forces would probably cross the border, and that a great war would undoubtedly begin. The prince, who knew of how great consequence it was to the Grand Master in case of war with the Polish king for the powers of both principalities of Mazos to remain neutral, did not believe these stories, because it was no secret to him that should the Teutons declare war on him or the Principality of Plock, no human power could keep the Poles back. The master therefore dreaded that war. He knew that it must come, but he wished to postpone it, firstly, because he was of a peaceful disposition, and secondly, because, in order to meet Jagiello's power, it was necessary to gather a strength which the order until now had never yet possessed, and at the same time to secure the assistance of the princes and knighthood, not only in Germany, but also in the entire West. The prince, therefore, did not fear the war, but he wished to know what had happened. What he really was to think of the occurrence in Szczytno, of the disappearance of Danusia, and all those stories which arrived from the border. He was also glad, although he hated the Teutons, when on a certain evening the captain of the archers informed him that a knight of the order had arrived and begged for an audience. He received him proudly, nevertheless, and although he recognized him instantly as one of the brethren who were in the forest court, he pretended not to recollect him and inquired who he was, whence he came, and what caused his arrival in Warsaw. "I am Brother Rotgeir," replied the Teuton, "and a short time ago I had the honor to bow before your highness." "Why then, being a brother, do you not wear the insignia of the order?" The knight commenced to explain that he did not wear a white cloak, because by so doing he would be undoubtedly captured or killed by the knighthood of Mazos, throughout the whole world, in all kingdoms and principalities. The sign of the cross on the cloak is a protection and gains human goodwill and hospitality, and only in the principality of Mazos does the cross expose the man who wears it to certain death. But the prince interrupted him angrily. "Not the cross," he said, "because we also kiss it, but your vices, and if they receive you better elsewhere it is, because they do not know you so well." Then, seeing that the knight was greatly troubled at these words, he inquired, "Were you in Szczytno? Do you know what happened there?" "I was in Szczytno and know what happened there," replied Rotgeir, "and I came here not as anyone's messenger, but only because the experienced and pious Count of Innsbruck told me, our master loves the pious prince and trusts in his justice. Therefore while I hasten to Malborg, you go to Mazos and state our grievance, our disgrace, our misery. The just Lord will surely not praise a violator of peace and a cruel aggressor, who has shed so much Christian blood, as though he were not Christ's servant but Satan's." And then he commenced to narrate everything that had occurred in Szczytno, how Durand, who had been summoned by them to see whether the girl whom they had taken away from the robbers was not his daughter, instead of repaying that with thankfulness, had fallen into a fit. How he had killed Danvald, Brother Godfried, the Englishman Hughes, von Bracht and 2 noble warriors, not counting the servants. How they, remembering God's commandment and not wishing to kill, had finally been compelled to coil the terrible man in a net, who had then turned his sword against himself and wounded himself terribly. How lastly, not only in the castle but also in the tower, there were people, who, in the midst of a wintry gale during the night after the fight, had heard terrible laughter and voices in the air calling, "Our Durand! Wrongdoer of the cross! Shedder of innocent blood! Our Durand!" And the whole story, especially the last words of the Teuton, made a great impression upon all present. Terror fell upon them all. They were simply overwhelmed with fear lest Durand had actually summoned unclean powers to his assistance, and deep silence followed. But the princess, who was present at the audience, and who, loving Danusia, had a heart full of inconsolable sorrow for her, turned with an unexpected question to Rotgeir. "You say, knight," she remarked, "that, after capturing the girl, you thought her to be Durand's daughter, and therefore summoned him to Skzitno?" "Yes, beloved lady," replied Rotgeir. "How could you have thought so, since you saw the real daughter of Durand with me in the forest court?" At that brother Rotgeir became embarrassed, because he was not prepared for such a question. The prince arose and fixed a severe look on the Teuton, while Mikolai of Dlugolas, Mrokota of Makarzu, Yasko of Jagielnica and other knights of Mazos instantly sprang toward the brother, inquiring alternately with threatening voices. "How could you have thought so? Speak, Germani, how could that be?" And brother Rotgeir recovered himself and said, "We brethren do not raise our eyes to women. In the forest court with the beloved princess there were many court ladies, but which among them was Durand's daughter, none of us knew." "Danvald knew," said Mikolai of Dlugolas. "He even talked to her during the hunt." "Danvald stands before God," replied Rotgeir, "and of him I shall only say that the following morning blooming roses were found on his coffin, which, in this wintry weather, could not come there by human hands." Then again followed silence. "How did you know of the capture of Durand's daughter?" inquired the prince. "Only the wickedness and audacity of the deed made it known to us. Therefore on hearing about it, we ordered thanksgiving masses because only a plain court lady, and not one of the children born of your highness, was captured from the forest court. But I still wonder, how you could mistake a wench for Durand's daughter." Danvald said, "Often Satan betrayed his servants, so perhaps he changed Durand's daughter." The robbers though, as vulgar men, could not counterfeit Caleb's writing in Durand's seal. Who could have done it? The evil spirit. And again nobody could find an answer. Rotgeir glanced searchingly into the prince's eyes and said, "Indeed, these questions are like weapons in my breast, because they contain doubt and suspicion. But I trust in God's justice and the power of truth. I ask of your majesty, even Durand himself suspected us of that action, and when suspecting, before we summoned him to Skzitno, why did he search for robbers through the whole border in order to buy his daughter back from them?" "It is true," said the prince. "Even if you were hiding something from men, you cannot hide it from God. He suspected you in the first moment, but then he thought differently." "Behold how the brightness of truth conquers the darkness," said Rotgeir, and he glanced triumphantly around the hall. He thought that Teutonic heads had more adroitness and sense than the Polish, and that the latter race would always be the prey and food of the order, as a fly is the prey and food of the spider. Therefore, throwing off his previous disguise, he approached the prince and commenced to speak in loud and impetuous tones. "Requite us, Lord, our losses, our grievances, our tears, and our blood. That hellhound was your subject. Therefore, in the name of God from whom the power of kings and princes is derived, in the name of justice and the cross, requite us for our grievances and blood." But the prince looked at him in astonishment. "For God's sake," he said, "what do you want? If Durand shed your blood in madness, am I to answer for his frenzy?" "He was your subject, Lord," said the Teuton, "in your principality lie his possessions, his villages and his castle, in which he imprisoned the servants of the order. At least let these possessions, this domain and that wicked castle, become henceforth the property of the order. Truly this will not be an adequate payment for the noble blood shed. Truly it will not revive the dead, but perhaps it will partly appease God's anger and wipe away the disgrace, which will otherwise fall upon this entire principality. O, Lord! The order possesses grounds and castles everywhere, which were given to it by the favor and piety of the Christian princes, and only here in your territory have we no particle of land. Let our grievance, which calls to God for vengeance, be at least so rewarded that we may say that here also live people, who have the fear of God in their hearts." Hearing this, the prince was still more amazed, and then, after a long silence, replied. For God's sake. And through whose clemency, if not through that of my ancestors, does your order even exist here? The lands, estates and towers, which once upon a time belonged to us and our nation, and which now are your property, do these not suffice for you yet? Durin's girl is yet alive because nobody has informed you of her death, while you already want to seize the orphan's dower, and requite your grievances with an orphan's bread? Lord, you admit the wrong, said Rotgeir, consequently write it according to what your princely conscience and your honest soul dictates. And he was again glad in his heart, because he thought, now, they not only will not sue but they will even consider how to wash their hands and to evade the whole matter. Nobody will blame us for anything, and our fame will be as spotless as the white cloak of the order. Just then the voice of old Mikolai of Dlugolas was heard. They suspect you of being avaricious, and God knows whether justly or no, because even in this matter, you care more for the profits than the honor of the order. True! Cried the Mazovian knights in chorus. Then the Teuton advanced a few steps, proudly raised his head, and measuring them with a haughty look, said, I do not come here as a messenger, but merely as a witness of the affair and a knight of the order who is ready to defend the honor of the order with his own blood to the last gasp. Who, then, in contradiction to Durin's own words, dares to suspect the order of having captured his daughter, let him raise this knightly pledge and submit to God's judgment. Having said this, he cast before them his knightly glove, which fell upon the floor. They again stood in deep silence, because, although more than one of them would have liked to break his weapon on the Teuton's back, they all feared God's judgment. Every one knew that Durin had expressly stated that the knights of the order had not captured his child, so they all thought to themselves, it is a just cause, consequently Rotgeir will be victorious. He again became so much the more insolent, and leaning upon his loins, inquired. If it is so, who will raise that glove? Just then, a knight, whose entrance nobody had yet observed, and who for some time had listened at the door to the conversation, advanced to the center, raised the gauntlet and said, I will. And so saying, he stared directly into Rotgeir's face, and then began to speak with a voice which in that universal silence resounded like thunder through the hall. Before God, before the august prince and all the honorable knighthood of this land, I tell you, Teuton, that you bark like a dog against justice and truth, and I challenge you to a combat on foot, or horseback, with lance or axe, short or long weapons. And not unto imprisonment but unto the last gasp, unto death. A fly could be heard in the hall. All eyes were turned upon Rotgeir and the challenging knight, whom nobody recognized, because he had a helmet covering his head, although without a steel cap, but with a circular visor descending below the ear entirely covering the upper part of the face, and casting a deep shadow over the lower part. The Teuton was no less astonished than the rest. Confusion, pallor and raging anger chased each other over his face, as lightning flashes across a mighty heaven. He caught the gauntlet and attached it to the hook of his armlet, and said, Who are you that challenge God's justice? The other then unbuckled his gorget, removed the helmet, beneath which appeared a fair, youthful head, and said, Zbyszko of Bogdaniec, the husband of Durin's daughter. They were all amazed, and Rotgeir, with the others, because none of them, except the prince and his wife, Father Wazoniec and Dolorsh, knew of Danusia's marriage. The Teutons moreover were confident that Durin's daughter had no other natural defender besides her father, but at that moment Dolorsh stood up and said, Upon my knightly honor I vouch for the truthfulness of his words. Should anybody dare to doubt it, here is my gage. Rotgeir, who did not know what fear meant, and whose heart swelled with anger at this moment, would have perhaps accepted even this challenge, but remembering that the man who cast it was powerful, and moreover a relative of Duke Geldrii, he refrained, and the more readily, because the prince himself arose and, wrinkling his brows, said, It is forbidden to accept this challenge, because I also declare that this knight has told the truth. The Teuton, on hearing this, bowed, and then said to Zbyszko, If you wish it, then on foot, in closed lists with axes. I have already challenged you in all ways, replied Zbyszko. May God give the victory to justice! Exclaimed the Mazovian knights. Chapter 3. There was anxiety about Zbyszko in the whole court, among the knights as well as among the ladies, because he was universally liked, but, according to Durin's letter, nobody doubted that the right was on the side of the Teuton. On the other hand, it was known that Rotgeir was one of the more famous brethren of the order. The squire Van Christ narrated among the Mazovian nobility, perhaps on purpose, that his lord before becoming an armed monk, once sat at the honor table of the Teutons, to which table only world-famous knights were admitted. Those who had accomplished an expedition to the Holy Land, or fought victoriously against giants, dragons, or mighty magicians. Hearing Van Christ tell such tales, and, at the same time, boast that his lord had repeatedly met 5 opponents single-handed with his dagger of mercy in one hand and an axe or sword in the other, the Mazurs were disquieted, and some said, "Oh, if only Durand were here, he could give an account of himself with even 2. No German ever escaped him yet, but the youth, bah, for the other exceeds him in strength, years and experience." Therefore others regretted that they had not accepted the challenge, asserting that they would undoubtedly have done so, if it had not been for the news from Durand. But fear of the judgment of God. On this occasion, and for mutual entertainment, they recalled the names of Mazovian and more often of Polish knights, who, either in courtly justs or hunting, had gained numerous victories over the Western knights. Above all they mentioned Zbyszko of Garbo, with whom no knight of the Christian kingdom could cope. But there were also those who cherished great hopes of Zbyszko. He is not to be despised. They said, and according to common report he once admirably broke the heads of Germans in fair field. But their hearts were particularly strengthened by the action of Zbyszko's follower, the Bohemian Lawa, who, on the eve of the combat, hearing how Van Christ was talking about Rotgeir's unheard-of victories, and being a hasty youth, caught Van Christ by the beard, pulled his head up, and said, "If it is no shame to lie before men, then look up, so that God also may hear you." And he kept him long enough to say a pater, while the other, when at length liberated, began to ask him about his lineage, and, having heard that he sprang from the Lodicas, challenged him also to fight with axes. The Mazovians were delighted at such conduct, and again several said, "Indeed these fellows will not hobble on the barn floor, even if truth and God be on their side these Teutonic women will not carry away sound bones with them." But Rotgeir succeeded in throwing dust in the eyes of all, so that many were disquieted as to which had the truth on his side, and the prince himself partook of that fear. Therefore, on the evening before the combat, he summoned Zbyszko to a consultation at which was present the princess only, and asked, "Are you positive that God will be with you? How do you know that they captured Danusia? Did Durand perchance tell you anything? Because, you see, here is Durand's letter, by the hand of the priest Caleb, and his seal, and in this letter Durand says that he knows that it was not the Teutons." "What did he tell you?" "He said that it was not the Teutons." "How then can you risk your life and appeal to the judgment of God?" Then Zbyszko was silent, and only his jaws worked for some time and tears gathered in his eyes. "I know nothing, gracious lord," he said. "We left here together with Durand, and on the way I admitted our marriage." He then began to lament that this might be a sin against God, but when I told him it was God's will, he quieted down and forgave me. Along the whole way he said that nobody captured Danusia but the Teutons, and what happened afterward I do not know myself. That woman who brought certain medicines for me to the forest court, came to Spychow, accompanied by another messenger. They shut themselves up with Durand and deliberated. Neither do I know what they said, only after the interview his own servants could not recognize Durand, because he looked as if he had risen from the grave. He told us, not the Teutons, but he released von Bergau and all the prisoners he had underground, God knows why. He himself again rode away without any warrior or servant. He said that he was riding after robbers to ransom Danusia, and ordered me to wait. And I waited until the news from Szczytno arrived, that Durand had slain Germans and fallen himself. Oh, gracious Lord! The soil in Spychow almost scorched me and I nearly ran mad. I made people mount horses in order to revenge Durin's death, and then the priest Caleb said, You will not be able to take the castle, and do not commence war. Go to the prince, perhaps they know something about Danusia there. Lawa and I arrived, and just heard how that dog was barking about Teutonic grievances and Durin's frenzy. My lord, I accepted his challenge, because I had challenged him before, and although I know nothing, this much I know, that they are hellish liars, without shame, without honor and without belief. Look, gracious lord, they stabbed de Forcy to death and tried to cast the guilt upon my follower. By God! They stabbed him like an ox, and then they came to you, Lord, for vengeance and retribution. Who will swear then, that they did not lie to Durin before, and now do the same to you, Lord? I know not where Danusia is, but I challenged him, because, even if I were to lose my life, I prefer death to life without my love, without the one who is clearest to me in the whole world. Saying this in rapture, he tore off a band from his head, so that his hair fell about his shoulders, and clutching it, he began to weep bitterly, until the Princess Anna Danuta was moved to the bottom of her soul for the loss of Danusia, and, pitying him for his sufferings, laid her hands upon his head, and said, May God help you, console and bless you. Chapter 4. The prince did not object to the duel, because, according to the customs of that time, he had no power to do so. He only prevailed upon Rotgeir to write a letter to the master and to Siegfried von Love, stating that he was the first to throw down the gauntlet to the Mazovian knights. In consequence of which he appeared at a combat with the husband of Durin's daughter, who had already challenged him once before. The Teuton also explained to the Grand Master, that if he appeared at the duel without permission, he did it for the sake of the honor of the order, and to avert ugly suspicions, which might entail disgrace, and which he, Rotgeir, was always prepared to redeem with his own blood. This letter was sent instantly to the border by one of the knight's footmen, to be sent thence to Malborg by mail, which the Teutons, some years before others, invented and introduced into their possessions. Meanwhile the snow in the courtyard was levelled and strewn with ashes, so that the feet of the fighters should neither clog nor slip upon the smooth surface. There was unusual excitement in the whole castle. The knights and court ladies were so agitated that on the night preceding the fight nobody slept. They said, that a fight on horseback with spears, and even with swords, frequently terminates in wounds. On foot on the contrary, and particularly with terrible axes, it always terminates in death. All hearts were with Zbyszko, but the very ones who felt most friendly toward him or Danusia recollected with so much more fear the stories about the fame and dexterity of the Teuton. Many ladies spent the night in church, where also Zbyszko confessed to the priest Wazoniak. They said one to another as they looked at his almost boyish face, Why, he is a child yet. How can he expose his head to the German axe? And they prayed the more fervently for aid for him. But when he arose at daybreak and walked through the chapel, in order to put on his arms in the hall, they again gained courage, because, although Zbyszko's features were indeed boyish, his body was of an extraordinary size, and strong. So that he seemed to them to be a picked man, who could take care of himself against even the most powerful. The fight was to take place in the castle yard, which was surrounded by a porch. When it was broad daylight, the prince and princess arrived together with their children and took their seats in the center between the pillars, from where the whole yard could best be overlooked. Next to them were the principal courtiers, noble ladies, and the knighthood. All the corners of the vestibule were filled, the domestics gathered behind the wall which was made from the swept snow, some clung to the posts, and even to the roof. There the vulgar muttered among themselves, God grant that our champion may not be subdued. The day was cold, moist, but clear. The sky swarmed with daws, which inhabited the roofs and summits of the bastions, and which, scared by the unusual bustle, moved in circles, with great clapping of wings, over the castle. Notwithstanding the cold, the people perspired with excitement, and when the first horn sounded to announce the entrance of the combatants, all hearts began to beat like hammers. They entered from opposite sides of the arena and halted at the barriers. Every one of the onlookers then held his breath, every one thought, that very soon 2 souls would escape to the threshold of the divine court and 2 dead bodies remain on the snow, and the lips, as well as the cheeks of the women turned pale and livid at that thought. The eyes of the men again gazed steadfastly at the opponents as at a rainbow, because every one was trying to forecast, from their postures and armament alone, which side would be victorious. The Teuton was dressed in an enameled blue cuirass, with similar armor for the thighs, as also the helmet with raised visor, and with a magnificent bunch of peacock feathers on the crest. Zbyszko's breast, sides, and back were encased in splendid Milanese mail, which he had once captured from the Frisians. He had on his head a helmet with an open visor, and without feathers. On his legs was bull's hide. On their left shoulders, they carried shields with coat of arms. On the Teutons at the top was a chessboard, at the bottom, 3 lions rampant, on Zbyszko's, a blunt horseshoe. In the right hand they carried broad, huge, terrible axes, set in oaken, blackened helves, longer than the arm of a grown man. The warriors who seconded them were, Lawa, called by Zbyszko, Gloax, and Van Christ, both dressed in dark iron mail, both equally with axes and shields. Van Christ had on his shield a St. John's wort. The shield of the Bohemian resembled that of the Pomian, with this difference, that instead of an axe stuck in a bull's head, it had a short weapon half sunk in the eye. The horn sounded the second time, and, at the third, the opponents, according to agreement, were to advance against each other. A small space strewn with grey ashes now only separated them. Over that space hovered in the air like an ominous bird, Death. But before the third signal was given, Rotgeir approached the pillars between which sat the prince's family, raised his steel-encased head, and began to speak in such a loud voice that he was heard in all corners of the vestibule. I take God, you, worthy lord, and the whole knighthood of this soil, as witness that I am not guilty of the blood that is about to be shed. At these words their hearts were again ready to break with grief, seeing that the Teuton was so confident of himself and his victory. But Zbyszko, having a simple soul, turned to his Bohemian, and said, That Teutonic boasting stinks. It would be more appropriate after my death than while I am alive. That boaster moreover has a peacock's plume on his helmet, and at the very outset I made a vow to obtain 3 of them and afterward as many fingers of the hand. God grant it. Lord, said the Bohemian, bending down and picking up in his hand some ashes from the snow, to prevent the axe handle from slipping in his hand. Perhaps Christ will permit me quickly to dispatch that vile Prussian, and then perhaps, if not to defeat this Teuton, at least put the handle of the axe between his knees and upset him. God save you, hastily exclaimed Zbyszko. You would cover me and yourself with disgrace. But at that moment the horn sounded the third time. On hearing it, the seconds sprang quickly and furiously at each other, while the knights moved slowly and deliberately, as their dignity and gravity demanded, for the first bout. Very few paid attention to the seconds, but those of the experienced men and of the domestics who looked at them understood at once how great were the odds on Lawa's side. The German wielded the heavier axe and his shield was cumbersome. Below the shield were visible his legs which were longer, though not so strong nor active as the sturdy and tightly covered legs of the Bohemian. Lawa moreover pressed so vigorously that Van Christ, almost from the first moment, was compelled to retreat. It was instantly understood that one of the adversaries would fall upon the other like a tempest. That he would attack and strike like lightning, while the other, under the conviction that death was already upon him, would merely defend himself so as to postpone the terrible moment as long as possible. And so it actually was. That boaster, who generally stood up to fight only when he could not do otherwise, now recognized that his insolent and heedless words had led him into a fight with a terrible giant whom he ought to have avoided like a perdition. And so, when he now felt that every one of these blows could kill an ox, his heart began to fail entirely. He almost forgot that it is not sufficient to catch the blows on the shield, but that it was also necessary to return them. He saw above him the lightning of the axe and thought that every gleam was the last. Holding up the shield, he involuntarily half closed his eyes with a feeling of terror and doubt whether he would ever open them again. Very rarely he gave a blow himself, but without any hope of reaching his opponent, and raised the shield constantly higher over his head, so as to save it yet for a little. Finally he began to tire, but the Bohemian struck on constantly more powerfully. Just as from a tall pine tree great chips fly under the peasant's axe, so under the Bohemian strokes fragments began to scale off and fly from the German warrior's armor. The upper edge of the shield was bent and shattered, the mail from the right shoulder rolled to the ground, together with the cut and already bloody strap of leather. This made Van Christ's hair stand on end, and a deadly fear seized him. He struck with all the force of his arm once and again at the Bohemian's shield. Finally, seeing that he had no chance against his adversary's terrible strength and that only some extraordinary exertion could save him, he threw himself suddenly with all the weight of his armor and body against Lawa's legs. Both fell to the ground and tried to overcome each other, rolling and struggling in the snow. But the Bohemian soon appeared on top. For a moment he still checked the desperate efforts of his opponent. Finally he pressed his knee upon the chain armor covering his belly, and took from the back of his belt a short three-edged dagger of mercy 109. "Spare me," faintly gasped Van Christ, raising his eyes toward those of the Bohemian. But the latter, instead of answering, stretched himself upon him the easier to reach his neck, and, cutting through the leather fastening of the helmet under the chin, stabbed the unfortunate man twice in the throat, directing the sharp edge downward toward the center of the breast. Then Van Christ's pupils sank in their sockets, his hands and legs began to beat the snow, as if trying to clean it of the ashes, but after a moment he stiffened out and lay motionless, breathing only with red, foam-covered lips, and bleeding profusely. But the Bohemian arose, wiped the dagger of mercy on the German's clothing, then raised the axe, and, leaning against it, he began to look at the harder and more stubborn fight between his knight and brother Rotgeir. The Western knights were already accustomed to comforts and luxuries, while the landowners in Little Poland and Great Poland, as also in Mazos, led a rigorous and hardy life. Wherefore they awoke admiration by their bodily strength and endurance of all hardships, whether constant or occasional, even among strangers and foes. Now also it was demonstrated that Zbyszko was as superior to the Teuton in bodily strength as his squire was superior to Van Christ, but it was also proven that his youth rendered him the inferior in knightly training. It was in some measure favorable for Zbyszko that he had chosen a combat with axes, because fencing with that kind of weapon was impossible. With long and short swords, with which it was necessary to know the strokes, thrusts, and how to ward off blows, the German would have had a considerable superiority. But even so, Zbyszko, as well as the spectators, recognized from his motions and management of the shield, that they had before them an experienced and formidable man, who apparently was not entering a combat of this kind for the first time. To each of Zbyszko's blows Rotgeir offered his shield, slightly withdrawing it at the concussion, by which means even the most powerful swing lost its force, and could neither cleave nor crush the smooth surface. He at times retreated and at times became aggressive, doing it quietly, though so quickly that the eyes could hardly follow his motions. The prince was seized with fear for Zbyszko, and the faces of the men looked gloomy. It seemed that the German was purposely trifling with his opponent. Sometimes he did not even interpose the shield, but at the moment when Zbyszko struck, he turned half aside, so that the sharp edge of the axe cut the empty air. This was the most terrifying thing, because Zbyszko might thereby lose his balance and fall, and then his destruction would be inevitable. Seeing this, the Bohemian, standing over the slain Van Christ, also became alarmed, and said to himself, "My God! If my master falls, I will strike him with the hook of my axe between the shoulder blades, and overthrow him also." However, Zbyszko did not fall, because, being very strong upon his legs and separating them widely, he was able to support the entire weight of his body on either as he swung. Rotgeir observed that instantly, and the onlookers were mistaken in supposing that he underestimated his opponent. On the contrary, after the first strokes, when, in spite of his utmost skill in withdrawing the shield, his hand almost stiffened under it, he understood that he would have a hard time with this youth, and that, if he did not knock him down by some clever maneuver, the combat would prove long and dangerous. He expected Zbyszko to fall upon the snow after a vain stroke in the air, and as that did not happen, he immediately became uneasy. He saw, beneath the steel visor, the closely drawn nostrils and mouth of his opponent, and occasionally his gleaming eyes, and he said to himself that the other would fly into a blind rage and forget himself, lose his head, and madly think more of striking than of defending himself. But he was mistaken in this also. Zbyszko did not know how to avoid a stroke by a half-turn, but he did not forget his shield, and, while raising the axe, did not expose himself more than was necessary. His attention was apparently redoubled, and having recognized the experience and skill of his opponent, instead of forgetting himself he collected his thoughts and became more cautious. And there was that premeditation in his blows which not hot but cool anger only can conquer. Rotgeir, who had fought in many wars and battles, either in troop or singly, knew by experience that there are some people, like birds of prey, who are born to fight, being specially gifted by nature, who bestows all things, with what others only attain after years of training, and he at the same time observed that he was now dealing with one of those. He understood from the very first strokes that there was in this youth something as in a hawk, who sees in his opponent only his prey, and thinks of nothing but getting him in his claws. Notwithstanding his own strength, he also noticed that it was not equal to Zbyszko's, and should he get exhausted before succeeding in giving a final stroke, the combat with this formidable, although less experienced, stripling might result in his ruin. Thus reflecting, he determined to fight with the least possible effort, drew the shield closer to him, did not move much either forward or backward, restricted his motions, and gathered all the power of his soul and arm for one decisive stroke, and awaited his opportunity. The terrible fight lasted longer than usual. A death-like silence reigned in the porches. The only sounds heard were the sometimes ringing and sometimes hollow blows of the sharp points and edges of the axes against the shields. Such sights were not strange to the princes, knights and courtiers, and nevertheless a feeling, resembling terror, seemed to clutch all hearts as if with tongs. It was understood that this was not a mere exhibition of strength, skill and courage, but that in this fight there was a greater fury in despair, a greater and more inexorable stubbornness, a deeper vengeance. On one side terrible wrongs, love and fathomless sorrow, on the other, the honor of the entire order and deep hatred, met on this field of battle for the judgment of God. Meanwhile the wintry, pale morning brightened, the grey fog cleared away, and the sunrays shone upon the blue cuirass of the Teuton and the silver Milanese armor of Zbyszko. The bell rang in the chapel for early mass, and at the sounds of the bell flights of crows again flew from the castle roofs, flapping their wings and crowing noisily, as if in joy at the sight of blood and a corpse lying motionless in the snow. Rotgeir looked at it once and again during the fight, and suddenly began to feel very lonesome. All the eyes that were turned upon him were those of enemies. All the prayers, wishes and silent vows which the women were offering were in Zbyszko's favor. Moreover, although the Teuton was fully convinced that the squire would not cast himself upon him from behind, nor strike him treacherously, nevertheless, the presence and nearness of that terrifying figure involuntarily inspired him with such fear as people are subject to at the sight of a wolf, a bear, or a buffalo, from which they are not separated by bars. And he could not shake off this feeling, especially as the Bohemian, in his desire to follow closely the course of the battle, constantly changed his place, stepping in between the fighters from the side, from behind, from the front, bending his head at the same time, and looking at him fiercely through the visor of the helmet, and sometimes slightly raising his bloody weapon, as if involuntarily. At last the Teuton began to tire. One after another, he gave 2 blows, short but terrible, directing them at Zbyszko's right arm, but they were met by the shield with such force that the axe trembled in Rotgeir's hand, and he himself was compelled to retreat suddenly to save himself from falling. And from that moment, he retreated steadily. Finally, not only his strength but also his coolness and patience began to be exhausted. At the sight of his retreating, a few triumphant shouts escaped from the breasts of the spectators, awakening in him anger and despair. The strokes of the axes became more frequent. Perspiration flowed from the brows of both fighters, and panting breath escaped from their breasts through their clenched teeth. The spectators ceased keeping silence, and now every moment voices, male or female, cried, "Strike! At him! God's judgment! God's punishment! God help you!" The prince motioned with his hands several times to silence them, but he could not restrain them. Every moment the noise increased, because children here and there began to cry on the porches, and finally, at the very side of the princess, a youthful, sobbing, female voice called out, "For Danusia, Zbyszko! For Danusia!" Zbyszko knew well that it was for Danusia's sake. He was sure that this Teuton had assisted in her capture, and in fighting him, he fought for her wrongs. But being young and eager for battles, during the combat he had thought of that only. But suddenly, that cry brought back to his mind her loss and her sufferings. Love, sorrow and vengeance poured fire into his veins. His heart began to call out with suddenly awakened pain, and he was plainly seized with a fighting frenzy. The Teuton could not any longer catch nor avoid the terrible strokes, resembling thunderbolts. Zbyszko struck his shield against his with such superhuman force, that the German's arm stiffened suddenly and fell. He retreated in terror and half-crouched, but that instant there flashed in his eyes the gleam of the axe, and the sharp edge fell like a thunderbolt upon his right shoulder. Only a rending cry reached the ears of the onlookers, "Jesus!" Then Rotgeir retreated one more step and fell upon his back on the ground. Immediately there was a noise and buzz on the porches, as in a bee garden in which the bees, warmed by the sun, commenced to move and swarm. The knights ran down the stairs in whole throngs, the servants jumped over the snow walls, to take a look at the corpses. Everywhere resounded the shouts, "This is God's judgment. Durand has an heir. Glory to him and thanksgiving. This is a man for the axe." Others again cried, "Look and marvel. Durand himself could not strike more nobly." A whole group of curious ones stood around Rotgeir's corpse, and he lay on his back with a face as white as snow, with gaping mouth and with a bloody arm so terribly shorn from the neck down to the armpit, that it scarcely held by a few shreds. Therefore, others again said, "He was alive just now and walked upon the earth with arrogance, but now he cannot even move a finger." And thus speaking, some admired his stature, because he took up a large space on the battlefield, and appeared even larger in death. Others again admired his peacock plume, changing colors beautifully in the snow. Others again his armor, which was valued at a good village. But the Bohemian, Lawa, now approached with two of Zbyszko's retainers in order to take it off from the deceased, therefore the curious surrounded Zbyszko, praising and extolling him to the skies. Because they justly thought that his fame would redound to the credit of the whole Mazovian and Polish knighthood. Meanwhile the shield and axe were taken from him, to lighten his burden, and Mrokota of Makarzu unbuckled his helmet and covered his hair, wet with perspiration, with a cap of scarlet cloth. Zbyszko stood, as if petrified, breathing heavily, with the fire not fully extinguished yet in his eyes, and a face pale with exhaustion and determination and trembling somewhat with excitement and fatigue. But he was taken by the hand and led to the princely family, who were waiting for him in a warm room, by the fireside. There Zbyszko kneeled down before them, and when Father Wozoniak gave him a blessing and said a prayer for the eternal rest of the souls of the dead. The prince embraced the young knight and said, "God Almighty decided between you two and guided your hand, for which his name be blessed. Amen." Then turning to the knight Delorche and others, he added, "You, foreign knight, and all present, I take as witnesses to what I testify myself, that they met according to law and custom, and as the judgment of God is everywhere performed. This also was conducted in a knightly and devout manner." The local warriors cried out affirmatively in chorus. When again the prince's words were translated to Delorche, he arose and announced that he not only testified that all was conducted in knightly and devout style, but should anybody in Malborg or any other princely court dare to question it, he, Delorche, would challenge him instantly to fight either on foot or horseback, even if he should not merely be a common knight, but a giant or wizard, exceeding even Merlin's magical power. Meanwhile, the Princess Anna Danuta, at the moment when Zbyszko embraced her knees, said as she bent down to him, Why do you not feel happy? Be happy and thank God, because if he in his mercy has granted you this suit, then he will not leave you in the future, and will lead you to happiness. But Zbyszko replied, How can I be happy, gracious lady? God gave me victory and vengeance over that Teuton, but Danusia was not and still is not here, and I am no nearer to her now than I was before. The most stubborn foes, Danvald, Godfried and Rotgeir live no longer, replied the princess, and they say that Siegfried is more just than they, although cruel. Praise God's mercy at least for that. Also Delorche said that if the Teuton fell he would carry his body away, and go instantly to Malborg and demand Danusia from the Grand Master himself. They will certainly not dare to disobey the Grand Master. May God give health to Delorche, said Zbyszko, and I will go with him to Malborg. But these words frightened the princess, who felt it was as if Zbyszko said he would go unarmed among the wolves that assembled in the winter in packs in the deep Mazovian forests. What for? She exclaimed. For sure destruction. On your arrival, neither Delorche nor those letters, written by Rotgeir before the fight, will help you. You will save nobody and only ruin yourself. But he arose, crossed his hands and said, So may God help me, that I shall go to Malborg and even across oceans. So may Christ bless me, that I shall look for her until the last breath of my nostrils, and that I shall not cease until I perish. It is easier for me to fight the Germans, and meet them in arms, than for this orphan to moan underground. Oh, easier. Easier. And he said that, as always when he mentioned Danusia, with such rapture, with such pain, that his words broke off as if someone had clutched him by the throat. The princess recognized that it would be useless to turn him aside, and that if anybody wanted to detain him it must be by chaining him and casting him underground. But Zbyszko could not leave at once. Knights of that day were not allowed to heed any obstacles, but he was not permitted to break the knightly custom that required the winner in a duel to spend a whole day on the field of combat, until the following midnight. And this in order to show that he remained master of the field of battle and to show his readiness for another fight, should any of the relatives or friends of the defeated wish to challenge him to such. This custom was even observed by whole armies, which thus sometimes lost advantages which might accrue from haste after the victory. Zbyszko did not even attempt to evade that inexorable law, and refreshing himself, and afterward putting on his armor, he lingered until midnight in the castle yard, under the clouded wintry sky, awaiting the foe that could not come from anywhere. At midnight, when the heralds finally announced his victory by sound of trumpet, Mykolai of Dlugolas invited him to supper and at the same time to a council with the prince. Chapter 5. The prince was the first to take the floor at the consultation and spoke as follows. It is bad that we have no writing nor testimony against the counts. Although our suspicions may be justified, and I myself think that they and nobody else captured Jurin's daughter, still what of it? They will deny it. And if the Grand Master asks for proofs, what shall I show him? Bah! Even Jurin's letter speaks in their favor. Here he turned to Zbyszko. You say that they forced this letter from him with threats. It is possible, and undoubtedly it is so, because if justice were on their side, God would not have helped you against Rotgeir. But since they extorted one, then they could extort also two. And perhaps they have evidence from Jurin, that they are not guilty of the capture of this unfortunate girl. And if so, they will show it to the master, and what will happen then? Why, they admitted themselves, gracious Lord, that they recaptured her from bandits and that she is with them now. I know that. But they say now that they were mistaken, and that this is another girl, and the best proof is that Jurin himself disclaimed her. He disclaimed her because they showed him another girl, and that is what exasperated him. Surely it was so, but they can say that these are only our ideas. Their lies, said Mykolai of Dlugolas, are like a pine forest. From the edge a little way is visible, but the deeper one goes the greater is the density, so that a man goes astray and loses his way entirely. He then repeated his words in German to Delorche, who said, The Grand Master himself is better than they are, also his brother, although he has a daring soul, but it guards knightly honor. Yes, replied Mykolai. The master is humane. He cannot restrain the counts, nor the assembly, and it is not his fault that everything in the order is based upon human wrongs, but he cannot help it. Go, Sir Delorche, and tell him what has happened here. They are more ashamed before strangers than before us, lest they should tell of their outrages and dishonest actions at foreign courts. And should the master ask for proofs, then tell him this: to know the truth is divine, to seek it is human, therefore if you wish proofs, Lord, then seek them. Order the castles to be summoned and the people to be questioned, allow us to search, because it is foolishness and a lie that this orphan was stolen by bandits of the woods. Folly and lies, repeated Delorche. Because bandits would not dare to attack the princely court, nor Durin's child. And even if they should have captured her, it would be only for ransom, and they alone would inform us that they had her. I shall narrate all that, said the Lotharingen, and also find von Bergau. We are from the same country, and although I don't know him, they say that he is a relative of Duke Geldriais. He was at Szczytno and should tell the master what he saw. Zbyszko understood a few of his words, and whatever he did not, Mykolai explained to him. He then embraced Delorche so tightly that the knight almost groaned. The prince again said to Zbyszko. And are you also absolutely determined to go? Absolutely, gracious lord. What else am I to do? I vowed to seize Szczytno, even if I had to bite the walls with my teeth, but how can I declare war without permission? Whoever began war without permission, would rue it under the executioner's sword, said the prince. It is certainly the law of laws, replied Zbyszko. Bah! I wished then to challenge all who were in Szczytno, but people said that Durand slaughtered them like cattle, and I did not know who was alive and who dead. Because, may God and the Holy Cross help me, I will not desert Durand till the last moment. You speak nobly and worthily, said Mykolai of Dlugolas. And it proves that you were sensible not to go alone to Szczytno, because even a fool would have known that they would keep neither Durand nor his daughter there, but undoubtedly would carry them away to some other castle. God rewarded your arrival here with Rotgeir. And now, said the prince, as we heard from Rotgeir, of those four only old Siegfried is alive, and the others God has punished already either by your hand or Durand's. As for Siegfried, he is less of a rascal than the others, but perhaps the more ruthless tyrant. It is bad that Durand and Danusia are in his power, and they must be saved quickly. In order that no accident may happen to you, I will give you a letter to the Grand Master. Listen and understand me well, that you do not go as a messenger, but as a delegate, and write to the master as follows, since they had once made an attempt upon our person, in carrying off a descendant of their benefactors, it is most likely now that they have also carried off Durand's daughter, especially having a grudge against Durand. I ask therefore of the master to order a diligent search, and if he is anxious to have my friendship, to restore her instantly to your hands. Zbyszko, hearing this, fell at the prince's feet, and, embracing them, said. But Durand, gracious lord, Durand? Will you intercede also in his behalf? If he has mortal wounds, let him at least die in his own home and with his children. There is also mention made of Durand, said the prince, kindly. He is to appoint 2 judges and I too also to investigate the count's and Durand's actions, according to the rules of knightly honor. And they again will select a 5th to preside over them, and it will be as they decide. With this, the council terminated, after which Zbyszko took leave of the prince, because they were soon to start on their journey. But before their departure, Mykolai of Dlugolas, who had experience and knew the Teutons well, called Zbyszko aside and inquired. And will you take that Bohemian fellow along with you to the Germans? Surely, he will not leave me. But why? Because I feel sorry for him. He is a worthy fellow, but mark what I say, you will return from Malborg safe and sound, unless you meet a better man in combat, but his destruction is sure. But why? Because the dog brothers accused him of having stabbed de Forcy to death. They must have informed the master of his death, and they doubtless said that the Bohemian shed his blood. They will not forgive that in Malborg. A trial and vengeance await him because, how can his innocence be proven to the master? Why, he even crushed Danvald's arm, who is a relative of the Grand Master. I am sorry for him, I repeat, if he goes it is to his death. He will not go to his death, because I shall leave him in Spychow. But it happened otherwise, as reasons arose whereby the Bohemian did not remain in Spychow. Zbyszko and Delorche started with their suites the following morning. Delorche, whose marriage to Ulrika von Elner, Father Wazoniak dissolved, rode away happy and, with his mind entirely occupied with the comeliness of Jagienka of Dlugolas, was silent. Zbyszko, not being able to talk with him about Danusia also, because they could not understand each other very well, conversed with Lawa, who until now had known nothing about the intended expedition into the Teutonic regions. I am going to Malbork, he said, but God knows when I shall return. Perhaps soon, in the spring, in a year, and perhaps not at all, do you understand? I do. Your honor also is surely going to challenge the knights there. And God grant that with every knight there is a shield-bearer. No, replied Zbyszko. I am not going for the purpose of challenging them, unless it comes of itself, but you will not go with me at all, but remain at home in Spychow. Hearing this, the Bohemian at first fretted and began to complain sorrowfully, and then he begged his young lord not to leave him behind. I swore that I would not leave you. I swore upon the cross and my honor. And if your honor should meet with an accident, how could I appear before the lady in Zgorzelis? I swore to her, Lord. Therefore have mercy upon me, and not disgrace me before her. And did you not swear to her to obey me? Asked Zbyszko. Certainly. In everything, but not that I should leave you. If your honor drives me away, I shall go ahead, so as to be at hand in case of necessity. I do not, nor will I drive you away, replied Zbyszko. But it would be a bondage to me if I could not send you anywhere, even the least way, nor separate from you for even one day. You would not stand constantly over me, like a hangman over a good soul. And as to the combat, how will you help me? I do not speak of war, because these people fight in troops, and, in a single combat, you certainly will not fight for me. If Rotgeir were stronger than I, his armor would not lie on my wagon, but mine on his. And besides, know that I should have greater difficulties there if with you, and that you might expose me to dangers. How so, your honor? Then Zbyszko began to tell him what he had heard from Nikolai of Dlugolas, that the counts, not being able to account for de Forcy's murder, would accuse him and prosecute him revengefully. And if they catch you, he said, finally, then I certainly cannot leave you with them as in dog's jaws, and may lose my head. The Bohemian became gloomy when he heard these words, because he felt the truth in them. He nevertheless endeavored to alter the arrangement according to his desire. But those who saw me are not alive any more, because some, as they say, were killed by the old lord, while you slew Rotgeir. The footmen who followed at a distance saw you, and the old Teuton is alive, and is surely now in Malbork, and if he is not there yet he will arrive, because the master, with God's permission, will summon him. He could not reply to that, they therefore rode on in silence to Spychow. They found their complete readiness for war, because old Tolima expected that either the Teutons would attack the small castle, or that Zbyszko, on his return, would lead them to the succor of the old lord. Guards were on watch everywhere, on the paths through the marshes and in the castle itself. The peasants were armed, and, as war was nothing new to them, they awaited the Germans with eagerness, promising themselves excellent booty. Father Caleb received Zbyszko and Delorche in the castle, and, immediately after supper, showed them the parchment with Durin's seal, in which he had written with his own hand the last will of the Knight of Spychow. He dictated it to me, he said, the night he went to Sksitno. And, he did not expect to return. But why did you say nothing? I said nothing, because he admitted his intentions to me under the seal of confession. May God give him eternal peace, and may the light of glory shine upon him. Do not say prayers for him. He is still alive. I know it from the Teuton Rotgeir, with whom I had a combat at the prince's court. There was God's judgment between us and I killed him. Then Durand will undoubtedly not return, unless with God's help. I go with this knight to tear him from their hands. Then you know not, it seems, Teutonic hands, but I know them, because, before Durand took me to Spychow, I was priest for 15 years in their country. God alone can save Durand. And he can help us too. Amen. He then unfolded the document and began to read. Durand bequeathed all his estates and his entire possessions to Danusia and her offspring, but, in case of her death without issue, to her husband Zbyszko of Bogdaniec. He finally recommended his will to the prince's care, so that, in case it contained anything unlawful, the prince's grace might make it lawful. This clause was added because Father Caleb knew only the canon law, and Durand himself, engaged exclusively in war, only knew the knightly. After having read the document to Zbyszko, the priest read it to the officers of the Spychow garrison, who at once recognized the young knight as their lord, and promised obedience. They also thought that Zbyszko would soon lead them to the assistance of the old lord, and they were glad, because their hearts were fierce and anxious for war, and attached to Durand. They were seized with grief when they heard that they would remain at home, and that the lord with a small following was going to Malbork, not to fight, but to formulate complaints. The Bohemian Gloax shared their grief, although on the other hand, he was glad on account of such a large increase of Zbyszko's wealth. Hedge. Who would be delighted, he said, if not the old lord of Bogdaniec? And he could govern here. What is Bogdaniec in comparison with such a possession? But Zbyszko was suddenly seized with yearning for his uncle, as it frequently happened to him, especially in hard and difficult questions in life. Therefore, turning to the warrior, he said on the impulse, "Why should you sit here in idleness? Go to Bogdaniec, you shall carry a letter for me." "If I am not to go with your honor, then I would rather go there," replied the delighted squire. "Call Father Caleb to write in a proper manner all that has happened here, and the letter will be read to my uncle by the priest of Krzesnia, or the abbot, if he is in Zgorzelec." But as he said this, he struck his mustache with his hand and added, as if to himself, "Bah! The abbot!" And instantly Jagienka arose before his eyes, blue-eyed, dark-haired, tall and beautiful, with tears on her eyelashes. He became embarrassed and rubbed his forehead for a time, but finally he said, "You will feel sad, girl, but not worse than I." Meanwhile Father Caleb arrived and immediately began to write. Zbyszko dictated to him at length everything that had happened from the moment he had arrived at the forest court. He did not conceal anything, because he knew that old Maćko, when he had a clear view of the matter, would be glad in the end. Bogdaniec could not be compared with Spychow, which was a large and rich estate, and Zbyszko knew that Maćko cared a great deal for such things. But when the letter, after great toil, was written and sealed, Zbyszko again called his squire, and handed him the letter, saying, "You will perhaps return with my uncle, which would delight me very much." But the Bohemian seemed to be embarrassed, he tarried, shifted from one foot to another, and did not depart, until the young knight remarked, "Have you anything to say yet? Then do so." "I should like, your honor," replied the Bohemian, "I should like to inquire yet, what to tell the people." "Which people?" "Not those in Bogdaniec, but in the neighborhood. Because they will surely like to find out." At that Zbyszko, who determined not to conceal anything, looked at him sharply and said, "You do not care for the people, but for Jagienka of Zgorzelec." And the Bohemian flushed, and then turned somewhat pale and replied, "For her, lord." "And how do you know that she has not got married to Stan of Rogau, or to Wilk of Brzezowa?" "The lady has not got married at all," firmly answered the warrior. "The abbot may have ordered her." "The abbot obeys the lady, not she him." "What do you wish then?" "Tell the truth to her as well as to all." The Bohemian bowed and left somewhat angry. "May God grant," he said to himself, thinking of Zbyszko, "that she may forget you. May God give her a better man than you are. But if she has not forgotten you, then I shall tell her that you are married, but without a wife, and that you may become a widower before you have entered the bedchamber. But the warrior was attached to Zbyszko and pitied Danusia, though he loved Jagienka above all in this world, and from the time before the last battle in Ciechano, when he had heard of Zbyszko's marriage, he bore pain and bitterness in his heart. That you may first become a widower, he repeated. But then other, and apparently gentler, thoughts began to enter his head, because, while going down to the horses, he said, God be blessed that I shall at least embrace her feet. Meanwhile Zbyszko was impatient to start, because feverishness consumed him, and the affairs of necessity that occupied his attention increased his tortures, thinking constantly of Danusia and Jurand. It was necessary, however, to remain in Spichau for one night at least, for the sake of Dolores, and the preparations which such a long journey required. He was finally utterly worn out from the fight, watch, journey, sleeplessness and worry. Late in the evening, therefore, he threw himself upon Jurand's hard bed, in the hope of falling into a short sleep at least. But before he fell asleep, Sandras knocked at his door, entered, and bowing, said, Lord, you saved me from death, and I was well off with you, as scarcely ever before. God has given you now a large estate, so that you are wealthier than before, and moreover the Spichau treasury is not empty. Give me, Lord, some kind of a money bag, and I will go to Prussia, from castle to castle, and although it may not be very safe there, I may possibly do you some service. Zbyszko, who at the first moment had wished to throw him out of the room, reflected upon his words, and after a moment, pulled from his travelling bag near his bed, a fair-sized bag, threw it to him and said, Take it, and go. If you are a rogue you will cheat, if honest, you will serve. I shall cheat as a rogue, sir, said Sandras, but not you, and I will honestly serve you. Siegfried von Love was just about to depart for Malborg when the postman unexpectedly brought him a letter from Rotgear with news from the Mazovian court. This news moved the old Knight of the Cross to the quick. First of all, it was obvious from the letter that Rotgear had perfectly conducted and represented the Jurand affair before Prince Janusz. Siegfried smiled on reading that Rotgear had further requested the prince to deliver up Spichau to the order as a recompense for the wrong done. But the other part of the letter contained unexpected and less advantageous tidings. Rotgear further informed him that in order better to demonstrate the guiltlessness of the order in the abduction of the Jurands, the gauntlet was thrown down to the Mazovian knights, challenging everybody who doubted, to God's judgment, i.e., to fight in the presence of the whole court. None has taken it up, Rotgear continued, because all saw that in his letter Jurand himself bears testimony for us, moreover they feared God's judgment, but a youth, the same we saw in the forest court, came forward and picked up the gauntlet. Do not wonder then, O pious and wise brother, for that is the cause of my delay in returning. Since I have challenged, I am obliged to stand. And since I have done it for the glory of the order, I trust that neither the Grand Master nor you whom I honor and heartily love with filial affection will count it ill. The adversary is quite a child, and as you know, I am not a novice in fighting. It will then be an easy matter for me to shed his blood for the glory of the order, especially with the help of Christ. Who cares more for those who bear his cross than for a certain Jurand or for the wrong done to a Mazovian girl? Siegfried was most surprised at the news that Jurand's daughter was a married woman. The thought that there was a possibility of a fresh menacing and revengeful enemy settling at Spichau inspired even the old count with alarm. It is clear, he said to himself, that he will not neglect to avenge himself, and much more so when he shall have received his wife and she tells him that we carried her off from the forest court. Yes, it would be at once evident that we brought Jurand here for the purpose of destroying him, and that nobody ever thought of restoring his daughter to him. At this thought it struck Siegfried that owing to the prince's letters, the Grand Master would most likely institute an investigation in Szczytno so that he might at least clear himself in the eyes of the prince. Since it was important for the Grand Master and the chapter to have the Mazovian prince on their side in case of war with the powerful king of Poland. To disregard the strength of the prince in face of the multitude of the Mazovian nobility was not to be lightly undertaken. To be at peace with them fully ensured the knights' frontiers and permitted them better to concentrate their strength. They had often spoken about it in the presence of Siegfried at Malborg, and often entertained the hope, that after having subdued the king, a pretext would be found later against the Mazovians and then no power could wrest that land from their hands. That was a great and sure calculation. It was therefore certain that the master would at present do everything to avoid irritating Prince Janusz, because that prince who was married to Kiechstadt's daughter was more difficult to reconcile than Zimoid of Plock, whose wife, for some unknown reason, was entirely devoted to the order. In the face of these thoughts, old Siegfried, who was ready to commit all kinds of crimes, treachery and cruelty, only for the sake of the order and its fame, began to calculate conscientiously. Would it not be better to let Durand and his daughter go? The crime and infamy weigh heavily on Danvald's name, and he is dead, even if the master should punish Rotgeir and myself severely because we were the accomplices in Danvald's deeds, would it not be better for the order? But here his revengeful and cruel heart began to rebel at the thought of Durand. To let him go, this oppressor and executioner of members of the order, this conqueror in so many encounters, the cause of so many infamies, calamities and defeats, then the murderer of Danvald, the conqueror of von Bergau, the murderer of Manager Godfried and Hugh, he who even in Sksitno itself shed more German blood than one good fight in war. No, I cannot. I cannot. Siegfried repeated vehemently, and at this thought his rapacious fingers closed spasmodically, and the old lean breast heaved heavily. Still, if it were for the great benefit and glory of the order. If the punishment should fall in that case upon the still living perpetrators of the crimes, Prince Janusz ought to be by this time reconciled with the foe and remove the difficulty by an arrangement, or even an alliance. They are furious, further thought the old count, but he ought to show them some kindness. It is easy to forget a grievance. Why, the prince himself in his own country was an abductor, then there is fear of revenge. Then he began to pace in the hall in mental distraction, and then stopped in front of the crucifix, opposite the entrance, which occupied almost the whole height of wall between the two windows, and kneeling at its feet he said, "Enlighten me. O Lord, teach me, for I know not. If I give up Durand and his daughter, then all our actions will be truly revealed, and the world will not say Danvald or Siegfried have done it, but they will lay the blame upon the Knights of the Cross, and disgrace will fall upon the whole order. And the hatred of that prince will be greater than ever. If I do not give them up but keep them or suppress the matter, then the order will be suspected and I shall be obliged to pollute my mouth with lying before the Grand Master. Which is better, Lord? Teach and enlighten me. If I must endure vengeance, then ordain it according to thy justice. But teach me now, enlighten me, for thy religion is concerned, and whatever thou commandest I will do, even if it should result in my imprisonment and even if I were awaiting death and deliverance in fetters." And resting his brow upon the wooden cross he prayed for a long time. It did not even for a moment cross his mind that it was a crooked and blasphemous prayer. Then he got up, calmed, thinking that the grace of the wooden cross sent him a righteous and enlightened thought, and that a voice from on high said to him, "Arise and wait for the return of Rotgeir." So, I must wait. Rotgeir will undoubtedly kill the young man, it will then be necessary to hide Durand and his daughter, or give them up. In the first instance, it is true, the prince will not forget them, but not being sure who abducted the girl he will search for her, he will send letters to the Grand Master, not accusing him but inquiring, and the affair will be greatly prolonged. In the second instance, the joy at the return of Durand's daughter will be greater than the desire to avenge her abduction. Surely we can always say that we have found her after Durand's outrage. The last thought entirely calmed Siegfried. As to Durand himself there was no fear, for he and Rotgeir had long before come to an understanding that in case Durand were to be set free, he could neither avenge himself nor harm them. Siegfried was glad in his terrible heart. He rejoiced also at the thought of God's judgment which was to take place in the castle at Ciechano. And as to the result of the mortal combat he was not in the least alarmed. He recollected a certain tournament in Königsberg when Rotgeir overcame two powerful knights, who passed in their Andacave country as unconquerable fighters. He also remembered the combat near Wilno, with a certain Polish knight, the courtier Spitko of Melston, whom Rotgeir killed. And his face brightened, and his heart exulted, for when Rotgeir to a certain extent was already a celebrated knight, he first had led an expedition to Lithuania and had taught him the best way to carry on a war with that tribe. For this reason he loved him like a son, with such deep love, that only those who must have strong affections locked up in their hearts are able to do. Now that little son will once more shed hated Polish blood, and return covered with glory. Well, it is God's judgment, and the order will at the same time be cleared of suspicion. God's judgment. In the twinkling of an eye, a feeling akin to alarm oppressed his old heart. Behold, Rotgeir must engage in mortal combat in defense of the innocence of the Order of the Knights of the Cross. Yet, they are guilty, he will therefore fight for that falsehood. What then if misfortune happen? But in a moment it occurred to him again that this was impossible. Yes. Rotgeir justly writes, that by the help of Christ who cares more for those who bear the cross than for a certain Durand or the wrong done to one Mazovian girl. Yes, Rotgeir will return in 3 days, and return a conqueror. Thus the old knight of the cross calmed himself, but at the same time he wondered whether it would not be advisable to send Danusia to some out-of-the-way, distant castle, from which in no possible manner the stratagems of the Mazovians could rescue her. But after hesitating for a moment he gave up that idea. To take overt action and accuse the order, only Durandauna's husband could do that. But he will perish by Rotgeir's hand. After that, there will only be investigations, inquiries, correspondence, and accusations from the prince. But this very procedure will greatly retard the affair, and it will be confused and obscured, and it goes without saying, it will be infinitely delayed. Before it comes to anything, said Siegfried to himself, I shall die, and it may also be that Durandauna will grow old in the prison of the Knights of the Cross. Nevertheless, I shall order that everything in the castle be prepared for defense, and at the same time to make ready for the road, because I do not exactly know what will be the result of the meeting with Rotgeir, therefore I shall wait. Meanwhile 2 of the 3 days, in which Rotgeir had promised to return, passed by, then 3 and 4, yet no retinue made its appearance at the gates of Szczytno. Only on the 5th day, well nigh toward dark, the blast of the horn resounded in front of the bastion at the gate of the fortress. Siegfried, who was just finishing his vesper prayer, immediately dispatched a page to see who had arrived. After a while the page returned with a troubled face. This Siegfried did not observe on account of the darkness, for the fire in the stove was too far back to illuminate the room sufficiently. Have they returned? Inquired the old knight of the cross. Yes, replied the page. But there was something in his voice which alarmed the old knight, and he said. And brother Rotgeir? They have brought brother Rotgeir. Then Siegfried got up and for a long while he held on to the arm of the chair to prevent himself from falling, then in a stifled voice he said. Give me the cloak. The page placed the cloak on his shoulders. He had apparently regained his strength, for he put on the cowl himself without assistance, then he went out. In a moment he found himself in the courtyard of the castle, where it was already quite dark. He walked slowly upon the cracking snow toward the retinue which was coming through the gate. He stopped near it where a crowd had already gathered, and several torches, which the soldiers of the guard brought, illuminated the scene. At the sight of the old knight the servants opened a way for him. By the light of the torches could be seen the terrified faces, and the whispering of the people could be heard in the dark background. Brother Rotgeir. Brother Rotgeir has been killed. Siegfried drew near the sleigh, upon which the corpse was stretched on straw and covered with a cloak. He lifted one end of it. Bring a light, he said, whilst drawing aside the cowl. One of the servants brought a torch which he held toward the corpse, and by its light the old knight observed the head of Rotgeir. The face was white as if frozen and bandaged with a black kerchief fastened under the beard, evidently for the purpose of keeping the mouth closed. The whole face was drawn and so much altered that it might be mistaken for somebody else's. The eyes were closed, and around them and near the temples were blue patches, and the cheeks were scaly with frost. The old knight gazed at it for a long while amid complete silence. Others looked at him, for it was known that he was like a father to Rotgeir, and that he loved him. But he did not shed even a single tear, only his face looked more severe than usual, but there was depicted in it a kind of torpid calm. They sent him back thus, he said at last. But he immediately turned toward the steward of the castle and said, "Let a coffin be prepared by midnight, and place the body in the chapel. There is one coffin left of those which were made for those Durin killed, it wants only to be covered with cloth, which I shall order to be done." "And cover him with a cloak," said Siegfried, whilst covering the face of Rotgeir, "not with one like this but with one of the order." After a while he added, "Do not close the lid." The people approached the sleigh. Siegfried again pulled the cowl over his head, but he recollected something before leaving, and he asked, "Where is Van Christ?" "He also was killed," replied one of the servants, "but they were obliged to bury him in Ciechano because putrefaction set in." "Very well." Then he left, walking slowly, entered the room and sat down upon the same chair where he was when the tidings reached him. His face was as if petrified and motionless, and he sat there so long that the page began to be alarmed. He put his head halfway in the door now and then. Hour after hour passed by. The customary stir ceased within the castle, but from the direction of the chapel came a dull indistinct hammering. Then nothing disturbed the silence but the calls of the watchman. It was already about midnight when the old knight awoke as from sleep, and called the servant. "Where is brother Rotgeir?" he asked. But the servant, unnerved by the silence, events and sleeplessness, apparently did not understand him, but looked at him with fear and replied in a trembling voice, "I do not know, sir." The old man burst out into laughter and said mildly, "Child, I asked whether he is already in the chapel." "Yes, sir." "Very well then. Tell Diedrich to come here with a lantern and wait until my return. Let him also have a small kettle of coals. Is there already a light in the chapel?" "There are candles burning about the coffin." Siegfried put on his cloak and left. When he entered the chapel, he looked around to see whether anybody else was present. Then he closed the door carefully, approached the coffin, put aside 2 of the 6 candles burning in large brazen candlesticks in front of him, and knelt down before it. As his lips did not move, it showed that he was not praying. For some time he only looked at the drawn yet still handsome face of Rotgeir as though he were trying to discover in it traces of life. Then amid the dead silence in the chapel he began to call in suppressed tones, "Dear little son! Dear little son!" Then he remained silent. It seemed as though he were expecting an answer. Then he stretched out his hand and pushed his emaciated talon-like fingers under the cloak, uncovered Rotgeir's breast and began to feel about it. Looking everywhere at the middle and sides below the ribs and along the shoulder blades, at last he touched the rent in the clothing which extended from the top of the right shoulder down to the armpit. His fingers penetrated and felt along the whole length of the wound, then he cried with a loud voice which sounded like a complaint, "Oh! What merciless thing is this? Yet thou saidst that fellow was quite a child. The whole arm! The whole arm! So many times thou hast raised it against the pagans in defense of the order. In the name of the Father, the Son and the Holy Ghost. Thou foughtest falsely, and so succumbed in a false cause, be absolved and may thy soul." The words were cut short on his lips which began to tremble, and deep silence reigned once more in the chapel. "Dear little son! Dear little son!" Now there was something like a petition in Siegfried's voice, and at the same time it seemed as he lowered his voice as though his petition contained some important and terrible secret. "Merciful Christ! If thou art not condemned, give a sign, move thy hand, or give one twitch of the eye, for my old heart is groaning within my breast. Give a sign, I loved thee, say one word." And supporting himself with his hands upon the edge of the coffin, he fastened his vulture-like eyes upon the closed eyelids of Rotgeir and waited. "Bah! How couldst thou speak," said he, at last, "when frost and evil odor emanate from thee? But as thou art silent, then I will tell thee something, and let thy soul, flying about here among the flaming candles, listen. Then he bent down to the face of the corpse. "Dost thou remember how the chaplain would not permit us to kill Durand and how we took an oath? Well, I will keep that oath, but I will cause thee to rejoice wherever thou art, even at the cost of my own damnation." Then he retreated from the coffin, replaced the candlesticks, covered the corpse with the cloak, and left the chapel. At the door of the room, overpowered with deep sleep, slept the servant, and according to Siegfried's orders Diedrich was already waiting inside. He was of low stature, thickly set, with bowed legs and a square face which was concealed by a dark cowl falling to his arm. He was dressed in an untanned buffalo jacket, also a buffalo belt upon his hips from which was hanging a bunch of keys and a short knife. In his right hand he held a membrane-covered lantern, in the other, a small kettle and a torch. "Are you ready?" inquired Siegfried. Diedrich bowed silently. "I gave orders for you to bring with you a kettle with coal in it." The short fellow was still silent. He only pointed to the burning wood in the fireplace and took the iron shovel standing at the fireside, and filled the kettle with the burning coal, then he lit the lantern and waited. "Now listen, dog," said Siegfried. "You have never revealed what Count Danvald commanded you to do, the Count also ordered the cutting out of your tongue. But you can still motion to the chaplain with your fingers. I therefore forewarn you, if you show him even with the slightest motion of your hand what you are to do now by my command, I shall order you to be hanged." Diedrich again bowed in silence, but his face was drawn on account of the terrible, ominous recollection, for his tongue was torn out for quite another reason than what Siegfried said. "Now proceed, and lead to the underground cell where Durand is." The executioner grasped the handle of the kettle with his gigantic hand, picked up the lantern and then left. At the door they passed by the guard who was asleep, descended the stairs, and turned, not toward the principal entrance, but directed their steps to the small corridor in the rear of the stairs, extending through the whole width of the edifice, and terminating in a heavy iron door which was concealed in a niche in the wall. Diedrich opened it and they found themselves again in the open air in a small courtyard surrounded on its four sides by high-walled granaries where they kept their stores in case the castle should be besieged. Underneath one of these stores, on the right, was an underground prison. There was not a single guard standing there, because even if a prisoner should succeed in breaking through from the underground prison, he would then find himself in the courtyard which only gave exit through the door in the niche. "Wait," said Siegfried, and leaning against the wall, he rested, for he felt that something was the matter with him. He was short of breath, as though his breast was too much tightened under the straight coat of mail. In plain terms, considering what had happened, he felt his old age, and his brow under the cowl was covered with drops of perspiration. He therefore stopped for a moment to recover breath. The night following the gloomy day became extraordinarily clear and the little courtyard was brightly illuminated by the rays of the moon which caused the snow to glisten with a yellowish tint. Siegfried inhaled with pleasure the cool invigorating air, but he forgot that on a similar bright night Rotgeir left for Sicino whence he did not return alive. "And now thou liest in the chapel," he murmured to himself. Diedrich thought that the Count was talking to him. He therefore lifted up his lantern and threw its light upon his face which had a terrible and cadaverous appearance, but at the same time it looked like the head of an old vulture. "Lead on," said Siegfried. Diedrich lowered the lantern again which cast upon the snow a yellow circle of light and they proceeded. In the thick wall of the storehouse there was a recess in which several steps led to a large iron door. Diedrich opened it and went down the stairs in the deep dark aperture, raising the lantern so as to show the way to the Count. At the end of the stairs there was a corridor in which, to the right and left, were exceedingly low doors leading to the cells of the prisoners. "To Durand," said Siegfried. And in a moment the bars creaked and they entered, but there was perfect darkness in the cell. But Siegfried, who could not see well in the dim light from the lantern, ordered the torch to be lighted, and in a moment he was enabled by its bright light to see Durand lying on the straw. The prisoner's feet were fettered, but the chains on the hands were somewhat longer so as to enable him to carry food to his mouth. Upon his body was the same coarse sackcloth which he had on when he was arraigned before the court, but now it was covered with dark blood stains, because, that day when the fight ended, Only when maddened with pain the frantic knight was entangled in the net, the soldiers then tried to kill him, struck him with their halberds and inflicted upon him numerous wounds. The chaplain interfered and Durand was not killed outright, but he lost so much blood that he was carried to prison half dead. In the castle they expected his death hourly. But owing to his immense strength he prevailed over death, although they did not attend to his wounds, and he was cast into the terrible subterranean prison, in which during the daytime when it thawed drops fell from the roof. But when there was frost the walls were thickly covered with snow and icicles. On the ground on the straw lay the powerless man in chains, but he looked like a piece of flint shaped in human form. Siegfried commanded Diedrich to throw the light directly upon Durand's face, then he gazed at it for a while in silence. Then he turned to Diedrich and said, "Observe, he has only one eye, destroy it." There was something in his voice like sickness and decrepitude, and for that very reason, the horrible order sounded more terrible, so that the torch began somewhat to tremble in the hand of the executioner. Yet he inclined it toward Durand's face, and in a moment big drops of burning tar began to fall upon the eye of Durand, covering it entirely from the brow down to the projecting cheekbone. Durand's face twitched, his grey mustachios moved, but he did not utter a single word of complaint. Whether it was from exhaustion, or the grand fortitude of his terrible nature, he did not even groan. Siegfried said, "It has been promised that you shall be freed, and you shall be, but you shall not be able to accuse the order, for your tongue, which you might use against it, shall be torn out." Then he again signalled to the executioner who replied with a strange guttural sound and showed by signs that for this he roused employ both hands, and therefore wanted the count to hold the light. Then the old count took the torch and held it in his outstretched, trembling hand, but when Diedrich pressed Durand's chest with his knees Siegfried turned his head and looked at the hoarfrost-covered wall. For a while resounded the clank of the chains, followed by the suppressed panting of a human breast which sounded like one dull, deep groan, and then all was still. Finally Siegfried said, "Durand, the punishment which you have suffered you have deserved, but I have promised to brother Rotgeir, whom your son-in-law has killed, to place your right hand in his coffin." Diedrich, who had just got up from his last deed, bent again upon the prostrate form of Durand, when he heard Siegfried's words. After a little while, the old count and Diedrich found themselves again in that open courtyard which was illuminated by the bright moon. When they re-entered the corridor, Siegfried took the lantern from Diedrich, also a dark object wrapped up in a rag, and said to himself in a loud voice, "Now to the chapel and then to the tower." Diedrich looked keenly at the count, but the count commanded him to go to sleep. He covered himself, hanging the lantern near the lighted window of the chapel and left. On his way he meditated upon what had just taken place. He was almost sure that his own end had also arrived and that these were his last deeds in this world, and that he would have to account for them before God. But his soul, the soul of a Knight of the Cross, although naturally more cruel than mendacious, had in the course of inexorable necessity got accustomed to fraud, assassination and concealing the sanguinary deeds of the order. He now involuntarily sought to cast off the ignominy and responsibility for Durand's tortures, from both himself and the order. Diedrich was dumb and could not confess, and, although he could make himself understood with the chaplain, he would be afraid to do so. What then? Nobody would know. Durand might well have received all his wounds during the fight. He might have easily lost his tongue by the thrust of a lance between his teeth. An axe or a sword might have easily cut off his right hand. He had only one eye. Would it be strange therefore that the other eye was lost in the fracas, for he threw himself madly upon the whole garrison of Szczytno. Alas! Durand! His last joy in life trembled for a moment in the heart of the old Knight of the Cross. So, should Durand survive, he ought to be set free. At this, Siegfried remembered a conversation he had had once with Rotgeir about this, when that young brother laughingly remarked, "Then let him go where his eyes will carry him, and if he does not happen to strike Spychow, then let him make inquiries on the road." For that which had now happened was a part of the prearranged program between them. But now Siegfried re-entered the chapel and, kneeling in front of the coffin, he laid at Rotgeir's feet Durand's bleeding hand. That last joy which startled him was only for a moment and quickly disappeared, for the last time, from his face. "You see," he said, "I have done more than we agreed to do." For King John of Luxembourg, although he was blind, kept on fighting and perished gloriously. But Durand can stand no more and will perish like a dog behind the fence. At this he again felt that shortness of breath that had seized him on his way to Durand, also a weight on his head as of a heavy iron helmet, but this only lasted a second. Then he drew a deep breath and said, "Ah! My time has also come. You were the only one I had, but now I have none. But if I lived longer, I vow to you, O little son, that I would also place upon your grave that hand which killed you, or perish myself. The murderer who killed you is still alive." Here his teeth clenched and such an intense cramp seized him that he could not speak for some time. Then he began again, but in a broken voice. "Yes, your murderer still lives, but I will cut him to pieces, and others with him, and I will inflict upon them tortures even worse than death itself." Then he ceased. In a moment he rose again and approaching the coffin, he began to speak in quiet tones. "Now I take leave of you, and look into your face for the last time, perhaps I shall be able to see in your face whether you are pleased with my promises. The last time." Then he uncovered Rotgier's face, but suddenly he retreated. "You are smiling," he said, "but you are smiling terribly." In fact, the frozen corpse, which was covered with the mantle, had thawed. It may be from the heat of the burning candles, it had begun to decompose with extraordinary rapidity, and the face of the young count looked indeed terrible. The enormously swollen and livid mouth looked something monstrous, the blue and swollen curled lips had the appearance of a grinning smile. Siegfried covered that terrible human mask as quickly as possible. Then he took the lantern and left the chapel. Here again, for the third time, he felt shortness of breath. He entered the house and threw himself upon his hard bed of the order and lay for a time motionless. He thought he would fall asleep, when suddenly a strange feeling overpowered him. It seemed to him that he would never again be able to sleep, and that if he remained in that house death would soon follow. Siegfried, in his extreme weariness, and without hope of sleep, was not afraid of death, on the contrary he regarded it as an exceedingly great relief. But he had no wish to submit himself to it that evening. So he sat up in his bed and cried, "Give me time till tomorrow." Then he distinctly heard a voice whispering in his ear, "Leave this house. It will be too late tomorrow and you will not be able to accomplish your promise. Leave this house." The count got up with difficulty and went out. The guards were calling to one another from the bastions upon the palisades. The light emanating from the windows of the chapel illuminated the snow in front with a yellow gleam. In the middle of the court near the stone wall were two black dogs playing and tugging at a black rag. Beyond this the courtyard was empty and silent. "It is yet necessary this night," said Siegfried. "I am exceedingly tired, but I must go. All are asleep. Durand, overcome by torture, might also be asleep. I only am unable to sleep. I will go. I will go, for there is death within, and I have promised you. Let death come afterward, sleep will not come. You are smiling there, but my strength is failing me. You are smiling, you are apparently glad. But you see that my fingers are benumbed, my hands have lost their strength, and I cannot accomplish it by myself, the servant with whom she sleeps will accomplish it." Then he moved on with heavy steps toward the tower situated near the gate. Meanwhile the dogs which were playing near the stone wall came running up and began to fawn upon him. In one of them Siegfried recognized the bulldog which was so much attached to Diedrich that it was said in the castle that it served him as a pillow at night. The dog greeted the count, it barked low once or twice. And then returned toward the gate acting as though it had divined his thoughts. After a while Siegfried found himself in front of the narrow little doors of the tower, which at night were barred on the outside. Removing the bars, he felt for the balustrade of the stairs which commenced quite near the doors and began to ascend. In his absent-mindedness he forgot the lantern. He therefore went up gropingly, stepping carefully and feeling with his feet for the steps. Having advanced a few steps, he suddenly halted, when below quite near him he heard something like the breathing of a man, or beast. "Who is there?" But there was no answer, only the breathing grew quicker. Siegfried was not a timid man, he was not afraid of death. But the preceding terrible night had quite exhausted his courage and self-control. It crossed his mind that Rotgeir or the evil spirit was barring his way, and his hair stood up on his head and his brow was covered with cold sweat. He retreated to the very entrance. "Who is there?" he asked, with a choked voice. But at that moment something struck him a powerful blow on his chest, so terrible that the old man fell through the door upon his back and swooned. He did not even groan. Silence followed, after which there could be seen a dark form, stealthily issuing from the tower and making off toward the stable which was situated on the left side of the courtyard near the arsenal. Diedrich's big bulldog followed that figure silently. The other dog also ran after him and disappeared in the shadow of the wall, but shortly appeared again with its head to the ground, scenting as it were the trail of the other dog. In this manner the dog approached the prostrate and lifeless body of Siegfried, which it smelled carefully, then crouched near the head of the prostrate man and began to howl. The howling continued for a long while, filling the air of that somber night with a new kind of dolefulness and horror. Finally the small door concealed in the middle of the gate creaked and a guard armed with a halberd appeared in the courtyard. "Death upon that dog," he said, "I'll teach you to howl during the night." And he aimed the sharp end of the halberd so as to hit the animal with it, but at that moment he observed something lying near the little open door of the bastion. "Lord Jesus! What is that?" He bent his head so as to look in the face of the prostrate man, and began to shout, "Help! Help! Help!" Then he rushed to the gate and pulled with all his strength at the bell rope. End of Part 5. Part 6. Chapter 1. Although Gloax was somewhat anxious to hasten to Zgorzelec, he could not make the progress he wished, because the road was exceedingly bad. A general thaw had followed the severe winter, keen frost, and immense snowdrifts which covered whole villages. Ludi, February, in spite of its name 110 by no means showed itself formidable. First there were thick, continuous fogs, succeeded by torrential rains, which melted the white snowdrifts before one's eyes, and in the intervals there were very high winds as is usual in the month of March. Then the tempestuous clouds were suddenly torn asunder by the wind which now drove them together, and now scattered them, whilst on the earth the wind howled in the thickets, whistled in the forests and dispersed the snow beneath which only a short time before the boughs and trunks had slept their silent, wintry sleep. The woods assumed a dark color. The meadows were inundated with broad sheets of water. The rivers and streams overflowed. Only the fishermen were glad at the abundance of the watery element, but the rest of humanity were confined as within a prison, sheltering themselves within their houses and huts. In many places communication between village and village could only be effected by means of boats. There was no lack of dams, dikes and roads through the forests and swamps, constructed of trunks, of trees and logs, but now the dikes became soft and the stumps in the low, wet places endangered travel. Or the roads were rendered altogether impracticable. The most difficult part for the Bohemian to traverse was the lakeland region of Wielkopolska, where every spring the thaw was greater than in any other part of Poland. Consequently the road was specially difficult for horses. He was therefore obliged to wait whole weeks, sometimes in small towns, sometimes in villages and farms, where he and his men were hospitably received, according to custom, by the people, who were willing listeners to the tale of the Knights of the Cross, and paid for it with bread and salt. For this reason spring was already far advanced, and the greater part of March had already passed before he found himself in the neighborhood of Zgorzelec and Bogdaniec. He longed to see his mistress as soon as possible, although he knew that he could never gain her, even as he could not gain the stars of heaven, nevertheless he adored and loved her with his whole soul. Yet he resolved first to go and see Mako. First, because he was sent to him, secondly, because he was bringing men with him who were to be left at Bogdaniec. Zbyszko, having killed Rotgeir, according to established rules, became the owner of his following, which consisted of 10 men and as many horses. 2 of them had been sent back with the body of Rotgeir to Szczytno. Knowing how anxious his uncle was to obtain colonists, he sent the remaining 8 men by Gloax as a present to old Maćko. The Bohemian, on his arrival at Bogdaniec, did not find Maćko at home. He was informed that Maćko had gone with his dogs and crossbow to the forest, but he returned the same day, and having heard that an important retinue was waiting for him, he hastened to salute the guests and offer them hospitality. He did not recognize Gloax at first, but when he gave his name, Maćko was greatly agitated, and throwing down his hat and crossbow he cried, "For God's sake! Tell me, have they killed him? Tell what you know." "They have not killed him," replied the Bohemian. "He is enjoying good health." On hearing this, Maćko was somewhat ashamed of himself, and began to puff. At last he drew a deep breath. "Praised be the Lord Christ," he said. "Where is he now?" "He left for Malborg and sent me here with news." "And why did he go to Malborg?" "To fetch his wife." "Be careful, boy, in the name of God, what wife did he go for?" "For Jurin's daughter." "There is much to be told about it, enough for a whole night, but, honored sir, allow me to rest a little, for I have been constantly traveling since midnight." Maćko ceased questioning for a little while, for his great surprise deprived him of speech. When he had somewhat recovered, he shouted to the servant to throw some wood on the fire and bring food for the Bohemian. Then he began to pace up and down, gesticulating and talking to himself. "I cannot believe mine own ears. Jurin's daughter. Zbyszko married. He is married and not married," said the Bohemian. Then he began slowly to relate what had happened, while Maćko listened eagerly, only interrupting with questions when what the Bohemian related was not quite clear to him. For instance, Gloax could not give the exact time when Zbyszko had got married, as there had been no public marriage. Nevertheless he affirmed that that marriage had surely taken place, and that it had come to pass owing to the instigation of Princess Anna Danusia, and had been made public only after the arrival of the Knight of the Cross, Rotgeir. When Zbyszko had challenged him to the judgment of God, in the presence of the entire Mazovian court. "Ah! He fought?" Maćko exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with intense curiosity. "What followed?" "He cut the German in 2, and God also made me happy by delivering the armor-bearer into my hands." Maćko again began to puff, but this time with an air of satisfaction. "Well," he said. "He is a fellow not to be trifled with. He is the last of the gratis, but so help me God, not the least. He was that already in the fight with the Frisians, when he was a mere stripling." Here he glanced sharply once and again at the Bohemian, then he continued. "And so you tried to imitate him, and it seems you tell the truth. I doubted your words, but, as you yourself say, you had little work with the armor-bearer. But if he chopped off the arm of that dog brother after killing the aurochs, those are valiant deeds." Then he suddenly asked, "Is there rich spoil?" "We have taken the arms, horses and 10 men, 8 of whom, the young lord sends you." "What has he done with the other 2? "He sent them back with the corpse." "Why did not the prince send 2 of his own servants?" "Those 2 will not return." The Bohemian smiled at Maćko's greed, which often betrayed him. "The young lord need not consider such trifles now," he said. "Spichau is a large estate." "It is a large estate, what of it? It is not yet his." "Then whose is it?" Maćko rose from his seat. "Speak." "And Jurand?" "Jurand is a prisoner, and dying, in the hands of the Knights of the Cross. God knows whether he will survive, and even if he survives and returns, what of it? Did not Father Caleb read Jurand's testament, announcing to all that the young lord is to be their master?" The last words obviously made a great impression upon Maćko, because he was too much amazed to thoroughly grasp the news. That Zbyszko had got married was painful to him at the first moment, for he loved Jagienka with a fatherly love, and heartily wished to see Zbyszko united to her. But, on the other hand, he had already grown accustomed to regard the affair as lost. Moreover, Durandana brought with her so much that Jagienka could never bring, the prince's favor, and being an only daughter her dower was many times greater. Mako already saw Zbyszko as the prince's friend, the master of Bogdaniec and of Spichau. Nay, in the near future, a castellan. That was not at all unlikely. For it was told in those days of a certain poor nobleman who had 12 sons, 6 fell in battle and the other 6 became castellans and were advancing toward greatness. Only a reputation could assist Zbyszko in this career, so that Mako's ambition and greed for a pedigree might be realized according to his wishes. The old man, however, had much cause for alarm. He, himself, had once gone to the Knights of the Cross, to save Zbyszko and brought back with him an iron splinter between the ribs. Now Zbyszko had gone to Malborg, into the very throat of the wolf. Was it to get his wife there or death? They would not look upon him there with a favorable eye, thought Mako. He had just destroyed one of their famous knights and before that he had killed Liechtenstein. Those dog-blooded men loved vengeance. That thought made the old knight very uneasy. It also occurred to him that Zbyszko, being quick-tempered, would engage in a fight with some German, or what he most feared was that they would kidnap him as they had old Durand and his daughter. At Zlotorgia they did not scruple to kidnap even the prince himself. Why then should they be scrupulous with Zbyszko? Then he asked himself what would happen if the youngster should escape the knights, but not find his wife. This thought pleased him, because even if Zbyszko should not recover her, he would still be the owner of Spichau, but that pleasure only lasted for a moment. For while the old man was much concerned about the property, yet Zbyszko's offspring interested him quite as much. If Danusia were to be lost, like a stone in the water and nobody knew whether she were alive or dead, Zbyszko could not marry another, and then there would be no heir to the Gratis of Bogdaniec. Ah! It would be quite another thing if he were married to Jagienka. Moxitaly was not to be scorned, it was spacious and well stocked. Such a girl, like an apple tree in the orchard, would bring forth every year without fail. Thus Mako's regret was greater than his joy at the prospect of the possession of the new estate. His regret and agitation caused him to renew his questions, and he again inquired of the Bohemian how and when the marriage had taken place. But the Bohemian replied, "I have told you already, honored sir, that I do not know when it happened, and what I conjecture I cannot confirm with an oath." "What do you conjecture?" "I have never left my young master and we slept together. On one evening only, he ordered me to leave him when I saw them all visit him, the princess accompanied by the Lady Durandana, Danusia, Lord de Lorsch and Father Wazoniec. I was even surprised to see the young lady with a wreath on her head. But I thought they had come to administer the sacrament to my master. It may be that the marriage took place then. I recollect that the master commanded me to attire myself as for a wedding ceremony, but then I also thought that that was to receive the Eucharist. And after that, did they remain by themselves? They did not remain alone. And even if they had remained by themselves, the master was then so feeble that he could not even eat without assistance. And there were already people sent by Durand waiting for the young lady, and she left the following morning. Then Zbyszko has not seen her since. No human eye has seen her." Then silence reigned for a while. "What do you think?" asked Mako, presently. "Will the Knights of the Cross give her up, or not?" The Bohemian shook his head, then he waved his hand discouragingly. "I think," he said, slowly, "she is lost forever." "Why?" asked Mako in terror. "Because, when they said they had her there was yet hope, one could yet contend with them, either to ransom her, or take her from them by force. But, they said, we had a girl retaken from robbers and we notified Durand. He did not recognize her, and he killed of our people, in our very presence, more than fall in one good fight in war. Then they showed Durand some other girl. So it is said. God knows the truth. It may not be true, and it may be that they showed him some other girl. But it is a fact that he killed people, and the Knights of the Cross are ready to swear that they never abducted Punna Durandana, and that is an exceedingly difficult affair. Even should the Grand Master order an investigation, they would reply that she was not in their hands, especially since the courtiers of Ciechano spoke of Jurin's letter in which he said that she was not with the Knights of the Cross. It may be she is not with them. I beg your pardon, sir. If they had recaptured her from the robbers, it would have been for no other motive than for ransom. The robbers, before that happened, could neither write a letter nor imitate the signature of the Lord of Spychow, nor send an honorable messenger. That is true, but what do the Knights of the Cross want her for? Revenge on Jurin's race. They prefer vengeance to meat and wine, and if they want a pretext, they have one. The Lord of Spychow was terrible to them, and his last deed completely finished them. My master, I also heard, had lifted up his hand against Liechtenstein. He killed Rotgear. God helped me, too, to shatter that dog brother's arm. Wait, I pray, let us consider. There were 4 of them to be exterminated. Now hardly one is alive, and that one is an old man, and your grace must bear in mind that we yet have our teeth. There was again silence for a moment. You are a discreet armor-bearer, said Maćko, at last. But what do you think they are going to do with her? Prince Witold, they say, is a powerful prince, even the German emperor bows to him, and what did they do to his children? Have they but few castles? Few underground prisons? Few wells? Few ropes and halters for the neck? For the living God's sake, exclaimed Maćko. God grant that they may not also detain the young lord, although he went there with a letter from the prince, and accompanied by Delorche, who is a powerful lord and related to the prince. Ah, I did not want to set out for this place. But he commanded me to go. I heard him once say to the old lord of Spychow, it is to be regretted that you are not cunning, for I shall get nothing by craft, and with them that is a necessary thing. Oh Uncle Maćko! He would be useful here. And for that reason he dispatched me. But as for Jurin, even you, sir, will not find her, for probably she is already in the other world, and where death is concerned, even the greatest cunning cannot prevail. Maćko was absorbed in thought for a long while, after which he said. Ha! Then there is no counsel. Cunning cannot prevail against death. But if I were to go there and only get assurance that she has been removed, then in that case Spychow as well as Zbyszko remain. He will be able to return here and marry another maiden. Here Maćko breathed freely, as though a burden were removed from his heart, and Gloax asked in a bashful, subdued voice. Do you mean the young lady of Zgorzelis? Well, replied Maćko, especially as she is an orphan, and Stan of Rogau and Wilk of Brzezoa continually pressed their court to her. At that the Bohemian straightened himself up. Is the young lady an orphan? The knight Zeke? Then you do not know. For the love of God! What has happened? Well, you are right. How could you know, since you have just arrived, and our only conversation has been about Zbyszko? She is an orphan. Unless he had guests, Zeke of Zgorzelis never remained at home. Otherwise he avoided Zgorzelis. He wrote about you to his abbot that he was going to visit Prince Przemka of Oswiecimia and ask him to give you to him. Zeke did it because he was well acquainted with the prince and they have often frolicked together. Consequently Zeke called upon me and said as follows, I am going to Oswiecimia, then to Gluic, keep your eye on Zgorzelis. I at once suspected something wrong and said, don't go. I will keep good watch over Jagienka and the estate, for I know that Stan and Wilk intend to do you some wrong, and you ought to know that the abbot out of spite against Zbyszko, preferred Stan or Wilk for the girl. But he subsequently learned to know them better and rejected both of them, and turned them out of Zgorzelis, but not effectually, for they obstinately persisted. Now they have quieted down for a while, for they have wounded each other and are laid up, but before that occurred there was not a moment of security. Everything is upon my head, protection and guardianship. Now Zbyszko wishes me to come. What will happen here to Jagienka, I don't know, but now I will tell you about Zeke. He did not follow my advice, he went. Well, they feasted and frolicked together. From Gluick they went to see old Nozak, Prince Przemka's father, who rules in Chechnya, till Yasko, the Prince of Rasibor, out of hatred for Prince Przemka, set upon them the robber band under the leadership of the Bohemian Charazin. Prince Przemka and Zeke of Zgorzelis perished in the affray. The robbers stunned the abbot with an iron flail, so that even now his head shakes and he knows nothing of what is going on in the world and has lost his speech, God help him, forever. Now old Prince Nozak bought Charazin from the owner of Zampak, and tortured him so much that even the oldest inhabitants never heard of such cruelty, but the cruelty did not lessen the sorrow of the old man for his son. Neither did it resuscitate Zeke, nor wipe away the tears of Jagienka. This is the result of the frolic. 6 weeks ago they brought Zeke here and buried him. Such a hard master. Sorrowfully said the Bohemian. Under Boleslaw I was comfortably situated when he took me into captivity. But such was the captivity that I would not have exchanged it for freedom. He was a good and worthy master. May God grant him eternal glory. Ah, I am very sorry. But I must grieve for the helpless young lady. Because the poor thing is a good girl, she loved her father more than a man loves his mother. Then too she is not safe in Zgorzelis. After the funeral, scarcely had the snow covered Zaich's grave, when Stan and Wilk stepped into the mansion of Zgorzelis. My people were informed of it beforehand. Then I, with the farm hands, went to the rescue. We arrived in good time and with God's help we gave them a good thrashing. Immediately after the fight, the girl fell on her knees and begged me to save her. If I cannot belong to Zbyszko, she said, I will belong to nobody else. Only save me from those torturers, I prefer death to them. I tell you that I made a real castle out of Zgorzelis. After that, they appeared twice on the premises, but believe me, they could not succeed. Now there will be peace for some time, for as I told you, they hurt each other badly, so much so, that neither is able to move head or foot. Gloax made no observation upon this, but when he heard of the conduct of Stan and Wilk, he began to gnash his teeth so loudly, that it sounded like the creaking caused by the opening and closing of a door. Then he began to rub his strong hands upon his thighs as though they were itching. Finally, he uttered with difficulty only one word. Villains. But at that moment, a voice was heard in the entrance hall, the door suddenly opened and Jagienka rushed into the house, and with her was Yasko, her oldest brother, who was 14 years old and looked as like her, as though they were twins. She had heard from some peasants at Zgorzelis, that they had seen the Bohemian Lawa, at the head of some people, journeying to Bogdaniec, and like Mako, she also was terrified. And when they informed her that Zbyszko was not among them she was almost sure that some misfortune had happened. She therefore lost no time and hastened to Bogdaniec to ascertain the truth. What has happened? For God's sake tell me, she shouted, when yet upon the threshold. What should happen, replied Mako. Zbyszko is alive and well. The Bohemian hastened toward the young lady, knelt upon one knee and kissed the hem of her dress, but she paid no attention to it. Only when she heard the reply of the old knight she turned her head from the fireplace to the darker side of the room, and only after a while, as if having forgotten that it was necessary to salute the Bohemian. She said, "The name of Jesus Christ be praised." "Forever and ever," replied Mako. Then she observed the kneeling Bohemian at her feet and bent toward him. "For my soul I am glad to see you, Lawa, but why did you leave your master behind?" "He sent me away, most gracious lady." "What were his orders?" "He ordered me to go to Bogdaniec." "To Bogdaniec? What else?" "He sent me to get counsel." "He also sends his compliments and good wishes." "To Bogdaniec? Very well, then. But where is he himself?" "He left for Malborg, and is now among the Knights of the Cross." Jagienka's face again assumed an expression of alarm. "Why, is he tired of life?" "He is in quest, gracious lady, of that which he will not be able to find." "I believe he will not find it," interrupted Mako. "Just as one cannot drive a nail without a hammer, so are man's wishes without the will of God. What are you talking about? Cried Jagienka. But Mako replied with another query. Did he say to you that Zbyszko went for Jurandauna? It seems to me that he did. Jagienka at first did not reply, and only after a while, catching her breath, she replied. He said. But what hindered him telling? Well, then, now I can talk freely. And he began to tell to her all that he had heard from the Bohemian. He wondered at himself why his words came haltingly and with difficulty, but being a clever man, he tried to avoid any expression that might irritate Jagienka, and he dwelt strongly upon what he himself believed. That Zbyszko was never the husband of Danusia in reality and that she was already lost to him forever. The Bohemian confirmed Mako's words now and then, sometimes by nodding his head in approval, sometimes repeating, by God, true, as I live, or, it is so, not otherwise. The young lady listened, with eyelashes lowered till they touched her cheeks. She asked no more questions, and was so quiet that her silence alarmed Mako. Now, what do you say to that? He inquired when he had ended. But she did not reply, only 2 tears glistened between her eyelids and rolled down her cheeks. After a while she approached Mako, and kissing his hand, said. The Lord be praised. Forever and ever, replied Mako. Are you so much needed at home? Better stay with us. But she refused to remain, giving as a reason that she had not given out the provisions for supper. But Mako, although he knew that there was the old lady, Sieciechua, at Skorzelis, who could easily fulfill Jagienka's duties, did not persuade her to remain, for he knew that sorrow does not like the light on human tears. And that a man is like a fish, when it feels the penetrating harpoon in its body it sinks to the depths. Then he only regarded her as a girl, so he led her and the Bohemian into the courtyard. But the Bohemian brought the horse from the stable, harnessed him, and departed with the young lady. But Mako returned to the house, shook his head, and murmured. What a fool that Zbyszko is. Why, her presence seems to have filled the whole house with perfume. The old man lamented to himself. Had Zbyszko taken her immediately after he returned, by this time there might have been joy and delight. But what of it now? If they should speak of him her eyes would immediately be filled with tears of longing, and the fellow is roaming about the world and may break the head of some of the knights at Malborg, provided they do not break his. And now the house is empty, only the arms on the wall glitter. There is some benefit in husbandry. Running about is nothing, Zbyszko and Bogdaniec are nothing. Very soon none will remain to whom they might be left. Here Mako became angry. Wait, you tramp, he exclaimed, I will not go with you, you may do as you like. But at that very moment he was seized with an exceeding yearning after Zbyszko. Bah! Shall I not go, he thought. Shall I remain at home? God forbid. I wish to see that rascal once more. It must be so. He will again fight one of those dog brothers, and take spoil. Others grow old before they receive the belt of knighthood, but he already has received the belt from the prince. And rightly so. There are many valorous youths among the nobility, but not another like him. His tender feelings entirely subdued him. First he began to look at the arms, swords and axes which had become blackened by the smoke, as though considering which to take with him, and which to leave behind. Then he left the house, first, because he could not stay there. Secondly, to give orders to prepare the carriage and give the horses double provender. In the courtyard where it was already beginning to grow dark, he remembered Jagienka, who only a moment ago sat here on horseback, and he again became uneasy. I must go, he said to himself, but who is going to protect the girl against Stan and Wilk? May thunder strike them. But Jagienka was on the road with her little brother, Yasko, crossing the woods leading to Skorzelis, and the Bohemian accompanied them in silence, with love and grief in his heart. A moment since he saw her tears, now he looked at her dark form, scarcely visible in the darkness of the forest, and he guessed her sorrow and pain. It also seemed to him that at any moment Wilk or Stan's rapacious hands might dart from the dark thicket and grasp her, and at that thought, he was carried away by wild anger and longed for a fight. At times the desire for fight was so intense that he wanted to grasp his axe or sword and cut down a pine tree on the road. He felt that a good fight would comfort him. Lastly, he would be glad, even if he could let the horse go at a gallop. But he could not do it. They rode silently in front of him, and at a very slow gait, foot by foot, and little Yasko, who was of a talkative disposition, after several attempts to engage his sister in conversation, seeing that she was unwilling to speak, desisted, and also sank into deep silence. But when they were approaching Zgorzelec, the sorrow in the Bohemian's heart turned to anger against Stan and Wilk. "I would not spare even my blood in your behalf," he said to himself, "provided it comforted you. But what can I, unfortunate, do? What can I tell you? Unless I tell you that he ordered me to kneel before you. And, God grant that that might be of some comfort to you." Thinking thus, he urged his horse close to Jagienka's. "Gracious lady! Are you riding with us?" inquired Jagienka, as though awaking from sleep. "What do you say? I forgot to tell you what my master commanded me to say to you. When I was about to depart from Spichau, he called me and said, 'I bow at the feet of the young lady of Zgorzelec, for whether in good or bad fortune, I shall never forget her. And for what she did for my uncle and myself, may God recompense her, and keep her in good health.'" "May God also recompense him for his good words," replied Jagienka. Then she added, in such a wonderful tone, that it caused the Bohemian's heart to melt. "And you, Lawa?" The conversation ceased for a while. But the armor-bearer was glad for himself and for her words. For he said to himself, "At least it shall not be said that she has been fed with ingratitude." He also began to rack his brains for something more of the same nature to tell her, and after a moment he said, "Lady." "What?" "This, as it were. I want to say, as the old Pan of Bogdaniec also said, that the lady there is lost forever, and that he will never find her, even if the Grand Master himself assist him." "Then she is his wife?" The Bohemian nodded his head. "Yes, she is his wife." Jagienka made no reply to this, but at home, after supper, when Yasko and the younger brother were put to bed, she ordered a pitcher of mead. Then she turned to the Bohemian and asked, "Perhaps you want to retire? I wish to continue our conversation." The Bohemian, although tired, was ready to chatter even till morning. So they began to talk, and he again related in general terms all that had happened to Zbyszko, Jurand, Danusia and himself. Chapter 2. Mako prepared for his journey, and Jagienka did not show herself at Bogdaniec for 2 days after her consultation with the Bohemian. It was only on the 3rd day that the old knight met her on his way to church. She was riding with her brother Jaziek to church at Krzesnia, and with her was a considerable number of armed servants in order to protect her from Stan and Wilk. Because she was not sure whether Stan and Wilk were still sick or were planning to harm her. "Anyway, I intended to call upon our own people at Bogdaniec," she said, greeting Mako, "because I have to consult you about a very important affair, but since you are here we can talk about it now." Then she advanced in front of the retinue, obviously to prevent the servants overhearing their conversation. When Mako was near her she inquired, "Are you surely going?" "If God will, not later than tomorrow." "Are you going to Malborg?" "To Malborg, or any other place, according to circumstances." "Now then listen to me. I have thought a long time about what I ought to do. I want to ask your advice, too. You well know that as long as Papa was alive, and the abbot was powerful, it was quite different. Stan and Wilk also thought that I should choose one of them, so they kept their temper. But now I stand alone without a protector. Then either I shall remain at Zgorzelec in a fortress, like a prisoner, or they will do us some harm without fail. Is it not so?" "Yes," said Mako, "I thought of it myself." "And what did you devise?" "I devised nothing, but I must tell you one thing, that we are in Poland and the law of this country punishes severely those who are guilty of acts of violence. Very well, but the transgressors have no difficulty in crossing the frontier. Indeed, I know that Slansk is also in Poland, yet there the princes themselves quarrel and attack each other. If it were not so, my beloved father would still be alive. There are already Germans there and the times are stormy. They are mischievous, so that if any one of them wishes to conceal himself, he does. It would be easy for me to avoid Stan and Wilk, but it concerns my little brother. If I should be absent there would be peace, but if I remained in Zgorzelec, God only knows what ill luck might happen. There would be outrages and fights, and Jaziek is already 14 years old, and nobody, not even myself, can detain him. Upon the last occasion when you came to our assistance he flew to the front, and when Stan used his club upon the crowd he nearly hit him on the head. Oh, Yasko said to the servants, those two I will prosecute to the very end. I tell you that there will not be a single peaceful day and some evil might befall the youngster. Faith. Stan and Wilk are dog brothers, said Mako, although they would not dare lift up their hands against children. Bah! Only a Knight of the Cross would do that. They will not lift up their hands against children, but in case of tumult, or, God forbid, in an incendiary fire, there will be no lack of accidents. Why talk? I love the brother of old Ciciechua as my own parents, and protection for them from the dear old woman is not wanting, yet, without me, would they be safer without me? May be, replied Mako. Then he looked slyly at the girl. Then, what do you want? And she replied in a low tone. Take me with you. Then Mako, although he easily understood the drift of the conversation, was much surprised. He checked his horse, and exclaimed. Fear God, Jagienka. But she dropped her head and replied bashfully and sadly. You may think so, but as far as myself is concerned, I would rather speak out than be silent. Lawa and yourself said that Zbyszko will never find Danusia, and the Bohemians' hope of finding her is even less. God is my witness that I do not wish her evil in the least. Let the Mother of God watch over that poor girl and keep her. Zbyszko loved her more than myself. Well, I cannot help it. Such is my lot. But observe this, so long as Zbyszko does not find her, or as you believe, he will never find her, then. What then? Asked Mako, seeing that the girl was getting more and more confused and stammering. Then I do not wish to be Madame Stan, nor Madame Wilk, nor Madame anybody. Mako breathed freely. I thought that you had already forgiven him. But she, still in a sad tone, replied, Ah. Then what are your wishes? How can we take you among the Knights of the Cross? Not exactly among the Knights of the Cross, I should like to be now with the abbot who is confined in the hospital at Siradz. He has not a single friendly soul with him. The servants care more for the pitcher than they do for him. Moreover, he is my godfather and benefactor. If he were well I would have sought his protection all the same because the people fear him. I shall not dispute that, said Mako, who as a matter of fact, would be glad that Jagienka should not go with him, for he well knew the Knights of the Cross. And he was thoroughly convinced that Danusia would never come out alive from their hands. But only this I tell you, that to travel with a girl is very troublesome. May be with others, but not with me. Nothing has occurred to me so far, but I am accustomed to go about with the bow and can endure hardship in the chase. When it is necessary, it is necessary. Don't be afraid. I shall take Jaziek's clothing and a net for my hair and I shall go. Jaziek, although younger than I am, with the exception of his hair looks exactly like myself, so much so that when we disguised ourselves last carnival our departed father could not tell one from the other. Observe, neither the abbot nor anybody else recognized me. Neither Zbyszko. If I shall see him. Mako thought for a moment, then suddenly smiled and said. But Wilk of Brzezoa and Stan of Rogau would be furious. Let them. It might be worse if they came after us. Well. fear not. I am an old man, but let them beware of my fist. All the gratis are of the same metal. However, they have already tested. Zbyszko. Meanwhile they arrived at Krzesnia. Old Wilk of Brzozoa, who also happened to be at church, from time to time cast gloomy glances at Maćko, but he did not mind it, and with a light heart he returned with Jagienka immediately after Mass. Then they took leave of each other and parted. When Maćko was by himself at Bogdaniec, less happy thoughts passed through his mind. He understood that neither the people at Zgorzelis nor the relatives of Jagienka would really object to her departure. But as to the girl's admirers, he said to himself, that is quite another affair, but against the orphans and their property they would not dare to lift up their hand, because they would cover themselves with excessive infamy. Everybody would be against them as one is against a wolf. But Bogdaniec is left to God's favor. The quarries will be filled up, the flocks will be seized, the peasants will be enticed away. If God permit me to return, then I will fight them. I shall send out bands, and fight them not with the fist but with the law. Only let me return, and if I do, they will combine against me, because I have spoiled their love affair, and if she goes with me they will yet be more rancorous. He was much grieved about his estate at Bogdaniec which he had improved. Now he felt sure that on his return he would find it desolate and in ruins. Now then, it is necessary to take counsel, he thought. Accordingly, after dinner, he ordered his horse to be saddled and left directly for Brzozoa. It was already dark when he arrived. Old Wilk was sitting in the front room drinking mead from a pitcher. Young Wilk, who was wounded by Stan, was lying on a skin-covered bench, and was also drinking mead. Maćko entered unexpectedly and remained standing upon the threshold with a stern look on his face. Tall, bony, armed only with a big saber at his side. They recognized him at once, because his face was lit up by the bright flame of the fireplace, and at the first moment, both the father and son jumped up, lightning-like, and running toward the wall seized the first arms that were at hand. But the old experienced Maćko, well knowing the people and their customs, did not interfere in the least, he did not even reach his hand to his sword. He only put his hands on his hips, and said quietly in a somewhat sarcastic voice. "How is it? Is this the kind of hospitality which the nobles in Brzozoa practice?" These words had the desired effect. Their hands fell, and in a moment the old man let fall the sword with a clash, the young man dropped his pike, and they stood with their necks craned toward Maćko, their faces still expressing hatred, but already amazed and ashamed of themselves. Maćko smiled and said, "May the name of Christ be praised. Forever and ever. And Saint Jersey. We serve him. I come to visit my neighbors with good will. With good will we greet you, the guest of his holy person." Then old Wilk rushed toward Maćko, and with his son, both of them pressed his right hand, they made him sit at a comfortable place at the table. In a second they threw another log on the fireplace, spread the table and put upon it a dish full of food, a jug of beer, a pitcher of mead, and began to eat and drink. Young Wilk glanced now and then at Maćko, which, happily for the guest, contributed to lessen his hatred against him. But he served him, however, so diligently that he became pale from fatigue, because he was wounded and deprived of his wonted strength. The father and son burned with curiosity to know the object of Maćko's call. None, however, asked him why, but waited for him to speak. But Maćko, as a man of manners, praised the meat, drink and hospitality. Only when he had filled himself well, he looked up and spoke with dignity. People often quarrel. But neighborly peace above all. There is not a better thing than peace, replied old Wilk, with equal composure. It also often happens, said Maćko, when one wants to undertake a long journey, he wants to make up and bid goodbye even to his adversaries. God reward you for your candid words. Not mere words, but deeds, for I actually came to wish you goodbye. From our soul we wish you might visit us daily. I wish I could feast you in Bogdaniec in a manner suitable to people who are acquainted with knightly honor. But I am in a hurry to go. Is it to war, or to some holy place. I should like to go to one of the two, but the place I am going to is worse, for I am going among the Knights of the Cross. Among the Knights of the Cross, exclaimed both father and son. Yes, replied Maćko. And one who is their enemy is going to them. It is well for him to be reconciled with God and men, so that he may not forfeit, not only his life, but everlasting salvation. It is wonderful, said old Wilk. I have never yet seen any man who has not suffered from their wrongs and oppression. So it is in the whole fatherland, added Maćko. Neither Lithuania before its conversion to Christianity, nor even the Tartars were such a burden to the Polish kingdom as those devilish monks. Quite true, but this you also know, they gathered and gathered. It is time now to finish with them. Then the old man spat in his hands, and young Wilk added. It cannot be otherwise now. It will come to pass, surely, but when? We cannot do it, it is the king's affair. It may be soon or not. God only knows. But meanwhile I must go to them. Is it not with ransom for Zbyszko? As his father mentioned Zbyszko's name, young Wilk's face became pale with hatred. But Maćko replied quietly. Maybe with ransom but not for Zbyszko. These words intensified the curiosity of both lords of Brzezowa. Old Wilk, who could no more contain himself, said. Can you tell us, or not, the reason for your going there? I will tell you. I will. He said, nodding assent, but first let me tell you something else. Take notice then. After my departure Bogdaniec will be under God's care. When Zbyszko and myself were fighting under Prince Witold, the abbot, also Zeke of Zgorzelec, looked somewhat after our small property. Now we shall miss even that little. It pains me terribly to think that my endeavor and labor will be in vain. You can well form an idea how much this troubles me. They will entice away my people, plow up the boundaries, they will take away my herds. Even should God permit me to return, I shall find my property ruined. There is only one remedy, only one help, good neighbor. For this reason I came to ask you as a neighbor that you would take Bogdaniec under your protection and see that no harm is done. Listening to Maćko's request, old Wilk and his son exchanged looks, both of them were amazed beyond measure. They were silent for a moment, and neither could muster courage enough to reply. But Maćko lifted another cup of mead to his mouth, drank it, then continued his conversation in as quiet and confiding a manner as though the two had been his most intimate friends for years. I have told you candidly from whom most damage is expected. It is from no other quarter but from Stan of Rogau. Although we were hostile to each other, I fear nothing from you because you are noble people who would face your adversaries, yet would not revenge yourselves by acting meanly. You are quite different. A knight is always a knight. But Stan is a press-tack, churl. From such a fellow anything might be expected, as you know. He is very bitter against me because I spoiled his game with Jagienka. Whom you reserve for your nephew, burst out young Wilk. Maćko looked at him and held him under his cold gaze for a moment, then he turned to the old man and said quietly. You know, my nephew married a rich Mazovian proprietress and took considerable dower. Silence more profound than before again reigned for a while. Both father and son gazed at Maćko with their mouths wide open, for some time. Finally the old man said. Oh! How is that? Tell us. Maćko appeared not to notice the question and continued. This is the very reason why I must go, and why I also ask you, as worthy and upright neighbors, to take care of Bogdaniec when I go, and see to it that nobody damages my property. Have your eye especially upon Stan and protect me against him. During that time young Wilk, who was quick to understand, reflected that since Zbyszko had got married it would be better to be in friendship with Maćko, because Jagienka confided in him, and did nothing without asking his advice. Thus new prospects suddenly presented themselves before his eyes. It is not enough, we must not only not oppose Maćko, but endeavor to be reconciled with him, he said to himself. Therefore, although he was somewhat under the influence of drink, He quickly stretched his hand under the table and grasped his father's knee and pressed it vigorously as a sign for his father to be careful in his speech, but said himself, We do not fear Stan. Let him only try. He wounded me with the platter, true, but I too have given him such a sound drubbing that his own mother could not recognize him. Fear nothing. Be at your ease. Not even one crow shall be lost at Bogdaniec. I see you are upright people. Do you promise me? We promise, both exclaimed. Upon your knightly honor. Upon knightly honor. And upon your escutcheon. Upon the escutcheon, upon the cross too. So help us God. Maćko smiled with satisfaction, and said. Well, this is now with you, and I am confident you will do it. If so, let me tell you something more. Zeke, as you know, appointed me guardian of his children. I have, therefore, spoiled both Stan's incursions and your young man at Scorzelis. But now when I arrive at Malborg, or, God knows where, what then will become of my guardianship? It is true, that God is a father of the fatherless. And woe to him who shall attempt to harm her, not only will I chop off his head with an axe, but also proclaim him an infamous scoundrel. Nevertheless I feel very sorry to part, sorry indeed. Then promise me I pray, that you will not only yourself not do any harm to Zycz's orphans, but see too that others do not harm them. We swear. We swear. Upon your knightly honor and your escutcheon. Upon knightly honor and escutcheon. Also upon the cross. Upon the cross too. God hears it. Amen, concluded Maćko, and he breathed deeply, because he was sure that they would not break such an oath. Even if they were provoked they would rather gnaw their fists with anger than perjure themselves. Then he began to take leave, but they insisted upon his remaining. He was obliged to drink and fraternize with old Wilk. But young Wilk, contrary to his custom to look for quarrels when drunk, this time limited his anger to threats against Stan, and ran around Maćko so assiduously as though he were to obtain Jagienka from Maćko the following morning. Toward midnight he fainted from overexertion, and after they revived him, he fell asleep like a log. Old Wilk followed the example of his son, so that when Maćko left them they were lying under the table like corpses. Yet Maćko himself had an extraordinary head and was not so much affected by the drink, but was cheerful. When he returned home he reflected with joy upon what he had accomplished. Well, he said to himself, Bogdaniec is safe and so is Scorzelis. They will be raging when they hear of Jagienka's departure. But she and my property are safe. The Lord Jesus has endowed men with skill, so that when one cannot make use of his fist, he uses his mind. The old man will surely challenge me when I return home, but it is not worth while to think about it. Would to God that I might entrap the Knights of the Cross in such manner. But it will be a difficult task with them. With us, even when one has an affair with a dog brother, nevertheless if he takes an oath on his knightly honor and escutcheon he will keep it. But with them an oath has no value, it is like spitting upon the water. But may the Mother of Jesus assist me, that I may be as serviceable to Zbyszko as I have been to Zycz's children, and Bogdaniec. Here, it crossed his mind, that perhaps it might be advisable not to take Jagienka, because the two Wilks would care for her as the apple of their eye. But the next moment he rejected that plan. The Wilks might care for her, true, but Stan will persist in his attempts, and God knows who will prevail. But it is a sure thing that there will be a succession of fights and outrages from which Scorzelis, Zycz's orphans, and even the girl might suffer. It will be an easy matter for Wilk to guard Bogdaniec. But by all means it will be better for the girl to be as far away from the two murderers as possible, and at the same time to be as near the rich abbot as possible. Maćko firmly believed that Danusia would never be rescued from the Knights of the Cross, alive. And the hope that Zbyszko would return home as a widower and most likely take to Jagienka, never left him. Ah! Mighty God, he said to himself. In such a case he will be the owner of Spychow, then he will get Jagienka and Moxidily, and in addition to it he will acquire that which the abbot will bequeath. I would not even spare him wax for candles. Occupied with such thoughts, the road from Brzezoa seemed to be shortened, yet he arrived at Bogdaniec after nightfall, and was surprised to see his windows brightly illuminated. The servants, too, were awake, for he had scarcely entered the courtyard when the stable boy came rushing to him. "Are there some guests?" asked Maćko, dismounting. "There is the young gentleman of Zgorzelis with the Bohemian," replied the stable boy. This information astonished Maćko, for Jagienka had promised to arrive next day, very early, when they were to start immediately. Then, why had Jasko come and that so late? It struck the old knight that something must have occurred at Zgorzelis, and he entered his house with a certain amount of anxiety. But within he found a bright fire burning in the large clay oven in the center of the room. And upon the table were 2 iron cradles and 2 torches in them, by which light Maćko observed Jasko, the Bohemian, Lawa, and another young servant with a face as red as an apple. "How are you, Jasko? And what is the matter with Jagienka?" asked the old nobleman. "Jagienka ordered me to tell you," he said, whilst kissing Maćko's hand, "that she has reconsidered the matter and she prefers to stay at home." "For God's sake! What do you say? How? What has happened to her?" But the boy looked at him with his beautiful blue eyes and smiled. "What are you prating about?" But at this moment, the Bohemian and the other boy also burst out laughing. "You see," exclaimed the disguised boy. "Who could recognize me? You even have failed to recognize me." Then Maćko looked at the lovely figure carefully and exclaimed, "In the name of the Father and Son! It is a true carnival. You also here, croaking thing. Why? Yes. Why? Those who are on the road have no time to lose. Is it not tomorrow at dawn, that you were to leave?" "Certainly. Tomorrow at dawn, so that all may know. Tomorrow they will think at Zgorzelis that I am your guest, and they will not notice it till the day after tomorrow. Sieciechua and Jaziek know it. But Jasko promised, upon knightly honor, that he will tell only then, when the people begin to be restless. How is it you did not recognize me?" Now it was Maćko's turn to laugh. "Let me have a good look at you, you are an excessively fine boy. And singularly so. From such one might expect to raise a good breed. I justly declare, if this fellow were, pointing at himself, were not old, well. But, even thus I tell you, keep off, girl, from creeping under my eyes, stand back." And he began to threaten her with his finger, but looked at her with much pleasure. Because such a girl he never saw before. Upon her head she had a silken red net, and a yellow jacket upon her body and the breeches ample round her hips and tighter above them, of which one little leg was of the same color as the cap, net, upon her head, the other had longwise stripes. With a richly covered little sword at her side, smiling and bright like the dawn. Her face was so exquisite that he could not take his eyes off her. "My God," said the overjoyed Maćko. "She looks like some marvelous young lady or like a flower, or something else. And this one here, I am sure it must also be somebody in disguise." "This is Sieciechua," answered Jagienka. "It would be improper for me to be alone among you. How could I? Therefore I have taken Anulka 111 with me so that 2 courageous women will be of help and service. Her also, nobody can recognize. There, old woman, you have a marriage feast. One is bad enough, now there will be 2. Don't tease." "I am not teasing, but everybody will recognize you and her, in the daytime." "Pray, and why?" "In order to go on their knees to you and to her also." "Oh, give us peace." "You shall have it, I am not in a hurry. But will Stan or Wilk let you have peace?" "God knows. Do you know, Bertie, where I have just been?" "Why, at Brzezoa." "For God's sake! What are you saying?" "It is true as truth itself that the Wilks protect Bogdaniec and Zgorzelis against Stan. Well, it is an easy matter to challenge an enemy and fight him. But to make your enemy into a protector of your own property is a very difficult task. Then Maćko related his adventures with the Wilks, how they had become reconciled to each other. How he had got advantage over them. To this she listened with the greatest wonder, and when he concluded she said, "The Lord Jesus did not stint you in craftiness, and I observe that you will always be successful in your undertakings." But Maćko shook his head, as though he felt sorry. "Daughter. If that were so, you would have long ago become the Lady of Bogdaniec." Upon hearing that, Jagienka looked at him with her lovely blue eyes for a moment, then she approached him, and kissed his hand. "Why do you kiss me?" inquired the old knight. "Nothing. I only wish to bid you good night, because it is getting late and tomorrow we must get up early for our journey." She then embraced Sienkiewicz and left, and Maćko led the Bohemian to his room, where they stretched themselves upon aurochs skins and both fell sound asleep. Chapter 3. After the destruction, conflagration and slaughter which the Knights of the Cross had committed in 1331, at serialized, Casimir the Great rebuilt the razed town. The place, however, was not exceedingly splendid and could not keep pace with the other towns of the realm. But Jagienka, who hitherto had spent her time among the people of Zgorzelec and Krzesnia, was beside herself with admiration and astonishment at the sight of the houses, towers, town hall, and especially the churches. The wooden structure at Krzesnia could not be compared with them. At first she lost her wonted resolution, so much so that she dared not talk aloud, and only inquired of Maćko in a whisper about those wonderful things which dazzled her eyes. But when the old knight assured her that there was as much difference between Sieradz and Krakow as there is between a firebrand and the sun, she would not believe her own ears. Because it appeared to her an impossibility that another city could be found in the world which could be equal to Sieradz. They were received in the cloister by the same shriveled old prior, who still remembered in his childhood the butchery by the Knights of the Cross, and who had previously received Zbyszko. The news of the abbot occasioned them sorrow and trouble. He lived in the cloister for a long while, but he left a fortnight before their arrival to visit his friend, the Bishop of Plock. He was constantly ill. He was generally conscious in the morning. But toward the evening he lost his head, he stormed and he asked to put on a coat of mail, and challenged Prince John of Raciborg. The clergy were obliged to apply force to keep him in bed. That was not accomplished without considerable trouble and even much risk. About a fortnight ago he had entirely lost his reason, and in spite of his serious illness, he had given orders to be taken to Plock immediately. He said that he confided in nobody so much as in the Bishop of Plock, and that he wished to receive the sacrament from him alone and leave his testament with him. We opposed his journey as much as we could, for he was very faint, and we feared that he would not survive even 1 mile's journey. But to oppose him was not an easy task. So the attendants prepared a wagon and carried him away. May God direct it to a happy issue. If he had died somewhere near Sieradz you would have heard of it, said Maćko. We would have surely heard of it, replied the little old prior. We therefore are of opinion that he did not die, and we think that he had not yet when he reached Lęczyca. What may have happened beyond that place, we are unable to tell. You will get information on the road if you go after him. Maćko felt uneasy when he received the tidings, and he went to take counsel with Jagienka, who had already got information from the Bohemian whither the abbot had gone. What is to be done? He asked her. And what are you going to do with yourself? Come to Plock, and I will go with you. To Plock, repeated Sienkiewicz, in a piping voice. Look how things go. Is it as easy for you to go to Plock as to handle the sickle? How can I and Sienkiewicz return by ourselves? If I cannot continue my journey with you, it would have been preferable to have remained at home. Do you not think that Wilk and Stan will be more obstinate in their intrigues against me? Wilk will protect you against Stan. I fear Wilk's protection as much as Stan's open violence. I see that you two are opposing me. If it were only simple opposition I should not mind it, but not when it is in earnest. Indeed Maćko's opposition was not in earnest, on the contrary he preferred that Jagienka should accompany him, then return, so when he heard her words, he smiled and said. She has got rid of her petticoats, and now she wants reason too. Reason is only to be found in the head. But Plock is out of the way. The Bohemian said that it is not out of the way, but it is nearer to Malborg. Then you have already consulted the Bohemian? Surely. Moreover, he said, if the young lord got into trouble at Malborg, then we could get much help from Princess Alexandra, for she is a relative of the king. Besides that, being a personal friend of the Knights of the Cross, she has great influence among them. It is true, as God is dear to me, exclaimed Mako. It is a fact well known to all, that if she wished to give us a letter to the master we could travel with perfect safety in all lands of the Knights of the Cross. They love her because she loves them. That Bohemian boy is not a fool, his advice is good. And how much so? Sienkiewicz exclaimed with warmth, lifting up her little eyes. Mako suddenly turned toward her and said, "What do you want here?" The girl became much confused, lowered her eyelashes and blushed like a rose. However, Mako saw that there was no other remedy but to continue his journey and take both girls with him. This he much desired. The following morning he took leave of the little old prior and then they continued their journey. Owing to the thawing of the snow and inundations they progressed with greater difficulty than before. On the road they inquired after the abbot, and they found many courts, and parsonages, where there were none of the former, even inns, where he had remained for a night's lodging. It was quite easy to follow in his track, because he had lavishly distributed alms, bought missals, contributed to church bells and subscribed to funds for the repair of churches. Therefore every beggar, sexton, yet even every priest they met remembered him with gratitude. They generally said, he travelled like an angel, and prayed for his recovery, although here and there were heard more expressions of apprehension that his everlasting rest was drawing nigh, than hopes of temporary recovery. In some places he had taken supplies enough for 2 or 3 days. It seemed to Mako that most likely he would be able to overtake him. Yet Mako was mistaken in his calculations. The overflow of the rivers Ne and Bzur prevented them from arriving at Lęczyca. They were obliged to take up their quarters for 4 days at a deserted inn, whose owner apparently had fled on account of the threatening floods. The road leading from the inn to the town, which to a certain extent was repaired with stumps of trees, was submerged for a considerable stretch in the muddy flood. Mako's servant, Wit, a native of that locality, had some knowledge of the road leading through the woods, but he refused to act as guide, because he knew that the marshes of Lęczyca were the rendezvous of unclean spirits. Especially the powerful Borod, who delighted in leading people to bottomless swamps, whence escape was only possible by forfeiture of the soul. Even the inn itself was held in bad repute, so that travelers used to provision themselves with victuals to avoid hunger. Even old Mako was scared of this place. During the night they heard skirmishing upon the roof of the inn. At times there were also rappings at the door. Jagienka and Sienkiewicz, who slept in the alcove near the large room, also heard the sound of little footsteps upon the ceiling and walls during the night time. They were apparently not afraid of it, because at Zgorzelec they were accustomed to croaking birds. Old Zeke, in his time, fed them. According to the then prevailing custom there were not wanting those who would provide them with crusts, and they were not mischievous. But on a certain night, from the neighboring thickets resounded a dull ominous bellowing, and the following morning they discovered huge cloven-foot traces upon the mud. They might have been of aurochs or bison, but Wit was of opinion that the traces were those of Borod, and although his outward appearance is that of a man, even of a nobleman, he has cloven instead of human feet. But owing to parsimony he takes off his boots when crossing the swamps. Mako was informed that one could appease him with drink. He considered during the whole day whether it would be sinful to gain the friendship of the evil spirit. He even took counsel with Jagienka on the same subject. "I should like to suspend upon the fence a bull's bladder full of wine or mead," he said, "and if it were found that something of the drink were missing, then it would be conclusive proof that the evil spirit was present." "But that might displease the heavenly powers," replied Jagienka, "of whose blessing we stand in need to assist us in succoring Zbyszko successfully." I, too, am afraid, but I think that a little mead is not the soul. I shall not give him my soul. One bladder full of wine or mead, I think, is of little significance in the eyes of the heavenly powers. Then he lowered his voice and added. One nobleman entertains another even if he is a useless fellow, and they say he is a nobleman. Who? Asked Jagienka. I do not want to mention the name of the unclean spirit. Nevertheless, Maćko, with his own hands suspended the same evening a large bull's bladder in which drink is usually carried, and it was found empty the following morning. When that was related to the Bohemian, he laughed heartily, but nobody paid attention to it. Maćko, however, was filled with joy, because he expected that when he should attempt to cross the swamp no mishap would occur on that account. Unless they told an untruth when they said that he knows honor, he said to himself. Above all things it was necessary to investigate if there was a passage through the woods. It might have been so, because where the soil was made firm by the roots of the trees and other growths, it did not easily soften by the rains. Although Wit, who belonged in the locality, could best perform that service, he refused to go, and when his name was suggested, he shouted, "Better kill me. I shall not go." Then they explained to him that the unclean spirits are powerless during the daytime. Maćko himself was willing to go, but it was finally arranged that Lawa should venture, because he was a bold fellow, agreeable to all, specially to the ladies. He put an axe in his belt, and in his hand a scythe, and left. He left early in the morning and was expected to return about noon, but he did not, and they began to be alarmed. Later on, the servants were watching at the edge of the forest, and in the afternoon Wit waved his hand as a sign that Lawa had not returned, and should he return the danger is greater for us, for God knows whether, owing to a wolf's bite, he is not transformed into a werewolf. Hearing this, all were frightened, even Maćko was not himself. Jagienka turned toward the forest and made the sign of the cross. But Anulka searched in vain in her skirt and apron for something with which to cover her eyes, but finding nothing she covered them with her fingers, from between which tears began to trickle in big drops. However, toward evening time, just at the spot where the sun was about to set, the Bohemian appeared, and that, not by himself, but accompanied by a human figure whom he drove in front of him on a rope. All rushed out toward him with shouts of joy. But at the sight of the figure they became silent. It was dwarfed, monkey-like, hairy, black and dressed in wolf skin. In the name of the Father and Son tell me, what is this figure you have brought? Shouted Maćko. How do I know? Replied the Bohemian. He said that he was a man in a pitch-burner, but I don't know whether he told me the truth. Oh, he is not a man, no, said Wit. But Maćko ordered him to be quiet. Then he looked carefully around him and suddenly said. Cross yourself. We are accustomed to cross ourselves when with the spirits. Praised be Jesus Christ, exclaimed the prisoner, and crossed himself as fast as he could. He breathed deeply, looked with great confidence at the group and said. Praised be Jesus Christ. I too, O Jesus, was uncertain whether I was in Christian or in the devil's power. Fear not, you are among Christians, who attend the Holy Mass. What are you then? I am a pitch-burner, sir, dwelling in a tent. There are 7 of us who dwell in tents with our families. How far are you from here? Not quite 10 furlongs. How do you get to town? We have our private road along the Devil's Hollow. Along what? The Devil's? Then cross yourself again. In the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost. Amen. Very well. Is that road practicable for vehicles? Now there is quagmire everywhere, although there is less near the hollow than upon the regular road, owing to the access of the wind the mud is quickly dried up. But farther on to Buda the road is bad. But those who know the track push through it slowly. Will you lead us for a florin or 2? The pitch-burner accepted the offer willingly, but begged for half a loaf of bread, which he said is very scarce in the woods and he had seen none for some time past. It was arranged that they should start very early the next morning, because it was not good to travel in the evening, he said. There at Baruka ghosts storm terribly, but they do no harm. But being jealous for the Lengsika principality they chase away other devils into the bushes. It is only bad to meet them during the night, especially when a man is drunk, but the sober need not be afraid. You were afraid nevertheless, said Mako. Because that knight unexpectedly grasped me with such strength that I took him for another being. Then Jagienka smiled that all of them took the pitch-burner to be the devil, and he thought them to be the same. Anulka and Ciciechua laughed at Mako's words, when he said, Your eyes are not yet dry from weeping for Lawa. Now you are laughing. The Bohemian looked at the girl, he observed her eyelids which were still moist, then he asked. Did you cry for me? Of course not, replied the girl. I was only scared. You ought to be ashamed. Are you not a noblewoman, and a noblewoman like your mistress is not afraid? Nothing evil could happen to you in the middle of the day, and among people. Nothing to me, but to you. Yet you said that you did not cry for me. I insist, not for you. Then why did you cry? From fear. You are not afraid now. No. Why? Because you have returned. Then the Bohemian looked at her with gratitude, smiled, and said. Bah! If we kept on talking in that manner we might have continued till morning. What a smart woman you are. Make no fun of me, quietly replied Ciciechua. In fact she was as smart as any woman. And Lawa who was himself a cunning fellow understood it well. He knew that the girl's attachment to him was daily increasing. He loved Jagienka, but the love was that of a subject for his king's daughter, and with great humility and reverence, and without any other motive. Meanwhile the journey brought him in closer contact with Ciciechua. When on the march old Mako and Jagienka usually rode side by side in front, while Lawa and Ciciechua were together in the rear. He was as strong as a urus and hot-blooded, so that when looking straight into her lovely bright eyes, at her flaxen locks which escaped from under her bonnet, upon her whole slender and well-shaped figure. Especially at her admirably shaped limbs gripping the black pony, his whole frame trembled. He could restrain himself no longer. The more he looked upon those charms the more intense and longing his gaze became. He involuntarily thought that if the devil were to assume the form of that girl he would have no difficulty in leading one into temptation. She was moreover of a sweet temperament, very obedient, and lively, like a sparrow upon the roof. Sometimes strange thoughts crossed the Bohemian's mind. Once when he and Anulka remained somewhat in the rear near the packhorses, he suddenly turned toward her and said. Do you know I shall devour you here as a wolf devours a lamb? She heartily laughed, and showed her pretty little white teeth. Do you want to eat me? She asked. Yes, I even with the little bones. And he cast such a look at her that she melted under his glances. Then they lapsed into silence, only their hearts were beating intensely, his with desire, and hers with pleasurable intoxication tinged with fear. But the Bohemian's passion at first entirely prevailed over his tenderness, and when he said that he looked at Anulka like a wolf at a lamb, he told the truth. Only on that evening when he observed her eyelids and cheeks moistened with tears, his heart became softened. She seemed to him as good, as though near to him and as though she were already his own, and as he himself was upright by nature. And at the same time a knight, he not only was elated with pride, and not hardened at the sight of the sweet tears, but he courageously continued gazing at her. His wonted gaiety of conversation left him, and although he continued to jest in the evening with the timid girl, yet it was of a different nature. He treated her as a knightly armor-bearer ought to treat a noblewoman. Old Mako was chiefly occupied in thinking of the journey, and the crossing of the swamps, and he only praised him for his noble manners which, as he observed, he must have learned when he was with Zbyszko at the Mazovian court. Then he turned to Jagienka and added. Hey! Zbyszko! His deportment befits even a king's presence. But his work was over in the evening, when it was time to retire. Lawa, after having kissed the hand of Jagienka, lifted and turned the hand of Ciciechua to his lips and said. Not only need you not fear me, but whilst you are with me you need fear nothing, for I shall not give you to anybody. Then the men went into the front room whilst Jagienka and Anulka retired to the alcove and slept together in a wide and comfortable bed. Neither fell asleep readily, especially Sienkiewicz, who was restless and turned from side to side. At length Jagienka moved her head toward Anulka and whispered. Anulka? What is it? It seems to me that you are much taken with that Bohemian. Is it so? Her question remained unanswered. But Jagienka whispered again. I understand it all. Tell me. Sienkiewicz did not reply, but instead, pressed her lips to the cheeks of her mistress and showered kisses upon them. At Anulka's kisses, poor Jagienka's breast heaved. Oh, I understand, she whispered, so low that Anulka's ear scarcely caught her words. Chapter 4. After a mild and foggy night, a windy and gloomy day came. At times the sky was bright, at others it was covered with broken clouds which were driven before the wind like flocks of sheep. Maćko ordered the train to move by daybreak. The pitch burner, who was hired as guide to Buda, affirmed that the horses could pass everywhere, but as to the wagons, provisions, and baggage, it would be necessary in some places to take them apart and carry them piecemeal. And that could not be done without tedious work. But people accustomed to hard labor preferred hardship to lounging in the deserted inn. Therefore they moved on willingly. Even the timid wit was not scared by the words and presence of the pitch burner. They left the inn and entered at once between high-trunked forest trees, free from undergrowth. They led their horses, and could pass along without taking the wagons to pieces. Occasionally a storm arose, and at times it increased to such extraordinary force that it struck the branches of the bending pines as with gigantic wings, bending, twisting and shaking and breaking them as it were with the fans of a windmill. The forest bent under the unchained elements. Even in the intervals between the gusts it did not cease to howl and thunder, as if angry with their rest at the inn, and the forced march they had undertaken. Now and then the clouds entirely obscured the daylight. Drenching rain mingled with hail came down in torrents, and it became as dark as nightfall. Wit was short of breath, and shouted that evil was bent to do harm and is doing it. But nobody paid attention to it. Even the timid Anulka did not take his words to heart because the Bohemian was so near that her stirrup touched his, and he looked ahead with such a brave air that he seemed to want to challenge the very devil. Behind the tall pine trees where the undergrowth began, the thickets were impassable. There they were obliged to take the wagons in sections. They did it dexterously and quickly. The strong servants transported the wheels, axle tree, front of the wagon, packages and stores, upon their shoulders. The bad road continued about 3 furlongs. However they arrived at Buda about nightfall. There the pitch burner received them as his guests, and they were assured by him that along the Devil's Hollow, correctly speaking, they could reach the town. These people, inhabitants of the pathless forest, seldom saw bread or flour, yet they were not starving. Because all kinds of smoked meat, especially eels, which abounded in all swamps and mud holes, they had in plenty. They treated them liberally, in exchange, holding out greedy hands for the biscuits. There were among them women and children, all blackened from the smoke. There was also a peasant, more than 100 years old, who remembered the massacre of Lengsika, which happened in 1331, and the complete destruction of the town by the Knights of the Cross. Although Maćko, the Bohemian, and the 2 girls, had already heard the narrative from the prior of Serialized, nevertheless they listened with much interest to the tale of the old man who was sitting at the fireside scraping in the cinders. It seemed as if he discovered among them the events of his earlier days. At Lengsika, as well as at Serialized, they spared not even the churches and clergy, and the knives of the conquerors were covered with the blood of old men, women and children. Always the Knights of the Cross, the everlasting Knights of the Cross. The thoughts of Maćko and Jagienka were constantly directed towards Zbyszko, who was living in the very jaws of the wolves, in the midst of a hardened clan who knew neither pity nor the laws of hospitality. Sienkiewicz was faint at heart, because she feared that their hunt after the abbot might lead them among those terrible Knights of the Cross. But the old man, to counteract the unfavorable impression which the stories made upon the women, told them of the battle near Plaus, which put an end to the incursions of the Knights of the Cross, and in which he took part as a soldier in the infantry raised by the peasants, and armed with an iron flail. In that battle perished almost the whole clan of the Gratus. Maćko knew all the particulars of it, nevertheless he listened now as though it were a recital of a new terrible calamity caused by the Germans. When like cornfields before the storm they were mowed down by the sword in the hands of the Polish knighthood and the forces of King Lokitek. "Ha! I just recollect," said the old man, "when they invaded this country, they burned the town and castles. Yes, they even massacred the infants in the cradles, but their terrible end came. Hey! It was a fine fight. I can see the battle now with my eyes closed." He closed his eyes and was silent, gently moving the ashes until Jagienka, who could wait no longer, asked, "How was it? How was it?" Repeated the old man. "I remember the battlefield, it seems that I am now looking at it, there were bushes, and patches of stubble to the right. But after the battle nothing was visible but swords, axes, pikes and fine armor, one upon another, as though the whole blessed land was covered with them. I have never seen so many slain in one heap, and so much human blood shed." Maćko's heart was strengthened anew by the recollection of these events, then he said, "True. Merciful Lord Jesus. They had then encompassed the kingdom like a conflagration or like a plague. Not only Serialized and Leipzig, but they destroyed many other towns. What now? Are not our people mighty and indestructible? And although those dog brothers, the Knights of the Cross, were severely chastised, yet if you cannot crush them they will attack you and break your teeth. Only see, King Casimir's rebuilt Serialized and Leipzig so that they are better now than ever before, yet the incursions occur there as of old, and the Knights of the Cross are laid low and rot there as they were at the Battle of Plaus. May God always grant them such an end." When the old peasant heard these words he nodded assent. Finally he said, "Perhaps they don't lie and rot. We of the infantry were ordered by the king, after the battle was over, to dig ditches. The peasants from the neighborhood came to assist us in our labor. We worked industriously, so that the spades groaned. Then we laid the Germans in trenches and covered them well, to avoid pestilence. But they did not remain there. What happened? Why did they not remain there? I did not see it, but the people said afterward that after the battle there came a fierce storm which lasted about 12 weeks, but only at night time. The sun shone during the daytime, but at night the wind was so fierce that it almost tore the hair from off the head. The devils, like thick clouds, came down in great numbers, whirling like a hurricane. Every one of them held a pitchfork, and as soon as one of them reached the earth he thrust the pitchfork into the ground and carried off one Knight of the Cross to hell. At Plaus they heard a hurly-burly of human voices which sounded like the howling of whole packs of dogs, but they did not know what it all meant, whether it were the noise of the Germans, who were howling with terror and pain, or the devils with joy. That continued as long as the trenches were not consecrated by the priest, and the ground was not frozen, so that there was no need even for pitchforks. Silence followed for a moment, then the old man added, "But God grant, Sir Knight, such an end to them as you said, and although I shall not live to see it, but such young lasses as these two will live. But they shall not see what mine eyes have seen." Then he turned his head, now looking at Jagienka, now at Sieciechua, wondering at their marvelous faces and shaking his head. "Like poppies in corn," he said. "Such beautiful faces I have never seen." Thus they chattered during a part of the night. Then they went to sleep in the shanties and lay down upon mosses as soft as down and covered themselves with warm fur. Then after a refreshing sleep, they arose early in the morning and continued their journey. The road along the hollow was not an easy passage, but it was not a very bad road. So that before sunset they descried the castle of Leipzig. The city had arisen from its ashes, it was rebuilt, part of it was built of brick and part of stone, its walls were high, the towers armed. The churches were even larger than those of Sieradz. There they had no difficulty in getting information from the Dominican friars concerning the abbot. He was there, he said that he felt better, and he hoped to recover his health entirely, and only a few days ago he left for his onward journey. Maćko was not bent on overtaking him on the road, so he had already procured conveyance for both girls to Plock, where the abbot himself would have taken them. But Maćko was much concerned about Zbyszko, and other news distressed him. The rivers had arisen after the departure of the abbot, and it was impossible to continue the journey. Seeing that the knight was accompanied by a considerable retinue and was proceeding to the court of Prince Zimowit, the Dominicans offered him their hospitality. They had even provided him with an olive-wood tablet upon which there was inscribed a Latin prayer to the angel Raphael, the patron of travelers. Their compulsory sojourn at Lęczyca lasted a fortnight, during which time a servant of the castle discovered that the two young pages accompanying the knight were females in disguise, and at once fell deeply in love with Jagienka. The Bohemian was about to challenge him at once, but as it happened on the eve of their departure Maćko dissuaded him from taking such a step. When they moved on toward Plock, the wind had already somewhat dried the road, and although it rained often, yet the rainfall, as is usual in the spring, consisted of larger drops, but warm, and of short duration. The furrows upon the fields glistened with water. The moist, sweet smell from the cultivated fields was wafted by the strong wind. The marshes were covered with buttercups and the violets blossomed in the woods, and the grasshoppers joyfully chirped among the branches. The hearts of the travelers were also filled with new hope and longing, especially as they were now progressing well. After 16 days' travel they were at the gates of Plock. But they arrived at night, when the gates of the city were closed. They were obliged to pass the night with a weaver outside the wall. The girls retired late, and after the fatigue of the long journey they fell sound asleep, but Maćko, who was not troubled by fatigue, got up early. He did not wish to wake them and he entered the town by himself at the opening of the gates. He found the cathedral and the bishop's residence without difficulty. There he was informed that the abbot had died a week ago, but according to the prevailing custom they had celebrated Mass before the coffin from the 6th day, and the funeral was to take place on the day of Maćko's arrival. After which would be obsequies and last honors in memory of the defunct. Owing to intense grief, Maćko did not even look about the town, but he knew something already from that time when he had passed through that city with a letter from the Princess Alexandra to the Grand Master. He returned to the weaver's place as fast as he could, and on his way home he said to himself, "Ha! He is dead. Eternal repose to him. There is nothing in the world to remedy it. But now what shall I do with the girls?" Then he reflected whether it were not better to leave them with the Princess Alexandra, or with the Princess Anna Danuta, or to take them to Spichau. It struck him more than once, that if Danusia were dead, it would be advisable to have Jagienka close to Zbyszko at Spichau, since Zbyszko, who loved Danusia above all other things would greatly mourn after his beloved. He was also sure that Jagienka's presence at Zbyszko's side would have the desired effect. He also remembered that Zbyszko in his boyhood, although his heart was after the woods in Mazos, was constantly longing for Jagienka. For these reasons, and fully believing that Danusia was lost, he often thought that in case of the abbot's demise, he would not send Jagienka to any other place. But as he was greedy to acquire landed property, he was therefore concerned about the property of the abbot. Surely, the abbot was displeased with them and promised to bequeath nothing to them. But after that he must have felt sorry and, before he died, left something for Jagienka. He was sure that the abbot had bequeathed something to her, because he frequently spoke about it at Skorzelis, and he would not overlook Zbyszko on account of Jagienka. Maćko was also thinking of remaining for some time at Plock, so as to investigate the will and attend to the matter, but other thoughts crossed his mind, and he said, "Should I longer be here looking after property? Whilst my boy yonder is stretching out his hand and waiting for my help from some knight of the cross dungeon?" In truth, there was only one course, and that was, to leave Jagienka under the care of the princess and the bishop, and beg them to look after her interest. But that plan did not please Maćko. The girl has already considerable property of her own, and when her estate is increased by that which the abbot has bequeathed her, then as sure as there is a God some Mazer will take her, for she cannot hold out any longer. Zeke, her defunct father, used to say of her, that she was in danger 112 even then. In such case, the old knight thought that both Danusia and Jagienka might fail Zbyszko. That of course was not to be thought of. He will take one of the two, whichever God had decreed. Finally that plan to rescue Zbyszko he preferred to the others. And as to Jagienka, he resolved either to leave her in the care of Princess Danuta, or at Spichau, but not at the court at Plock where there was much glitter, and which was filled with handsome knights. Overwhelmed with these thoughts, he proceeded quickly to the dwelling of the weaver, to inform Jagienka of the abbot's death. He was determined not to break the news to her suddenly, as it might greatly endanger her health. When he reached home both ladies were properly dressed and appeared as gay as birds. He sat down and ordered the servants to bring him a jug of brown beer, then he assumed a doleful air, and said, "Do you hear the bells ringing in town? Guess, why are they ringing, since today is not Sunday, and you slept during matins? Would you like to see the abbot?" "Surely." "What a question," answered Jagienka. "Well, you shall see him as the king sees quick 113. Has he left the city?" "He has left, but do you not hear the bells ringing?" "Is he dead?" exclaimed Jagienka. "Yes. Say, God rest his soul." Both ladies knelt down and began to chant, "God rest his soul," in a bell-like voice. Then tears streamed down Jagienka's cheeks, for she was very fond of the abbot, who, though of a violent temper, never harmed anybody, but did much good. He specially loved Jagienka, for he was her godfather. He loved her as one loves his own daughter. Maćko remembered that the abbot was related to him and Zbyszko. He was also moved to tears and even cried. After his grief had subsided a little, he took the ladies and the Bohemian with him and went to the funeral services in the church. It was a magnificent funeral. The bishop himself, Jacob of Kerdwinow, conducted it. There were present all the priests and monks of the diocese of Plock, all the bells were ringing, and prayers were said which none else but the clergy understood, for they were said in the Latin. Then the clergy and the laity went to the banquet at the bishop's palace. Maćko and his two girls, disguised as boys, also went to the banquet. He, as a relative of the deceased, and known to the bishop, was fully entitled to be present. The bishop also willingly received him as such, but immediately after the invitation he said to Maćko, "There is here a bequest of some forests for the Duchess of Bogdaniec. The rest he did not bequeath to the abbey in the cloister, but to his goddaughter, a certain Jagienka of Zgorzelec." Maćko, who did not expect much, was glad for the woodlands. The bishop did not observe that one of the youths accompanying the old knight at the mentioning of the name of Jagienka of Zgorzelec lifted up her tearful eyes, and said, "May God recompense him, but I wish he were alive." Maćko turned and said angrily, "Be silent, otherwise you will shame yourself." But he suddenly stopped, his eyes glistened with amazement, then his face assumed wolfish fierceness, when at a distance from him opposite the door, through which the Princess Alexandra had just entered, he observed the figure, dressed in court uniform, of Kuno of Liechtenstein, the very man by whom Zbyszko had nearly lost his life in Kraków. Jagienka had never seen Maćko in such a condition. His face was contracted like the jaws of a fierce dog, his teeth glistened beneath his mustache, and in a moment he tightened his belt and moved toward the hateful Knight of the Cross. But when about midway he checked himself and began to pass his broad hands through his hair. He reflected in time, that Liechtenstein might only be a guest in the court of Plock, or an envoy, therefore, if he were to strike him without apparent reason. The very thing which happened to Zbyszko on his way from Tyniec to Krakow might be repeated here. Thus possessing more reason than Zbyszko, he restrained himself, adjusted the belt to its previous place, relaxed the muscles of his face and waited, and when the princess, after greeting Liechtenstein, entered into a conversation with the bishop, Maćko approached her and bowed deeply. He reminded her who he was, and that he had been once engaged in the service of his benefactress as the carrier of letters. The princess did not recognize him at first, but she remembered the letters and the whole affair. She also was acquainted with the occurrences in the neighboring Mazovian court. She had heard of Durand, of the imprisonment of his daughter, of Zbyszko's marriage, and of his deadly fight with Rodgeir. These things interested her greatly, so much so that it seemed to her one of those knight-errant stories or one of the minstrel songs in Germany, and the ribald songs in Mazos. Indeed, the Knights of the Cross were not inimical to her, as they were to Princess Anna Danuta, the wife of Prince Janusz, more especially because they wished to get her on their side. They strove to outvie each other in rendering her homage and adulation, and overwhelmed her with munificent gifts, but in the present case her heart beat for her favorite, whom she was ready to help. Above all, she was glad that she had before her a man who could give her an accurate account of the events. But Maćko, who had already resolved to obtain, by whatever means possible, the protection and the princely influence, seeing that she was listening attentively, told her Zbyszko's and Danusia's ill luck. The narrative brought tears to her eyes, especially when she felt more than anybody the misfortune of her niece, and from her very soul she pitied her. "I have never heard a more woeful story," said the princess. "At last, the greatest sorrow to my mind is, that he has married her, that she was already his, yet he knew no happiness. However, are you sure that he knew her not?" "Hey! Almighty God!" exclaimed Maćko. "If he only knew her, he was bedridden when he married her in the evening, and the following morning she was carried off." "And, do you think that the Knights of the Cross did it?" "It was said here, that those who actually did it were robbers, and the Knights of the Cross recaptured her, but it turned out to be another girl. They also spoke of a letter which Durand had written. Human justice did not decide it, but divine. That was a great thing, that knight Rodgeir, who conquered the strongest, fell by the hand of a comparative child." "Well, a fine child he is," said the princess, with a smile. "His valor is a safeguard in his travels. It is a grievance, true, and your complaints are just, but 3 out of those 4 opponents are dead, and the remaining old one has also, according to the information I have received, been nearly killed." "And Danusia?" "And Durand," replied Maćko. "Where are they?" "God only knows whether something ill has happened to Zbyszko, who was on the road to Malbork." "I know, but the Knights of the Cross are not such out-and-out dog brothers as you think them to be. In Malbork nothing evil can happen to your nephew, whilst he is at the side of the Grand Master and his brother Ulrich, who is an honorable knight. Your nephew undoubtedly is provided with letters from Prince Janusz. Unless whilst there he challenged one of the knights and succumbed. At Malbork there are always present a great number of the most valorous knights from all parts of the world." "My nephew does not fear them much," said the old knight. "If they only did not cast him in prison, or kill him treacherously, as long as he has an iron weapon in his hand he is not afraid of them. Only once he found himself facing one stronger than himself, but he stretched him in the lists, and that was the Mazovian Prince Henryk, who was bishop here and who was enamored of the handsome Ringala. But Zbyszko was then a mere youth. For this reason he would be the only one, as sure as amen in prayer, to challenge this one whom I also have vowed to challenge and who is present here." Saying this, he glanced in the direction of Liechtenstein, who was conversing with the governor, Waywode, of Plock. But the princess wrinkled her brow and said in stern and dry tones, as she always did when in an angry mood, "Whether you vowed or not, you must remember that he is our guest, and whosoever wishes to be our guest must observe decorum." "I know, most gracious lady," replied Maćko. "For that reason when I adjusted my belt and went to meet him, I restrained myself and thought of obedience. He will obey. He is important among his own people, even the master builds upon his counsel and nothing is denied to him. May God grant that your nephew does not meet him at Malbork, especially as Liechtenstein is a determined and revengeful person. He could not well recognize me because he did not see me often. We had helmets on when we were at Tyniec, after that I went only once to see him in the Zbyszko affair, and that was in the evening. I observed just now that he looked at me, but seeing that I was engaged in a lengthy conversation with your grace, he turned his eyes in an opposite direction. He would have recognized Zbyszko, but he only looked at me, and very likely he did not hear of my vow, and has to think of more important challenges. How so? Because it may be that other powerful knights challenged him, such as Zawisza of Garbo, Pawala of Taksu, Marcin of Rosomois, Paskos Lodzij, and Lys of Targowisko. Every one of those, gracious lady, and 10 like them. So much the more so if they are numerous. It would be better for him not to have been born, than to have one of those swords over his head. I shall not only try to forget the challenge, but I have resolved to endeavor to go with him. Why? Maćko's face assumed a cunning expression like that of a fox. That he might give me a safe conduct to travel through the country belonging to the Knights of the Cross, that will enable me to render assistance to Zbyszko in case of need. Does such proceeding deserve praise? Inquired the princess with a smile. Yes. It does, replied Maćko. If for instance in time of war I were to attack him from the rear without warning him to face me, I should disgrace myself. But in time of peace, if one hangs the enemy upon a hook, no knight need be reproached for such an act. Then I will introduce you, replied the princess. She beckoned to Liechtenstein and introduced Maćko. She was of opinion that even if Liechtenstein should recognize Maćko, nothing serious would result. But Liechtenstein did not recognize him, because when he had seen him at Tyniec he had his helmet on, and after that he had spoken to Maćko only once, and that in the evening, when Maćko had begged him to forgive Zbyszko. However, he bowed proudly, the more so because when he saw the 2 exquisitely dressed youths, he thought that they were not Maćko's. His face brightened up a little and he assumed a haughty demeanor as he always did when he spoke to inferiors. Then the princess, pointing at Maćko, said, "This knight is going to Malbork. I have given him a recommendation to the Grand Master, but he heard of your great influence in the order. He would also like to have a note from you." Then she went to the bishop, but Liechtenstein fixed his cold, steely eyes upon Maćko, and asked, "What motive induces you, sir, to visit our religious and sober capital?" "An upright and pious motive," replied Maćko, looking at Liechtenstein. "If it were otherwise the gracious princess would not have vouched for me. But apart from pious vows, I wish also to know your Grand Master, who causes peace in the land and who is the most celebrated knight in the world. Those whom your gracious and beneficent princess recommends will not complain of our poor hospitality. Nevertheless, as far as your wishes to know the master is concerned, it is not an easy matter. About a month ago, he left for Danzig, thence he was to go to Königsberg, and from that place proceed to the frontier, where, although a lover of peace, he is obliged to defend the property of the order against the violence of the treacherous Witold." Hearing this, Maćko was apparently so much grieved, that Liechtenstein, who noticed it, said, "I see that you were quite as anxious to see the Grand Master as to fulfill your religious vows." "Yes. I am, replied Maćko. "Is war against Witold a sure thing? He, himself, began it, he has sworn to help the rebels." There was silence for a moment. "Ha! May God help the order as it deserves," said Maćko. "I see I cannot make the Grand Master's acquaintance. Let me at least fulfill my vow." But in spite of these words, he did not know what to do, and with deep grief he asked himself, "Where shall I look for Zbyszko, and where shall I find him?" It was easy to foresee that if the Grand Master had left Malbork and gone to war, it was useless to look for Zbyszko there. In any case it was necessary to get the most accurate information of his whereabouts. Old Maćko was very anxious about it, but he was a man of ready resource, and he resolved to lose no time, but continue his march next morning. Having obtained a letter from Liechtenstein with the aid of Princess Alexandra, in whom the Compter had boundless confidence, it was not a difficult task to obtain. He therefore received a recommendation to the Starosta of Brodnik, and to the Grand Spitalnik of Malbork, for which he presented a silver goblet to Liechtenstein, a treasure procured in Breslau. Like that which the knights were accustomed to have near their beds filled with wine, so that in case of sleeplessness they might have at hand a remedy for sleep and at the same time pleasure. This act of Maćko's liberality somewhat astonished the Bohemian, who knew that the old knight was not too eager to lavish presents on anybody, especially on Germans, but Maćko said, "I did it because I have vowed, and must fight him. And by no means could I do it to one who has done me some service. To recompense good with evil is not our custom. But such a magnificent goblet." "It is a pity," replied the Bohemian, apparently vexed. "Don't fear. I do nothing without premeditation," said Maćko. "For if the Lord enables me to overthrow, kill, that German, I shall get back not only the goblet, but a great many good things I shall acquire with it." Then they, including Jagienka, began to take counsel among themselves concerning further action. Maćko thought of leaving Jagienka and Sieciechua with Princess Alexandra at Plock, owing to the abbot's will, which was in the possession of the bishop. But Jagienka was entirely opposed to it, she was even determined to travel by herself. There was no necessity to have a separate room for night quarters, neither to observe politeness, nor safety, and various other causes. Surely I did not leave Zgorzelis to rusticate at Plock. The will is at the bishop's and cannot be lost, and as far as they are concerned, when it will be shown that there is need to remain on the road, it will be of greater advantage to be left in the care of Princess Anna, than with Princess Alexandra. Because at the former court the Knights of the Cross are not frequent visitors, and Zbyszko is more appreciated there. Upon that Maćko truly observed that reason does not belong to women, and that it is unbecoming for a girl to command as though she possessed reason. Nevertheless he did not persist in his opposition, and relented entirely when Jagienka had taken him aside and, with tears in her eyes, said, "You know, God sees my heart, that every morning and evening I pray for that young lady, Danusia, and for Zbyszko's welfare. God in heaven knows it best. But you and Lawa said that she had perished already, that she would never escape the hands of the Knights of the Cross alive. Therefore if this has to be so, then I—" Here she somewhat hesitated and tears streamed down her cheeks and she became silent. "Then I want to be near Zbyszko." Maćko was moved by the tears and words, yet he replied, "If Danusia is lost, Zbyszko will be so much grieved, that he will care for none else. I don't wish that he should care for me, but I would like to be near him. You know well that I should like to be myself near him as well as you do, but he would in the first instance be unmindful of you. Let him be unmindful." "But he will not be," she replied, with a smile, "for he will not know that it was myself. He will recognize you. He will not know me. You did not recognize me. You will tell him too that it was not I but Jasko, and Jasko is exactly like myself. You will tell him that I have grown up and it will never occur to him that it is anybody else but Jasko." Then the old knight remembered somebody upon his knees before him and that kneeling one had the appearance of a boy. Then there was no harm in it, specially that Jasko really had exactly the same face, and his hair after the last cutting had again grown up and he carried it in a net just as other noble young knights. For this reason Maćko gave way, and the conversation turned to matters concerning the journey. They were to start on the following day. Maćko decided to enter into the country of the Knights of the Cross, to draw near to Brodnik to get information there, and if the Grand Master was still, in spite of Liechtenstein's opinion, at Malborg, to proceed there, and if not there, to push on along the frontiers of the country of the Knights of the Cross in the direction of Spychow, inquiring along the road about the Polish knight and his suit. The old knight even expected that he would easily get more information of Zbyszko at Spychow, or at the court of Prince Janusz of Warsaw, than elsewhere. Accordingly, they moved on the following day. Spring was fully ushered in, so that the floods of the Skrwy and Druinsy obstructed the way, so much so that it took them 10 days to travel from Plock to Brodnik. The little town was orderly and clean. But one could see at a glance the German barbarity by the enormously constructed gallows 114 which was erected out of town on the road to Gorksanis, and which was occupied by the hanging corpses of the executed. One of which was the body of a woman. Upon the watchtower and upon the castle floated the flag with the red hand on a white field. The travelers did not find the count at home, because he was at the head of the garrison which was drafted of the neighboring nobleman, at Malborg. That information Maćko got from a blind old knight of the cross, who was formerly the Count of Brodnik, but later on he attached himself to the place and castle, and he was the last of his line. When the chaplain of the place read Liechtenstein's letter to the count, he invited Maćko as his guest. He was very familiar with the Polish language, because he lived in the midst of a Polish population, and they easily carried on their conversation in that language. In the course of their conversation Maćko was informed that the count had left for Malborg 6 weeks before, being summoned as an experienced knight to a council of war. Moreover, he knew what happened in the capital. When he was asked about the young Polish knight, he had heard of such a one, he said, who at first had roused admiration because, in spite of his youthful appearance, he already appeared as a belted knight. Then he was successful at a tourney which, according to custom, the Grand Master ordained, for foreign guests, before his departure for the war. Little by little he even remembered that the manly and noble, yet violent brother of the master, Ulrich von Jungingen, had become very fond of the young knight and had taken him under his care, provided him with iron letters. After which the young knight apparently departed toward the east. Maćko was overjoyed at the news, because he had not the slightest doubt that the young knight was Zbyszko. It was therefore useless to go to Malborg, for although the Grand Master, as well as other officials of the order, and knights who remained at Malborg might furnish more accurate information, they could by no means tell where Zbyszko actually was. On the other hand, Maćko himself knew better where Zbyszko might be found, and it was not difficult to suppose that he was at that moment somewhere in the neighborhood of Szczytno. Or in case he had not found Danusia there, he was making research in distant eastern castles and county seats. Without losing any more time, they also moved toward the east and Szczytno. They progressed well on the road. The towns and villages were connected by highways which the Knights of the Cross, or rather the merchants of the towns, kept in good condition, and which were as good as the Polish roads, which were under the care of the thrifty and energetic King Kazimierz. The weather was excellent, the nights were serene, the days bright, and about noon a dry and warm zephyr-like wind blew which filled the human breast with health-giving air. The cornfields assumed a green hue, the meadows were covered with abundant flowers, and the pine forests began to emit a smell of rosin. Throughout the whole journey to Lidzbark, thence to Zaldowa, and further on to Niedzbors, they did not see a single cloud. But at Niedzbors they encountered a thunderstorm at night, which was the first one of the spring, but it lasted only a short time, and in the morning it cleared up and the horizon was brightened with rosy golden hues. It was so brilliant that the land, as far as the eye could reach, appeared like one carpet brocaded with jewels. It seemed as though the whole country smiled back to the sky and rejoiced because of abundant life. In such a pleasant morning they wended their course from Niedzbors to Szczytno. It was not far from the Mazovian frontier. It was an easy matter to return to Spichau. There was a moment when Maćko wanted to do it, but considering the whole matter he desired to push onward toward the terrible nest of the Knights of the Cross, in which Zbyszko's loss was terribly guarded. He then engaged a guide and ordered him to lead them directly to Szczytno, although there was no need of a guide, because the road from Niedzbors was a straight one, marked with white milestones. The guide was a few steps in advance. Behind him were Maćko and Jagienka on horseback, some distance behind them were the Bohemian and Sieciechua, and farther back were the wagons surrounded by armed men. It was an exquisite morning. The rosy glow had not yet disappeared from the horizon, although the sun had already risen and changed into opals the dewdrops upon the trees and grasses. "Are you not afraid to go to Szczytno?" asked Maćko. "I am not afraid," replied Jagienka, "God is with me, because I am an orphan. There is no faith there. The worst dog was Danvald whom Durand killed together with Godfried. The Bohemian told me so. The second after Danvald was Rotgeir, who succumbed by Zbyszko's axe, but the old man is a ruthless tyrant, and is sold to the devil. They know not kindness. However, I am of opinion that if Danusia has perished she did so by his own hands. They also say that something happened to her. But the princess said in Plock that she extricated herself. It is with him that we shall have to contend at Szczytno. It is well that we have a letter from Liechtenstein, and as it appears they, the dog brothers, are afraid of him more than they are of the master himself. They say that he has great authority and is particularly strict, and is very revengeful, he never forgives even the slightest offense. Without this safe conduct I would not travel so peacefully to Szczytno. What is his name? Siegfried von Love. God grant that we may manage him too. God grant it. Maćko smiled for a moment and then said. The princess also told me in Plock, ye grieve and complain like lambs against wolves, but in this instance 3 of the wolves are dead, because the innocent lambs strangled them. She spoke the truth. It is actually so. What about Danusia and her father? I told the princess the very same thing. But I am really glad, since it is demonstrated that it is not safe to harm us. We know already how to handle the helve of an axe, and fight with it. As to Danusia and Jurand, it is true, I think, and so does the Bohemian, that they are no more in this world, but in reality nobody can tell. I am very sorry for Jurand, for he grieved very much for his daughter, and if he perished, it was a hard death. If such a thing is mentioned to me, said Jagienka, I always think of Papa, who also is no more. Then she lifted up her eyes and Maćko nodded his head and said. He rests with God in everlasting bliss, for there is not a better man than he was in our whole kingdom. Oh, there was none like him, none, sighed Jagienka. Further conversation was interrupted by the guide, who suddenly checked his stallion, turned and galloped toward Maćko and shouted in a strange and frightened voice. Oh, for God's sake! Look there, Sir Knight. Who is there on the hillside advancing toward us? Who? Where? Asked Maćko. Look there. A giant or something of that kind. Maćko and Jagienka reined in their horses, looked in the direction indicated by the guide, and they indeed descried, about the middle of the hill, a figure, which appeared to be of more than human proportions. To tell the truth the man seems to be huge, murmured Maćko. Then he frowned, and suddenly spat and said. Let the evil charm be upon the dog. Why are you conjuring? Asked Jagienka. Because I remember that it was on just such a fine morning when Zbyszko and I were on the road from Tyniec to Kraków we saw such a giant. They said then that it was Walgier's daily. Bah! It was shown afterward that it was the Lord of Taksu. Still, nothing good resulted from it. Let the evil charm be upon the dog. This one is not a knight, because he is not on horseback, said Jagienka, straining her eyes. I even see that he is not armed, but holds a staff in his left hand. And he is groping in front of him, as though it were night. And can hardly move, surely he must be blind. As sure as I live, he is blind, blind. They urged their horses forward, and in a little while they halted in front of the beggar who was slowly coming down the hill and feeling his way with his staff. He was indeed an immense old man, and appeared to them, even when they were near him, a giant. They were convinced that he was stone blind. Instead of eyes he had 2 red hollows. His right hand was wanting. Instead of it he carried a bandage of dirty rags. His hair was white and falling down upon his shoulders, and his beard reached his belt. He has neither food, nor companion, not even a dog, but is feeling the way by himself, exclaimed Jagienka. For God's sake, we cannot leave him here without assistance. I do not know whether he will understand me, but I shall try to talk to him in Polish. Then she jumped from her horse and approached the beggar, and began to look for some money in her leather pouch which was suspended from her belt. The beggar, when he heard the noise and tramping of the horses, stretched his staff in front of him and lifted up his head as blind men do. Praised be Jesus Christ, said the girl. Do you understand, little grandfather, in the Christian fashion? But on hearing her sweet, young voice, he trembled, a strange flush appeared on his face as though from tender emotion. He covered his hollow orbits with his eyebrows, and suddenly threw down his staff and fell on his knees, with outstretched arms, in front of her. "Get up. I will assist you." "What ails you?" asked Jagienka in astonishment. But he did not reply, but tears rolled down his cheeks, and he groaned. "Eh. For the love of God, can you not say something? Eh. Then he lifted up his hand, with which he made first the sign of the cross, then passed his left hand over his mouth. Jagienka understood it not, and she looked at Maćko, who said, "He seems to indicate that his tongue has been torn out." "Did they tear out your tongue?" asked the girl. "Eh. Repeated the beggar several times, nodding his head. Then he pointed with his fingers to his eyes, then he moved his left hand across his maimed right, showing that it was cut off. Then both understood him. "Who did it?" inquired Jagienka. The beggar again made signs of the cross repeatedly in the air. "The Knights of the Cross," shouted Maćko. As a sign of affirmation the old man let his head drop upon his chest again. There was silence for a moment. Maćko and Jagienka looked at each other with alarm, because they had now before them sufficient proof of their cruelty and the lack of means to chastise those knights who style themselves the Knights of the Cross. "Cruel justice," said Maćko, finally. "They punished him grievously, and God knows whether deservedly. If I only knew where he belongs, I would lead him there, for surely he must be from this neighborhood. He understands our language, for the common people here are the same as in Mazos." "Did you understand what we said?" asked Jagienka. The beggar nodded his head. "Are you of this neighborhood?" "No." The beggar shook his head. "Perhaps he comes from Mazos?" "Yes," he nodded. "Under Prince Janusz?" "Yes." "But what were you doing among the Knights of the Cross?" The old man could give no answer, but his face assumed an air of intense suffering, so much so that Jagienka's heart beat with greater force out of sympathy. Even Maćko, who was not subject to emotion, said, "I am sure the dog brothers have wronged him. Maybe he is innocent." Jagienka meanwhile put some small change in the beggar's hand. "Listen," she said, "we will not abandon you. Come with us to Mazos, and in every village we will ask you whether it is yours. Maybe we shall guess it. Meanwhile, get up, for we are no saints." But he did not get up, nay, he even bowed lower and embraced her feet as much as to place himself under her protection and show his gratitude. Yet there were marks of certain astonishment, yet even disappointment on his face. Maybe that from the voice he thought he was in the presence of a young woman, but his hand happened to touch the cowskin gaiters which the knights and armor-bearers were accustomed to wear. But she said, "It shall be so. Our wagons will soon be here, then you will rest and refresh yourself. But we are not going to take you now to Mazos because we must first go to Szczytno." When the old man heard this, he jumped straight up, terror and amazement were depicted on his face. He opened his arms as though desiring to obstruct their way, and strange, wild ejaculations proceeded from his throat, full of terror and dismay. "What is the matter with you?" exclaimed Jagienka, much frightened. But the Bohemian, who had already arrived with Siecieczua, and for some time had his eyes riveted upon the old beggar, suddenly turned to Maćko, and with a countenance changed, and in a strange voice, said, "For God's sake, permit me, sir, to speak to him, for you do not know who he may be." After this he begged for no further permission, but rushed toward the old man, placed his hands upon his shoulders, and asked him, "Do you come from Szczytno?" The old man appeared to be struck by the sound of his voice, quieted himself and nodded affirmatively. "Did you not look there for your child?" A deep groan was the only reply to this question. Then the Bohemian's face paled a little, he looked sharply for a moment at the outlines of the old man's face, then he said slowly and composedly, "Then you are Jurand of Spichau." "Jurand," shouted Maćko. But Jurand was overcome at that moment and fainted. Protracted torture, want of nourishment, fatigue of the road, swept him from his feet. The 10th day had now passed since he left, groping his way, erring and feeling his way with his stick, hungry, fatigued and not knowing where he was going, unable to ask the way. During the daytime he turned toward the warm rays of the sun. The night he passed in the ditches along the road. When he happened to pass through a village, or hamlet, or accidentally encountered people on the road, he only could beg with his hand and voice, but seldom a compassionate hand helped him. Because as a rule he was taken for a criminal whom law and justice had chastised. For 2 days he had lived on bark and leaves of trees. He was already giving up all hope of reaching Mazos, when suddenly compassionate voices and hearts of his own countrymen surrounded him. One of whom reminded him of the sweet voice of his own daughter, and, when at last his own name was mentioned, he was greatly agitated and unable to bear it any longer. His heart broke. His thoughts whirled through his head. And, were it not for the strong arms of the Bohemian which supported him, he would have fallen with his face in the dust of the road. Maćko dismounted, then both took hold of him, and carried him to the wagons and laid him upon the soft hay. There, Jagienka and Sienkiewicz nursed him. Jagienka observed that he could not carry the cup of wine to his lips by himself, so she helped him. Immediately after this he fell into a profound sleep, from which he did not awake till the 3rd day. Meanwhile they sat down to deliberate. "To be brief," said Jagienka, "we must go now to Spychow instead of Szczytno, so that by all means we place him in security among his own people." "Look, how can that be carried out?" replied Maćko. "It is true that we must send him to Spychow, but there is no necessity for all of us to accompany him. 1 wagon is enough to carry him there." "I do not order it, I only think so, because there we might get much information from him about Zbyszko and Danusia." "But how can you procure information from one who has no tongue?" "But the very information that he has no tongue, we got from himself. Do you not see that even without speech we got all that information necessary? How much more shall we derive when we communicate with him by motions of the head and hands? Ask him, for instance, whether Zbyszko has returned from Malbork to Szczytno. You will then see that he will either not assent, or deny it." "It is true," said the Bohemian. "I too do not dispute it," said Maćko. "I know it myself, but I am accustomed to think first and then talk." Then he ordered the train to return to the Mazovian frontier. On the way Jagienka visited now and then the wagon where Jurin slept, fearing that death might ensue. "I did not recognize him," said Maćko, "but it is no wonder. He was as strong as an auroch. They said of him that he was among those who could fight with Zawisza, and now he is reduced to a skeleton." "We are accustomed to hear all sorts of things," said the Bohemian, "but nobody would believe it if they were told that Christians had acted thus with a belted knight, whose patron is also St. Jerzy. God grant that Zbyszko may at least avenge part of his wrongs. Now, look what a difference there is between them and us. It is true, that 3 out of those 4 dog brothers are dead, but they died in fight, and none of them had his tongue or his eyes plucked out in captivity. God will punish them," said Jagienka. But Maćko turned to the Bohemian and said, "How did you recognize him?" "I did not recognize him at first, although I saw him later than you did. But it struck me, and the more I looked at him the more so. Though when I first saw him he had neither beard nor white hair, he was then a very powerful lord. How then could I recognize him in the old beggar? But when the young lady said that we were going to Szczytno, and he began to howl, my eyes were opened at once." Maćko was absorbed in thought, then he said, "From Spychow, it is necessary to take him to the prince, who will not leave the wrong perpetrated on such an important person, unpunished. They will excuse themselves. They treacherously abducted his child and they defended themselves. And as to the lord of Spychow, they will say that he lost his tongue, eyes, and hand in the fight." "You are right," said Maćko. "They once carried off the prince himself. He cannot fight them, because he is no match for them. Perhaps our king will assist him. The people talk and talk of a great war, but here we don't even have a little one. He is with Prince Witold. Thank God, that at least he thinks that they are worthless. Hey! Prince Witold is my prince. In craftiness he is unsurpassable. He is more crafty than all of them together. Those dog brothers had him cornered once, the sword was over his head and he was about to perish, but, like a serpent, he slipped from their hands and bit them. Be on your guard when he strikes, but be exceedingly careful when he is patting you. Is he so with everybody? He is only so with the Knights of the Cross, but he is a kind and liberal prince with everybody else. At this Maćko pondered, as though making an effort to recall Prince Witold. He is an entirely different man to the prince here, he said, suddenly. Zbyszko ought to have joined him, for under him and through him, one might achieve the most against the Knights of the Cross. Then he added. Both of us might be found there. Who can tell? For it is there where we can revenge ourselves most properly. Then he spoke of Durand, of his misfortunes and of the unheard of injuries, inflicted upon him by the Knights of the Cross, who first, without any cause, murdered his beloved wife, then, revenge for revenge, they carried off his child. And then mangled him in such a cruel manner, that even the Tartars could not invent worse torture. Maćko and the Bohemian gnashed their teeth at the thought that even when they set him free it was with malicious intent of inflicting additional cruelty in order to frustrate the old knight's intention. Who most likely promised himself that when he was free he would take proper steps to make an inquest and get information of the whole affair, and then pay them out with interest. On the journey to Spichau they passed their time in such dialogues and thoughts. The clear fine day was succeeded by a quiet starry night. They therefore did not halt for night quarters, but stopped thrice to feed the horses. It was yet dark when they passed the frontier, and in the morning, led by the hired guide, they arrived upon the land of Spichau. Their Tolima apparently held everything with an iron hand, for no sooner did they enter the forest of Spichau, than 2 armed men advanced against them. These, seeing that the newcomers were not soldiers, but a simple train, not only let them pass without questioning, but placed themselves in front to show the way, which was inaccessible to those unacquainted with the moats and marshes. Tolima and the priest Caleb received the guests when they arrived in town. The news that the Lord had arrived, and was brought back by pious people spread like lightning through the garrison. But when they saw him in the condition as he looked when he left the Knights of the Cross, there was such an outburst of raging and wild threatening that if there had yet been any Knights of the Cross confined in the prison of Spichau, no human power would have been able to save them from a terrible death. The retainers wished to mount their horses at once and start to the frontier to capture any Germans and cut off their heads and throw them under the feet of the master. But Maćko restrained them because he knew that the Germans lived in the towns and cities, whilst the country people were of the same blood, but lived against their own will under foreign superior force. But neither the din and noise nor the creaking of the well sweeps could awake Durand, who was carried upon a bearskin into his own house and put to bed. Father Caleb was Durand's intimate friend. They grew up together and loved each other like brothers. He remained with him, and prayed that the Redeemer of the world might restore to the unfortunate Durand his eyes, tongue, and hand. The fatigued travelers went to bed also. Maćko, who awoke about noon, ordered Tolima to be called. He knew from the Bohemian that Durand, before his departure, had ordered all his servants to obey their young master, Zbyszko, and that the priest had informed him of his ownership of Spichau. Maćko therefore spoke to the old man with the voice of a superior. I am the uncle of your young master, and as long as he is away, I am the commander here. Tolima bowed his grey head, which had something wolfish, and surrounding his ear with his hand, asked. Then you are, sir, the noble knight from Bogdaniec? Yes, replied Maćko. How do you know it? Because the young master Zbyszko expected and inquired after you here. Hearing this, Maćko stood up straight, and forgetting his dignified manner, he exclaimed. What, Zbyszko in Spichau? Yes, he was here, sir. Only 2 days ago since he left. For the love of God. Whence did he come and where did he go? He came from Malbork, and on the road he was at Szczytno. He did not say where he was going. He did not say, Maybe he told the priest Caleb. Hey! Mighty God, Then we crossed each other on the road, he said, putting his hands on his ribs. But Tolima put his hand to the other ear. What did you say, sir? Where is Father Caleb? He is at the bedside of the old master. Call him, but stop. I will go myself to see him. I will call him, said Tolima, and he left. But before he brought the priest, Jagienka entered. Come here, said Mako. Do you know the news? Zbyszko was here only 2 days ago. Her face changed in a moment and she almost tottered. He was, and left, she asked, with quickly beating heart. Where to? It is only 2 days since he left, but where to I do not know. Maybe the priest knows. We must go after him, she said, peremptorily. After a while Father Caleb entered. Thinking that Mako wanted him for information concerning Durand, he anticipated his question by saying. He is still asleep. I heard that Zbyszko was here, said Mako. He was, but he left 2 days ago. Where to? He did not know himself. Searching. He left for the frontier of Zmuds, where there is war now. For the love of God, tell us, Father, what you know about him. I only know what I heard from himself. He was at Malborg. Maybe he obtained protection there. Because with the order of the master's brother, who is the first among the knights, Zbyszko could search in all castles. For Durand and Danusia. Yes, but he does not search for Durand, because he was told that he was dead. Tell us from the beginning. Immediately, but let me first catch breath and regain presence of mind, for I come from another world. How so? From that world which cannot be reached on horseback, but through prayer. I prayed at the feet of the Lord Jesus that he may have mercy upon Durand. You have asked for a miracle. Have you that power? Asked Mako, with great curiosity. I have no power whatever, but I have a Savior, who, if he wished, could restore to Durand his eyes, tongue and hand. If he only wanted to do so he could, replied Mako. Nevertheless you asked for an impossible thing. Father Caleb did not reply, possibly because he did not hear it, his eyes were still closed, as if absent-minded, and in reality it was obvious that he was meditating on his prayer. Then he covered his eyes with his hands and remained so for a while in silence. Finally he shook himself, rubbed his eyes with his hands, and said. Now, ask. In what manner did Zbyszko attack the justice of Sambinsk? He is no more the justice of Sambinsk. Never mind that. You understand what I am asking, tell me what you know about it. He fought at a tourney. Ulrich liked to fight in the arena. There were many knights, guests at Malborg, and the master ordered public games. Whilst Ulrich was on horseback the strap of the saddle broke and it would have been an easy matter for Zbyszko to throw him from his horse. But he lowered his spear to the ground and even assisted him. Hey! You see, exclaimed Mako, turning toward Jagienka. Is this why? Ulrich likes him. This is the reason of his love for Zbyszko. He refused to tilt against him with sharp weapons, neither with the lance, and has taken a liking to him. Zbyszko related his trouble to him, and he, being zealous of his knightly honor, fell into a great passion and led Zbyszko to his brother, the master, to lodge a complaint. May God grant him redemption for this deed, for there are not many among them who love justice. Zbyszko also told me that Delorche, owing to his position and wealth, was of much help to him, and testified for him in everything. What was the result of that testimony? It resulted in the vigorous order of the Grand Master to the Compter of Szczytno, to send at once to Malborg all the prisoners who were confined in Szczytno, including even Durand. Concerning Durand, the Compter replied that he had died from his wounds and was buried there in the churchyard. He sent the other prisoners, including a milkmaid, but our Danusia was not among them. I know from the armor-bearer Lawa, said Mako, that Rotgear, whom Zbyszko killed whilst at the court of Prince Janusz, also spoke in the same manner about a certain milkmaid whom they captured whom they took for Durand's daughter. But when the princess asked, how could they mistake Danusia for a common girl, since they knew and had seen the true one, Danusia. You are right, he replied, but I thought they had forgotten the real Danusia. This same thing the Compter had written to the master, that that girl was not a prisoner but she was under their care, that they had at first rescued her from the robbers, who had sworn that she was Durin's daughter, but transformed. Did the master believe it? He did not know whether to believe or not, but Ulrich was more incensed than ever, and influenced his brother to send an official of the order with Zbyszko to Szczytno, which was done. When they arrived at Szczytno, they did not find the old Compter, because he had departed to the eastern strongholds against Witold, to the war, but a subordinate, whom the magistrate ordered to open all prisons and underground dungeons. They searched and searched, but found nothing. They even detained people for information. One of them told Zbyszko that he could get much information from the chaplain, because the chaplain understood the dumb executioner. But the old Compter had taken the executioner with him, and the chaplain left for Königsberg to attend a religious gathering. They met there often in order to lodge complaints against the Knights of the Cross to the Pope, because even the poor priests were oppressed by them. I am only surprised that they did not find Durand, observed Maćko. It is obvious that the old Compter let him go. There was more wickedness in that than if they had cut his throat. They wished that he should suffer excruciatingly more than a man of his standing could endure. Blind, dumb and maimed. For God's sake. He could neither find his home, nor the road, not even ask for a morsel of bread. They thought that he would die somewhere behind a fence from hunger, or be drowned in some river. What did they leave him? Nothing, but the means of discerning the different degrees of misery. And this meant torture upon torture. He might have been sitting somewhere near the church, or along the road, and Zbyszko passed by without recognizing him. Maybe he even heard Zbyszko's voice, but he could not hail him. Hey! I cannot keep myself from weeping. God wrought a miracle, and that is the reason why I think that he will do a great deal more, although this prayer proceeds from my sinful lips. What else did Zbyszko say? Where did he go to? Asked Maćko. He said, I know that Danusia was at Szczytno, but they have carried her off, or starved her. Old von Love did it, and so help me God, I will not rest until I get him. Did he say so? Then it is sure that the Compter left for the east, but now there is war. He knew that there was a war, and that is the cause why he left for the camp of Prince Witold. He also said, he would succeed sooner in scoring a point against the Knights of the Cross through him, than through the king. So, to Prince Witold, exclaimed Maćko. Then he turned to Jagienka. Did I not tell you the very same thing? As I live, I said, that we should also have to go to Witold. Zbyszko hoped, said Father Caleb, that Prince Witold would make an inroad into Prussia and take some of the castles there. If time were given to him, he would not delay, replied Maćko. Praise God, now, we know at least where to look for Zbyszko. We must press on at once, said Jagienka. Silence, said Maćko. It is not becoming for a boy to interrupt the council. Then he stared at her, as though to remind her that she was a boy. She remembered and was silent. Maćko thought for a while, and said, Now we shall surely find Zbyszko, for he is not moving aimlessly, he is at the side of Prince Witold. But it is necessary to know whether he is still searching for something in this world, besides the heads of the Knights of the Cross which he vowed to get. How can that be ascertained? Asked Father Caleb. If we knew that the priest of Szczytno had already returned from the synod. I should like to see him, said Maćko. I have letters from Liechtenstein to Szczytno and I can go there without fear. It was not a synod gathering, but a congress, replied Father Caleb, and the chaplain must have returned long ago. Very well. Everything is upon my own shoulders. I shall take Lawa with me, and 2 servants, with proper horses and go. Then to Zbyszko? Asked Jagienka. Then to Zbyszko, replied Maćko. But you must wait for me here until I return. I also think that I shall not be detained there for more than 3 or 4 days. I am accustomed to mosquitoes and fatigue. Therefore, I ask you, Father Caleb, to give me a letter to the chaplain of Szczytno. He will believe me without hesitation if I show your letter, for there is always great confidence among the clergy. The people speak well of that priest, said Father Caleb, and if there is one who knows something, it is he. He prepared a letter in the evening, and in the morning, before sunrise, old Mako left Spychow. Chapter 5. Durand awoke from his long sleep in the presence of the priest. He forgot what had happened to him and where he was. He began to feel around in bed and at the wall. The priest caught him in his arms and wept, tenderly kissing him, and said, "It is I. You are at Spychow. Brother Durand. God tried you. But you are now among your own. Good people brought you here. Brother, dear brother, Durand." Then he repeatedly pressed him to his breast, kissed his brow and his hollow eyes, but Durand appeared to be stupefied and unconscious. At last he moved his left hand toward his head and brow as though wishing to dispel the cloud of sleep and stupor from his mind. "Do you hear and understand me?" asked Father Caleb. Durand moved his head affirmatively. Then he stretched his hand toward the silver crucifix on the wall which he had once taken from the neck of a powerful German knight, pressed it to his lips and heart and then gave it to Father Caleb. "I understand you, brother," said the priest. "He remained with you. He is able to restore to you all you lost, just as he delivered you from captivity." Durand pointed with his hand heavenward, a sign that all will there be returned to him. Then his hollow eyes were filled with tears, and an indescribable pain was depicted upon his tortured face. Father Caleb, having observed his painful emotion, concluded that Danusia was dead. He therefore knelt at the bedside and said, "O Lord! Grant her eternal rest and peace, and everlasting bliss be hers. Amen." Then Durand lifted himself up and began to twist his head and move his hand as though wishing to check the priest, but the priest did not understand. At that moment old Tolima entered, and with him were the garrison of the town, the former and present elders of the peasants of Spychow, foresters, fishermen, etc., because the news of Durand's return had rapidly spread throughout Spychow. They embraced his feet, kissed his hand and bitterly wept when they saw the old and maimed cripple who looked like another being, not in the least the once invincible knight, the terror of the Knights of the Cross. But some of them, especially those who used to accompany him on his expeditions, were enraged, their faces grew pale and determined. After a while they crowded together and whispered, pulled, and pushed each other. Finally, a certain Suchers, a member of the garrison and village blacksmith, approached Durand, clasped his feet and said, "We intended to go to Szczytno, as soon as they brought you here, but that knight, who brought you, hindered us. Permit us, sir, now. We cannot leave them unpunished. Let it be now as it was long ago. They shall not disgrace us and remain scathless. We used to fight them under your command. Now we will march under Tolima, or without him. We must conquer Szczytno and shed the dog blood. So help us God. So help us God," repeated several voices. "To Szczytno. We must have blood." Forthwith a burning fire took hold of the inflammable Mazur hearts, their brows began to wrinkle, their eyes to glisten. Here and there was heard the sound of gnashing teeth. But in a moment the noise ceased, and all eyes were turned toward Durand, whose cheeks reddened and he assumed his wonted warlike appearance. He rose and again felt for the crucifix upon the wall. The people thought that he was looking for a sword. He found it and took it down. His face paled, he turned toward the people, lifted his hollow eyes heavenward and moved the crucifix in front of him. Silence reigned. It was beginning to get dark. The twittering of birds retiring upon the roofs and trees of the village, penetrated through the open windows. The last red rays of the setting sun penetrated into the room and fell upon the raised cross and upon Durand's white hair. Suchers, the blacksmith, looked at Durand, glanced at his comrades and looked again at Durand. Finally, he bid them goodbye and left the room on tiptoe. The others followed suit. When they reached the courtyard they halted, and the following whispered conversation ensued. "What now? We are not going. How then? He did not permit. Leave vengeance with God. It is obvious that even his soul has undergone a change. It was so indeed. Those who remained were Father Caleb and old Tolima. Jagienka with Ciciechua, who were attracted by the armed crowd in the courtyard, came to learn what was the matter. Jagienka, who was more daring and sure of herself than her companion, approached Durand. "God help you, Knight Durand," she said. "We are those who brought you here from Prussia." His face brightened at the sound of her young voice. It was obvious that it brought back to his mind in proper order all the events which had happened upon the road from Szczytno, because he showed his thankfulness by inclining his head and placing his hand upon his chest several times. Then she related to him how they first met him, how Lawa, the Bohemian, who was Zbyszko's armor-bearer, recognized him, and finally how they brought him to Spychow. She also told him about herself, that she and her companion bore a sword, helmet and shield for the knight Maćko of Bogdaniec, the uncle of Zbyszko, who left Bogdaniec to find his nephew. And now he had left for Szczytno and would return to Spychow within 3 or 4 days. At the mention of Szczytno, Durand did not fall down nor was he overcome as he was when upon the road to that place, but great trouble was depicted upon his face. But Jagienka assured him that Maćko was as clever as he was manly, and would not let himself be fooled by anybody. Besides that, he possessed letters from Liechtenstein, which enabled him to travel in safety everywhere. These words quieted him considerably. It was obvious that he wished to get information about many other things. But as he was unable to do it, he suffered in his soul. This the clever girl at once observed and said, "We shall often talk about things. Then everything will be told." Then he smiled and stretched out his hand and placed it upon her head for a while. It seemed he was blessing her. He thanked her indeed very much, but as a matter of fact he was touched by the youthful voice like the warbling of a bird. When he was not engaged in prayer, as he was almost all day, or asleep, he wished to have her near him, and when she was not there, he yearned to hear her speak. And endeavored by all means in his power to call the attention of the priest and Tolima that he wished to have that delightful boy near him. She came often, because her tender heart sincerely pitied him. Besides that, she passed the time in waiting for Maćko, whose stay at Szczytno seemed to her uncommonly long. He was to return within 3 days, and now the 4th and 5th have passed by and it is already the evening of the 6th, and he has not yet returned. The alarmed girl was ready to ask Tolima to send a searching party, when suddenly the guard upon the watchoak signaled the approach of some horsemen, and in a few moments was heard the tramp of the horses upon the drawbridge. And Lawa accompanied by a courier appeared in the courtyard. Jagienka, who had left her room, to watch in the courtyard before their arrival, rushed toward Lawa before he dismounted. "Where is Maćko?" she asked, with beating heart and alarmed. "He went to Prince Witold, and he ordered you to stay here." Chapter 6. When Jagienka realized the import of Maćko's message, that she was to remain at Spychow, she was almost stunned. Grief and anger rendered her speechless for a while, and with wide-opened eyes she stared at the Bohemian, which told him how unwelcome was the information he brought her. He therefore said, "I should also like to inform you, what we heard at Szczytno. There is much and important news." "Is it from Zbyszko?" "No, from Szczytno." "You know. Let the servant unsaddle the horses, and you come with me." The order was executed and they went into her room. "Why does Maćko leave us here? Why must we remain at Spychow, and why did you return here?" she asked in one breath. "I returned," replied Lawa, "because the knight Maćko ordered me. I wished to go to the war, but an order is an order. Knight Maćko told me thus, 'Return, take care of the lady of Zgorzelis, and wait for news from me.' You may have to escort her to Zgorzelis, since she cannot go there by herself. For the love of God, tell me what happened. Did they find Durand's daughter? Has Maćko gone there to search for Zbyszko? Did you see her? Have you spoken to her? Why have you not brought her with you? Where is she now?" Hearing such an avalanche of questions, the Bohemian bowed to the girl's feet and said, Let it not displease your grace if I do not reply to all questions at once, for it is impossible for me to do so, but, I shall if nothing hinders. Endeavor to answer them one by one in the order according as they were put. Well, did they find her? No, but there is sure information that she was at Szczytno, and that she was probably removed to a distant castle in the east. But why must we remain at Spychow? Bah! If she were found. It is true, as your grace is aware. There would be no reason for remaining here. Jagienka was silent, only her cheeks reddened. But the Bohemian said, I thought and am still of the opinion, that we shall not be able to rescue her alive from the talons of those dog brothers. But everything is in God's hands. I must relate to you from the beginning. We arrived at Szczytno. Well. Knight Maćko showed Liechtenstein's letter to the bailiff, who kissed the seal in our presence, and received us as guests. He did not suspect us in the least and had full confidence in us, so that if we had had a few of our men in the neighborhood we could easily have taken possession of the castle. There was no hindrance to our interview with the priest. We conversed for 2 nights, we informed ourselves of strange things which the priest got from the executioner. But the executioner is dumb. He is, but the priest speaks to him by signs, and he understands him perfectly well. They are strange things. It must have been the finger of God. That executioner cut off Jurin's hand, tore out his tongue, and put out his eyes. That executioner is such that where men are concerned he would not shrink from inflicting any torture, even if he were ordered to pull the teeth of the victim. But, where girls are concerned, he would not lift up his hand to kill them, or to assist in torturing them. The reason for this determination is, because he too had an only daughter whom he loved dearly, and whom the Knights of the Cross have. Here Lawa stopped, he knew not how to continue his narrative. This Jagienka observed, and she said, What do I care about the executioner? Because this is in order, he replied. When our young master quartered the knight Rotgeir the old Countess Siegfried almost raved. They said at Szczytno that Rotgeir was the Countess's son. The priest confirmed the story, that no father ever loved his son as much as Siegfried loved Rotgeir. For his thirst for vengeance he sold his soul to the devil. All this the executioner saw. The Countess talked with the slain Rotgeir, as I am talking to you, and the corpse smiled. Then he gnashed his teeth, and for joy he licked his livid lips with his black tongue when the old Countess promised him Zbyszko's head. But as he could not then get Zbyszko, he ordered Jurin to be tortured in the meanwhile and then placed Jurin's tongue and hand in Rotgeir's coffin, who began to devour it. It is terrible to hear. In the name of the Father, Son and Holy Ghost, Amen, said Jagienka. Then she got up and threw a log of wood on the fire because it was night already. How, continued Lawa, how will it be in the day of judgment? Because then everything belonging to Jurin must be restored to him. But that surpasses human understanding. The executioner then saw everything. Gorged with human flesh, the old Countess went to take Jurin's daughter, because the other, it seems, whispered to him that he wanted to drink innocent human blood, after his meal. But the executioner, as I have already told you, who did everything, but would not hurt or kill a girl, placed himself upon the staircase. The priest said that otherwise the executioner is stupid and half a brute, but in that matter he was wide awake, and when necessary he has no equal in cunning. He sat on the stairs and waited, until the Countess arrived and heard the breathing of the executioner. He saw something shining and started back for he thought it was the devil. The executioner struck him in the neck with his fist, so that he thought the bones were completely shattered. He did not die, but fainted, and became sick with fright. When he recovered, he was afraid to repeat this attempt upon Jurindauna. But they have carried her off. They have, but they have taken the executioner with her. The Countess did not know that it was he who defended Jurindauna. He thought that some supernatural power, good or evil, did it. He had taken the executioner with him and would not leave him at Szczytno. He was afraid of his testimony, for although dumb, he could in case of a trial testify by signs that which he told the priest. Moreover, the priest finally told Maćko that old Siegfried no more threatens Durindana, because he is afraid, and although he ordered somebody else to harm her, nothing will happen to her as long as Diedrich lives. He will not permit it, especially as he has already protected her once. But does the priest know where they have taken her? Not exactly, but he heard them talk of a certain place called Ragniak, which castle is situated not far from the Lithuanian or Zmud's frontiers. What did Maćko say concerning that? Pan Maćko told me the following day, if it is so, then I can and will find her, but I must hasten to Zbyszko, to see that he is not entrapped by them through Durindana as they did with Durind. They have only to tell him that if he comes by himself they will give her up to him and he would not hesitate to go, then old Siegfried would wreak his vengeance upon him, for the death of Rotgeir, in unheard of tortures. True. It is true. Exclaimed Jagienka, alarmed. If that is the reason of his hurried departure, then he is right. But after a moment she turned to Lawa and said. Nevertheless he made a mistake in sending you here. There is no need to guard us here. Old Tolima can do it as well. You, being strong and intrepid, could be of much help to Zbyszko there. But who would guard you in case you were to go to Zgorzelec? In such a case they would have to convey the news by somebody. They will do it through you. You will precede them and take us home. The Bohemian kissed her hand, and asked, with emotion. But during the time of your sojourn here? God watches over orphans. I shall remain here. Will you not find it tedious? What will you do here? I shall ask the Lord Jesus to restore happiness to Zbyszko and keep all of you in good health. Then she burst out weeping, and the armor-bearer bowed again at her feet, and said. You are indeed like an angel in heaven. Chapter 7. But she wiped away her tears, took the armor-bearer with her and went to Durind to tell him the news. She found him in a bright room, the tame she-wolf at his feet, sitting with Father Caleb, old Tolima and Ciciechua. Supporting their heads with their hands, absorbed in thought, and sorrowful, they were listening to a poem which the village beadle, who was also the ribald, accompanied by his lute, sang of Durind's former exploits against the abominable Knights of the Cross. The room was lit up by the moon. A very warm and quiet night followed a scorching day. The windows were open, and beetles from the linden in the courtyard were seen crawling upon the floor. In front of the fireplace, where there were yet glimmering a few embers, sat the servant sipping a mixture of hot mead, wine and spices. The ribald, or beadle, and servant of Father Caleb, was about to begin another song, entitled The Happy Encounter. Durind is riding, upon a chestnut-colored horse, when Jagienka entered and said. The Lord Jesus be praised. Forever and ever, replied Father Caleb. Durind sat in an armchair, with his elbows upon the arms, but when he heard her voice he immediately turned toward her, and began to greet her, nodding his milk-white head. Zbyszko's armor-bearer has arrived from Szczytno, said the girl, and has brought news from the priest. Maćko will not return to this place. He went to Prince Witold. Why will he not return here? Asked Father Caleb. Then she told all she had heard from the Bohemian. She related how Siegfried avenged himself for Rotgeir's death, how the old Comte intended to destroy Danusia for Rotgeir to drink her innocent blood, and how the executioner defended her. She even told them of Maćko's hopes to find Danusia, with Zbyszko's assistance, rescue her, bring her to Spychow, and for that very reason he had gone to Zbyszko and ordered her to remain here. Be it from grief or sorrow her voice trembled at the end. When she finished, silence prevailed for a while in the room and only the chirping of the crickets, from the linden in the courtyard, penetrated through the open windows and sounded like a heavy rainfall. All eyes were directed toward Durind, who with closed eyelids and head bent backward, showed no sign of life. Do you hear? Finally asked the priest. But Durind kept on bending his head, lifted up his left hand and pointed toward the sky. The light of the moon fell directly upon his face, upon the white hair, upon the blind eyes. And there was depicted in that face such indescribable suffering, together with complete hope and resignation in God's will, that it appeared to all present that he only saw with his soul which was freed from the fetters of the body, and had renounced once for all earthly life, in which nothing was left for him. Silence again reigned and the noise of the crickets was still audible. But almost with filial love, Jagienka was suddenly overcome with great pity for the unhappy old man. At the first impulse she rushed to his side, grasped his hand and covered it with kisses and tears. "And I too am an orphan," she exclaimed, with swelling heart. "I am not a boy, but am Jagienka of Zgorzelis. Mako took me in order to protect me from bad people. Now I shall remain with you until God restores Danusia to you." Jurand was not at all surprised, he seemed to know it already. He only took hold of her and pressed her to his breast, and she continued to kiss his hand and spoke in a broken and sobbing voice. "I will remain with you. Danusia will return. Then I shall return to Zgorzelis. God protects the orphans. The Germans have also killed my father. But your beloved one is alive and will return. Grant this, O most merciful God. Grant this, O most holy and compassionate Mother." Then Father Caleb suddenly knelt and with a solemn voice began to pray. "Lord, have mercy upon us. Christ, have mercy upon us," immediately responded the Bohemian and Tolima. Then all knelt down, because it was the litany, which is not only said at the moment of death, but also for the delivery of dear and near persons from the danger of death. Jagienka knelt. Jurand slipped down from his seat and knelt, and all began to pray in chorus. "Lord, have mercy upon us. Christ, have mercy upon us. O God the Father in heaven, have mercy upon us. Son of God, Redeemer of the world, have mercy upon us." Their praying voices, "Have mercy upon us," were mingled with the chirping of the crickets. The tame she-wolf suddenly got up from the bearskin upon which she was crouching, in front of Jurand, approached the open window, supported herself upon the sill, turned her triangular jaws toward the moon and howled in a low and plaintive voice. End of Part 6. Part 7. Chapter 1. To a certain extent the Bohemian adored Jagienka, but his love for the charming Sisichowna was on the increase. Nevertheless his young and brave heart caused him to be eager above all for war. He returned to Spychow with Mako's message, in obedience to his master, and therefore he felt a certain satisfaction that he would be protected by both masters, but when Jagienka herself told him what was the truth, that there was none to oppose him in Spychow and that his duty was to be with Zbyszko, he gladly assented. Mako was not his immediate authority. It was therefore an easy matter to justify himself before him, that he had left Spychow at the command of his mistress to go to Zbyszko. But Jagienka did it purposely, that the valiant and clever armor-bearer might always be of assistance to Zbyszko and save him in many dangerous situations. He had already shown his ability at the prince's hunting party in which Zbyszko nearly perished from the attack of Aurus, much more so would he be useful in war, especially such as the present one on the Zmud's frontier. Gloax was so eager for the field, that when he left Jurand with Jagienka he embraced her feet and said, "I desire to kneel before you at once and beg you for a good word for my journey." "How is that?" asked Jagienka. "Do you want to go today?" "Early tomorrow, so that the horses may rest during the night, for the expedition to Zmud's is very far." "Then go so that you may easily overtake Mako." "It will be a hard task. The old gentleman is hardy in all kinds of toil, and he is several days ahead of me. In order to shorten my way I shall have to travel through Prussia, through pathless forests. Pan Mako has letters from Liechtenstein which he can show when necessary, but I have nothing to show, I shall therefore be obliged to make a free road for myself." Then he placed his hand upon his sword. At that Jagienka exclaimed, "Be careful. It is necessary to travel as fast as possible, but on the other hand you must be careful to avoid being caught and imprisoned by the Knights of the Cross. Also be careful whilst you are in the wild forests, for there are just now all kinds of gods whom the people of that land who have not been converted to Christianity worship. I remember what Maćko and Zbyszko said about them in Zgorzelec. I too remember what they said about those gods, but I am not afraid of them. They are puny things and no gods, and they have no power whatever. I shall manage them as well as the Germans whom I shall meet in the field and make it hot for them. But you can't kill gods. Tell me, what did you hear of them among the Germans? Then the discreet Bohemian wrinkled his brow, stopped for a moment, and said, Killing or no killing, we informed ourselves of everything, specially Pan Maćko, who is cunning and able to circumvent every German. He asks for one thing or another, or pretends to salute, and says nothing that might betray him, and whatever he says is to the point and draws his information as the angler draws out the fish. If your grace will listen patiently I will tell you, some years ago, Prince Witold planned an expedition against the Tartars, but wished to be at peace with the Germans, he therefore ceded to them the province of Smuts. Then there was great friendship and peace. He allowed them to build castles. He even assisted them. They, including the master, met at an island, where they ate, drank and showed each other much friendship. They were even permitted to hunt in those wild forests. When the poor people of Smuts rose in arms against the rule of the order, Prince Witold helped the Germans with his own soldiers. The people throughout Lithuania murmured that the prince was against his own blood. All this the underbailiff of Sksitno related to us. He praised the courts of the Knights of the Cross in Smuts because they sent priests to that country to convert the people to Christianity and feed them in time of dearth. Something of that kind was done, for the Grand Master, who fears God more than the others, ordered it. But instead of it, they gathered together the children and sent them to Prussia, and they outraged the women in the presence of their husbands and brothers. Whoever dared to oppose it was hanged. This, lady, is the cause of the present war. And Prince Witold? The prince had his eyes shut for a long time to the wrongs of the oppressed people of Smuts, and he loved the Knights of the Cross. It is not long since the princess, his wife, went to Prussia to visit Malborg. They received her with great pomp, as though she were the Queen of Poland. That happened quite recently. They showered gifts upon her, and gave numerous tourneys, feasts, and all kinds of fetes wherever she went. The people thought that it would result in everlasting friendship between the Knights of the Cross and Prince Witold. But suddenly his heart was changed. This confirms what I heard from my lamented father and Maćko more than once, that the prince often changed his heart. Not often toward the upright, but frequently toward the Knights of the Cross, owing to the very reason that they themselves keep no faith, and are unreliable in everything. They asked him to give up deserters to them. His reply was that he would give up only those of ill repute, but free men he would not, because, as such, they were entitled to live wherever they chose. Just now they are soured and engaged in writing letters, complaining against each other. The people of Smuts, now in Germany, heard of it. They left the garrisons, stirred up the people in the small castles, and now they make raids in Prussia itself, and Prince Witold not only does not hinder them any longer, but he also laughs at the German trouble, and assists the Smutsians secretly. I understand, said Jagienka. But if he assists them secretly, open war is not yet declared. There is open war with the Smuts people, but as a matter of fact there is also war against Prince Witold. Germans are coming from all parts of the country to defend their strongholds on the frontier and are contemplating a great expedition to invade Smuts. But they cannot execute it before the winter season arrives, because it is a swampy country and impossible for them to fight in, and where a Smuts warrior could pass, a German knight would stick fast. Winter, therefore, would be favorable to the Germans. As soon as it begins to freeze, the whole German forces will move, but Prince Witold will come to the aid of the Smuts people. He will come with the permission of the King of Poland, since the king is the head of all great princes and, above all, Lithuania. Then there will be war against the king. The people here, as well as in Germany, say that there will be war. The Knights of the Cross are probably now collecting forces in all courts, with cowls upon their heads like thieves. For every Knight of the Cross knows that the king's army is no joke, and, most likely, the Polish knights would easily vanquish them. Jagienka sighed, and said. A boy is always more happy than a girl is. Here is proof of what I say. You will go to the war, as Zbyszko and Maćko went, and we shall remain here, in Spichau. How can it be otherwise, lady? It is true that you remain here, but perfectly secure. The name of Jurand I have learned in Szczytno, is still a terror to the Germans, and if they learn that he is now at Spichau they will be terrified at once. We know that they will not dare to come here, because the swamps and old Tolima defend this place, but it will be hard to sit here without news. I will let you know if anything occurs. Even before we departed for Szczytno, 2 good young noblemen volunteered to start for the war. Tolima was unable to prevent it, because they are noblemen and come from Lękowice. We shall now depart together, and if anything occurs, one of them will be sent to you with the news. May God reward you. I have always known that you are wise in any adventure, but for your willingness and good heart toward me I shall thank you as long as I live. Then the Bohemian knelt upon one knee and said. I have had nothing but kindness from you. Pan Zeke captured me near Bolesław, when I was a mere boy, and set me free without any ransom. But I preferred captivity under you to freedom. God grant that I might shed my blood for you, my lady. God lead you and bring you back, replied Jagienka, holding out her hand to him. But he preferred to bow to her knees and kiss her feet to honor her the more. Then he lifted up his head and said submissively and humbly. I am a simple boy, but I am a nobleman and your faithful servant. Give me therefore some token of remembrance for my journey. Do not refuse me this request. War time is approaching and I take St. Jersey to witness that I shall always try to be one of those in front, but never in the rear. What kind of souvenir do you ask for? Girdle me with a strip of cloth for the road, so that if I fall in the field my pain may be lessened in having, when dying, the belt you fastened round my body. Then he bowed again at her feet, folded his arms and gazed into her eyes imploringly. But Jagienka's face assumed a troubled look, and after a while she replied as if with involuntary bitterness. Oh, my dear! Ask me not for that, my girdling will be of no use to you. Whoever is happy can impart happiness to you. Only such an one can bring you fortune. But I, surely, have nothing but sorrow. Alas! I can give happiness neither to you nor others. For that which I do not possess myself I cannot impart to others. I feel so, Lawa. There is nothing, now, for me in the world, so that. Then she suddenly ceased, because she knew that if she said another word it would cause her to burst into tears, even so her eyes became clouded. But the Bohemian was greatly moved, because he understood that it would be equally bad for her, in case she had to return to Zgorzelis and be in the neighborhood of the rapacious villains Stan and Wilk, or to remain in Spichau, where sooner or later Zbyszko might come with Danusia. Lawa seemed to understand Jagienka's troubles, but he had no remedy for them. He therefore embraced her knees again and repeated. Oh! I will die for you. I will die. Get up, she said. Let Sisichauna gird you for the war, or let her give you some other keepsake, because you have been friends for some time past. Then she began to call her, and Sisichauna entered from the neighboring room immediately. She had heard before she entered, but she dared not enter although she burned with desire to take leave of the handsome armor-bearer. She therefore was frightened and confused, and her heart was beating violently when she entered. Her eyes were glistening with tears, and with lowered eyelashes she stood before him. She looked like an apple blossom, and could not utter a single word. Lawa worshipped Jagienka, but with deepest respect, and he dared not reach her even in mind. He often thought familiarly about Sisichauna because the blood in his veins coursed rapidly at the very sight of her and he could not withstand the presence of her charms. But now his heart was taken by her beauty, especially when he beheld her confusion and tears, through which he saw affection as one sees the golden bed of a crystal stream. He therefore turned toward her and said, Do you know that I am going to war? Perchance I shall perish. Will you be sorry for me? I shall feel very sorry for you, replied the girl, in soft tones. Then she shed copious tears as she was always ready to do. The Bohemian was moved and began to kiss her hands, smothering his desire for more familiar kisses in the presence of Jagienka. Gird him or give him something else as a memento for the road, so that he may fight under your colors and in your name. But Ciciciana had nothing to give him, because she was attired in boy's clothes. She searched for something but found neither ribbon, nor anything that could be fastened, because her women's dresses were still packed up in the baskets, which had not been touched since they left Scorzeles. She was therefore greatly perplexed until Jagienka came to her rescue by advising her to give him the little net upon her head. My God! Lawa joyously exclaimed, let it be the net, attach it to the helmet, and woe betide that German who attempts to reach it. Then Ciciciana took it down with both hands and immediately her bright golden hair fell upon her shoulders and arms. At the sight of her beautiful disheveled hair, Lawa's face changed, his cheeks flamed and then paled. He took the net, kissed it, and hid it in his breast. Then he embraced Jagienka's feet once more, and did the same, though a little more strongly than was necessary, to Ciciciana. Then with the words, let it be so, he left the house without another word. Although he was about to travel and in want of rest, he did not go to sleep. With his two companions who were to accompany him to Smuds, he drank throughout the whole night. But he was not intoxicated, and at the first ray of light he was already in the courtyard where the horses were ready for the journey. From the membrane window above the carriage house 2 blue eyes were looking upon the courtyard. When the Bohemian observed them, he wished to approach and show the net which he had attached to his helmet, then wish her good-bye once more, but Father Caleb and old Tolima, who came to give him advice for his journey, interrupted him. Go first to the court of Prince Janusz, said the priest. Perhaps Pan Mako stopped there. At all events, you will get their proper information, you will find their numerous acquaintances. Also the road there to Lithuania is known, and it is not difficult there to procure guides for the wilderness. If you are indeed bent on seeing Pan Zbyszko, then do not go directly to Smuds, for there is the Prussian reservation, but go via Lithuania. Remember that the Smudsians themselves might kill you even before you could shout to them who you were. But it is quite a different matter in Lithuania in the direction where Prince Witold is. Finally, may God bless you, and those 2 knights. May you return in good health and bring the child with you. I shall daily lie prostrate before the cross from vespers to the rising of the first star in prayer for this cause. I thank you, Father, for your blessing, replied Lawa. It is not an easy task to rescue one alive from their devilish hands. But since everything is in God's hands, it is better to hope than to sorrow. It is better to hope, for this reason I do not despair. Hope lives, although the heart is full of anxiety. The worst is, that Durand himself, when his daughter's name is mentioned, immediately points with his finger toward heaven as though he already sees her there. How could he see her without eyes? The priest then replied, partly to himself and partly to Lawa. Perchance he who has lost his bodily vision sees more with his spiritual eyes. It may be so. It may be. But this, that God should permit so much wrong to be done to such an innocent lamb I do not understand clearly. Why should she suffer so much, even if she had offended the Knights of the Cross? But there was nothing against her and she was as pure as the divine lily, loving to others and lovely as yonder little free singing bird. God loves children, and is compassionate. Bah! If they were to kill her, he is able to resuscitate her as he did Piotrowina, who after having risen from the grave lived for many long years. Depart in peace, and may God's hand protect you all. Then he returned to the chapel to say early mass. The Bohemian mounted his horse, for it was already broad daylight, and bowed once more toward the window and departed. Chapter 2. Prince and Princess Janusz had left with part of the court for the spring fishing at Cherska, of which sport he was extremely fond, and loved it above all others. The Bohemian got much important information from Mikołaj of Długolas, treating of private affairs as well as of the war. First he learned that Mako had apparently given up his intended route to Zmuds, the Prussian enclosure, that a few days ago he had left for Warsaw where he found the princely pair. As to the war, old Mikołaj informed him all that he had already heard in Szczytno. All Zmuds, as one man, had risen in arms against the Germans, and Prince Witold not only had refused to help the order against the unhappy Zmudzians, but had not yet declared war against them, and was negotiating with them. But meanwhile he supplied the Zmudzians with money, men, horses and corn. Meanwhile, he, as well as the Knights of the Cross, sent ambassadors to the Pope, to the Emperor, and to other Christian lords, accusing each other of breach of faith, and treachery. The ambassador carrying the letters of the prince was the clever Mikołaj of Rozumiła, a man of great ability who could unravel the thread which was woven by the artifice of the Knights of the Cross, convincingly demonstrating the great wrongs done to the lands of Lithuania and Zmuds. Meantime, when at the Diet in Wilno the ties between the Poles and Lithuanians were strengthened, it acted like poison in the hearts of the Knights of the Cross. It was easy to foresee that Jagiello, as the supreme lord of all the lands under the command of Prince Witold, would stand at his side in time of war. Count Jan Sayn, the Compter of Grudzia, and Count Schwarzburg of Danzig, went, at the request of the Grand Master, to see the king and asked him what might be expected from him. Although they brought him falcons and costly presents, he told them nothing. Then they threatened him with war, without really intending it, because they well knew that the Grand Master and the chapter were terribly afraid of Jagiello's forces, and were anxious to avert the day of wrath and calamity. All their schemes were broken like cobwebs, especially with Prince Witold. The evening after Lawa's arrival, fresh news reached Warsaw. Bronish of Siasnok, courtier of Prince Janusz, whom the prince had previously sent for information from Lithuania, arrived, and with him were two important Lithuanian princes. They brought letters from Witold and the Zmudzians. It was terrible news. The order was preparing for war. The fortresses were being strengthened, ammunition manufactured, soldiers, connects, and knights were gathering at the frontier, and the lighter bodies of cavalry and infantry had already crossed the frontier near Ragnity, Gottswerder and other border strongholds. The din of war was already heard in the forests, fields and villages, and during the night the woods were seen on fire along the dark sea. Witold finally received Zmuds under his overt protection. He sent his governors, and wagons with armed people he placed under the most famous warrior Skierwojlo. He broke into Prussia, burned, destroyed and devastated. The prince himself approached with his army towards Zmuds. Some fortresses he provisioned, others, Kauno, for instance, he destroyed, so that the Knights of the Cross might find no support. It was no more a secret, that at the advent of winter, when the swamps should be frozen, or even earlier than that, if the season was dry, a great war would break out, which would embrace all the lands of Lithuania, Zmuds, and Prussia. But should the king rush to the assistance of Witold, then a day must follow in which the flood would inundate the German or the other half of the world, or would be forced back for long ages into its original riverbed. But that was not to happen yet. Meanwhile, the sighs of the Zmudzians, their despairing complaints of the wrongs done to them, and their appeals for justice were heard everywhere. They also read letters concerning the unfortunate people in Kraków, Prague, in the Pope's court and in other western countries. The nobleman brought an open letter to Prince Janusz, from Bronish of Siasnok. Many a Mazovian involuntarily laid his hand on his sword at his side and considered seriously whether voluntarily to enroll under the standard of Witold. It was known that the great prince would be glad to have with him the valiant Polish nobles, who were as valorous in battle as the Lithuanian and Zmudzian nobility, and better disciplined and equipped than they. Others were also impelled by their hatred toward the old enemies of the Polish race, whilst others wanted to go out of compassion. Listen. Oh, listen. They appealed to the kings, princes, and to the whole Zmudzian nation. We are people of noble blood and free, but the order wants to enslave us. They do not care for our souls, but they covet our lands and wealth. Our need is already such that nothing remains for us but to gather together, or kill ourselves. How can they wash us with Christian water when they themselves have unclean hands? We wish to be baptized, but not with blood and the sword. We want religion, but only such as upright monarchs shall teach, Jagello and Witold. Listen to us and help us, for we perish. The order does not wish to christen us for our enlightenment. They do not send us priests, but executioners. Our beehives, our flocks, and all the products of our land they have already carried away. We are not even allowed to fish or hunt in the wilds. We pray you, listen to us. They are just bending our necks under the yoke and force us to work during the night in the castles. They have carried off our children as hostages. Our wives and daughters they ravish in our presence. It behooves us to groan, but not to speak. Our fathers they have burned at the stake, our lords have been carried off to Prussia. Our great men, Korkutia, Wasagina, Swoka and Songel, they have destroyed. Oh listen! For we are not wild beasts but human beings. We earnestly call upon the Holy Father to send us Polish bishops to baptize us, for we thirst for baptism from the very depth of our heart. But baptism is performed with water and not with shedding of human living blood. This was the kind of complaint the Zmudzians made against the Knights of the Cross, so that when they were heard by the Mazovian court, several knights and courtiers immediately presented themselves ready to go and help them. They understood that it was not even necessary to ask for permission from Prince Janusz, even if only for the reason that the princess was the sister of Prince Witold. They were specially enraged when they learned from Bronish and the nobleman, that many noble Zmudzian young ladies, who were hostages in Prussia, but could not endure dishonor and cruelty, had taken their own lives when the Knights of the Cross were about to attack their honor. Lawa was very glad to learn of the desire of the Mazovian knights, because he thought that the more men from Poland that joined Prince Witold, the more intense would be the war, and the affair against the Knights of the Cross would be more potent. He was also glad of his chances of meeting Zbyszko, and the old knight Maćko, to whom he was much attached and whom, he believed, he was worthy to meet, and together see new wild countries, hitherto unknown cities. And see knights and soldiers never seen before, and, finally, that Prince Witold whose great fame resounded then throughout the world. Those thoughts decided him to undertake the long and hurried journey, not stopping upon the road more than was necessary for the horses to rest. The noblemen who arrived with Bronish of Syasnok and other Lithuanians who were present at the prince's court, and who were acquainted with the roads and all passes, were to guide him and the Mazovian knights, from hamlet to hamlet, from city to city and through the silent, immense, deep wilderness which covered the greater part of Mazovia, Lithuania, and Zmuds. Chapter 3. In the woods, about a mile to the east of Kauno, which Witold had destroyed, were stationed the principal forces of Skierwolo, extending in time of need from point to point in the neighborhood. They made quick expeditions sometimes to the Prussian frontier, and at others against the castles and smaller fortified places which were still in the hands of the Knights of the Cross, and filled the country with flame of war. There the faithful armor-bearer found Zbyszko and Maćko only 2 days after the latter arrived. After greetings, the Bohemian slept like a rock the whole night. Only on the following evening he went out to greet the old knight who looked fatigued and ill-humored and received him angrily, and asked him why he had not remained at Spychow as ordered. Lawa restrained himself till Zbyszko had left the tent, when he justified his conduct, which was owing to Jagienka's command. He also said that apart from her order, and his natural inclination for war, he was urged by the desire, in case of emergency, to carry the news to Spychow at once. The young lady, he said, who has a soul like an angel, is praying against her own interest for Jurandauna. But there must be an end to everything. If Danusia is not alive, then let God give her eternal glory, because she was an innocent lamb. But should she be found, then it will be necessary to let Jagienka know it immediately, so that she may at once leave Spychow, and not wait until the actual return of Jurandauna, which would seem as though she were driven away in shame and dishonor. Maćko listened unwillingly, repeating from time to time, "It is not your business." But Lawa had resolved to speak openly. He did not entirely agree in this with Maćko. At last he said, "It would have been better if the young lady had been left at Scorzeles. This journey is in vain. We told the poor lady that Durindana was dead and that something else might turn up." "Nobody but you said that she was dead," exclaimed the knight, with anger. "You ought to have held your tongue. I took her with me because I was afraid of Stan and Wilk." "That was only a pretext," replied the armor-bearer. "She might have safely remained at Scorzeles, and those fellows would have hurt each other. But, you feared, sir, that, in case of Durindana's death Jagienka might escape Zbyszko. That is the reason why you took her with you. How dare you speak so? Are you a belted knight and not a servant?" "I am a servant, but I serve my lady, that is the reason why I am watching that no evil betide her." Maćko reflected gloomily, because he was not satisfied with himself. More than once he had blamed himself for taking Jagienka with him, because he felt that in any case, under such circumstances, it would be, to a certain extent, to her disadvantage. He also felt that there was truth in the Bohemian's bold words, that he had taken the girl with him in order to preserve her for Zbyszko. "It never entered my head," he said, "nevertheless, to deceive the Bohemian. She was anxious to go herself. She persisted because we said that the other was no more in this world, and that her brother would be safer without than with her. It was then that she left." "You persuaded her," shouted Maćko. "I did, and I confess my guilt. But now, sir, it is necessary to do something, otherwise we shall perish." "What can one do here," said Maćko, impatiently, "with such soldiers, in such a war? It will be somewhat better, but that cannot be before July, because the Germans have two favorable seasons for war, viz., winter when everything is frozen, and the dry season. Now it is only smoldering, but does not burn. It seems that Prince Witold went to Kraków to interview the king and ask his permission and help. But in the neighborhood are the fortresses of the Knights of the Cross. If only two could be taken, we might find their Durindana, or hear of her death. Or nothing. But Siegfried brought her to this part of the country. They told us so at Szczytno, and everywhere, and we ourselves were of the same opinion. But did you observe these soldiers? Go into the tents and look for yourself. Some of them are armed with clubs, whilst others with antiquated swords made of copper. Bah! As far as I have heard they are good fighters. But they cannot conquer castles with naked bodies, especially those of the Knights of the Cross." Further conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Zbyszko and Skurwylo, who was the leader of the Zmudzians. He was a small man and looked like a boy, but broad-shouldered and strong. His chest protruded so much that it looked like a deformity, his hands were long, they almost reached his knees. In general he resembled Zindram of Maćko, a famous knight, whom Maćko and Zbyszko had formerly known in Kraków, because he also had a tremendous head and bowed legs. They said that he too understood the art of war very well. He had spent a lifetime in fighting the Tartars in Russia, and the Germans, whom he hated like the plague. In those wars he had learned the Russian language, and later on, at the court of Witold, he had learned some Polish. He knew German, at least he repeated only the three words, fire, blood and death. His big head was always filled with ideas and stratagems of war, which the Knights of the Cross could neither foresee nor prevent. He was therefore banished from the lands on the other side of the frontier. "We were talking of an expedition," said Zbyszko to Maćko, with unusual animation, "and that is the reason why we came here, so that we too might learn your opinion." Maćko sat down with Skurwylo upon a pine stump covered with a bear skin. Then he ordered the servants to bring little tubs full of mead from which the knights drew with tin cups and drank. Then after they had taken refreshment, Maćko asked, "Do you want to undertake an expedition? Burn the German castles." "Which? Ragnity, or now, New, Kauno?" "Ragnity," said Zbyszko. "We were 3 days in the neighborhood of now Kauno, and they beat us." "Just so," said Skurwylo. "How so?" "Well, "Wait," said Maćko, "I am a stranger here, and do not know where now Kauno and Ragnity are." "From this place to Old Kauno is less than a mile, 1:15," replied Zbyszko, "and from that place to now Kauno, is the same distance. The castle is situated upon an island. We wanted to cross over yesterday, but we were beaten in the attempt. They pursued us half the day, then we hid ourselves in the woods. The soldiers scattered and only this morning some of them returned." "And Ragnity?" Skurwoila stretched his long arms, pointed toward the north, and said, "Far. Far." "Just for the reason that it is distant," replied Zbyszko, "there is quiet in the neighborhood, because all the soldiers were withdrawn from there and sent to this place. The Germans there expect no attack. We shall therefore fall upon those who think themselves secure." "He speaks reasonably," said Skurwoila. Then Maćko asked, "Do you think that it will also be possible to storm the castle?" Skurwoila shook his head and Zbyszko replied, "The castle is strong, therefore it can only be taken by storm. But we shall devastate the country, burn the towns and villages, destroy provisions, and above all take prisoners, among whom we may find important personages, for whom the Knights of the Cross will eagerly give ransom or exchange." Then he turned toward Skurwoila and said, "You yourself, Prince, acknowledge that I am right, but now consider that now Kauno is upon an island, there we shall neither stir up the people in the villages, drive off the herds of cattle, nor take prisoners, the more so because they have repulsed us here. Let us rather go where they do not expect us." "Conquerors are those who least expect an attack," murmured Skurwoila. Here Maćko interrupted and began to support Zbyszko's plans, because he understood that the young man had more hope to hear something near Ragnity than near Old Kauno, and that there were more chances to take important hostages at Ragnity who might serve for exchange. He also thought that it was better to go yonder at all events and attack an unguarded land, than an island, which was a natural stronghold and in addition was guarded by a strong castle and the customary garrison. He spoke as a man experienced in war, he spoke in a clear manner, he adduced such excellent reasons that convinced everybody. They listened to him attentively. Skurwoila raised his brows now and then as an affirmative sign. At times he murmured, "Well spoken." Finally he moved his big head between his broad shoulders so that he looked like a hunchback, and was absorbed in thought. Then he rose, said nothing, and began to take leave. "How then will it be, Prince?" inquired Maćko. "Whither shall we move?" But he replied briefly, "To now Kauno." Then he left the tent. Maćko and the Bohemian looked at each other for some time in surprise. Then the old knight placed his hands upon his thighs and exclaimed, "Phew! What a hard stump! He listens, and yet keeps his mouth shut." "I heard before that he is such a man," replied Zbyszko. "To tell the truth, all people here are obstinate, like the little fellow, they listen to the reasoning of others, then, it is like blowing in the air." "Then why does he consult us?" "Because we are belted knights and he wants to hear the thing argued on both sides." "But he is not a fool." "Also near now Kauno we are least expected," observed the Bohemian, "for the very reason that they have beaten you." "In that he is right." "Come, let us see the people whom I lead," said Zbyszko, "because the air in the tent is too close. I want to tell them to be ready." They went out. A cloudy and dark night had set in, the scene was only lit up by the fire around which the Zmudzians were sitting. Chapter 4. Maćko and Zbyszko had seen enough of Lithuanian and Zmud's warriors when serving under Prince Witold. The sights of the encampment were nothing new to them. But the Bohemian looked at them with curiosity. He pondered both upon the possibility of their fighting qualities and compared them with the Polish and German knights. The camp was situated on a plain surrounded by forests and swamps, which rendered it impregnable, because none could wade through that treacherous marshland. Even the place where the booths were situated was quaggy and muddy, but the soldiers had covered it with a thick layer of chips and branches of fir and pine trees, which enabled them to camp upon it as upon perfectly dry ground. For Prince Skurwoilo they had hastily constructed a Lithuanian numi, constructed of earth and logs, and for the most important personages scores of booths of twisted branches. But the common soldiers were squatting in the open around the campfires, and for shelter against bad weather they only had goatskin coats, and skins upon their naked bodies. None had gone to sleep yet. They had nothing to do, after yesterday's defeat, and had thrown up earthworks during the day. Some of them were sitting or lying around the bright fire which they fed with dried juniper branches. Others were scraping in the ashes and cinders from which proceeded a smell of baked turnips, which formed the ordinary food of the Lithuanians, and the strong odor of burned meat. Between the campfires were piles of arms. They were close at hand so that in case of need it would be an easy matter for everybody to reach his own weapon. Lawa looked with curiosity upon the lances with narrow and long heads made of tempered iron, and the handles of oak saplings, studded with flint or nails, hatchets with short handles like the Polish axes used by travelers, and others with handles almost as long as those of the battle axes used by the foot soldiers. There were also among them some bronze weapons from ancient times when iron was not yet employed in that low country. Some swords were entirely made of bronze, but most of them were of good steel of Novgorod. The Bohemian handled the spears, swords, hatchets, axes and tarred bows, examining them closely by the light of the campfires. There were a few horses near the fires, whilst the cattle grazed at a distance in the forests and meadows, under the care of vigilant ostlers. But the great nobles liked to have their chargers close at hand, hence there were about 20 horses within the camp, fed by hand by the slaves of the nobleman in a space enclosed by stacked arms. Lawa was amazed at the sight of the extraordinarily small shaggy chargers, with powerful necks, such strange brutes that the Western knights took them to be quite another species of wild beast, more like a unicorn than a horse. "Big battle horses are of no use here," said the experienced Mako, recollecting his former service under Witold, because large horses would at once stick in the mire, but the native nag goes everywhere, like the men. "But in the field," replied the Bohemian, "the native horse could not withstand that of the German." "True, he may not be able to withstand, but, on the other hand, the German could not run away from the Smutsian, neither could he catch him. They are very swift, swifter than those of the Tartars. Nevertheless I wonder, because when I saw the Tartar captives whom Lord Zeke brought to Skorzelis, they were small and matched their horses, but these are big men." The men were tall indeed, their broad chests and strong arms could be seen under their goatskin coats. They were not stout, but bony and sinewy, and as a rule they excelled the inhabitants of other parts of Lithuania, because they lived in better and more productive lands, and were seldom subject to the dearth which often afflicted Lithuania. On the other hand they were wilder than the other Lithuanians. The court of the chief prince was at Wilno, whither the princes from the east and west, and ambassadors and foreign merchants came, and that contributed somewhat to lessen the roughness of the inhabitants of the city and neighborhood. There the stranger only appeared in the form of a knight of the cross or a sword cavalier, carrying to the settlements in the deep forests fire, slavery and baptism of blood. That was the reason that the people in that part of the country were very coarse and rude, more like those of ancient times, and very much opposed to everything new. The oldest custom and the oldest warrior clan were theirs. And the reason that paganism was supported was that the worship of the cross did not bring the announcement of good tidings with apostolic love, but armed German monks instead, possessing souls of executioners. Skurwoila and the most notable princes and nobles were already Christians, because they followed the example of Jagello and Witold. Others even among the common and uncivilized warriors felt in their hearts that the death knell of the old world and religion had sounded. They were ready to bend their heads to the cross, but not to that cross which the Germans carried, not to the hand of the enemy. "We ask baptism," they proclaimed to all princes and nations, "but bear in mind that we are human beings, not beasts, that can be given away, bought or sold." Meanwhile, when their old faith was extinguished, as a fire goes out for lack of fuel, their hearts were again turned away simply because the religion was forced upon them by the Germans, and there was a general sense of deep sorrow for the future. The Bohemian, who had been accustomed from his infancy to hear the jovial noise of the soldiers, and had grown up among songs and music, observed for the first time the unusual quiet and gloom in the Lithuanian camp. Here and there, far away from the campfires of Skerwoila, the sound of a whistle or fife was heard, or the suppressed notes of the song of the Bertenicas, to which the soldiers listened with bent heads and eyes fixed on the glowing fire. Some crouched around the fire with their elbows upon their knees and their faces hidden in their hands, and covered with skins, which made them look like wild beasts of the forest. But when they turned their heads toward the approaching knights, one saw from their mild expression and blue pupils that they were not at all savage or austere, but looked more like sorrowful and wronged children. At the outskirts of the camp the wounded of the last battle lay upon moss. Labdarici and sextonoi, conjurers and soothsayers, muttered exorcisms over them or attended to their wounds, to which they applied certain healing herbs. The wounded lay quietly, patiently suffering pain and torture. From the depth of the forest, across the marshes and lakes, came the whistling of the ostlers. Now and then the wind arose, driving the smoke of the campfires and making the dark forest resound. The night was already far advanced and the campfires began to burn down and extinguish, which increased the dominating silence and intensified the impression of sadness, almost to a crushing extent. Zbyszko gave orders to the people he led, who easily understood him because there were a few Poles among them. Then he turned to his armor-bearer and said, "You have seen enough, now it is time to return to the tent." "I have seen," replied Lawa, "but I am not satisfied with what I have observed, for it is obvious that they are a defeated people. Twice, 4 days in front of the castle, and the day before yesterday at the crossing. Now Skerwoila wants to go a third time to experience another rout. How is it that he does not see that he cannot fight the Germans with such soldiers? Pan Mako told me the same thing, and now I observe myself that they are a poor lot, and that they must be boys in battle. You are mistaken in that, because they are a brave people and have few equals, but they fight in disordered crowds, whilst the Germans fight in battle array. If the Smudzians succeed in breaking the German ranks, then the Germans suffer more than themselves. Bah, but the latter know this and close their ranks in such a manner that they stand like a wall." "We must not even think about capturing the castles," said Lawa. "Because there are no engines of war whatever to attempt it," replied Zbyszko. "Prince Witold has them, but as long as he does not arrive I am unable to capture them, unless by accident or treachery." Then they reached the tent, in front of which burned a huge fire, and within they found smoking dishes of meat, which the servants had prepared for them. It was cold and damp in the tent, therefore the knights and Lawa lay down upon skins in front of the fire. When they had fortified themselves, they tried to sleep, but they could not. Mako turned from side to side, and when he observed Zbyszko sitting near the fire covering his knees with twigs, he asked, "Listen. Why did you give advice to go as far as Ragnity against Gotswerder, and not near here? What do you profit by it?" "Because there is a voice within me which tells me that Danusia is at Ragnity, and they are guarded less than they are here." There was no time to continue the conversation then, for I too was fatigued and the people after the defeat gathered in the woods. "But now, tell me, how is it? Do you mean to search for the girl forever?" "I say that she is not a girl, but my wife," replied Zbyszko. There was silence, for Mako well understood that there was no answer to that. If Danusia were still Jurandowna, Miss Jurand, Mako might have advised his nephew to abandon her, but in the presence of the Holy Sacrament, his search for her was his simple duty. Mako would not have put the question to him if he had been present. Not having been there he always spoke of her at the betrothal or marriage as a girl. "Very well," he said, after a while. "But to all my questions during the last 2 days, you replied that you knew nothing." "Because I do know nothing, except that the wrath of God is probably upon me." Then Lawa lifted up his head from the bearskin, sat up and listened with curiosity and attention. And Mako said, "As long as sleep does not overpower you, tell me, what have you seen, what have you done, and what success have you had at Malborg?" Zbyszko stroked his long, untrimmed hair from his brow, remained silent for a moment, and then said, "Would to God that I knew as much of Danusia as I do of Malborg." You ask me what I have seen there. I have seen the immense power of the Knights of the Cross. It is supported by all kings and nations, and I do not know anyone who could measure himself with it. I have seen their castles, which even Caesar of Rome does not possess. I have seen inexhaustible treasures, I have seen arms, I have seen swarms of armed monks, knights, and common soldiers, and as many relics as one sees with the Holy Father in Rome. And I tell you that my soul trembled within me at the thought of the possibility of fighting them. Who can prevail against them? Who can oppose them and break their power? We must destroy them, exclaimed the Bohemian, who could restrain himself no longer. Zbyszko's words appeared strange also to Maćko, and although he was anxious to hear all the adventures of the young man, nevertheless, he interrupted him and said, "Have you forgotten Wilno? How many times we threw ourselves against them, shield against shield, head against head. You have also seen that, how slow they were against us. And, at our hardiness, they exclaimed that it was not enough to let the horses sweat and break the lances, but it was necessary to take the strangers by the throat or offer their own. Surely there were also guests who challenged us. But all of them went away with shame. What has caused you to change? I am not changed, for I fought at Malborg where also they tilted with sharp weapons. But you don't know their whole strength." But the old knight got angry and said, "Do you know the whole strength of Poland? Did you see all the regiments together? Well, you did not. But their strength consists in the people's wrongs and treachery. There, they do not even possess one span of land. They received our princes there in the same manner as a beggar receives in his house, and they presented gifts, but they have grown powerful, they have bitten the hand which fed them, like abominable mad dogs. They seized the lands and treacherously captured the city, that is their strength. The day of judgment and vengeance is at hand. You requested me to tell you what I have seen, and now you get angry. I prefer to tell no more," said Zbyszko. But Maćko breathed angrily for a while, then he quieted down and said, "But this time, thus it will be, you see a tremendous tower-like pine tree in the forest, it seems as it will stand there forever. But strike it fairly with your axe and it will reveal hollowness and punk will come out. So is it with the strength of the Knights of the Cross. But I commanded you to tell me what you have done and what you have accomplished there. Let me see, you said you fought there with weapons, did you not?" "I did. They received me at first in an ungrateful and arrogant manner, they knew of my fight with Rotgear. Perhaps they had planned some evil against me. But I came provided with letters from the prince, and the Lorsch, whom they honor, protected me from their evil designs. Then came feasts and tourneys in which the Lord Jesus helped me. You have already heard how Ulrich, the brother of the Grand Master, loved me, and obtained an order from the Master himself to surrender Danusia to me. We were told," said Maćko, "that when his saddle girdle broke, you would not attack him. I helped him up with my lance, and from that moment he became fond of me. Hey! Good God! They furnished me with such strong letters, that enabled me to travel from castle to castle and search. I thought then that my sufferings were at an end, but now I am sitting here, in a wild country, without any help, in sorrow and perplexity, and it is getting worse daily." He remained silent for a moment, then he forcibly threw a chip into the fire which scattered sparks among the burning brands, and said, "If that poor child is suffering in a castle, somewhere in this neighborhood, and thinks that I don't care for her, then let sudden death overtake me." His heart was evidently so full of pain and impatience that he began again to throw chips into the fire, as though carried away by a sudden and blind pain. But they were greatly astonished because they had not realized that he loved Danusia so much. "Restrain yourself," exclaimed Maćko. "How did you fare with those letters of safe conduct? Did the Comte Thursday pay no attention to the master's command?" "Restrain yourself, sir," said Lawa. "God will comfort you, perhaps very soon." Tears glistened in Zbyszko's eyes, but he controlled himself, and said, "They opened different castles and prisons. I have been everywhere. I searched up to the breaking out of this war. At Jirda I was told by the magistrate, von Heideck, that the laws of war differ from those in time of peace, and that my safe conduct was of no avail. I challenged him at once, but he did not accept, and he ordered me to quit the castle. What happened in other places? Inquired Mako. It was the same everywhere. The Count Königsberg, who is the chief magistrate of Jirda, even refused to read the letter of the master, saying that war is war, and told me to carry my head, while it was intact, out of the place. It was everywhere the same. Now I understand, said the old knight, seeing that you got nothing, you came here at least to avenge yourself. Exactly so, replied Zbyszko. I also thought that we should take prisoners, and also invest some castles. But those fellows could not conquer castles. Hey! It will be otherwise when Prince Witold himself comes. May God grant it. He will come. I heard at the Mazovian court that he will come, and perhaps the king and all the forces of Poland will come with him. Further conversation was interrupted by the appearance of Skierwoila, who unexpectedly appeared from the shadow, and said, "We must be on the march." Hearing that, the knights got up with alacrity. Skierwoila approached his tremendous head to their faces, and said in low tones, "There is news, a relief train is moving toward New Kauno. 2 knights are at the head of the soldiers, cattle and provisions. Let us capture them." "Shall we cross the Niemen?" inquired Zbyszko. "Yes. I know a ford." "Do they know at the castle of the relief train?" "They know and will come to meet them, but we shall pounce upon them too." Then he instructed them where they were to lie in ambush, so as to attack, unexpectedly, those hurrying from the castle. His intentions were to engage the enemy in 2 battles at the same time, and avenge himself for the last defeat, which could easily be effected, considering that owing to their last victory the enemy considered himself perfectly safe from an attack. Therefore Skierwoila appointed the place and time where they should meet. As for the rest, he left it with them, for he relied upon their courage and resource. They were very glad at heart because they appreciated the fact that an experienced and skillful warrior was speaking to them. Then he ordered them to start, and he went to his Numi where the princes and captains were already waiting. There he repeated his orders, gave new ones, and finally put to his lips a pipe, carved out of a wolf's bone, and whistled shrilly, which was heard from one end of the camp to the other. At the sound of the whistle they gathered around the extinguished campfires, here and there sparks shot up, then little flames which increased momentarily, and wild figures of warriors were visible gathering around the stands of arms. The forest throbbed and moved. In a moment there were heard the voices of the ostlers chasing the herd toward the camp. Chapter 5. They arrived very early at Niewiezi where they crossed the river, some on horseback, some upon bundles of osier. Everything went with such dispatch that Mako, Zbyszko, Lawa and the Mazovian volunteers were astonished at the skillfulness of the people. Only then they understood why neither woods, nor swamps, nor rivers could prevent Lithuanian expeditions. When they emerged from the river none had taken off his wet clothing, not even the sheep and wolfskin coats, but exposed themselves to the rays of the sun until they steamed like pitch burners. And after a short rest they marched hastily toward the north. At nightfall they arrived at the Niemen. The crossing of the great river at that place, swollen in the spring, was not an easy matter. The ford, which was known to Skierwoila, changed in places into deep water, so that the horses had to swim more than a quarter of a furlong. 2 men were carried away quite near Zbyszko, and Lawa tried to rescue them, but in vain. Owing to the darkness and the rushing water they lost sight of them. The drowning men did not dare to shout for help, because the leader had previously ordered that the crossing should be effected in the most quiet manner possible. Nevertheless all the others fortunately succeeded in reaching the other side of the river, where they remained without fires till the morning. At dawn, the whole army was divided into 2 divisions. Skierwoila at the head of one went toward the interior to encounter the knights at the head of the relief train for Gottswerder. The 2nd division was led back by Zbyszko, toward the island, in order to attack the people coming from the castle to meet the expedition, upon the elevated ground. It was a mild and bright morning, but down in the woods the marshes and bushes were covered with a thick white steam which entirely obscured the distance. That was just a desirable condition for Zbyszko, because the Germans coming from the castle would not be able to see them in time to retreat. The young knight was exceedingly glad of it, and said to Maćko, "Let us get to our position instead of contemplating the mist yonder. God grant that it is not dissipated before noon." Then he hurried to the front to give orders to the setniks 116 and immediately returned and said, "We shall soon meet them upon the road coming from the ferry of the island toward the interior. There we shall hide ourselves in the thicket and watch for them." "How do you know about that road?" asked Maćko. "We got the information from the local peasants, of whom we have quite a number among our people who will guide us everywhere." "At what distance from the castle do you intend to attack?" "About 1 mile from it." "Very well. Because if it were nearer, the soldiers from the castle might hurry to the rescue, but now they will not only not be able to arrive in time, but will be beyond hearing distance." "You see, I thought about that." "You thought about one thing, think also about another. If they are reliable peasants, send 2 or 3 of them in front, so as to signal when they descry the Germans coming." "Bah! That also has been attended to." "Then, I have yet something else to tell you. Order 100 or 200 men, as soon as the battle begins, not to take part in the fight, but hasten to the rear and cut off their retreat to the island." "That is the first thing," replied Zbyszko. "Those orders have been given. The Germans will fall into a trap and be snared." Hearing this, Maćko looked approvingly at his nephew. He was pleased that in spite of his youth, he understood much of warfare. Therefore he smiled and murmured, "Our true blood." But Lawa, the shield-bearer, was more glad than Maćko, because there was nothing he loved more than war. "I don't know the fighting capacity of our people," he said, "but they march quietly, they are dexterous, and they seem to be eager. And if Skirwoila yonder has well devised his plans, then not a single foot shall escape." "God grant that only a few may escape," replied Zbyszko. "But I have given orders to capture as many prisoners as possible, and if there should happen to be a knight or a religious brother among them, he must absolutely not be killed." "Why not, sir?" inquired the Bohemian. "You also take care," Zbyszko replied, "that it be so. If there be a knight among them, he must possess much information, owing to his wanderings in many cities and castles, seeing and hearing much. Much more so if he is a religious member of the order. Therefore I owe to God my coming to this place so that I might learn something about Danusia, and exchange prisoners. If there be any, this is the only measure left for me." Then he urged his horse and galloped again to the front to give his final orders and at the same time to get rid of his sad thoughts. There was no time to be lost, because the spot where they were to lie in ambush was very near. "Why does the young lord think that his little wife is alive, and that she is somewhere in this neighborhood?" asked the Bohemian. "Because if Siegfried, at the first impulse, did not kill her at Szczytno," replied Maćko, "then one may rightly conclude that she is still alive. The priest of Szczytno would not have told us what he did, in the presence of Zbyszko, if she had been killed. It is a very difficult matter, even the most cruel man would not lift up his hand against a defenseless woman." "Bah! Against an innocent child. It is a hard thing, but not with the Knights of the Cross. And the children of Prince Witold? It is quite true, they have wolfish hearts. Nevertheless, it is true that they did not kill her at Szczytno, and Siegfried himself left for this part of the country. It is therefore possible that he had hid her in some castle. Hey! If it turns out so, then I shall take this island and the castle." "Only look at this people," said Maćko. Surely, but I have an idea that I will communicate to the young lord." "Even if you have 10 ideas, I do not care. You cannot overthrow the walls with pikes." Maćko pointed toward the lines of pikes, with which most of the warriors were provided, then he asked, "Did you ever see such soldiers?" As a matter of fact, the Bohemian had never seen the like. There was a dense crowd in front of them marching irregularly. Cavalry and infantry were mixed up and could not keep proper steps while marching through the undergrowth in the woods. In order to keep pace with the cavalry, the infantry held on to the horses' manes, saddles and tails. The warriors' shoulders were covered with wolf, lynx and bearskins. Some had attached to their heads boars' tusks, others antlers of deer, and others still had shaggy ears attached, so that, were it not for the protruding weapons above their heads, and the dingy bows and arrows at their backs, they would have looked from the rear and specially in the mist like a moving body of wild beasts proceeding from the depths of the forest, driven by the desire for blood or hunger, in search of prey. There was something terrible and at the same time extraordinary in it. It had the appearance of that wonder called gnomon, when, according to popular belief, wild beasts and even stones and bushes were moving in front of them. It was at that sight that one of the young nobles from Lękowicz, who accompanied the Bohemian, approached him, crossed himself, and said, "In the name of the Father and Son, I say I am marching with a pack of wolves, and not with men." But Lawa, although he had never before seen such a sight, replied like an experienced man who knows all about it and is not surprised at anything. Wolves roam in packs during the winter season, but the dog blood of the Knights of the Cross they also taste in the spring. It was spring indeed, the month of May. The hazel trees which filled the woods were covered with a bright green. Among the moss, upon which the soldiers stepped noiselessly, appeared white and blue anemones as well as young berries and dentelated ferns. Softened by abundant rains, the bark of the trees produced an agreeable odor, and from the forest underfoot, consisting of pine needles and punk, proceeded a pungent smell. The sun displayed a rainbow in the drops upon the leaves and branches of the trees, and above it the birds sang joyfully. They accelerated their pace, because Zbyszko urged them on. At times Zbyszko rode again in the rear of the division with Maćko, the Bohemian and the Mazovian volunteers. The prospect of a good battle apparently elated him considerably, for his customary sad expression had disappeared, and his eyes had regained their wonted brightness. "Cheer up," he exclaimed. "We must now place ourselves in the front, not behind the line." He led them to the front of the division. "Listen," he added. "It may be that we shall catch the Germans unexpectedly, but should they make a stand and succeed in falling in line, then we must be the first to attack them, because our armor is superior, and our swords are better." "Let it be so," said Maćko. The others settled themselves in their saddles, as if they were to attack at once. They took a long breath, and felt for their swords to see whether they could be unsheathed with ease. Zbyszko repeated his orders once more, that if they found among the infantry any knights with white mantles over the armor, they were not to kill but capture them alive. Then he galloped to the guides, and halted the division for a while. They arrived at the highway which from the landing opposite the island extended to the interior. Strictly speaking, there was no proper road yet, but in reality the edge of the wood had been recently sawed through and leveled only at the rear so much as to enable soldiers or wagons to pass over them. On both sides of the road rose the high-trunked trees, and the old pines cut for the widening of the road. The hazelnut growths were so thick in some places that they overran the whole forest. Zbyszko had therefore chosen a place at the turning, so that the advancing party would neither be able to see far, nor retreat, nor have time enough to form themselves in battle array. It was there that he occupied both sides of the lane and gave commands to await the enemy. Accustomed to forest life and war, the Zmudsians took advantage of the logs, cuts and clumps of young hazelnut growths, and fir saplings, so that it seemed as if the earth had swallowed them up. No one spoke, neither did the horses snort. Now and then, big and little forest animals passed those lying in wait and came upon them before seeing them and were frightened and rushed wildly away. At times the wind arose and filled the forest with a solemn, rushing sound, and then again silence fell and only the distant notes of the cuckoo and the woodpecker were audible. The Zmudsians were glad to hear those sounds, because the woodpecker was a special harbinger of good fortune. There were many of those birds in that forest, and the pecking sound was heard on all sides, persistent and rapid, like human labor. One would be inclined to say, that each of those birds had its own blacksmith's forge where it went to active labor very early. It appeared to Maćko and the Mazovians that they heard the noise of carpenters fixing roofs upon new houses, and it reminded them of home. But the time passed and grew tedious, nothing was heard but the noise of the trees and the voice of birds. The mist hovering upon the plain was lifting. The sun was quite high and it was getting hot, but they still lay in wait. Finally Lawa, who was impatient at the silence and delay, bent towards Zbyszko's ear and whispered. "Sir, if God will grant, none of the dog brothers shall escape alive. May we not be able to reach the castle and capture it by surprise? Do you suppose that the boats there are not watching, and have no watchwords?" "They have watchmen," replied the Bohemian, in a whisper, "but prisoners when threatened with the knife will give up the watchword." "Bah! They will even reply in the German language. If we reach the island, then the castle itself." Here he stopped, because Zbyszko put his hand upon his mouth, because from the roadside came the croak of a raven. "Hush," he said. "That is a signal." About 2 paters later, there appeared at the border a Zmudzian, riding upon a little shaggy pony, whose hoofs were enveloped in sheepskin to avoid the clatter and traces of horses' hoofs in the mud. The rider looked sharply from side to side and, suddenly hearing from the thicket an answer to the croaking, dived into the forest, and in a moment he was near Zbyszko. "They are coming," he said. Chapter 6. Zbyszko inquired hurriedly, how many horsemen and infantry were among them, in what manner they were advancing, and above all the exact distance. And he learned from the Zmudzian that their number did not exceed 150 warriors and that about 50 of that number were horsemen led by a Knight of the Cross, who appears to be of the secular knights. That they were marching in ranks and had empty wagons with a supply of wheels upon them. And that at a distance in front of the detachment were bodies of archers composed of 8 men who frequently left the road and searched the woods and thickets, and finally that the detachment was about 1/4 of a mile distant. Zbyszko was not particularly pleased with the information of the manner of their advancing in battle array. He knew by experience how difficult it was to break the ordered German ranks, and how such a crowd could retreat and fight in the same manner as a wild boar that defends itself when brought to bay by dogs. On the other hand, he was glad of the news that they were only 1/4 of a mile distant, because he calculated that the people who were detached to cut off their retreat had already done so, and, in case of the Germans being routed, not a single soul could escape. As to the outpost at the head of the detachment he did not care much, because he knew from the first that such would be the case and was prepared for them. He had given orders to his men to allow them to advance, and if they were engaged in searching the thickets to capture them quietly one by one. But the last order seemed unnecessary, the scouts advanced without delay. The Zmudzians who were hidden in the growths near the highway had a perfect view of the advancing party when they halted at the turning and took counsel. The chief, a powerful red-bearded German, who signaled to them to keep silence, began to listen. It was visible for a moment that he hesitated whether to penetrate the forest or not. At last, as there was only audible the hammering of the woodpeckers, and he apparently thought that the birds would not be working so freely if people were hidden among the trees. Therefore he waved his hand for the detachment to go forward. Zbyszko waited until they were near the second turning, then he approached the road, at the head of his well-armed men, including Maćko, the Bohemian, and the 2 noble volunteers from Lękowicz, and 3 young knights from Ciecino. And a dozen of the better-armed Zmudzian nobles. Further concealment was not necessary. Nothing remained for Zbyszko but to station himself in the middle of the road and, as soon as the Germans appeared, to fall upon them, and break their ranks. If that might be accomplished, he was sure that his Zmudzians would take care of the Germans. There was silence for a little while, which was only disturbed by the usual forest noises, but soon there were heard the voices of people proceeding from the east side. They were yet a considerable distance away, but the voices grew little by little more distinct as they approached. Without losing a moment's time, Zbyszko and his men placed themselves in the form of a wedge in the middle of the road. Zbyszko himself formed the sharp end and directly behind him were Maćko and the Bohemian, in the row behind them were 3 men, behind those were 4, all of them were well armed. Nothing was wanting but the wooden lances of the knights which could greatly impede the advance of the enemy in forest marches. Instead of those long-handled lances, theirs were shorter and lighter. Zmudzian weapons were well adapted for the first attack, and the swords and axes at their saddles were handy for combat at close quarters. Lawa was wide awake and listening, then he whispered to Mako. "They are singing, they shall be destroyed." "But what surprises me is that the woods obscure them from our sight," replied Mako. Then Zbyszko, who considered further hiding in silence unnecessary, replied. "Because the road leads along the stream. That is the reason for its frequent windings." "But how merrily they are singing," repeated the Bohemian. One could judge from the melody that the Germans were singing profane songs indeed. It could also be distinguished that the singers were not more than about a dozen, and that they all repeated only one burden which resounded far and wide in the forest, like a thunderstorm. Thus they went to death, rejoicing and lusty. "We shall soon see them," said Mako. Then his face suddenly darkened and assumed a wolf-like and savage expression. He had a grudge against the knights for the shots which he had received at the time when he went to Zbyszko's rescue, on that occasion when he was the carrier of letters from Prince Witold's sister to the Grand Master. Therefore his blood began to boil, and a desire for vengeance overflowed his soul. "The fellow who first attacks will not fare well," thought Lawa, as he looked at the old knight. Meanwhile the wind carried the sound of the phrase which the singers repeated. "Tandaradii. Tandaradii." The Bohemian at once recognized the song known to him. "By den Rosen wool mak. Tandaradii. Merken wamirzi holet lak." Then the song was interrupted, because upon both sides of the road was heard such a croaking noise that it seemed as if the crows were holding parliament in that corner of the forest. The Germans were wondering whence so many crows came, and why they proceeded from the ground and not from the tops of the trees. In fact the first line of the soldiers appeared at the turning and halted as though nailed to the spot, when they observed unknown horsemen facing them. At the same moment Zbyszko sat down in his saddle, spurred his horse, and rushed forward, crying, "At them!" The others galloped with him. The terrible shouting of the Zmudzian warriors was heard from the woods. Only a space of about 200 feet separated Zbyszko from the enemy, who, in the twinkling of an eye, lowered a forest of lances towards Zbyszko's horsemen. The remaining lines placed themselves with the utmost dispatch on both sides to protect themselves against an attack from the direction of the forest. The Polish knights might have admired the dexterity of the German tactics, but there was no time for contemplation, owing to the great speed and impetus of their horses in their charge upon the close phalanx of the Germans. Happily for Zbyszko, the German cavalry were in the rear of the division near the wagon train. In fact, they hastened at once to their assistance, but they could neither reach them in time nor pass beyond them so as to be of any assistance at the first attack. The Zmudzians, pouring from the thickets, surrounded them like a swarm of poisonous wasps upon whose nest a careless traveler had trod. Meanwhile Zbyszko and his men threw themselves upon the infantry. The attack was without effect. The Germans planted the ends of their heavy lances and battle-axes in the ground, held them fast and even so that the Zmudzian light horses could not break the wall. Mako's horse, which received a blow from a battle-axe in the shin, reared and stood up on his hind legs, then fell forward burying his nostrils in the ground. For a while death was hovering above the old knight. But he was experienced and had seen many battles, and was full of resources in accidents. So he freed his legs from the stirrups, and grasped with his powerful hand the sharp end of the pike which was ready to strike him, and instead of penetrating his chest it served him as a support. Then he freed himself, and, springing among the horsemen, he obtained a sword and fell upon the pikes and battle-axes with such fury as an eagle swoops upon a flock of long-beaked cranes. At the moment of attack Zbyszko sat back on his horse, charged with his spear, and broke it, then he also got a sword. The Bohemian, who, above all, believed in the efficacy of an axe, threw it in the midst of the Germans. For a while he remained without arms. One of two Lodikas who accompanied him was slain in the onset. At the sight of that, the other lost his reason and raved so that he began to howl like a wolf, stood up upon his blood-covered horse and charged blindly into the midst of the throng. The Zmudzian noblemen cut with their sharp blades the spearheads and wooden handles, behind which they observed the faces of the Knecks, common soldiers, upon which was depicted alarm. And at the same time they were frowning with determination and stubbornness. But the ranks remained unbroken. Also the Smudzians, who made a flank attack, quickly retreated from before the Germans, as one runs away from a venomous snake. Indeed they returned immediately with yet greater impetuosity, but they did not succeed. Some of them climbed up the trees in the twinkling of an eye and directed their arrows into the midst of the connects, but when their leader saw this he ordered the soldiers to retreat toward the cavalry. The German ranks also began to shoot, and from time to time a Smudzian would fall down and tear the moss in agony, or wriggle like a fish drawn from the water. The Germans, indeed, could not count upon a victory, but they knew the efficacy of defending themselves, so that, if possible, a small number, at least, might manage to escape disaster and reach the shore. Nobody thought of surrendering, because they did not spare prisoners. They knew that they could not count upon mercy from people who were driven to despair and rebellion. They therefore retreated in silence, in close rank, shoulder to shoulder, now raising, now lowering their javelins and broad axes, hewing, shooting with their crossbows as much as the confusion of the fighting permitted them. And continuing to retreat slowly toward their horsemen, who were engaged in life and death battle with another section of the enemy. Meanwhile something strange occurred which decided the fortune of the stubborn fight. It was caused by the young Lodica of Lenkowis, who became mad at the death of his companion. He did not dismount, but bent down and lifted up the body of his companion with the object of depositing it in a safe place to save it from mutilation, and so that he might find it after the battle was over. But at that very moment a fresh wave of madness came over him and he entirely lost his mind, so that instead of leaving the road, he rushed toward the German soldiers and threw the body upon the points of their pikes, which penetrated the corpse in various parts, and the weight caused them to bend, and before the Germans were able to withdraw their weapons, the raving man fell in, breaking the ranks and overturning the men like a tempest. In the twinkling of an eye, half a score of hands were extended toward him and as many pikes penetrated the flanks of his horse, but the ranks were thrown into disorder, and one Smuds noble who was near rushed through and immediately after him came Zbyszko, then the Bohemian, and the terrible confusion increased every moment. Other Bojars followed the example, seized corpses and thrust them against the enemy's arms, whilst the Smudzians again attacked the flanks. The order which had hitherto reigned in the German ranks wavered. It began to shake like a house whose walls are cracked, it was cleft like a log by a wedge, and finally it burst open. In a moment the fighting turned to slaughter, the long German pikes and broad axes were of no use at close quarters. Instead of it the swords of the horsemen fell upon helmet and neck. The horses pressed into the midst of the throng, upsetting and trampling the unfortunate Germans. It was easy for the horsemen to strike from above and they took advantage of the opportunity and ceaselessly cut the enemy. From the woods on both sides continually arrived wild warriors, clothed in wolf skins, and with a wolfish desire for blood in their hearts. Their howling drowned the voices praying for mercy and those of the dying. The conquered threw away their arms, some tried to escape into the forest, others feigned death and fell to the earth, others stood erect, their faces white as snow, and bloodshot eyes, whilst others prayed. One of them, apparently demented, began to play the pipe, then looked upward and smiled, until a Smudzian crushed his head with a club. The forest ceased to rustle and death dominated it. Finally the small army of the Knights of the Cross melted away, only at times there were heard voices of small bands fighting in the woods, or a terrible cry of despair. Zbyszko, Maćko and all their horsemen now galloped toward the cavalry. They were still defending themselves, placing themselves in the form of a wedge. The Germans were always accustomed to adopt that maneuver when surrounded by an overwhelming force of the enemy. The cavalry were mounted upon good horses and were better armed than the infantry, they fought manfully and obstinately and deserved admiration. There was none with a white mantle among them, but they were of the middle classes and small nobility of the Germans who were obliged to go to war when called upon by the order. Most of their horses were also armed, some had body armor. But all had iron head covers with a spike of steel protruding from the center. Their leader was a tall, sturdy knight, He wore a dark blue coat of mail and a helmet of the same color, with a lowered steel visor. A rain of arrows was showered upon them from the depths of the forest. But they did but little harm. The Zmudsian infantry and cavalry came nearer and surrounded them like a wall, but they defended themselves, cutting and thrusting with their long swords so furiously that in front of the horses' hoofs lay a ring of corpses. The first lines of the attackers wanted to retire, but they were unable to do so. There was a press and confusion all around. The eyes became dazzled by the glint of the spears and the flash of the swords. The horses began to neigh, bite, rear and kick. Then the Zmuds noblemen charged down, Zbyszko, Lawa and the Mazovians fell upon them. By dint of the press, the German throng began to waver, and swayed like trees before a storm, but they hewed like choppers of firewood in the forest thickets, and advanced slowly amidst fatigue and excessive heat. But Maćko ordered his men to gather together the long-handled German battle-axes from the battlefield, and armed with them 30 of his wild warriors pressed on eagerly toward the Germans. "Strike the horses' legs," he shouted. A terrible effect was soon apparent. The German knights were unable to reach the Zmudsians with their swords, at the same time the battle-axes were crushing the horses' legs. It was then that the Blue Knight recognized that the end of the battle was at hand, and that he had only two resources left, either to fight his way through the army in retreat, or to remain and perish. He chose the first plan, and in a moment his knights turned their faces in the direction whence they came. The Zmudsians fell upon their rear. Nevertheless the Germans threw their shields upon their shoulders and cut in front and to the sides, and broke through the ranks of the attacking party, and hurricane-like, fled toward the east. But that division which had been dispatched for that purpose, rushed to meet them, but by dint of superior fighting and the greater weight of the horses, they fell in a moment like flax before a storm. The road to the castle was open, but escape thither was insecure and too far away, because the Zmudsian horses were fleeter than those of the Germans. The Blue Knight was quite aware of it. "Woe," he said to himself. "Here none will escape. Perhaps I may purchase their salvation with my own blood." Then he shouted to his men to halt, and himself turned around toward the foe, not caring whether any one overheard his command. Zbyszko galloped up to him first, the German struck him upon the visor, but without breaking it or harming Zbyszko. At the same time, Zbyszko, instead of giving stroke for stroke, grasped the knight by the middle, but, in the attempt to take him alive, engaged in a close struggle, during which the girth of his horse gave way from the intense strain of the contest, and both fell to the ground. For a while they wrestled, but the extraordinary strength of the young man soon prevailed against his antagonist. He pressed his knees against his stomach, holding him down as a wolf does a dog who dares to oppose him in the woods. But there was no need to hold him, because the German fainted. Meanwhile Maćko and the Bohemian arrived at a gallop. Zbyszko shouted, "Quick, here! A rope!" The Bohemian dismounted, but seeing the helplessness of the German, he did not bind him, but disarmed him and unbuckled his armlets in his belt, and with the attached misericordia, dagger of mercy, cut the gorget. And lastly he unscrewed the helmet. But he had scarcely glanced in the face of the knight, when he started back and exclaimed, "Master! Master! Please only look here!" "Delorche!" shouted Zbyszko. And there lay Delorche pale and motionless as a corpse, with closed eyes and face covered with perspiration. Chapter 7. Zbyszko gave orders for him to be laid upon one of the captured wagons which were laden with spare wheels and axles for the expedition coming to relieve the castle. He mounted another horse, and with Maćko they continued the pursuit of the fleeing Germans. It was not a difficult pursuit, because the German horses were not speedy enough, particularly upon the ground softened by the spring rains, more especially for Maćko, who had with him a light and fleet mare which belonged to the deceased Lodoka of Lękowicz. After a distance of several furlongs he passed almost all the Zmudsians. He soon reached the first German trooper, whom he at once challenged according to the then prevailing custom among the knights, to surrender or fight. But the German feigned deafness. He even threw away his shield to relieve the horse, and bent in the saddle and spurred his horse. The old knight struck him with his broad axe between the shoulder blades, and he fell to the ground. Thus Maćko avenged himself upon the fleeing Germans for the treacherous shot he had once received. They ran before him like a herd of frightened deer. They had no thought of continuing the fight or defending themselves, but of fleeing before that terrible man. Some dashed into the forest, but one stuck fast near the stream, him the Zmudzians strangled with a halter. Then a hunt as if after wild beasts began after the crowd of fugitives which sprang into the woods. The depths of the forests rang with the shouts of the hunters and the shrieks of the hunted until the latter were exterminated. Then the old knight, accompanied by Zbyszko and the Bohemian, returned to the battlefield upon which lay the hacked bodies of the German infantry. They were already stripped naked. Some were mutilated by the revengeful Zmudzians. It was an important victory, and the soldiers were drunk with joy. After the last defeat suffered by Skurwoila near Gottswerder, a sort of apathy had seized the Zmudzians, more especially because the promised relief from Prince Witold had not yet arrived as quickly as expected. However, now hope revived and the fire was kindled anew as when wood is thrown upon glowing embers. The number of slain Germans, as well as Zmudzians to be buried, was very great, but Zbyszko ordered a special grave to be dug for the Lodykas of Lękowicz, who contributed so much toward the victory. They were buried there among the pine trees, and Zbyszko cut a cross with his sword upon the bark. Then he ordered the Bohemian to keep watch over Delorge, who was still unconscious. He stirred up the people and hurried on along the road toward Skurwoila to lend him effective assistance in case of emergency. But after a long march he came across a deserted battlefield that resembled the former, being covered with German and Zmudzian corpses. It was easy for Zbyszko to conclude that the terrible Skurwoila had also gained an equally important victory over the enemy, because if he had been defeated, Zbyszko would have met the victorious Germans marching to the castle. But the victory must have been a bloody one, because for some distance a great number of dead were met with. The experienced Maćko was able to deduce from this that some Germans had even succeeded in retreating from the defeat. It was difficult to tell whether Skurwoila was pursuing them or not, because the tracks were mingled and confused. He also concluded that the battle had taken place quite early, perhaps earlier than Zbyszko's fight, for the corpses were livid and swollen, and some of them torn by wolves, that scattered in the thickets at the approach of armed men. In face of these circumstances Zbyszko resolved not to wait for Skurwoila, but to return to the original safe camp. He arrived there late at night and found the leader of the Zmudzians who had arrived somewhat early. His face, which usually wore a sullen expression, was now lighted with fiendish joy. He asked at once about the result of the fight, and when he was told of the victory he said in tones that sounded like the croaking of a crow, "I am glad of your victory, and I am glad of mine. They will send no more relief expeditions for some time, and when the great prince arrives there will be more joy, for the castle will be ours." "Have you taken any prisoners?" inquired Zbyszko. "Only small fry, no pike. There was one, there were two, but they got away. They were pikes with sharp teeth. They cut the people and escaped." "God granted me one," replied the young knight. "He is a powerful and renowned knight, although a Swede, a guest." The terrible Zmudzian raised his hands to his neck and with the right hand made a gesture like the up-jerk of a halter. "This shall happen to him," he said, "to him as well as to the other prisoners, this." Then Zbyszko's brow furrowed. "Listen, Skurwoila," he said. "Nothing will happen to him, neither this nor that, because he is my prisoner and my friend. Prince Janusz knighted both of us. I will not even permit you to cut off one finger from his hand." "You will not permit?" "No, I will not." Then they glared fiercely into each other's eyes. Skurwoila's face was so much wrinkled that it had the appearance of a bird of prey. It appeared as if both were about to burst out. But Zbyszko did not want any trouble with the old leader, whom he prized and respected, moreover his heart was greatly agitated with the events of the day. He fell suddenly upon his neck, pressed him to his breast and exclaimed, "Do you really desire to tear him from me, and with him my last hope?" Why do you wrong me? Skerwoila did not repel the embrace. Finally, withdrawing his head from Zbyszko's arm, he looked at him benignantly, breathing heavily. Well, he said, after a moment's silence. Well, tomorrow I will give orders for the prisoners to be hanged, but if you want any one of them, I will give him to you. Then they embraced each other again and parted on good terms, to the great satisfaction of Maćko, who said, "It is obvious that you will never be able to do anything with him by anger, but with kindness you can knead him like wax." "Such is the whole nation," replied Zbyszko, "but the Germans do not know it." Then he gave orders for Delorche, who had taken rest in the booth, to be brought to the campfire. A moment later the Bohemian brought him in. He was unarmed and without a helmet, having only his leather jacket upon which the marks of the coat of mail were visible. He had a red cap on his head. Delorche had already been informed by Lawa that he was a prisoner and therefore he came in looking cool and haughty, and the light of the flames revealed defiance and contempt in his countenance. "Thank God," Zbyszko said, "that he delivered you in my hands, because nothing evil shall happen to you by me." Then he extended a friendly hand, but Delorche did not even move. "I decline to give my hand to knights who outrage knightly honor, by joining pagans in fighting Christian knights." One of the Mazovians present, who could not restrain himself, owing to Zbyszko's importance, on hearing this became excited and his blood boiled. "Fool!" he shouted and involuntarily grasped the handle of his misericordia. But Delorche lifted up his head. "Kill me," he said. "I know that you do not spare prisoners. But, do you spare prisoners?" The Mazur, who could not restrain himself, exclaimed, "Did you not hang on the shore of the island all the prisoners you took in the last fight? That is the reason why Skerwoila will hang all his prisoners." "Yes. They did hang them, but they were pagans." There was a certain sense of shame in his reply. It could easily be seen that he did not entirely approve of such deeds. Meanwhile, Zbyszko controlled himself, and in a quiet and dignified manner said, "Delorche, you and I received our belts and spurs from the same hand, you also know well that knightly honor is dearer to me than life and fortune. Listen, therefore, to my words which I say under oath to St. Jersey. There are many among this people whose Christianity does not date from yesterday, and those who have not yet been converted stretch out their hands toward the cross for salvation. But, do you know who hinder them and prevent their salvation and baptism?" The Mazur translated all Zbyszko's words to Delorche, who looked into the young knight's face questioningly. "The Germans," said Zbyszko. "Impossible," shouted Delorche. "By the spear and spurs of St. Jersey, the Germans. Because if the religion of the cross were to be propagated here, they would lose a pretext for incursions, and domination and oppression of this unhappy people. You are well acquainted with these facts, Delorche. You are best informed whether their dealings are upright or not. But I think that in fighting with the pagans they are only banishing them to prepare them for baptism. They are baptizing them with the sword and blood, not with water that saves. Read this letter, I pray, and you will be convinced that you yourself are the wrongdoer, plunderer and the Hellstarosta of those who fight religion and Christian love." Then he handed him the letter which the Zmudzians had written to the kings and princes, which was distributed everywhere. Delorche took it and perused it rapidly by the light of the fire. He was greatly surprised, and said, "Can all that be true? May God, who sees best, so help you and me that I am not only speaking the truth but I also serve justice." Delorche was silent for a moment and then said, "I am your prisoner." "Give me your hand," replied Zbyszko. "You are my brother, not my prisoner." Then they clasped hands and sat down in company to supper, which the Bohemian ordered the servant to prepare. Delorche was greatly surprised when he was informed on the road that Zbyszko, in spite of his letters, had not got Danusia, and that the Calm Thursday had refused important and safe conduct on account of the outbreak of the war. "Now I understand why you are here," he said to Zbyszko, "and I thank God that he delivered me into your hands, because I think that through me the knights of the order will surrender to you what you wish. Otherwise there will be a great outcry in the West, because I am a knight of importance and come from a powerful family. Then he suddenly threw down his cap and exclaimed, "By all the relics of Aquisgrán!" Then those who were at the head of the relief train to Gottswerder were Arnold von Baden and old Siegfried von Love. That we learned from the letters which were sent to the castle. Were they taken prisoners? No, said Zbyszko, excitedly. None of the most important. But, by God! The news you tell me is important. For God's sake, tell me, are there other prisoners from whom I can learn whether there were any women with Siegfried? Then he called the men to bring him lit resinous chips and he hastened to where the prisoners were gathered by order of Skurwoila. Delorche, Mako and the Bohemian ran with him. Listen, said Delorche to Zbyszko, on the way. If you will let me free on parole I will run and seek her throughout the whole of Prussia, and when I find her, I will return to you and you will exchange me for her. If she lives. If she lives, replied Zbyszko. Meanwhile they reached the place where Skurwoila's prisoners were. Some were lying upon their backs, others stood near the stumps of trees to which they were cruelly fastened with fibre. The bright flame of the chips illuminated Zbyszko's face. Therefore all the prisoners' looks were directed toward him. Then from the depths of the road there was heard a loud and terrible voice. My lord and protector. Oh, save me. Zbyszko snatched from the hands of the servant a couple of burning chips and ran into the forest toward the direction whence the voice proceeded, holding aloft the burning chips, and cried. Sandarus! Sandarus! Repeated the Bohemian, in astonishment. But Sandarus, whose hands were bound to the tree, stretched his neck and began to shout again. Mercy! I know where Jurin's daughter is. Save me! Chapter 8. The soldiers unbound him at once, but his limbs were benumbed and he fell. When they lifted him up he was seized with successive fainting fits. In spite of Zbyszko's orders for him to be taken to the fire and given food and drink, and rubbed over with fat and then covered with warmed skins, Sandarus did not recover consciousness, but lapsed into a very deep sleep, which continued until noon of the following day when the Bohemian succeeded in awakening him. Zbyszko, who was burning with fiery impatience, immediately went to him, but at first he could get no information from him. Because either from his terrible experiences or from the relaxation which usually overpowers weak natures when the threatening danger has passed, Sandarus burst into long and uncontrollable weeping. So that for some time he could give no answer to the questions put to him. He was choked with sobs, his lips trembled, and tears flowed down his cheeks so copiously that it seemed as though his very life was flowing out with them. Finally he succeeded to some extent in controlling himself, and he strengthened himself a little with Mara's milk, which mode of refreshing themselves the Lithuanians learned from the Tartars. He began to complain that the sons of Belial had thrust him with their pikes against a wild apple tree, that they had taken away his horse which was laden with relics of priceless virtue. And finally when they had bound him to the tree, the ants had attacked his feet and body so that he expected to die from it, if not today, tomorrow. Zbyszko's anger overcame him and he could restrain himself no longer, and he interrupted Sandarus and said. You vagabond, answer the questions I am going to put to you and take care that you tell the truth, or you will fare worse. There are red ants yonder, said the Bohemian, order them to be pat upon him, and he will soon find a tongue in his mouth. Lawa did not say this seriously, he even smiled as he spoke, for his heart was well inclined toward Sandarus. The latter, however, was terror-stricken, and shouted. Mercy! Mercy! Give me some more of that pagan drink and I will tell you all that I have and that I have not seen. If you tell lies, even one word that is not true, I will drive a wedge between your teeth, said the Bohemian. They brought him another skin full of Mara's milk. He grasped it and fastened his lips to it with the avidity that a child does to its mother's breast, and began to gulp it down, alternatively opening and closing his eyes. When he had drank from it about half a gallon or more, he shook himself, placed the skin upon his knees, and as if submitting himself to the inevitable, he said. Vile stuff. Then he turned towards Zbyszko. Now, deliverer. Ask. Was my wife in that division with you? Sandra's face assumed a certain air of surprise. In fact, he had heard that Danusia was Zbyszko's wife, but it had been a secret marriage, and immediately afterward she had been abducted, and he had always thought of her as Jurandowna, Miss Jurand. He replied quickly. Yes, voivode. She was. But Siegfried von Love and Arnold von Baden broke through the enemy's ranks and escaped. Did you see her? Asked Zbyszko, with beating heart. I did not see her face, sir, but I saw a closed litter made of brushwood, suspended between two horses, in which there was somebody, led by that very lizard, the same servant of the order who came from Danveld to the forest court. I also heard sad singing proceeding from the litter. Zbyszko grew pale with emotion. He sat down on the stump and was unable to ask another question for a while. Maćko and the Bohemian were also much moved at this great and important news. The latter, probably, thought about his beloved lady who remained at Spychow, and upon whom this news would fall like a doom. There was silence for a moment. Finally, the shrewd Maćko, who did not know Sandras, and who had scarcely heard of him previously, looked at him with suspicion, and asked. Who are you and what were you doing among the Knights of the Cross? Who am I, powerful knight? Replied Sandras. Let this valiant prince answer for me. Here he pointed towards Zbyszko, and this manly Bohemian noble who has known me long. The effect of the kumis, Mara's milk, upon Sandras apparently began to show itself, for he grew lively, and turning to Zbyszko he spoke in a loud voice and showed no trace of his previous feeble condition. Sir, you have saved my life twice. If it were not for you, the wolves would have devoured me, or the punishment of the bishops who were misguided by my enemies. Oh, what a wicked world this is! They issued an order to hunt me for selling relics which they thought were not genuine, simply because they took me for one of your people. But you, O Lord, protected me, and thanks to you I was not destroyed by the wolves, nor shall their persecution harm me. Food and drink was never lacking whilst I was with you, better than the Mara's milk here which makes me sick, but I drink it in order to show how a poor but pious pilgrim can stand all kinds of privations. Speak, you bear trainer. Tell us quickly what you know, and do not play the fool, exclaimed Maćko. But he lifted the skin to his mouth again and entirely emptied it, apparently not hearing Maćko's words. He turned again to Zbyszko. This is another reason why I love you. The saints, as it is written in the scriptures, sinned 9 times an hour, consequently, sometimes also Sandras transgresses, but Sandras never was nor shall be ungrateful. Therefore, when misfortune came upon you, you remember, sir, what I told you. I said, I will go from castle to castle, and, instructing the people along the road, I will search for your lost one. Whom did I not ask? Where did I not go? It would take me a long time to tell you that, but, suffice it to say, I found her, and from that moment on, burrs do not cling as tenaciously to the cloak as I attached myself to old Siegfried. I became his servant, and from castle to castle, from one comfort to another, from town to town I went with him without intermission until this last battle. Zbyszko meanwhile mastered his emotion and said. I am very thankful to you and I shall surely reward you. But now, answer my questions. Will you swear, by the salvation of your soul, that she is alive? I swear by the salvation of my soul that she is alive, replied Sandras, with a serious air. Why did Siegfried leave Szczytno? I do not know, sir. But I surmise that as he was never the starosta of Szczytno, he left it. Perhaps he feared the Grand Master's orders, which were, they say, to give up the little lamb to the Mazovian court. Perhaps that very letter was the cause of his flight, because his soul burned within him with pain and vengeance for Rotgeir who, they say now, was Siegfried's own son. I cannot tell what happened there, but this I do know, that something turned his head and he raved, and determined not to surrender Jurand's daughter, I meant to say, the young lady, as long as he lives. All this seems to me very strange, suddenly interrupted Maćko. If that old dog thirsts so much for the blood of all who belong to Jurand, he would have killed Danusia. He wanted to do so, replied Sandras, but something happened to him and he became very sick, and was at the point of death. His people whisper much over that affair. Some say that upon a certain night when he went to the tower intending to kill the young lady he met the evil spirit, some say it was an angel whom he met, well, they found him lying upon the snow in front of the tower wholly lifeless. Now, when he thinks about it, his hair stands up upon his head like oak trees. This is the reason why he does not himself dare to lift up his hand against her, he even fears to order others to do it. He has with him the dumb executioner of Sksitno, but it is not known why, because the executioner as well as others, are equally afraid to harm her. These words made a great impression. Zbyszko, Maćko, and the Bohemian came near Sandras, who crossed himself and then continued. It was not well to be among them. More than once I heard and saw things that made my flesh creep. I have told your lordship already that something was wrong with the old Comte's head. Bah! How could it be otherwise, when spirits from the other world visit him? He would have remained there, but some presence is always near him which sounds like one who is breathless. And that is that very Danvald, whom the terrible lord of Spichau killed. Then Siegfried says to him, "What shall I do? I cannot avenge you on anything, what profit will you get?" But the other, the ghost, gnashes his teeth and then pants again. Very often Rotgear appears, and the odor of sulfur is noticeable, and the Comte has a lengthy conversation with him. "I cannot," he says to him. "I cannot. When I come myself then I will do it, but now I cannot." I also heard the old man asking, "Will that comfort you, dear son?" and other expressions of the same character. When this happens, the old Comte speaks to nobody for 2 or 3 days in succession, and his face seems as if he is suffering intense pain. He and the woman servant of the order watch the litter carefully, so that the young lady is always unable to see anybody. "Do they not torture her?" asks Zbyszko, in hollow tones. "I will tell your lordship the candid truth, that I did not hear any beating or crying. The only thing I heard proceeding from the litter was sad melodies. Sometimes it seemed to me like sweet, sad warblings of a bird." "That is terrible," exclaimed Zbyszko, his voice hissing between his set teeth. But Maćko interrupted further questioning. "That is enough," he said. "Speak now of the battle. Did you see how they departed and what became of them?" "I saw and will give a faithful account. At first they fought terribly. But when they saw that they were surrounded on all sides, then only they thought of escape. Sir Arnold, who is quite a giant, was the first to break the ring, and open such a road, that he, the old Comte and some people with the horse litter succeeded in passing through it. How is it that they were not pursued? They were pursued, but nothing could be done, because when they came too near them, then Sir Arnold faced the pursuers and fought them all. God protect those who meet him, because he possesses such extraordinary strength. He considers it a trifle to fight against 100. Thrice he thus turned, thrice he kept the pursuers in check. All the people who were with him perished. It seems to me that he too was wounded, and so was his horse, but he escaped, and meanwhile the old Comte succeeded in making good his escape." When Maćko heard the story he thought that Sandras was telling the truth, for he recollected that when he entered the field where Skerwoila had given battle, the whole stretch of the road on the line of the Germans' retreat was covered with dead Smutsians, so terribly hacked as though it had been done by giant hands. "Nevertheless, how could you observe all that?" he asked Sandras. "I saw it," replied the vagabond, "because I grasped the tail of one of the horses which carried the litter, and held on until I received a kick in my stomach. Then I fainted, and that was the reason that you captured me." "That might happen," said Lawa, "but take care, if anything you say turns out to be false, in such case you shall fare badly." "There is another proof," replied Sandras. "Let one who wishes take a note of it, yet it is better to believe a man's word than to condemn him as one who does not tell the truth. Although you sometimes unwillingly tell the truth, you will howl for simony." And they began to tease each other as they formerly did, but Zbyszko interrupted their chatter. "You have passed through that region, then you must be acquainted with the localities in the neighborhood of the castles." Where do you suppose Siegfried and Arnold hide themselves? There are no strongholds whatever in that neighborhood, all is one wilderness, through which a road was recently cut. There are neither villages nor farms. The Germans burned those that were there, for the reason that the inhabitants of those places who are also Smutsians, had also risen in arms against the Knights of the Cross with their brethren here. I think, sir, that Siegfried and Arnold are now wandering about the woods, either they are trying to return to the place whence they came, or attempting furtively to reach that fortress whither we were going to before that unfortunate battle. I am sure that it is so, said Zbyszko. He became absorbed in thought so that he contracted his brows. He was obviously trying to find some plan, but it did not last long. After a while he lifted up his head and said, Lawa. See that the horses and men get ready, we must move at once. The Bohemian, whose custom was never to ask for reasons when commanded, without saying a single word, got up and ran toward the horses. Then Maćko opened wide his eyes at his nephew and said with surprise. Anne. Zbyszko. Hey. Where are you going? What? How? But he answered his questions with another. And what do you think? Is it not my duty? The old knight had nothing to say. His looks of astonishment disappeared little by little from his face. He shook his head once or twice and finally drew a deep breath and said as though replying to himself. Well. There you are. There is no other remedy. And he also went to the horses, but Zbyszko returned to Dolorz, and by means of a Mazovian interpreter spoke to him thus. I cannot ask you to go with me against the people with whom you served. You are therefore free and you may go wherever you please. I cannot serve you now with my sword against my knightly honor, replied Dolorz, but as to your granting me my freedom, I cannot accept that either. I remain your prisoner on parole and shall be at your command whithersoever you send me. And in case you want to exchange prisoners, remember that the order will exchange for me any prisoner, because I am not only a powerful knight, but I am a descendant of a line of Knights of the Cross of great merit. Then they embraced each other according to custom, placing their hands on each other's arms and kissing each other on the cheeks, and Dolorz said. I will go to Malbork or to the Mazovian court. So that you may know if I am not in one place you can find me in the other. Thy messenger need only tell me the 2 words, Lotaringia Geldria. Well, said Zbyszko, still I will go to Skerwoila to obtain a pass for you which the Smutsians will respect. Then he called upon Skerwoila. The old leader gave the pass for his departure without any difficulty, for he knew all about the affair and loved Zbyszko. He was grateful to him for his bravery in the last battle, and for this very reason he made no objection whatever to the departure of the knight who belonged to another country and came on his own account. Then, thanking Zbyszko for the great services which he had rendered, he looked at him in surprise at his courage in undertaking a journey in the wild lands. He bid him goodbye, expressing his wishes to meet him again in some greater and more conclusive affair against the Knights of the Cross. But Zbyszko was in a great hurry, for he was consumed as with a fever. When he arrived at the post he found everybody ready, and his uncle Maćko, on horseback, among them. He was armed and had on his coat of mail, and his helmet upon his head. Zbyszko approached him and said, Then you too go with me. But what else could I do, replied Maćko, a little testily. Zbyszko did not reply, but kissed the right hand of his uncle, then mounted his horse and proceeded. Sandras went with them. They knew the road as far as the battlefield very well, but beyond that he was to guide them. They also counted upon the local inhabitants whom they might meet in the woods, who, out of hatred of their masters, the Knights of the Cross, would aid them in tracking the old Comter and the knight, Arnold von Baden, to whom Sandras attributed such superhuman strength and bravery. Chapter 9. The road to the battlefield where Skerwoila had routed the Germans was easy, because they knew it, and so they soon reached it. Owing to the insufferable stench arising from the unburied dead, they crossed it in a hurry. As they did so, they drove away wolves, and large flights of crows, ravens and jackdaws. Then they began to look for traces along the road. Although a whole division had passed over it on the previous day, nevertheless, the experienced Maćko found upon the trampled road without trouble, the imprint of gigantic hoofs leading in an opposite direction. Then he explained to the younger and less experienced companions in arms. It is fortunate that there has been no rainfall since the battle. Only look here. Arnold's horse carrying an unusually big man must also be exceedingly large. This too is easily observed, that the imprint of the horse's feet on this side of the road is much deeper, owing to the galloping in his flight. Whilst the tracks marking the previous march on the other side of the road are not so deep, because the horse walked slowly. Let those who have eyes look how the marks of the horseshoes are visible. God grant that we may track those dog brothers successfully, provided they have not already found shelter somewhere behind walls. Sandra said, replied Zbyszko, that there are no forts in this neighborhood, and it is actually so. Because the Knights of the Cross have only recently taken possession of this region and have not had enough time to build in it. Then where can they hide themselves? All the peasants who dwelt in these lands joined Skierwoila, because they belong to the same stock as the Zmudzians. The villages, Sandra said, these same Germans destroyed by fire, and the women and children are hidden in the thick forest. Provided we do not spare our horses, we shall yet overtake them. We must spare the horses, for even if we overtake them our safety afterward depends upon our horses, said Maćko. Sir Arnold, interrupted Sandras, received a blow between his shoulder blades in battle. He took no notice of it at first, but kept on fighting and slaying, but they were obliged to dress it afterward. As is always the case, at first one does not feel the blows but they pain later on. For this reason he cannot exert himself too much to run fast, and it may be that he is even obliged to rest himself. You said that there are no other people with them, inquired Maćko. There are two who lead the litter, the Compter and Sir Arnold. There were quite a number of men with them, but the Zmudzians killed them. Let our men lay hold of the two fellows who are with the litter, said Zbyszko. You, uncle, manage old Siegfried, and I will pounce upon Arnold. Well, replied Maćko, I shall be able to manage Siegfried, because, thank God, there is still strength in these bones. But as far as your task is concerned, I should say, do not be so self-confident, for that knight seems to be a giant. Oh well. We shall see, replied Zbyszko. You are strong, that I don't dispute, but there are stronger men than you are. Did you observe our own knights whom we met at Krakow? Could you conquer Pan Pawala of Taksu, Pasko Zlodziej of Biskupis, and Zawisza Charny, eh? Don't be too rash, but consider the facts. Rotgier also was a strong man, murmured Zbyszko. Will there be any work for myself? Asked the Bohemian. But he received no reply, because Maćko was thinking about something else. If God blesses us we shall be able to reach the Mazowiecki wilderness. We shall be safe there, and all trouble will be at an end. But after a while he sighed when he reflected that even their affairs would not be entirely ended, there would yet be something to attend to for the unfortunate Jagienka. Hey, he murmured, God's decrees are wonderful. I had often thought about it. Why did it not occur to you to get married quietly, and let me live with you peacefully? That would have been the most happy course. But now we are the only ones among the noblemen of the kingdom, who are wandering in various regions and wilds, instead of attending to our homes as God commands. Well, that is true, but it is God's will, replied Zbyszko. Then they proceeded on their journey for a while in silence. The old knight turned again to his nephew. Do you rely on that vagabond? Who is he? He is a fickle man and perhaps he is a rogue, but he wishes me well, and I am not afraid of treachery from him. If so, let him ride in front, for if he overtakes them he will not be scared. Let him tell them that he is fleeing from captivity, and they will easily believe him. This is the best way, because if they chance to see us they might evade us and hide themselves, or have time enough to prepare for defense. He is afraid and will not travel by himself at night, replied Zbyszko. But during the daytime I am sure that that plan is the best one to adopt. I will tell him to stop and wait for us 3 times during the day. If we do not find him at the appointed places, then it will be a sign that he is already with them, and following up his tracks we will fall upon them unexpectedly. But will he not warn them? No. He is more friendly to me than to them. I will also tell him that when we surprise them we will also bind him, so that he may escape their revenge later on. Let him not recognize us at all. Do you intend to preserve those fellows alive? How else should it be? Replied Zbyszko, somewhat anxiously. You see. If it were in our country, at home in Mazos, we would challenge them, as I challenged Rotgeir, to mortal combat, but this cannot be here in their own country. What concerns us here is Danusia and speed. In order to avoid trouble all must be done quietly. Afterward we will do as you said and push on as fast as our horses can go, to the wilds of Mazos. But attacking them unexpectedly we might find them unarmed, yes, even without their swords. Then how could we kill them? I am afraid of reproach. We are now both of us, belted knights, so are they. It is so, said Maćko. Yet it may lead to an encounter. But Zbyszko contracted his brow, and in his face was depicted that determination so characteristic of the looks of the men of Bogdaniec, for at that moment he looked as if he were Maćko's own son. What I should also like, he said, in low tones, is to have that bloody dog Siegfried crushed under Durin's feet. May God grant it. Grant it, God. Grant it, immediately repeated Maćko. Whilst conversing, they covered a considerable stretch of the road until nightfall. It was a starry night, but there was no moon. They were obliged to halt the horses, breathe, and refresh the men with food and sleep. Zbyszko informed Sandras before resting that he was to proceed in front in the morning. Sandras willingly assented, but reserved to himself, in case of an attack by wolves or people, the right to run back to Zbyszko. He also asked him for permission to make 4 stations instead of 3, because in solitude fear always took hold of him, even in pious countries. How much more so in such an abominable wilderness as the one where they found themselves now. When they had refreshed themselves with food, they lay down to sleep upon skins near a small campfire, which they built about half a furlong from the road. The servants alternately guarded the horses, which, after they were fed, rolled upon the ground and then slept, resting their heads upon each other's necks. But no sooner did the first ray illuminate the woods with a silvery hue, than Zbyszko arose and awoke the others, and at dawn they continued their march. The tracks of the hoofs of Arnold's immense stallion were easily recovered, because the usual muddy ground had dried up from drought. Sandras went on ahead and soon disappeared. Nevertheless, they found him about halfway between sunrise and noon, at the waiting place. He told them that he had not seen any living soul, only one large aurochs, but was not scared and did not run away, because the animal got out of his way. But he declared that shortly before, he had seen a peasant beekeeper, but had not detained him, for fear that in the depths of the forest there might be more of them. He had attempted to question him, but they had not been able to make themselves understood. As time went by, Zbyszko became somewhat troubled. What will happen, he said, if I arrive in the higher and drier region, where, owing to the hard, dry road, the traces of the fugitives will be lost? Or, if the pursuit shall last too long and lead to an inhabited region where the people have long since accustomed themselves to the servitude of the Knights of the Cross? An attack and capture of Danusia by them is more than probable, because, although Arnold and Siegfried did not erect forts, or fortify their towns, the inhabitants would surely take their part. Happily that fear turned out to be groundless, because they did not find Sandras at the appointed second post, but found instead an incision in the form of a cross, apparently newly cut into the bark of an adjacent pine tree. They looked at each other and their hearts began to beat faster. Maćko and Zbyszko immediately dismounted, in order to discover the tracks upon the ground. They examined carefully, but it did not last long, because they were plainly discernible. Sandras had apparently deviated from the road into the forest, and followed the prints of the huge horse hoofs, which, owing to the dry condition of the turfy soil, were not so deeply impressed, but sufficiently visible. The heavy horse disturbed at every step the pine needles which were blackened at the margins of the impressions. Other marks did not escape Zbyszko's keen sight. Then he and Maćko mounted their horses, and, together with the Bohemian, silently began taking counsel as though the enemy were quite near them. The Bohemian's advice was that they should advance on foot at once, but they did not agree to that, because they did not know the distance they would have to traverse in the woods. The footmen, however, had to proceed carefully in advance, and signal in case something occurred, so that they might be in readiness. They moved onward among the woods in some trepidation, and another incision upon a pine tree assured them that they had not lost Sandra's tracks. Very soon they also discovered a path, showing that people frequently passed that way, and they were convinced that they were in the neighborhood of some forest habitation, and within it was the object of their search. The sun was getting low, and shed a golden hue upon the trees of the forest. The evening promised to be serene. Silence reigned in the woods because beast and birds had retired to rest, only here and there, among the little top branches of the trees, squirrels moved to and fro looking quite red in the last beams of the sun. Zbyszko, Maćko, the Bohemian and the attendants, closely followed each other, knowing that their men were considerably in advance and would warn them in proper time. The old knight spoke to his nephew in not very subdued tones. "Let us calculate from the sun," he said. "From the last station to the place where we found the first incision, we covered a great distance. According to Krakow time it would be about 3 hours. Then Sandras must be by this time among them, and has had time enough to tell them his adventure, provided he has not betrayed us." "He has not betrayed us," replied Zbyszko. "Provided they believe him," continued Maćko. "If they do not, then it will be bad for him." "But why should they not believe him? Do they know of us?" "Him they know. It often happens that prisoners escape from captivity. But what concerns me is this: if he told them that he ran away they might fear he would be pursued, and they would move on at once. No, he will succeed in casting dust in their eyes by telling them that such a long pursuit would not be undertaken." They were silent for a while, then it seemed to Maćko that Zbyszko was whispering to him. He turned and asked, "What do you say?" But Zbyszko had said nothing to Maćko, but looking upward, said, "Only if God would favor Danusia and the courageous enterprise in her behalf." Maćko also began to cross himself. But he had scarcely made the first sign of the cross, when from the hazelnut thickets one of the scouts approached him suddenly and said, "A pitch-burning cabin. They are there." "Stop," whispered Zbyszko, and dismounted at once. Maćko, the Bohemian, and the attendants, also dismounted. 3 of the latter received orders to hold the horses in readiness and take care that they, God forbid, did not neigh. "I left 5 men," said Maćko. "There will be the 2 attendants and Sandras, whom we shall bind in a moment, and, should any one show fight, then, at his head." Then they advanced, and, as they moved on, Zbyszko said to his uncle, "You take the old man, Siegfried. And I, Arnold." "Only take care," replied Maćko. Then he beckoned to the Bohemian, reminding him to be ready at a moment's notice to be on hand to assist his master. The Bohemian nodded assent. Then he breathed deeply and felt for his sword to see whether it could be easily unsheathed. But Zbyszko observed it and said, "No. I command you to hasten at once to the litter and not move from it for a single moment whilst the fight is going on." They went quickly but silently through the hazelnut thickets. But they had not gone far, when at a distance of not quite 2 furlongs, the growth ceased suddenly, revealing a small field upon which were extinguished pitch-burning heaps, and 2 earthen shanties, or huts, where the pitch-burners had dwelt before the war. The setting sun brightly illuminated the lawn, the pitch-burning heaps, and the 2 detached shanties, in front of one of which the 2 knights were sitting upon the ground, and in front of the other were Sandras and a bearded, red-headed fellow. These 2 were occupied in polishing the coats of mail with rags. Besides this, the 2 swords were lying at Sandra's feet ready to be cleaned afterward. "Look," said Maćko, forcibly grasping Zbyszko's arm to detain him if possible for another moment. He has taken the coats of mail and swords purposely. Well, that one with the grey head must be. Forward, suddenly shouted Zbyszko. And like a whirlwind he rushed into the clearing. The others did the same, but they only succeeded in reaching Sandarus. The terrible Maćko caught hold of old Siegfried by the breast, bent him backward and in a moment held him under him. Zbyszko and Arnold grasped each other like two hawks, with their arms intertwined and began to struggle fiercely with each other. The bearded German, who was with Sandarus, sprang toward the sword, but he did not use it. Wit, Maćko's servant, struck him with the back of his axe, and stretched him upon the ground. Then they began to bind Sandarus, according to Maćko's order, but he, although he well knew that it was so arranged beforehand, began to bellow as terribly as a yearling calf whose throat is being cut by the butcher's knife. But Zbyszko, though so strong that he could squeeze a branch of a tree and cause the sap to run out, felt that he was not grasped by human hands, but was in the hug of a bear. He also felt that if it were not for the cost of mail which he had on, in case of having to fight with the sword, the German giant would have crushed his ribs and perhaps the spinal column too. The young knight lifted him a little from the ground, but Arnold lifted him up higher still, and gathering all his strength he tried to throw him to the ground so that he might not be able to rise again. But Zbyszko also clutched him with such terrible force that blood issued from the German's eyes. Then he crooked his leg between Arnold's knees, bent him sideways and struck him in the hollow of the knee, which threw him to the ground. In reality both fell to the ground, the young knight underneath. But at the same moment, Maćko, who was observing all this, threw the half-doubled-up Siegfried into the hands of an attendant, and rushed toward the prostrate fighters, and in the twinkling of an eye he had bound the feet of Arnold with a belt. Then he jumped, and sat down upon him as upon a wild boar, took the misericordia from his side, and plunged it deep into his throat. Arnold screamed horribly, and his hands involuntarily withdrew from Zbyszko's sides. Then he began to moan not only with the pain of the wound, but he also felt an indescribable pain in his back, where he had received a blow from a club in his previous fight with Skurwoila. Maćko grasped him with both hands and dragged him off Zbyszko, and Zbyszko got up from the ground and sat down. He tried to stand up but could not. He sat thus without being able to rise, for some time. His face was pale and covered with perspiration. His eyes were bloodshot and his lips were blue, and he looked in front of him as though half dazed. "What is the matter?" asked Maćko, in alarm. "Nothing, but I am very tired. Help me to get up." Maćko put his hands under Zbyszko's arms and lifted him up at once. "Can you stand?" "I can." "Do you feel pain?" "Nothing, but I am short of breath." Meanwhile the Bohemian, seeing apparently that the struggle in the farmyard was all over, appeared in front of the hut, dragging the woman servant of the order by the neck. At that sight, Zbyszko forgot his fatigue, his strength returned to him at once, and he rushed to the hut as though he had never struggled with the terrible Arnold. "Danusia! Danusia!" cried Zbyszko, but no answer came. "Danusia! Danusia!" he repeated, then he remained silent. It was dark within, for that reason he could see nothing at first. But instead, he heard, proceeding from behind the stones which were heaped up behind the fireplace, a quick and audible panting, like that of a little animal hiding. "Danusia! For God's sake! It is I! Zbyszko!" Then he observed in the darkness, her eyes, wide open, terrified and bewildered. He rushed toward her and pressed her in his arms, but she did not entirely recognize him, and tore herself away from his embrace, and began to repeat in a subdued whisper. "I am afraid. I am afraid. I am afraid." End of Part 7th. Part 8th. Chapter 1. Neither loving words nor tender persuasion availed. Danusia recognized nobody and did not regain consciousness. The only feeling which pervaded her whole being was fear, a kind of fear shown by captured birds. When food was brought to her she refused to eat it in the presence of others. In the glances of rejection which she cast upon the food one could detect habitual hunger. Left alone, she sprang upon the eatables like a ravenous little wild beast. But when Zbyszko entered she rushed into the corner and hid herself under a bundle of dry hops. Zbyszko opened his arms in vain, he stretched out his hands in vain, with tears he begged her, but unavailingly. She refused to issue from her hiding place even when the light was so arranged that she could recognize the outlines of Zbyszko's face. It seemed as though she had lost her memory along with her senses. He therefore gazed upon her emaciated pale face in which was depicted an expression of dismay, her hollow eyes, her tattered dress, and his heart cried out within him from pain at the thought in whose hands she had been and how she had been treated. He was finally seized with such a terrible rage that he grasped his sword and rushed toward Siegfried, and he would have certainly killed him, had not Maćko grasped him by the arm. Then like enemies they struggled with each other. But the young man was so much fatigued from his previous fight with the gigantic Arnold, that the old knight prevailed. Twisting Zbyszko's wrist, he exclaimed. "Are you mad? Let me go." He begged, gnashing his teeth, "For my heart bursts within me. Let it burst. I will not let you go. It is better to dash your head to pieces than disgrace yourself and the whole family." And, clutching Zbyszko's hand, as with iron tongs, he said threateningly. "See, revenge will not escape you, and you are a belted knight. How then dare you kill a prisoner in bonds? You cannot help Danusia. What will be the result? Nothing but disgrace. You say that kings and princes think it proper to destroy their prisoners. Bah! That is not the case with us, and what is feasible with them is not so with you. They have a kingdom, cities, castles. But what have you? Knightly honor. Those who find no fault with them will spit in your face. Consider, for God's sake." There was silence for a moment. "Let me go," Zbyszko repeated gloomily. "I will not kill him. Come to the fire, let us consult." Maćko led him by the hand to the fire which the servant stirred up near the tar ovens. There they sat down and Maćko reflected for a moment, and then said. "You must also remember that you have promised this old dog to Jurand, who will avenge his own and his daughter's tortures. He is the one who will pay him, and do not you fear. In this you must please Jurand. It is his affair and not yours. Jurand may do it, but you must not. He did not capture him but will receive him as a present from you, he can even flay him alive and none will blame him for it. Do you understand me?" "I understand," replied Zbyszko. "You are right. You are evidently coming to your senses again. Should you again be tempted by the devil, bear this also in your mind, that you have also challenged Liechtenstein and other knights of the cross, and if you should kill a defenseless captive and the men should publish your action. No knight would accept your challenge, and he would be justified. God forbid. We have enough misfortunes, but spare us shame. Let us rather talk about what concerns our present doings and movements." "Give your advice," said the young man. "My advice is this, that serpent who was with Danusia ought to be killed. But it does not become a knight to kill a woman. We shall therefore deliver her into the hands of Prince Janusz. She plotted treason whilst at the forest court of the prince and princess. Let the Mazovian courts judge her. If they do not crush her upon the wheel for her crimes, then they will offend God's justice. As long as we find no other woman to wait upon Danusia, as long as she is wanted to serve her we must keep her until some other old woman be found. Then we will tie her to a horse's tail. But now we must push on toward the Mazovian wilderness as soon as possible. It cannot be done at once, it is dark already. By tomorrow, if God will, Danusia may come to her senses. Let the horses rest well, and at daybreak we will start." Further conversation was interrupted by Arnold von Baden, who was stretched on his back at a distance, trussed by his own sword. He said something in German. Old Maćko got up and went to him, but as he did not understand him he called the Bohemian. But Lawa could not come at once because he was busy about something else. During the conversation, near the fire, he went directly to the servant of the order, put his hands around her neck, shook her like a pear tree, and said, "Listen, you slut. Go into the shanty and prepare the fur bedding for the young lady. But before you do that, dress her in your good apparel, whilst you put upon your carcass the tattered rags which you have given her. May your mother suffer perdition." He was so angry that he could not control himself, and shook her so savagely that her eyes bulged out. He would have twisted her neck, but he thought better of it since she was still of some use. Finally he let her go, saying, "After that I will hang you to a branch." She embraced his knees in terror, but he kicked her. She rushed into the shanty, threw herself at Danusia's feet and began to scream, "Protect me! Do not permit!" But Danusia closed her eyes, and uttered her customary suppressed whisper, "I am afraid, I am afraid, I am afraid." Then she lapsed into perfect silence, because that was the effect whenever the woman approached her. She permitted the woman to undress, wash and dress her in the new clothes. The woman prepared the bedding and laid upon it Danusia, who had the appearance of a wooden or wax figure, after which she sat down near the fireplace fearing to go out. But the Bohemian entered after a while. First he turned toward Danusia and said, "You are among friends, lady, so in the name of the Father, Son and Holy Ghost, sleep peacefully." Then he made the sign of the cross. Then not wishing to disturb her he said to the servant in a low voice, "You shall lie bound at the threshold, you must keep quiet and do not frighten her, if not, I will break your neck. Get up, and come." He led her out and bound her tightly, then he went to Zbyszko. "I have ordered that lizard to dress the lady in her own garments, to make her a soft bed, and the lady is asleep, better leave her alone because she is scared. God grant that by tomorrow, after repose, she may regain her presence of mind. You too must think of refreshment and rest." "I shall sleep at her threshold," replied Zbyszko. "Then I shall withdraw the slut from the threshold and place her near that corpse with curled locks. But you must take refreshment now, because there is a long road and no little fatigue before you." Then he went and got some smoked meat and dried turnips which they had procured in the Lithuanian camp, but he had scarcely put the meal in front of Zbyszko when Maćko called him to come to Arnold. Notice carefully what this mass wishes. Although I know a few German words, I am unable to understand him. "Bring him to the fire, sir, and have your conversation there," replied the Bohemian. Then he unbelted himself and placed the belt under Arnold's arms and lifted him upon his shoulders. He bent much under the heavy weight of the giant, but as the Bohemian was a powerful man, he carried him near the fireplace and threw him down, as one throws a sack of peas, at the side of Zbyszko. "Take off the fetters from me," said Arnold. "That might be done if you swore on knightly honor, that you would consider yourself a prisoner. Nevertheless, I will order the sword to be taken from under your knees, the bonds of your hands to be loosened, so as to enable you to sit with us, but the rope binding your feet shall remain until we have discussed the affair." And he nodded to the Bohemian, who cut the bonds away from Arnold's hands and assisted him to sit down. Arnold looked haughtily at Maćko and Zbyszko and asked, "Who are you? How do you dare to ask? It is not your business. Go and inform yourself. It concerns me, because to swear upon the honor of a knight can only be done to knights. Then look." And Maćko opened his cloak and showed his knightly belt upon his loins. Seeing that, the Knight of the Cross was greatly amazed, and after a while said, "How is it? And you prowl in the wilderness for prey and assist the pagans against the Christians?" "You lie," exclaimed Maćko. Then the conversation began in an unfriendly and arrogant manner, which seemed like quarreling. But when Maćko vehemently shouted that the very order prevented Lithuania from embracing Christianity, and when all proofs were adduced, Arnold was again amazed and became silent. Because the truth was so obvious that it was impossible not to see it, or to dispute it. What specially struck him was Maćko's words which he uttered whilst making the sign of the cross, "Who knows whom ye actually serve, if not all at least some among you?" It specially struck him because there were certain calm Thursday in the very order who were suspected of having given themselves over to Satan. Steps were not taken against them for fear of public reproach of the whole order. But Arnold knew it well because these things were whispered among the brethren of the order and happenings of such a character reached his ears. Therefore, Maćko's narrative which he had heard from Sandras, concerning the inconceivable conduct of Siegfried, greatly disturbed the mind of the candid giant. "Oh, that very Siegfried, with whom you marched to war," he said. "Does he serve Christ? Have you never heard how he communicates with evil spirits, how he whispers to them, smiles and gnashes his teeth at them?" "It is true," murmured Arnold. But Zbyszko, whose heart was filled with new waves of grief and anger, suddenly exclaimed. "And you, who speak of knightly honor? Shame upon you, because you help a hangman, a devilish man. Shame upon you, because you quietly looked upon the torture of a defenseless woman, and a knight's daughter. Maybe you also outraged her. Shame upon you." Arnold closed his eyes, and making the sign of the cross, said, "In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost." "How is that?" "That fettered girl in whose head dwell 27 devils." "Oh, horrible! Horrible!" interrupted Zbyszko, groaning. And, grasping the handle of his misericordia, he again looked savagely toward the dark corner where Siegfried lay on his back. Maćko placed his hand quietly upon Zbyszko's arm, which he pressed with his whole strength, so as to bring him back to his senses. Whilst he himself, turning toward Arnold, said, "That woman is the daughter of Jurand of Spychow, and wife of this young knight. Do you understand now, why we followed you up, and why we have captured you?" "For God's sake," said Arnold. "Whence? How?" "She is insane. Because the Knights of the Cross kidnapped that innocent lamb and subjected her to torture." When Zbyszko heard these words, "innocent lamb," he put his fist to his mouth, gnashed his teeth, and was not able to restrain his tears. Arnold sat absorbed in thought. But the Bohemian told him in a few words of Danvald's treachery, the kidnapping of Danusia, the torture of Jurand, and the duel with Rotgear. Silence reigned when he concluded. It was only disturbed by the rustling of the trees of the forest and the crackling of the brands in the fireplace. In that manner they sat for a while. Finally Arnold lifted up his head and said, "I swear to you not only upon my knightly honor, but also upon the crucifix, that I have not seen that woman, that I did not know who she was. And that I have not taken the least part in her tortures and never laid my hand upon her." "Then swear also that you will go with us willingly and that you will make no attempt to escape, then I will order your bonds to be entirely unloosed," said Maćko. "Let it be as you say." "I swear." "Whither are you going to take me?" "To Mazovia, to Jurand of Spychow." Then Maćko himself cut the rope from Arnold's feet, and ordered meat and turnips to be brought. After a while Zbyszko went out and sat upon the threshold of the hut to rest, where he no longer found the servant, for the hostler boys had carried her off and put her among the horses. Zbyszko lay down upon the fur which Lawa brought. He resolved to keep awake and wait until daybreak, peradventure then some happy change might take place in Danusia. But the Bohemian returned to the fireplace where he wished to converse with the old knight of Bogdaniec about a certain affair and take off the burden which pressed so heavily upon his heart. He found him also absorbed in troubled thought, and not noticing the snoring of Arnold who, after having consumed an immense quantity of baked turnips and meat, was much fatigued and slept the sleep of a stone. "And why do you not take a rest?" inquired the Bohemian. "Sleep has fled from my eyelids," replied Maćko. "May God grant a good morning." Then he looked at the stars and said, "The wagoner is already visible in the sky, and I am continually thinking about how all these things shall be arranged. And I shall not go to sleep either because the young lady of Zgorzelec occupies my mind." "Ah! That is true. More trouble. But she, at least, is at Spychow." "But we brought her to Spychow from Zgorzelec, not knowing why." "It was at her own request," replied Maćko, impatiently, because he knew in his heart that he was wrong and he hated to talk about it. Yes. But what now? Ha! Well. I shall carry her back to her home, then let God's will be done. But after a moment he added. Yes. God's will be done, that at least Danusia be restored to health, one might then know what to do. But as it is now, the deuce knows. What will it be if she neither recovers nor dies? The devil knows. But the Bohemian was thinking all the time of Jagienka. Your honor should understand that when I left Spychow and bade her goodbye, she told me this: if anything should happen, come and inform me before Zbyszko and Mako arrive. And as they will be obliged to send information by somebody, let them send it by you, then you will take me to Zgorzelec. Hey, replied Mako. Surely, it would be improper for her to stay at Spychow when Danusia arrives. Surely she ought now to be taken back to Zgorzelec. I pity the little orphan, I sincerely regret it. But God's will must be done. But now how shall I arrange the matter? Let me see. Did you say that she commanded you to come ahead of us with the news, and then take her to Zgorzelec? She did. I repeated to you her words exactly. Now, you may move ahead of us. Old Durand must also be informed that his daughter has been found, but it must be done carefully so that the sudden joy may not kill him. As I love God, I declare that it is the most practical thing to do. Return. Tell them that we have rescued Danusia, and that we shall bring her home without delay. Then take that other poor girl to Zgorzelec. Then the old knight sighed, because he was really sorry for Jagienka, whom he had fostered. After a while he asked again. I know that you are a valiant and powerful man, but see that you keep her out of harm's way or accident. Things of that character are often met with on the road. I shall do my best, even if I lose my head. I shall take with me a few good men, whom the Lord of Spychow will not grudge, and I shall bring her safely even to the end of the world. Well, do not have too much confidence in yourself. Bear also in mind that even there, at Zgorzelec, it will be necessary to watch Wilk of Brzezoa and Stan of Rogau. But, I confess, in speaking of Wilk and Stan, I am out of order. For, it was necessary to watch them when there was nothing else to think of. But now, things have changed and there is no more hope, and that which is going to happen must happen. Nevertheless, I shall protect the young lady from those knights, seeing Danusia is very weak and consumptive. What if she should die? As God is dear to me, you are right. The emaciated lady is scarcely alive. If she should die, we must leave that with God. But we must now think only of the young lady of Zgorzelec. By rights, I ought to convey her myself to her fatherland. But it is a difficult task. I cannot now leave Zbyszko for many potent reasons. You saw how he gnashed his teeth, how he strove to get at the old Compter to kill him, and my wrangling with him. Should that girl die on the road, even I should be unable to restrain him. And if I shall not be able to prevent him, nobody else could, and everlasting shame would fall upon him and upon our clan, which God forbid. Amen. Then the Bohemian replied. Bah! There is, I am sure, a simple means. Give me the hangman and I will keep him and bring him to Durand at Spychow and shake him out of the sack. How clever you are! May God grant you health, exclaimed Mako, joyfully. It is a very simple thing, quite simple. Should you succeed in bringing him to Spychow alive, then do with him as you please. Then let me also have that Sksitno bitch, and if she is not troublesome on the road, I will bring her too to Spychow. If she is, then I shall hang her on a tree. The removal of the pair, whose presence causes much fear to Danusia, may contribute to her speedy recovery. But if you take the female servant with you, who is going to nurse Danusia? You may find some old woman in the wilderness, or one of the fugitive peasant women. Take hold of the first one you meet, for any one will be better than this. Meanwhile, you must take care of Lady Zbyszko. You speak today somewhat more prudently than usually. Seeing that Zbyszko is constantly with her, he will also succeed in filling the double position, that of father and mother, for her. Very well, then. When do you intend to start? I shall not wait for the dawn, now I must lie down for a while, it is scarcely midnight yet. The wagoner 117 is already in the sky, but the chickens 118 had not yet made their appearance. Thank God that we have taken some counsel together, for I was very much troubled. Then the Bohemian stretched himself near the expiring fire, covered himself over with the long furred robe, and in a moment he fell asleep. However, the sky had not yet paled and it was still deep, dark night when he awoke, crept from under the skin, looked at the stars, and stretching his somewhat benumbed limbs, he awoke Maćko. It is time for me to move, he said. Whither? Asked the semi-conscious Maćko, rubbing his eyes with his fists. To Spichau. True, I quite forgot. Who is there snoring so loud as to awake the dead? The knight Arnold. Let me throw a few branches upon the embers, then I will go to the men. Then he left, and hastily returned in a little while, and from a distance he called in a low voice. Sir, there is news, bad news. What has happened? Maćko exclaimed, jumping to his feet. The servant has escaped. The men took her among the horses. May thunder strike them, and when they fell asleep, she sneaked like a serpent from among them and escaped. Come, sir. Maćko, in alarm, moved quickly with the Bohemian toward the horses, where they found only one man, the others had scattered in pursuit of the fugitive. But, considering the darkness of the night and the thickets of the forest, the search was a foolish undertaking, and after a while they returned with hanging heads. Maćko began to belabor them quietly with his fists. Then he returned to the fireplace, for there was nothing to be done. Zbyszko, who was watching in the hut and did not sleep, came in, hearing the movements, to ascertain the reason. Maćko told him all about his consultation with the Bohemian, then he also informed him of the woman's escape. It is not a great misfortune, he said. Because she will either die of starvation, or fall into the hands of the peasants who will flay her, that is, if she succeeds first in escaping the wolves. It is only to be regretted that she escaped the punishment at Spichau. Zbyszko also regretted her escaping punishment at Spichau, otherwise he received the news quietly. He did not oppose the departure of the Bohemian with Siegfried, because he was indifferent to anything which did not directly concern Danusia. He began to talk about her at once. I shall take her in front of me on horseback tomorrow, then we shall proceed. How is it there? Is she asleep? Inquired Maćko. At times she moans, but I do not know whether she does it in sleep or whilst she is awake, but I don't want to disturb her, lest I frighten her. Further conversation was interrupted by the Bohemian, who observing Zbyszko, exclaimed, Oh! Your Honor, also here. It is now time for me to start. The horses are ready and the old devil is fastened to the saddle. It will soon begin to dawn because now the nights are short. Goodbye, Your Grace. God be with you, and health. But Lawa pulled Maćko aside again and said, I wish also to ask you kindly, that in case anything should happen. You know, sir, some misfortune or another, you would dispatch a courier post-haste to Spichau. If we have left Spichau, let him overtake us. Well, said Maćko, I have also forgotten to tell you to take Jagienka to Plock. Do you understand? Go there to the bishop, and tell him who she is, that she is the goddaughter of the abbot, for whom there is a will in the bishop's possession, then ask his guardianship for her, as that is also mentioned in the abbot's will. But if the bishop orders us to remain in Plock, then obey him in everything and follow his counsel. It shall be so, sir. Goodbye. Goodbye. Chapter 2. Sir Arnold was informed in the morning of the flight of the servant of the order. He chuckled at the news, on the other hand he held the same opinion as Maćko, viz., that she might fall a prey to the wolves, or be slain by the Lithuanians. The latter was not at all improbable, since the inhabitants of that locality who were descendants of the Lithuanians abhorred the order and all those who came in contact with it. Some of the male population had joined Skurwoilo, others had risen in arms and slaughtered the Germans here and there. They, their families and their cattle hid themselves in the inaccessible fastnesses of the forest. They searched the following day for the servant, but without success, because Maćko and Zbyszko were occupied with more important matters, hence the lack of indispensable ardor in the searchers. They were obliged to push on toward Mazos. They wished to start at once, at the rising of the sun, but they were unable to do so because Danusia was in a profound sleep, and Zbyszko would not permit her to be disturbed. He listened to her moanings during the night time and thought that she was not asleep. He, therefore, promised himself good results. Twice he stealthily went into the hut. Twice he saw by the light falling through crevices of the logs her closed eyes, open mouth and glowing face, as little children are wont to have when asleep. His tears melted his heart at that sight, and he said to her, "May God grant you health, my most beloved little flower." Then he continued, "Your troubles are ended, your tears are ended. May the most merciful Lord Jesus grant that your happiness may be as inexhaustible as the flowing river." Then, lifting up his simple and upright heart heavenward, he asked himself, "With what can I thank thee? What shall I render to thee for thy favors? Shall I offer to the church some of my wealth, grain, herds, wax, or something of the same nature acceptable to God?" He was even about to vow and name accurately his offerings, but he wished to wait and see the result when Danusia awoke, whether she had recovered her senses so that there might be reason for thanksgiving. Although Maćko knew well that there would be perfect safety when once in the domains of Prince Janusz, nevertheless he was also of the opinion that it was better not to disturb Danusia's rest. He therefore kept his horses and servants in readiness but waited. Nevertheless, when it was past noon and Danusia continued to sleep, they were somewhat alarmed. Zbyszko, who was incessantly watching, looking through the crevices and door, entered suddenly for the third time into the hut and sat down upon the block where the servant had dressed Danusia yesterday. He sat and gazed at her, but she had her eyes closed. But after the lapse of a short time, not more than it takes to say one Pater and Ave Maria, her lips began to twitch a little, and she whispered as though she saw through her closed eyelids, "Zbyszko." In an instant he threw himself upon his knees in front of her, grasped her emaciated hands, which he kissed in ecstasy. Then he addressed her in a broken voice. "Thank God. Danusia. You recognize me." His voice awoke her completely. Then she sat up in the bed and with open eyes she repeated, "Zbyszko." Then she began to blink and look around her in amazement. "You are no more in captivity," said Zbyszko. "I have rescued you from their hands and I am taking you to Spychow." But she withdrew her hands from Zbyszko's and said, "All this came to pass because there was no permission from dear Papa. Where is the princess?" "Awake, then, dear little Berry. The princess is far away and we have rescued you from the Germans." Then she appeared not to notice his words but seemed to try to recollect something. "They have also taken away my little lute and have broken it against the wall." "Hey! Oh God!" exclaimed Zbyszko. He then observed that she was absent-minded and her eyes were glassy and her cheeks were glowing, and it struck him that she must be very ill, and the mention of his name twice was due to feverish hallucinations. This caused his heart to tremble within him with despair and a cold sweat covered his brow. "Danusia," he said. "Do you see and understand me?" But she replied in a low voice, "Drink. Water. Gracious Lord." And he rushed out, and at the door encountered Maćko, who was coming to ascertain her condition. Zbyszko could only tell him hurriedly, "Water," and then hastened to the stream which ran among neighboring bushes. He returned after a moment with a full pitcher of water and handed it to Danusia, who drank it with much avidity. Maćko entered the hut before Zbyszko and seeing the patient he became gloomy. "She is feverish," he said. "Yes," groaned Zbyszko. "Does she understand what you say?" "No." The old knight furrowed his brow, then he began to rub his neck and nape with his hands. What is to be done? I do not know. There is only one thing to be done, said Maćko. But Danusia, who finished drinking, interrupted him at that moment. She fixed her dilated pupils on him, and said, You too I have not offended, have mercy upon me. We have pitied you already, child. We only desire your welfare, replied the old knight, somewhat agitated. Then he turned to Zbyszko. Listen, there is no use to leave her here. The wafting of the wind and the rays of the sun will probably benefit her. Do not lose your head, boy, but take her to the same cradle wherein she was when they brought her here, or upon the saddle and let us move on. Do you understand? Then he left the hut to give the last orders, but he had scarcely looked in front of him, when he suddenly stood still, as if nailed to the spot. A numerous host of infantry armed with pikes and spears was surrounding the huts, ovens, and clearing, on all sides like a wall. Germans, thought Maćko. He was greatly terrified, but in a moment he grasped the hilt of his sword, clenched his teeth, and had the appearance of a wild beast at bay, ready to defend himself desperately. Then the giant-like Arnold, and another knight, advanced toward them from the shanty, and when he approached Maćko, Arnold said, Fortune's wheel turns rapidly. I was your prisoner yesterday, you are mine today. Then he looked haughtily at the old knight as one looks upon an inferior person. He was neither a very bad man, nor a very cruel one, but he had the defect common to all knights of the cross, who in spite of their being well-bred and even humane, looked with contempt upon those whom they conquered. Neither could they suppress their great pride when they felt themselves the stronger. You are prisoners, he repeated, haughtily. The old knight looked around gloomily. He was very serious but audacious in his heart. Were he armored, upon his charger, and with Zbyszko at his side? If both had swords in their hands and were armed with axes, or the terrible woods, which the Polish nobleman knew how to wield dexterously, he would then have probably attempted to break through that wall of lances and spears. Not without reason did the foreign knights, quoting it as an objection, exclaim to the Polish in the fight near Wilno, You scorn death too much. But Maćko was on foot facing Arnold, alone, without his coat of mail. He therefore looked around and observed that his men had already thrown down their arms, and he thought that Zbyszko too was with Danusia in the hut, entirely unarmed. As an experienced man, and much accustomed to war, he knew that there was no chance whatever. Therefore he slowly drew the short sword from its sheath and threw it at the feet of the knight who stood at Arnold's side, who without the least of Arnold's haughtiness, but at the same time with benevolence, replied in excellent Polish. Your name, sir? I shall not put you in bonds but shall parole you, because I see you are a belted knight, and you treated my brother well. My word, replied Maćko. Having informed him who he was, Maćko inquired whether he would be permitted to go to the hut and warn his nephew against any mad action. His request was granted. He entered and remained there for a while and emerged with the misericordia in his hands. My nephew is even without a sword, and he begs you to permit him to remain with his wife as long as you intend to stay here. Let him remain, said Arnold's brother. I shall send him food and drink, we shall not move soon, because the people are tired out and we too are in need of refreshment and rest. Sir, we also invite you to accompany us. Then they turned and went to the same fireplace near which Maćko had spent the night. But either from pride, or from ignorance they permitted him to walk behind them. But he, being a great warrior, knowing how it ought to be, and adhering strictly to custom, inquired. Pray, sir, am I your guest or a prisoner? Arnold's brother was shamed at first, he halted and said. Proceed, sir. The old knight went in front, not wishing to hurt the self-respect of the very man from whom he expected much. It is evident, sir, that you are not only acquainted with courteous speech, but your behavior is also courtly. Then, Arnold, who only understood a few words, asked. Wolfgang, what are you talking about? I am doing the right thing, said Wolfgang, who was evidently flattered by Maćko's words. They sat down at the fireside, and began to eat and drink. The lesson which Maćko had given to the German was not in vain. Wolfgang regaled Maćko first at the repast. The old knight learned, from the conversation which followed, how they were caught in the trap. Wolfgang, the younger brother of Arnold, led also the Schluch infantry to Gottswerder, against the rebellious Smudsians. Those, however, proceeding from distant counties could not arrive in time to assist Arnold. The latter did not think it necessary to wait for them because he expected to meet on the road other bodies of infantry proceeding from the towns and castles situated on the adjacent Lithuanian frontier. This was the reason that his younger brother delayed his march several days, and thus it happened that he found himself on the road in the neighborhood of the tar burners, where the fugitive woman servant of the order informed him of the ill luck which had happened to his older brother. Arnold, whilst listening to the narrative which was told him in German, smiled with satisfaction. Finally he affirmed that he expected such a result. But the crafty Maćko, who, in whatever situation he was, always tried to find some remedy, thought that it would be of advantage to him to make friends with the Germans, therefore he said after a while, "It is always hard to fall into captivity. Nevertheless, thank God, I am fortunate to have been delivered into nobody else's hands but yours, because, I believe, that you are real knights and mindful of its honor." Then Wolfgang closed his eyes and nodded his head somewhat stiffly but evidently with a feeling of satisfaction. The old knight continued. "That you speak our language well. God has given you understanding in everything. I know your language, because the Schluches speak Polish, and my brother and I served for 7 years in those counties. You will in time take office after him. It cannot be otherwise, because your brother does not speak our language. He understands it a little, but cannot speak it. My brother is more powerful, although I am not a weakling either, but of duller wit. Hey! He does not seem to me dull." "Wolfgang, what does he say?" asked Arnold again. "He praises you," replied Wolfgang. "True, I praised him," added Maćko, "because he is a true knight, and that is the reason. I tell you frankly that I intended to let him go entirely free today on parole, so that he might go wherever he wished to, even if he were to present himself in a year's time. Such treatment is customary among belted knights." Then he looked attentively into Wolfgang's face, but it was wrinkled, and he said, "Were it not for the assistance you have given to the pagan dogs against us, I also might have let you go on parole." "This is not true," replied Maćko. Then the same asperity of discussion as in yesterday's dispute between Arnold and himself was repeated. However, although right was on the old knight's side, it went on with more difficulty, because Wolfgang was of a more severe disposition than his older brother. Nevertheless, one good thing resulted from the dispute, that Wolfgang learned of all the abominable practices of the order at Szczytno, their crooked actions and treachery. At the same time he learned of Danusia's misfortunes and tortures. To those very iniquities which Maćko had thrown in his teeth he had no reply. He was obliged to acknowledge that the revenge was justifiable, and that the Polish knights were right in their acts, and finally said, "Upon the glorified bones of St. Liberus, I swear, that I also will not pity Danvald." They said of him that he practiced black magic, but God's power and justice is mightier than black magic. As to Siegfried, I am not sure whether he also served the devil or not. But I shall not hunt for him, because first, I have no horses, and on the other hand, if what you said is true that he outraged that girl, then let him also never return from Hades. Here he stretched himself and continued. God, help me till the hour of my death. But how will it be with that unfortunate martyr? Inquired Maćko. Are you not going to permit us to take her home? Has she to suffer agony in your underground prisons? Remember, I beseech you, God's wrath. I have nothing against the woman, replied Wolfgang, roughly. Let one of you take her home to her father, on condition that he present himself afterward, but the other must remain here. Bah! But what if he swears upon his knightly honor and upon the lance of St. Jersey? Wolfgang hesitated a little because it was a great oath, but at that moment Arnold asked a third time. What does he say? When he informed himself of the matter he opposed it vehemently and rudely. He had his private reasons for it. First, he was conquered by Skurwojlo, then in single combat, by the Polish knight. He also knew that owing to the destruction of the army at the previous engagement it would be impossible for his brother to advance with his infantry to Gottswerder and he would be obliged to return to Malbork. Moreover he knew that he would be obliged to give an account to the master and marshal for the defeat, and that it would be to his advantage if he were able to show even one important prisoner. To produce one knight alive is of more value than to explain that two such were captured. When Maćko heard the loud protestations and oaths of Arnold, he resolved, since nothing else could be obtained, to take what was previously offered. Turning to Wolfgang he said, "Then, I beg one more favor, permit me to acquaint my nephew. I am sure he will see the wisdom of remaining with his wife, while I go with you. At all events, permit me to let him know that he has nothing to say against it, for it is your will." "Well, it is all the same to me," replied Wolfgang. "But let us talk about the ransom which your nephew must bring for himself and you. Because all depends on that." "About ransom?" inquired Maćko, who would have preferred to postpone the conversation to a later period. "Have we not time enough to talk about it? Where a belted knight is concerned his word is of equal value with ready money, and as to the sum it can be left to conscience. There, near Gottswerder, we captured one of your important knights, a certain de Lorsch. And my nephew, it was he who captured him, paroled him. No allusion whatever was made to the amount of ransom." "Have you captured de Lorsch?" inquired Wolfgang, sharply. "I know him. He is a powerful knight. But why did we not meet him on the road? He, evidently, did not go this way, but went to Gottswerder, or to Ragniek," replied Maćko. "That knight comes from a powerful and renowned family," repeated Wolfgang. "You have made a splendid capture. It is well then, that you mentioned it. But I cannot let you go for nothing." Maćko chewed his mustache, nevertheless he lifted up his head haughtily, and said, "Apart from that, we know our value." "So much the better," said the younger von Baden, and immediately added, "So much the better. It is not for us, for we are humble monks, who have vowed poverty, but for the order that will enjoy your money, to God's praise." Maćko did not reply to that but only looked at Wolfgang, with such an expression as to say, "Tell that to somebody else." After a while they began to bargain. It was a difficult and irritable task for the old knight. On the one hand he was very sensitive to any loss, and on the other hand, he understood that he would not succeed in naming a too small sum for Zbyszko and himself. He therefore wriggled like an eel, especially when Wolfgang, in spite of his polished words and manners, had shown himself excessively grasping and as hard-hearted as a stone. Only one thought comforted Maćko, and that was, that de Lorsch would have paid for all, but even that, the loss of de Lorsch's ransom, worried him. Siegfried's ransom he did not count in the affair because he thought that Durand, and even Zbyszko, would not renounce his head for any price. After long haggling they finally compromised upon the sum in grisawians and the time of payment, and stipulated upon the number of horses and men Zbyszko should take with him. Maćko went to inform Zbyszko, and advised him not to tarry but depart at once, for something else might meanwhile come into the German's head. "So it is with knightly conditions," said Maćko, sighing. "Yesterday you held them by the head, today they hold you. Well, it is a hard lot. God grant that our turn may come. But now, it is necessary not to lose time. If you hasten on, you may yet overtake Lawa and you will be safer together, and once out of the wilderness and in the inhabited region of Mazos you will find hospitality and assistance in every nobleman's or lodica's house. In our country they do not refuse those things even to a foreigner, how much more to one of their own people. The condition of the poor woman might also be improved thereby." Then he looked at Danusia, who was in feverish half-sleep, breathing quickly and loudly, with her transparent hands stretched upon the black bearskin, trembling with fever. Maćko made the sign of the cross at her and said, "Hey, take her and go. May God restore her, for it appears to me that her thread of life is being spun very thin." "Do not say that," exclaimed Zbyszko, in a distressed tone. "God's power! I will order your horses to be brought here, and you must leave at once." He went out and arranged everything for the journey. The Turks, whom Zawisza had presented to them, led the horses and the litter, filled with mosses and fur, and they were headed by Zbyszko's man, Wit. Zbyszko left the hut in a moment, carrying Danusia in his arms. There was something touching in that, so that even the brothers von Baden, whose curiosity had drawn them to the hut, looked curiously into the childlike face of Danusia. Her face was like that of the holy images in the churches of Our Lady, and her sickness was so great that she could not hold up her head, which lay heavily on the young knight's arm. They looked at each other with astonishment, and in their hearts arose a feeling against the authors of her woes. "Siegfried has the heart of a hangman, and not that of a knight," whispered Wolfgang to Arnold, "and that serpent, although she is the cause of your liberty, I will order to be beaten with rods." They were also touched when they saw Zbyszko carrying her in his arms, as a mother is wont to carry her child. They comprehended how great was his love for her, for youthful blood coursed in the veins of them both. He hesitated for a while whether to keep the patient on horseback near his breast on the road or to lay her in the litter. Finally he resolved upon the latter course, thinking that she might feel more comfortable in a recumbent posture. Then he approached his uncle and bowed to kiss his hand and bid him good-bye. But Maćko, who, as a matter of fact, loved Zbyszko as the apple of his eye, was somewhat disinclined to show his agitation in the presence of the Germans. Nevertheless he could not restrain himself, and embracing him strongly, pressed his lips to his abundant golden hair. "May God guide you," he said. "But remember the old man, for it is always a hardship to be in captivity." "I shall not forget," replied Zbyszko. "May the Most Holy Mother comfort you. God will recompense you for this and for all your kindness." Zbyszko mounted his horse immediately, but Maćko recollected something and hastened to his side, and placing his hand upon Zbyszko's knee, he said, "Listen, if you should overtake Lawa, remember not to molest Siegfried. Otherwise you will bring down reproach upon yourself and upon my grey head. Leave him to Durand, but do nothing to him yourself. Swear to me upon your sword and honor." "As long as you do not return," replied Zbyszko, "I shall even prevent Durand from harming him in order to prevent the Germans from injuring you on Siegfried's account." "So, and you seem to care for me?" And the young knight smiled sadly. "You well know that, I am sure. Move on and goodbye." The horses moved on, and in a little while disappeared in the hazelnut thickets. Maćko felt suddenly very much troubled and lonely, and his heart was torn for that beloved boy in whom rested the entire hope of the family. But he soon got rid of his sorrow, for he was a man of valor and could master his emotions. "Thank God that I am a prisoner and not he." Then he turned toward the Germans and said, "And you, gentlemen, when will you start and whither are you going?" "When it is agreeable to us," replied Wolfgang, "but we go to Malborg, where, sir, you must first appear before the master." "Hey! I shall yet have to forfeit my head there, for the help I have given to the Smutsians," said Maćko to himself. Nevertheless his mind was at rest when he thought that de Lorch was in reserve. The Baden knights themselves would protect his head even if it were only for the ransom. Otherwise, he said to himself, Zbyszko will neither be obliged to present himself nor lessen his fortune. That thought caused him a certain relief. Chapter 3. Zbyszko was unable to overtake Lawa, because the latter traveled day and night, and only rested as much as was absolutely necessary to avoid the breaking down of the horses, which only subsisted on grass, and were consequently faint and unable to withstand such long marches as they could in regions where oats could be easily procured. Lawa neither spared himself, nor took into consideration the advanced age and weakness of Siegfried. The old knight suffered terribly, especially because the sinewy Maćko had previously wrenched his bones. But still worse were the mosquitoes which swarmed in the humid wilderness, and as his hands were bound and his legs fastened beneath the horse's belly, he was unable to drive them away. Lawa did not directly torture him in the least, but he had no compassion for him, and only unfastened his right hand to enable him to eat when he stopped for refreshment. Eat, ravening wolf, so that I may bring you alive to the Lord of Spychow. Such were the words of inducement to stimulate Siegfried's appetite. At first Siegfried resolved to starve himself to death. But when he heard the announcement that in such case Lawa would forcibly open his teeth with a knife and stuff the food down his throat, he gave up his intention in order to avoid such a degradation of the order and knightly honor. But the Bohemian was particularly anxious to arrive at Spychow before his master, so that he might spare his adored young lady from shame. Simple, but courageous and fearless, he was not void of knightly noble sentiment, and he well understood that Jagienka would be humiliated if she were at Spychow together with Danusia. It will be possible to tell the bishop, in Plock, he thought, that the old knight of Bogdaniec, owing to his guardianship, thought it necessary to take her with him, and then, as soon as it was known that she was the bishop's ward. And besides Gorzelis she was also entitled to the abbot's estate, then even the voivoda's son would not be too great for her. That thought contributed to soothe his troubled mind. The very reason of his conveying good news to Spychow troubled his mind, as it would be the source of misfortune to Jagienka. The beautiful face of Sisichowna, as red as an apple, often appeared before his eyes. On such occasions, he would, if the road permitted, tickle the horse's sides with his spurs, because he wanted to reach Spychow as soon as possible. They traveled along intricate roads, or rather no roads at all, through the woods, going straight ahead as the reaper does. The Bohemian knew that by pushing on a little toward the west and constantly in a southerly direction, he would reach Mazos and then all would go well. During the daytime he followed the sun, and at night he marched by the stars. The wilderness in front of him appeared endless. Days and nights passed by. More than once he thought that Zbyszko would not succeed in bringing the woman through the terrible wilderness alive, where there was no food to be procured, and where the horses must be guarded by night from wolves and bears. During the daytime they had to get out of the way of herds of bison and aurochs. Where the terrible wild boar sharpens his crooked tusks against the roots of the pine trees, and very often it happened that those who made no use of the crossbow, or did not strike with the pike into the sides of a deer or young boar. Such passed whole days without food. How will it be here, thought Lawa, with a maiden who is already almost tortured to death? Now and then, it happened that they had to cross swamps and deep ravines, which continuous spring rains filled for days with rushing streams. Lakes, too, were not wanting in the wilderness, in which they saw at sunset whole flocks of deer and elk disporting in the red transparent waters. Often they also perceived smoke which showed the presence of people. On several occasions Lawa approached such forest settlements, whence wild people would issue, clothed with skins upon their naked bodies, armed with clubs and bows, and looking from under their shaggy tangled hair. The men took them to be werewolves. It was necessary to take advantage of their first astonishment whilst they were looking at the knights, and leave them in the greatest haste. Arrows whistled twice near the Bohemian's ears, and he heard the shouts of "Wokali," Germans. But he preferred to run away rather than to make himself known. Finally, after a few days he began to think that perhaps he had already crossed the frontier, but there was nobody from whom he could ascertain. Only when he met some colonists who spoke the Polish language did he get the information, that he finally stood upon Mazosian soil. There it was better, although the whole eastern part of Mazos was also one wilderness. But it did not terminate uninhabited as the other did. When the Bohemian arrived at a colony they were less shy, perhaps because they were not so much brought up in constant hatred, or that the Bohemian could converse with them in Polish. The only trouble with them was the boundless curiosity of the people who surrounded the travelers, and overwhelmed them with questions. When they were informed that he carried a prisoner, a Knight of the Cross, they said, "Give him to us, sir, we will take care of him." They importuned the Bohemian so much, that he often became very angry with them, but at the same time, he explained, that he could not grant their request because the prisoner belonged to the prince. Then only they relented. Later on when he arrived in the inhabited places among the nobles and landowners, he did not get off so easily. The hatred against the order was raging, because everywhere they still remembered vividly the wrongs which the prince had suffered at its hands when, in time of peace, The Knights of the Cross had kidnapped the Prince Niers Lotorgia and imprisoned him. They did not wish to dispatch Siegfried at once. But here and there, one of the doughty Polish nobles would say, "Unbind him and we will give him arms," and then challenge him to deadly combat. To such the Bohemian would give a potent reason, that the right to vengeance belonged to the unfortunate Lord of Spychow, and one must not deprive him of that privilege. The journey through the inhabited region was easy, because there were good roads and there was plenty of provender for the horses. The Bohemian continued his uninterrupted march until after 10 days' travel he arrived before Corpus Christi Day at Spychow. He arrived in the evening, at the same time as when he had brought the news from Mako, that he had left Szczytno for the Zmud's country. It also happened now as before, that Jagienka, observing him through the window, rushed toward him, and he fell at her feet. He was speechless for a while. But she soon lifted him up and took him aside, as she did not wish to interrogate him in the presence of others. "What news?" she asked, trembling with impatience, and scarcely able to catch her breath. "Is she alive?" "Well." "Alive." "Well." "Has she been found?" "She has." "They rescued her." "Praised be Jesus Christ." But whilst she spoke these words her face assumed a deathly pallor, because all her hopes crumbled into dust. However, her strength did not forsake her, neither did she lose consciousness. After a moment she mastered herself entirely and inquired again. "When will she be here?" "Within a few days." "She is sick and the road is very bad." "Is she sick?" "Martyred." "Her reason is confused with her tortures." "Merciful Jesus." Silence reigned for a moment. Jagienka's lips became pale and they moved as though in prayer. "Did she recognize Zbyszko?" she asked again. "She may have done so, but I am not sure, because I left at once, in order to inform you, lady, of the news. That is the reason why I am standing here. God reward you. Tell me how it happened." The Bohemian related briefly how they rescued Danusia, how they captured the giant Arnold together with Siegfried. He also informed them that he had brought Siegfried with him, because the young knight wished to present him to Durand so that the latter might avenge himself. "I must now go to Durand," said Jagienka, when he had finished. Then she left, but Lawa had not been long alone when Sisichauna rushed toward him from the next apartment. But either because not entirely conscious, owing to the fatigue and exceeding great troubles he had passed through, or owing to his yearning for her, he entirely forgot himself when he saw her. Suffice it to say he caught her by the waist, pressed her to his breast and kissed her eyes, cheeks and mouth in such a manner as though he had previously informed her of everything that was necessary for her to know before the kissing began. Perhaps he had already told her everything in spirit, when upon the road, therefore he kissed her and kept on kissing endlessly. He embraced her so strongly that she lost her breath. Yet she did not defend herself, at first from surprise and then, from faintness, so that were it not for Lawa's powerful grasp she would have fallen to the ground. Fortunately this did not last too long because distant steps were heard on the stairs, and after a moment, Father Caleb rushed into the room. They then quickly separated, and the priest began to overwhelm him with questions. But Lawa was unable to catch his breath and replied with difficulty. The priest thought that his condition was owing to fatigue. But when the news of the finding of Danusia, her rescue and the presence of her torturer in Spychow was confirmed by Lawa, he fell upon his knees to thank God for it. Meanwhile Lawa quieted down a little, and when the priest got up, he was able to repeat his story in a more intelligent and quiet manner in what way Danusia had been found and how they had rescued her. God did not deliver her, the priest said, whilst listening to his narrative, in order that her reason and soul should be restored whilst she was in the darkness and in the power of the unclean. Let Durand only lay his saintly hand upon her, and offer only one of his prayers, and he will restore her reason and health. Knight Durand? Asked the Bohemian, with astonishment. Does he possess so much power? Can he become a saint whilst he is alive? Before God he is considered a saint even whilst he is alive. But when he dies the people will have one more patron saint in heaven, a martyr. But you said, Reverend Father, that if he were only to lay his saintly hands upon the head of his daughter. Has his right hand grown again? For I know you prayed for it. I said, the hands, as it is customary to say, replied the priest. But one hand is enough, if God will. Surely, answered Lawa. But in his voice there was something discouraging when he thought that it appeared like a miracle. Jagienka's entrance interrupted further conversation. Now I have informed him carefully of the news, she said. To avoid the death, which sudden joy might cause, but he fell with the cross in his hands and prayed. I am sure that he will be in such a condition till morning, as he is accustomed to lie prostrate in prayer whole nights, said Father Caleb. And so it happened. They called to see him several times, and each time they found him stretched on the ground, not asleep but in such a fervent prayer that it bordered on perfect ecstasy. Now the watchman, whose duty it was to watch according to custom over Spychow from the top of the tower, said afterward that he observed that night an extraordinary brightness in the house of the old lord. Very early on the following morning, when Jagienka called again to see him, he showed his desire to see Lawa and the prisoner. The prisoner was brought before him immediately from the dungeon. He was tightly bound with his hands crossed upon his chest. All, including Tolima, advanced toward the old man. But owing to a dark, cloudy day and the insufficient light of a threatening tempest, which penetrated the bladder panes, the Bohemian was unable to see Durand well. But as soon as his keen eyes grew accustomed to the darkness and looked upon him, he scarcely recognized him. The gigantic man had dwindled to a giant skeleton. His face was so white that it did not much differ from his snow-white hair, and when he bowed on the arm of his chair, with his eyelids closed, he appeared to Lawa like a real corpse. In front of the chair stood a table. Upon it were a crucifix, a pitcher of water, and a loaf of black bread in which stuck the misericordia, that terrible knife which the knights made use of in dispatching the wounded. Besides bread and water, Durand enjoyed no other nourishment. His only garment consisted of coarse sackcloth upon his naked body fastened with a straw girdle. Such was the manner of living of that once powerful and terrible knight of Spychow, since his return from his captivity in Szczytno. Now, when he heard them arrive, he kicked aside the tame she-wolf which gnawed at his bare feet. It was then that Durand appeared to the Bohemian like a real corpse. There was suspense for a moment, because they expected some sign from him ordering them to talk, but he sat motionless, pale, and peaceful. His mouth, a little opened, had the real appearance of one who is plunged in the everlasting sleep of death. Jagienka finally announced that Lawa was there, and gently inquired, "Do you wish to hear him?" Old Durand nodded his head affirmatively, and the Bohemian began, for the third time, to narrate briefly the story of the battles with the Germans near Gottswerder. He told him of the fight with Arnold von Baden and how they had rescued Danusia. Not wishing to add new pains to the sufferings of the old martyr and destroy the effect produced by the good news of Danusia's rescue, he purposely avoided relating that her mind suffered for a long time on account of terrible distress. But, on the other hand, as his heart was filled with rancor against the Knights of the Cross, and thirsting to see Siegfried receive his deserved terrible chastisement, he purposely mentioned the fact that when they found her she was terrified, emaciated and sick, and it was evident that they must have treated her as executioners do, and had she remained longer in their terrible hands she would have withered and perished as a little flower withers and perishes when trodden under foot. Whilst Lawa recited the news, the sky was overcast and the clouds grew darker, which showed the approach of a storm. The copper-colored masses of clouds which hung over Spychow rolled more heavily upon one another. Durand was motionless and listened to the recital without any trembling, so that he appeared to be in deep sleep. Nevertheless, he heard and understood everything, for when Lawa told the story of Danusia's woes, 2 large drops of tears rolled down his cheeks from the hollows of his eyes. Only one earthly feeling still remained in his breast, and that was love for his child. Then his blue lips began to move in prayer. The first distant thunderclaps were heard outside. Now and then lightning illuminated the windows. He prayed long, and again the tears trickled down upon his white beard. When he finally ceased to pray, long silence reigned, which was so much prolonged as to cause uneasiness to those present because they did not know what to do. Finally, old Tolima, who was Durin's right hand, his companion in all battles, and the chief guard of Spychow, said, "That man of Hades, that werewolf knight of the cross who tortured you and your child stands now before you. Give a sign what shall be done to him, and in what manner we shall chastise him." Upon hearing these words, rays of light crossed Durin's face and he nodded to them to bring the prisoner near him. And in the twinkling of an eye, 2 men grasped him by the shoulders and placed him in front of the old man, who stretched out his hand to Siegfried's face, which he touched as though to feel the outlines and recognize it for the last time. Then he lowered his hand to Siegfried's chest, upon which he felt his bound hands, touched the fastening ropes, again closed his eyelids and bowed his head. They thought that he was absorbed in thought, but whether that was so or not, it was not of long duration, because after a while he started out of his reverie and pointed with his hand in the direction of the loaf of bread, in which the ill-omened Misericordia stuck. Then, Jagienka, the Bohemian, even old Tolima and all present held their breath. It was a 100-fold well-deserved punishment, a righteous revenge. Yet their hearts palpitated at the thought that the half-alive old man should be groping to slash the bound prisoner. But Durand, seizing the knife in the middle, ran his finger along its sharp edge, so that he might feel the thing he was cutting, and began to sever the bonds upon Siegfried's arms. At that sight, all were seized with amazement, because they understood his desire and could scarcely believe it. However, that was too much for them. Lawa was the first to murmur, he was followed by Tolima and the other men. Only the priest Caleb began to ask, in a voice broken with unrestrained weeping, "Brother Durand, what are your wishes? Do you intend to give the prisoner his liberty?" "It is so," replied Durand, nodding his head affirmatively. "No punishment for him, nor vengeance. Is that your desire?" "It is," and he nodded again. Open discontent was shown in the murmurs and anger of the men, but the priest did not wish to belittle such an unheard-of deed of mercy. He turned to the murmurers and exclaimed, "Now who dares to oppose the saint? Down upon your knees." Then he knelt down himself and began to say, "Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come." And he repeated the Lord's Prayer to the end. At the words, "And forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us," he directed his eyes involuntarily toward Durand, whose face actually assumed an unearthly radiance. That sight, and that expressive prayer crushed the hearts of all present. Even old Tolima, the confirmed, hardened warrior, made the sign of the Holy Cross, and immediately embraced Durand's feet and said, "Lord, if you want your wishes to be accomplished, then the prisoner should be led to the frontier." "Yes," nodded Durand. The storm approached nearer and nearer and the lightning more frequently illuminated the windows. Chapter 4. 2 horsemen, in the midst of the storm and pouring rain, reached the frontier of Spychow. They were Siegfried and Tolima. The last mentioned accompanied the German to protect him from the waylaying peasants and the servants of Spychow, who burned with hatred and revenge toward him. Siegfried was unarmed, but he was not fettered. The rainstorm, driven by the tempest, had already overtaken them. Now and then, when it suddenly thundered, the horses reared. They traveled in deep silence in a ravine. Owing to the narrowness of the road, they were at times so near that they struck each other's stirrups. Tolima, who had been accustomed to guard prisoners for many years, frequently looked at Siegfried watchfully, as though he were guarding against his escaping suddenly, and an involuntary shudder seized him every time he looked at Siegfried. Because his eyes appeared to him to be shining in the darkness like the eyes of an evil spirit, or of a vampire. It struck Tolima that it would be advisable to make the sign of the cross over Siegfried, but he refrained from doing so, because, he thought, that under the sign of the cross, he would hear unearthly voices. And Siegfried would be transformed into a hideous being. His teeth chattered and his fear increased. The old soldier who could fight singly against a whole band of Germans and fall fearlessly upon them, as a hawk swoops upon a flock of partridges, was nevertheless afraid of unclean spirits, and wanted to have nothing to do with them. He would have preferred simply to point out to the German the road and return, but he was ashamed of himself, therefore he led him as far as the frontier. It was then, when they had drawn near the border of the Spychow forest, that the rain ceased, and the clouds were lit up with a strange yellowish light, that Siegfried's eyes lost that above-mentioned unnatural glare. But Tolima was seized with another temptation. They ordered me, he said to himself, to lead this mad dog safely as far as the frontier. I have done that, but must the torturer of my master and his daughter leave without revenge and punishment? Would it not be a proper and God-pleasing deed to kill him? I should like to challenge him to deadly combat, but he is not armed. Very soon at Pan Warsimo's farm, about a mile from here, they will supply him with some weapon, and then I will challenge him. With God's help I shall overthrow him, then kill him, and fitly, cut off his head and bury it in the dung. These were the words which Tolima said to himself. Then looking greedily at the German he began to dilate his nostrils as if he already smelt fresh blood. He fought hard in his mind with that desire. It was hard wrestling with himself, until he reflected that Durand had not only granted to the prisoner his life and freedom as far as the frontier, but also beyond it. Otherwise Durand's holy deed would have no merit and the heavenly reward for him would thereby be lessened. He finally prevailed over himself, and reining in his horse, said, "Here is our border, your side is not far from here, proceed, you are free. And if the qualms of conscience do not take you off, or God's thunder does not strike you, then you need not fear man." Then Tolima returned, and Siegfried proceeded. His face looked as if petrified and a savage expression was depicted upon it. He did not reply a single word, as though he heard nothing that was said to him. He continued his journey now upon a wider road and had the appearance of one who is fast asleep. The break in the storm and the brightening of the sky only lasted a short time. It darkened again, so much so that it looked like the darkness of night. The clouds traveled so low that they quite enveloped the forest and from the hills came down an ill-boding obscurity, a kind of hissing and growling of impatient vampires, who were kept back by the angel of the storm. Blinding lightning illuminated the threatening sky every moment and terrified the land. Then one could see the broad highway extending between the two black walls of forest, and upon it a lonely horseman. Siegfried moved on in a semi-conscious condition, consumed by fever. Despair had lacerated his heart since Rotgir's death and filled it with crimes of revenge. Remorse, awful visions, soul-stirrings had already tortured his mind in the past to such a degree that with great effort he had to fight madness. There were even moments when he could fight no longer and he surrendered. But the new troubles, fatigue upon the road under the strong hand of the Bohemian, the night he had passed in the dungeon of Spychow, the uncertainty of his fate, and above all, that unheard-of and almost superhuman deed, had quite terrified him. All this had brought him to a climax. There were moments when his mind became so stupefied that he entirely lost his judgment and he did not know what he was doing. Then the fever awoke him and, at the same time awoke within him a certain dull feeling of despair, destruction, and perdition, a feeling that all hope was already gone, extinguished and ended. He felt that about him was only night, night and darkness, a horrible abyss into which he must plunge. Suddenly a voice whispered in his ear, "Go! Go!" And he looked around him and saw the very image of death, a skeleton mounted upon a skeleton horse, pressing closely beside him, with his white rattling bones. "Is it you?" asked Siegfried. "Yes it is." "Go! Go!" But at that moment he glanced to the other side and observed that he had another companion there. Stirrup to stirrup rode a form, appearing somewhat like a human being but for his face and head. It had the head of an animal, with raised long pointed ears, covered with black shaggy hair. "Who are you?" asked Siegfried. But the being, instead of replying, showed its teeth and growled. Siegfried closed his eyes, but in a moment he heard a louder clattering of bones and a voice speaking to him in the same ear. "Time! Time! Hurry on, go!" "I go," he replied. But that last reply came from his breast and seemed to have been uttered by somebody else. Then, impelled as it were by an external unconquerable power, he dismounted and took off his high knight's saddle, and then the bridle. His companions also dismounted, and did not leave him for a moment. They left the middle of the road and went toward the margin of the wood. There, the black being bent down a branch of a tree and assisted him in fastening to it the strap of the bridle. "Hurry," whispered Death. "Hurry," whistled some voices from the tops of the trees. Siegfried, who was like one plunged in deep sleep, drew through the buckle the other end of the strap so as to form a noose. Then he stepped upon the saddle which he had placed in front of the tree, and adjusted the noose upon his neck. "Push back the saddle." "Already." "Ah!" The saddle, which he pushed with his feet, rolled away several paces and the body of the unfortunate Knight of the Cross hung heavily. It seemed to him, only for a short moment, that he heard a kind of smothering, snorting and roaring, and that abominable vampire threw itself upon him, shook him and then began to tear his breast with its teeth to rend his heart. Then, as the light of his eyes was about extinguished he yet saw something else, for lo, Death dissolved into a whitish cloud, which slowly approached him, embraced him, and finally surrounded and covered all with a dismal and impenetrable veil. At that moment the storm broke with great fury. Thunder roared in the middle of the road with such a terrible crash that it seemed as though the earth was shaken to its very foundations. The whole forest bent under the tempest. The noise of whistling, hissing, howling, creaking of the trunks, and cracking of the broken branches, filled the depths of the woods. The tempest-driven sheets of rain hid the world from sight. Only at short intervals, when lit up by blood-colored lightning, could be seen the wild dangling body of Siegfried by the roadside. The following morning, advancing upon the same road, a numerous train might be seen. In front was Jagienka with Sisichana and the Bohemian. Behind them moved the wagons, surrounded by 4 servants, armed with bows and swords. Every driver had also a spear and an axe near him, not counting forged hayforks and other cutting arms suitable upon the road. Those arms were necessary for protection against wild beasts, as well as robbers, who always swarmed upon the border of the Knights of the Cross. This caused Jagello to complain in his letters to the Grand Master of the Order, and when they met at Rosianza. But being provided with skillful men and good arms, the retinue traveled without fear. The stormy day was succeeded by a wonderful one. Cheerful, silent and so bright that the eyes of the travelers were blinded when not in the shade. Not a single leaf stirred, from each of them hung large drops of rain which the sun changed into a rainbow. Among the pine needles they had the appearance of large glistening diamonds. The rainfall produced small streams upon the road, which ran with glad sound toward the lower places, where they formed shallow little lakes. The whole neighborhood was wet and bedewed, but smiling in the morning brightness. On such mornings, also, the human heart is filled with gladness. Therefore the ostlers and servants began to sing. They marveled at the silence which reigned among those riding in front of them. But they were quiet because a heavy burden oppressed Jagienka's heart. There was something which had ended in her life, something broken. Although she was not experienced in meditation and could not determine distinctly the cause and what was going on in her mind, yet she felt that all that had lived hitherto had vanished. That all her hopes had dissipated as the morning mist upon the fields is dissipated. She felt that she must now renounce and give up everything and forget, and begin almost a new life. She also thought that although, with God's will, her present position was not of the worst, yet it could not be otherwise than sad, and in no way could the new life turn out to be as good as that which had just terminated. And an immense sorrow had taken hold of her heart, so that, at the thought that every past hope was gone forever, tears came to her eyes. But not wishing to add shame to her other troubles, she restrained herself from weeping. She wished that she had never left Scorzalus, in that case she would not now have to return thither. Then, she thought, it was not only to remove the cause for attacks upon Scorzalus by Stan and Wilk that Mako brought her to Spychow. That she could not believe. No, she said, Mako also knew that that was not the only cause for taking me away. Perhaps Zbyszko will also know it. At that thought, her cheeks became crimson and bitterness filled her heart. I was too daring, she said to herself, and now I have what I deserved. Trouble and uncertainty tomorrow, suffering and deep sorrow in the future and with it humiliation. But the train of oppressing thoughts was interrupted by a man coming hastily from the opposite direction. The Bohemian, whose eyes nothing escaped, rushed toward the man, who with crossbow upon his shoulder and badgerskin pouch at his side, and with a feather of a black woodcock in his cap, was recognized as a forester. "Hey! Who are you? Stop!" exclaimed the Bohemian. The man approached quickly, his face was agitated, and had the expression of those who have something extraordinary to communicate. He cried, "There upon the road ahead of you is a man hanging on a tree." The Bohemian was alarmed, thinking that it might be a murder, and he asked the man quickly, "How far from here is it?" "A bowshot distance, and upon this road." "Is there nobody with him?" "Nobody. I frightened away a wolf that was smelling around him." The mention of a wolf quieted Lawa, for it told him that there were neither people nor farms in the neighborhood. Then Jagienka said, "Look there, what is that?" Lawa rushed ahead, and soon returned hurriedly. "Siegfried is hanging there," he exclaimed while reining in his horse in front of Jagienka. "In the name of the Father, Son and Holy Ghost." "You do not mean Siegfried, the Knight of the Cross?" "Yes, it is he. He hung himself with the bridle." "Did you say by himself?" "It seems so, because the saddle lies alongside him, and if there were robbers they would have killed him outright and made off with the saddle, because it is valuable." "Shall we proceed?" "Let us not go that way." "No," cried Anula Sisichowna, afraid. "Something evil might happen to us." Jagienka was also somewhat afraid, because she believed that the body of a suicide is surrounded by crowds of evil spirits. But Lawa, who was fearless and bold, said, "Bah! I was near him, and even pushed him with the lance, and do not feel any devil upon my neck." "Do not blaspheme," cried Jagienka. "I am not blaspheming," replied the Bohemian, "I only trust in God's power. Nevertheless, if you are afraid we will go around it." Sisichowna begged him to do so. But Jagienka, having reflected for a moment, said, "It is not proper to leave the dead unburied. It is a Christian act commanded by the Lord. Anyhow it is the body of a man." "Yes, but it is the body of a Knight of the Cross, a hangman and executioner. Let the crows and wolves occupy themselves with his body." It was not specified. God will judge for his sins, but we must do our duty. And if we fulfill God's commandment nothing evil will befall us. "Well, then, let it be done according to your wishes," replied the Bohemian. Accordingly he gave the order to the servants, who were reluctant. But they feared Lawa, to oppose whom was a dangerous thing. Not having the necessary spades to dig a hole in the ground, they therefore gathered pitchforks and axes for that purpose and left. The Bohemian also went with them, and to give them an example, he crossed himself and cut with his own hands the leather strap upon which the body was hanging. Siegfried's face had become blue whilst hanging. He had an awful appearance, because his eyes were open and terror-stricken, his mouth was also open as though in the act of trying to catch his last breath. They quickly dug a pit nearby and pushed therein the corpse of Siegfried with the handles of their pitchforks. They laid him with his face downward and covered it first with dust, then they gathered stones and placed them upon it, because it was an immemorial custom to cover the graves of suicides with stones. Otherwise they would come out during the night and frighten the passers-by. As there were many stones upon the road and under the mosses, the grave was soon covered with a considerable mound. Then Lawa cut a cross with his axe upon the trunk of the pine tree near. He did that, not for Siegfried, but to prevent evil spirits from gathering at that place. Then he returned to the retinue. "His soul is in hell and his body is already in the ground," he said to Jagienka. "We can travel now." They started, but Jagienka, whilst passing along, took a small branch of pine tree and pressed it upon the stones. Then everybody of the train followed the example of the lady. That, too, had been an old custom. They traveled for a long while absorbed in thought, thinking of that wicked monk and knight. Finally Jagienka said, "God's justice cannot be escaped. It does not even permit the prayer, everlasting rest 119 to be offered up because there is no mercy for him. You have shown by your order to bury him that you possess a compassionate soul," replied the Bohemian. Then he spoke hesitatingly, "People talk. Bah! Maybe they are not people, but witches and wizards, that a halter or a strap taken from the hanging body secures to the possessor certain luck in everything. But I did not take the strap from Siegfried, because I wish that your luck should proceed from the Lord Jesus and not from necromancers." Jagienka did not reply to that at once, but after a while she sighed several times and said as it were to herself, "Hey! My happiness is behind, not in front of me." Chapter 5. It was not until the end of the 9th day after Jagienka's departure that Zbyszko reached the frontier of Spychow, but Danusia was already so near death that he entirely lost all hope of bringing her alive to her father. On the following day, when she began to be incoherent in her replies, he observed that not only her mind was out of order, but that she was also suffering from a certain malady against which that childlike frame, exhausted by so much suffering, prison, torture and continuous fright, could not fight. Perhaps the noise of the fight of Mako and Zbyszko with the Germans contributed to fill her cup of terror, and it was just about that time that she was taken ill with that malady. Suffice it to say that the fever never left her from that moment until they reached the end of the journey. So far it was successfully accomplished, because throughout the terrible wilderness, in the midst of great troubles, Zbyszko carried her as though she were dead. When they left the wilderness and reached inhabited regions, among farmers and nobles, trouble and danger ceased. When the people were informed that he carried one of their own daughters whom he had rescued from the Knights of the Cross, especially when they knew that she was the daughter of the famous Durand, of whose exploits the minstrels sang in the villages, hamlets, and huts, they vied with each other in rendering help and service. They procured proper horses and supplies. All doors stood open for them. It was no more necessary for Zbyszko to carry her in a cradle when the strong young men carried her from one village to another in a litter. They carried her as carefully as though she were a saint. The women surrounded her with the most tender care. The men, upon hearing the account of her wrongs, gnashed their teeth, and not a few put on the steel cuirass, grasped the sword, axe, or lance and went along with Zbyszko, in order to take revenge with interest. Because, the valiant race considered even retribution, wrong for wrong, insufficient. But revenge did not then occupy Zbyszko's mind, his only thought was for Danusia. He lived between flashes of hope when there were momentary signs of improvement, and gloomy despair when she got worse, and as far as her latter condition was concerned, he could not deceive himself. A superstitious thought struck him more than once at the beginning of the journey, that there was, somewhere in the pathless regions they were passing, death, riding along with them, step by step, lying in wait for the moment when he might fall upon Danusia and wring from her the last breath of life. That vision or feeling became especially pronounced at dark midnight, so much so, that more than once he was seized with a despairing desire to return and challenge death to a combat to a finish, in the same fashion as knights are wont to do toward each other. But at the end of the journey it became worse, because he felt that death was not following them, but was in the very midst of the retinue, invisible truly, but so near that its cold breath could be felt. Then he understood that against such an enemy, courage, strength and arms are counted as nothing, and that he would be obliged to surrender the most precious head as a prey without even a struggle. And that was a most terrible feeling, because it roused within him a tempestuous, irresistible sorrow, a sorrow, bottomless as the sea. Could therefore Zbyszko restrain himself from groaning, could his heart remain unbroken by pain, when he looked at his most beloved? He spoke to her as in terms of involuntary reproach. Was it for this that I loved you? Was it for this that I searched and rescued you in order that you should be put underground tomorrow and I should never see you again? Then he would look at her cheeks which glowed with fever, at her expressionless and dull eyes, and ask her again. Are you going to leave me? Are you not sorry for it? You prefer going to staying with me. Then he thought that something was happening in his own head, and his breast swelled with immense sadness which seared it, but he could not give vent to his feeling with tears. Because of a certain feeling of anger and hatred against that compassionless power which was consuming the innocent, blind, and cold child. If that wicked enemy, the Knight of the Cross, were present, he would have fallen upon him and torn him to pieces like a wild beast. When they arrived at the forest court, he wished to halt, but as it was the spring season the court was deserted. There he was informed by the keepers that the princely pair had gone to their brother, Prince Ziemowita, at Plock. He therefore resolved, instead of going to Warsaw where the court physician might have given her some relief, to go to Spichau. That plan was terrible, because it seemed to him that all was over with her and that he would not be able to bring her alive to Durand. But just as they were only a few hours distant from Spichau, the brightest ray of hope shone again in his heart. Danusia's cheeks became paler, her eyes were less troubled, her breathing not so loud and quick. Zbyszko had observed it immediately, and had given orders to stop, so that she might rest and breathe undisturbed. It was only about 3 miles from the inhabited part of Spichau, upon a narrow road winding between fields and meadows. They stopped near a wild pear tree whose branches served to the sick as a protection from the rays of the sun. The men dismounted and unbridled their horses so as to facilitate their grazing. 2 women, who were hired to attend Danusia, and the youths who carried her, fatigued with the road and heat, lay down in the shade and slept. Only Zbyszko remained watching near the litter and sat close by upon the roots of the pear tree, not taking his eyes off her even for a moment. She lay in the midst of the afternoon silence, her eyelids closed. It seemed to Zbyszko that she was not asleep, when at the other end of the meadow a man who was mowing hay stopped and began to sharpen his scythe loudly upon the hone. Then she trembled a little and opened her eyelids for a moment, but immediately closed them again. Her breast heaved as though she was deeply inspiring, and in a hardly audible voice she whispered, "Flowers smell sweetly." These were the first words, clear and free from fever, spoken since they had left, because the breeze really wafted from the sun-warmed meadow a strong, redolent hay and honey perfume, fragrant with the scent of herbs. This caused Zbyszko to think that reason had returned to her. His heart trembled within him for joy. He wished to throw himself at her feet at the first impulse. But fearing lest that might frighten her, he desisted. He only knelt in front of the litter, and bending over her, said in a whisper, "Dear Danusia." Danusia. She opened her eyes again, and looked at him for a while. Then a smile brightened up her face, the same as when she was in the Tarburner's shanty, but far from consciousness, but she pronounced his name. Zbyszko. She attempted to stretch her hands toward him, but owing to her great weakness she was unable to do it. But he embraced her, his heart was so full that it seemed as if he were thanking her for some great favor he had received. "I praise the Lord," he said, "you have awoke. O God." Now his voice failed him, and they looked at each other for some time in silence. That silence was only interrupted by the gentle wind which moved the leaves of the pear tree, the chirping of the grasshoppers among the grass and the distant indistinct song of the mower. It seemed as though her consciousness was gradually increasing, for she continued to smile and had the appearance of a sleeping child seeing angels in its dream. Little by little her face assumed an air of astonishment. "Oh! Where am I?" she cried. He was so much overcome with joy that he uttered numerous short and abrupt questions. "Near Spichau. You are with me, and we are going to see dear Papa. Your sorrow is ended. Oh! My darling Danusia, I searched for you and rescued you. You are no more in the power of the Germans. Be not afraid. We shall soon be at Spichau. You were ill, but the Lord Jesus had mercy upon you. There was so much sorrow, so many tears. Dear Danusia. Now, everything is well. There is nothing but happiness for you. Ah, how much did I search for you? How far did I wander? Oh! Mighty God! Oh! He sighed deeply and groaned as though he had thrown off the last heavy burden of suffering from his breast. Danusia lay quiet, trying to recall something to her mind and reflecting upon something. Then finally she asked. "So, you cared for me?" 2 tears which were gathering in her eyes slowly rolled down her cheeks upon the pillow. "I, not care for you," cried Zbyszko. There was something more powerful in that smothered exclamation than in the most vehement protestations and oaths, because he had always loved her with his whole soul. And from the moment when he had recovered her she had become more dear to him than the whole world. Silence reigned again. The distant singing of the mowing peasant ceased and he began to whet his scythe again. Danusia's lips moved again, but with such a low whisper that Zbyszko could not hear it. He therefore bent over her and asked. "What do you say, darling?" But she repeated. "Sweet-smelling blossoms." "Because we are near the meadows," he replied. "But we shall soon proceed and go to dear Papa, whom we have also rescued from captivity, and you shall be mine even unto death. Do you hear me well? Do you understand me?" Then he suddenly became alarmed, for he observed that her face was gradually paling and was thickly covered with perspiration. "What ails you?" he asked in great alarm. And he felt his hair bristling and frost creeping through his bones. "What ails you, tell me," he repeated. "It darkens," she whispered. "It darkens? Why, the sun shines and you say, it darkens," he said with a suppressed voice. "Up to this time you have spoken rationally. In God's name I beseech you, speak, even if it is only one word." She still moved her lips, but she was unable even to whisper. Zbyszko guessed that she tried to pronounce his name and that she called him. Immediately afterward, her emaciated hands began to twitch and flutter upon the rug covering her. That lasted only for a moment. No doubt was left now that she had expired. Horrified and in despair, Zbyszko began to beg her, as though his entreaties could avail. "Danusia! Oh, merciful Jesus! Only wait till we come to Spychow. Wait! Wait, I beseech you! Oh, Jesus! Jesus! Jesus!" The appeal awoke the sleeping women, and the men who were stretched with the horses upon the lawn came running. They guessed at a glance what had happened, they knelt down and began loudly to recite the litany. The breeze ceased, even the leaves upon the pear tree did not rustle. Only the voices reciting the litany sounded throughout that profound silence. Danusia opened her eyes once more at the very end of the litany, as though she wished to look upon Zbyszko and upon the sunlit world for the last time. Then she lapsed into an everlasting sleep. The women closed her eyelids. Then they went to the meadow to gather flowers. The men followed them in file. Thus they walked in the sunshine among the luxuriant grass and had the appearance of field spirits bowing now and then, and weeping, for their hearts were filled with pity and sorrow. Zbyszko was kneeling in the shade beside the litter, with his head upon Danusia's knees, speechless and motionless, as if he too were dead. But the gatherers kept on plucking here and there, marigolds, buttercups, bellflowers and plenty of red and white sweet-smelling little blossoms. They also found in the small moist hollows in the meadow, lilies of the valley, and upon the margin near the fallow ground, they got St. John's wort until they had gathered their arms full. Then they sadly surrounded the litter and began to adorn it, until they had covered the dead with flowers and herbs. They only left the face uncovered, which in the midst of the bellflowers and lilies looked white, peaceful, calm, as in eternal sleep, serene, and quite angelic. The distance to Spychow was less than 3 miles. Then, when they had shed copious tears of sorrow and pain, they carried the litter toward the forest where Jurin's domains began. The men led the horses in front of the retinue. Zbyszko himself carried the litter upon his head, and the women loaded with the surplus of the bunches of flowers and herbs, sang hymns. They moved very slowly along the herb-covered meadows and the grey fallow fields and had the appearance of a funeral procession. Not a cloudlet marred the blue clear sky, and the region warmed itself in the golden rays of the sun. The further adventures of Zbyszko will be found in a subsequent volume.